the day. So I'm very excited to see what they do. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I've got some great players. I've got some that everybody's familiar with if they've watched Worlds or previous challenges. Ed Chu, Jonathan Williams, Sailor, fantastic players. You saw 2 of them in Worlds, 2 Worlds competitors.
Yes,
but a couple players that I took in the later rounds. Dale Bolito, a fantastic player, finished 19th in a challenge last season, and I talked to his team before this day, his play group, and they said, hey, Liam, Dale's really feeling it. Like, this is his moment. And so if Dale says this is his moment, who am I to argue? I picked him. And then another rising player I'm very excited about, my wildcard pick, Adelie Gabrielle. She has 2 Let It Goes from Season 1, finished day 2 in Milwaukee, and all of her locals have been telling me she is on fire right now, tearing people up at set champs. And, you know, sometimes when you're a competitive TCG player, you have those times where it feels like it's a player's moment to break through. This feels like Adelie's moment to break through, and I can't wait to see her in day 2.
Yes, I love seeing players forged in the locals and then coming here to these challenge events and just showing what they built in their community. So I do love seeing these, set champions coming here and saying, well, let's get a golden Mickey.
Yeah.
I got the mat, let's get another one.
And this just goes to like the caliber of player that you all are going to see here all weekend long. If you walk around the room out there, there are a bajillion Goldie Mickey Miners, Worlds competitors, but there's also, as Baker mentioned, a lot of players playing in their very first challenge. So you're going to see players playing their first stream game, players who are rising stars, making a name for themselves, as well as some of the best in the world. And we are going to have one of the best in the world in the first game we're going to watch today.
Yes, yeah, this room is not short on talent, but we are going to go ahead and see our first match here, which I'm sure everyone's at home is like, are they playing out there? Oh, they're playing.
Oh, they're playing.
And
they're playing.
There's cards shuffling. You just hear a flurry of slapping and shuffling and stuff. So very excited, and we're going to get a shot of what this meta is looking like, which I'm sure is the big question of the day.
Yeah, and before we get into that, you all watching, you all heard our predictions. You all saw our draft teams. Put in the comments, which draft team do you think has the chops, has the strength, the power to go all the way, and which color combo do you think is going to win this weekend? Because it is there are so many decks that have a viable path to victory.
It is.
So let us know what you think.
So we're going to go ahead. I mean, I think we're ready for...
Let's do it.
Well, yeah, let's watch some Lorcana.
Let's watch some Lorcana. Let's see who goes the distance starting here in round 1. Well, look, right away, you're getting a look here at the play area. Look at these banners back there. These players are going into the dojo here. The dojo surrounded by some brilliant animated artwork there. Fun fact, all illustrated by Nicholas Cole, except for Raya, who I believe is Matthew Robert Davies out of Rise of the Floodborn. And who do we see there, Katie?
I don't know. There's someone in a disguise that I've never seen before, but maybe we'll get to that later. But I mean, I think we see somebody that maybe we're a little fond of here because, oh, no, we have... I don't know. Who is that man? I've never seen this person before.
I don't know. Somebody incognito.
I saw him fall out of a vent. And then on a table. And then we also have Jordan Asakwa here. And so this is JD. It's JD Quest, guys. I don't know how to tell you guys, but he's in a detective outfit. He has a badge, and I think he's going to use it here. And so this could be the ultimate bluff of all time. What do you think?
It could be. It could be. Now, JD, of course, you're familiar with him in the broadcast booth and for his amazing content, but he is out of the booth here into the dojo, and he has been locked in for months leading up to this event, prepping, getting ready to throw down here, and we're going to get to see what he's prepped here in round 1. Fun fact, Katie, across the way, Jordan Alexa, Jordan is a local of JD's. They actually played in a set championship last weekend, 27 people, didn't match into each other, and round 1 here in a 2,000-person event are facing each other in round 1. So these are 2 friends who are going to go at it here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very exciting because as we see, this is a mirror match. So we have Emerald, Sapphire, and these are 2 decks that are alike in dignity, but very different in how they tool it. Now, there's going to be some similarities, but the big thing I'm wondering is there are 2 kind of builds. There's the detective and then the more top-heavy double ramp kind of deck. So I'm very interested to see who's on what. I think JD might be hinting a tiny bit that he has a detective build. It's hard. I don't want to say it. It's like,
he's left us a clue, you might say.
He's left us clues, a little clue here. But yeah, I mean, in this kind of matchup, it's going to be what we're looking for is the Judy Hops. If we see a Judy Hop start coming about, basically you'll start seeing detectives coming because that's the detective synergy they're looking for in the Emerald Sapphire build. But Jordan's, we saw some of the other combo pieces.
Yeah, we'll see which one. And what's interesting about these builds is what people like to say is that the traditional 2-4-6 build has really, really strong lines, but can be a little inconsistent. And so what you're doing when you go to the detectives build is you're sacrificing, you're getting a lower ceiling for a higher floor is the way that they like to describe it. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see JD take that route here, a little bit safer. And when you're doing a 12 rounds of Swiss, a little more consistent. But yeah, super interested to see what Jordan Jordan's on if he's on the same thing.
Exactly, because I mean, what we talk about in this game is kind of, we have the aggressive style decks with want to be so fast in the beginning, we have our mid-range decks, and then our more control decks. So this Emerald and Sapphire deck has been very, very control heavy, but when we saw the detectives come in, it gives some of that mid-range capability where you're going to have some board presence. Like you said, it's going to provide more consistency in a room where you don't know 100% what you're going to get. But we do see Basil, he is a detective, so we are starting a detective party, but we also see Clarabelle, and she is here. She is a clumsy guest, and she is here to basically start the party. Clarabelle is extremely important in this deck.
Yeah, Clarabelle is JD establishing that on turn 1, and on the other side we have a detective. It's Basil. Now that doesn't mean this is the detective build. Sometimes you run him for other reasons, but Basil, both players with a turn 1 play here. JD establishing that Clarabelle early. That is the shift target for the other Clarabelle. One note though, oftentimes when you're playing the 2-4-6 pack, you protect that Clarabelle and shift it later. If you're on the detective's line, you can't do that because you don't run the 4 ramp usually, and so you have to put that Clarabelle out there. She's a little vulnerable as you wait for that shift.
She does. She looks vulnerable, a little scared here, but speaking of little scared guys, we have Tipo, who's a growing son, who has been a consistent ramp card for ever since he came onto the scene here. So he's going to go ahead, and like we've seen with Sapphire decks, it is almost every deck except for one is going to want to go ahead and do that ramp. And like we said, double ramp is one of the hallmarks of the more control style deck. So this is going to be a big tell here as far as if they're able to hit that double ramp on Jordan's side. But he's going to go ahead on turn 2. He's going to hit the first one.
Yeah, does he have the ramp?
That's like, it's such a critical question.
Sapphire,
right?
Like, do you have the? Are we going to get to see a game?
Yes, and the thing is I mean, I have talked to a couple players who said you can miss ramp and be okay. Now, during this matchup, I think you could maybe miss a ramp and probably stabilize if everything else goes right later, if you have the combo pieces. In this case, he does. So congratulations. That's always the first test of these two decks.
Sailing their Azurite Sea here. So we are going to draw a card, ink a card, and then pass over to JD, keeping up ink parity.
Yes, and that parity is extremely important because when you're against a deck that is doing that ramp, which is where you're trying to go ahead and get your ink count up higher than your opponent, you need to stay in lockstep because that's how the power is going to build. In this case, he is taking advantage of his extra ink that he has, putting down his 1-drop, because if he does have that ability to ramp again, then he can shift into that Clarabelle light on her hoofs, which is going to be a draw engine for this deck, which is very important for the top end.
Very, very important for the top end. And one of the cards both these players are going to be looking for, usually nowadays you run 1 copy of Bend to My Will, maybe 2. It's a card that we're going to be looking for because it is kind of a mirror breaker card. The counter to it is Clarabelle light on her hooves. If you get a Clarabelle established, the Bend to My Will not quite as good if you discard your opponent's hand and then they just manage to redraw everything back up to you. So one thing that we're looking at throughout this matchup is these players trying to find that mirror breaker card and play it later on.
Exactly, and there are some heavy uninkables. I call them heavy because they're expensive and they feel pretty heavy in your hand when you have them and you can't play them. So we're looking at cards like Bend to My Will. Under the Sea is another one that people might be bringing if they're afraid there's a room full of emerald dogs. And then there also is a Hades, which is something that not every player is going to put in their decks. That's Hades, Infernal Schemer. We saw him in set 1 and set 9, and he has been a classic control card that does that spot removal. So we're going to be seeing if they have some of those heavy ones. We haven't seen it yet, but right now the other play is they're also kind of looking for the tools they need to do the combo. It's one of the rare combo decks. So what kind of cards are they looking for if they want to get that ever so popular combo that this deck can pull off?
Oh, you're talking about the Clarabelle combo?
Well, okay, 2 combos.
Oh, the other combo.
Yes,
oh, yeah,
it's malicious.
I'm sorry,
it's
malicious.
mean.
It is.
And it's scary.
Very scary if you're playing something with a wide board. You know, as you've said before, we've lost Be Prepared in rotation. So players said maybe I can build a Be Prepared.
Yes.
I put a couple cards together. So malicious, mean, and scary came out, and a lot of the Emerald players said, "Oh, this is delicious." And I see the perfect card to pair it with, and that is Prince Philip. So malicious, mean, and scary, a card that can put 1 damage counter, place 1 damage counter on all of your opponent's characters, and then Prince Philip banishing all damaged characters. So it's a combo that is kind of run rampant, and it's one of the reasons that you run this deck is to provide you access to that combo in addition to Clarabelle, which is a powerful draw engine. And look at that, it's a double ramp, Katie.
Yes, so I mean that means that he is winning the race here, getting access to some of the ability. Now, Shizus, one, basically one of the downsides of ramping is you're emptying your hand pretty fast. You can see he has 1 card in hand. So the reason Clarabelle is so vital is because you're kind of saying, okay, I'm going to use all my resources, I'm going to ramp. I need to draw a card. To stay in this game, I need to draw a card. So he needs to keep that Clarabelle. Now, in this case, it's a mirror, so it's one of the most comfortable times because there's not going to be that early spot removal. So that Clarabelle's feeling pretty good upright. So in this case, that is what the plan is to go ahead and shift that Clarabelle, which I'm pretty sure he has in hand. But we'll see what JD does to go ahead and thwart that devious dastardly plan here.
I mean, if JD doesn't manage to, that would be a really powerful play, as you pointed out, getting that Clarabelle shift and drawing. Let's see. It is. Oh, JD is going to go first.
Yes.
But Not as good.
Heavy on her hoofs here because she is light on her hoofs. But yeah, this is a card where you're able to go ahead and draw at the end of your turn. You can see how many cards your opponent has and then draw up to that hand size. So in this case, 1. But this is something interesting. What just happened here?
What a powerful play here. This is the combo that you like to see. You're Welcome is a card that will bounce a card back to your opponent's deck, and they get to draw 2 cards, which feels bad, except if Clarabelle's drawing you bonus cards based on your opponent's hand size. So Jordan was sitting with 1 card in hand. Clarabelle wasn't going to do much, and then JD not only clearing off that shift target, but sending 2 cards and getting some bonus cards out of it.
Yes, that is the beautiful thing here. Your Welcome is one of those wonderful cards that can be used in a myriad of ways. He can remove items, he can remove locations, and he can go ahead and say, no, I will be drawing cards. And I think we just saw a Cinderella dream come true in that hand, which does kind of show that Jordan's plan is to play the long game here. So we see some pieces, we see his own You're Welcome, so maybe revenge is a dish served fresh and hot on the next turn. But JD did exactly what he needed to do there. He got his card draw, he got his shift, so now, and he got rid of that Clarabelle. So he checked it off. He said, check, check, check.
Yeah, he did the thing. And Jordan was setting up a very powerful turn there now, kind of on his heels. And I mean, he can send that Clarabelle back, but will be unable to establish a Clarabelle on his own. There's no Singer on the board for that You're Welcome. So having to kind of rebuild here. Meanwhile, JD is going to punish Jordan for any extra cards that he draws. Jordan will establish a Clarabelle, though.
And a stunning thing, I gasped because I saw Judy Hopps. I'm like, detectives, because that is such a hallmark, because this is a card where you're able to, when she quests, you can draw detective cards, or you can draw 3 cards, I believe, and you can go ahead and keep a detective in your hand. So it's fascinating because that's one of the hallmark cards here of the detective deck. But in this case, he has to go ahead and pay full cost here, 7 ink for Clarabelle. Shifting is such a powerful mechanic in Disney Lorcana because it allows you to get a discount basically, and your character is ready. So in this case, he does have to pay that full 7 ink for that Clarabelle, which feels not as good.
Not quite as good. JD here going to say, you're welcome again. You're welcome to send that Clarabelle back to your deck. Jordan's going to draw another couple cards. And again, this is something that players love to pair together in this color combo, getting that Clarabelle out, and then you're welcoming for a little bit of board control, a little bit extra card draw. This is the combo you love to see. And
I thought I saw him ink it You're Welcome, so that's a 3rd You're Welcome. I'd be saying, I don't think you're very polite. I know You're Welcome is a thing you say when you're trying to be nice to somebody.
You mean that?
Yeah, I'm like, we're good. You don't have to say You're Welcome, but how Maui is it to say You're welcome? You got 2 cards, and I think Jordan's saying, I'm good, buddy. I have my own draw engine, but JD's doing exactly what he needs to do the control side of this deck, keeping that board presence, and now here we have a little bit more ramp. Yeah,
this is Donald Duck. It'll allow him to ramp a little bit extra. So one of the things that you do in these detective builds is you give up that Cinderella, and in exchange you do this ramp a little bit later on. So it does get you some extra ink, but you can't do it at the same tempo that you can with the Princess package.
Exactly. So Detective Synergy is on display here. That was one thing I asked several players. I said, how do you make that decision? And we are seeing why is because you do have access to a little bit more different activity. I'm hoping we'll get to see the more control heavy, where you're just saying, you know what, you do what you need to do over there. I'm going to wipe your board anyway. Don't worry about it. In this case, we have not seen any Prince Phillips at the board. We are just seeing poor Jordan not be able to keep a single bovine on this board. Yeah. But
those cows have not stuck around.
Yeah, he keeps, someone close the fence, please. The cows keep getting out. But in this case, he still has access to a myriad of cards. He's deciding what his game plan is, because the problem is JDZ still has his Clarabelle on board. So when you're playing against a deck that has a Clarabelle on board, number 1, maybe get rid of Clarabelle. But number 2, you want to, if you can't do that, you want to empty your hand size. So you're wanting to go ahead, ramp, ink, do whatever you can, so that way JDZ is not also having an indulgent hand size as you. In this case, Vision of the Future.
Yeah, Jordan here with the Visions of the Future. This is a card which will let him look at the top 5 cards of his deck, select 1 to keep in his hand, and he'll send the rest away. This is one of the better cards in all of Lorcana, and when it came out, Sapphire players were very, very excited. In previous metas, it wasn't uncommon to see players dig through their entire deck by stringing these cards together with Develop Your Brains and other of these peaky type cards, but here Jordan finding what he wants and sending everything else away.
It is a comfy card to play because at 2 ink, at this point you've ramped, you have a pretty indulgent amount of ink. You're trying to establish what you're going to do to control and stay in this game. So in this case, he's putting some damage on there, which tells me that maybe he might be playing a full Kosh Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, because it does a little bit of removal. This isn't the number plan A. He's doing a lot of plan Bs. We're seeing Jordan do a lot of plan Bs with this deck.
And then we see 1 Prince Philip go into the discard pile. We are going to establish a Clarabelle and shift that Clarabelle. So shifting effectively ramps you by 1. It reduces the cost of the character just by 1. So Clarabelle, instead of being a 7 cost, is basically a 6 cost if you play them both in the same turn, and that's what we've seen here. And it looks like Jordan will benefit a couple cards there, managing to dump a significant part of his hand that turn. So it's the Cow Wars.
It is Cow Wars, which is coming to a cinema near you. But yes, like you said, emptying hand is critical here because he has seen JDZ just have a resplendent, succulent time, just picking as many cards as he wants each turn. So that Clarabelle lives another turn to go ahead and be light on her hoofs and dance around this board. And he still has a healthy board, so I'm interested to see. I can't really see his hand so much. Every time I look at him and see that detective outfit, it's hard not to keep looking at it. But my goodness, I love it very much. And here we go. Another aspect of control, but it's a little bit tempo control.
That's true. This is a card all the way back from set 1. Mother Knows Best, sending that Clarabelle back to hand.
Oh,
Bend to My Will.
Okay.
Bend to My Will coming out. JDZ saying, discard your entire hand. And now, you know, that Clarabelle, not terribly great for JD, but having managed to clear off Jordan's Clarabelle, look at this. He is firmly in the driver's seat here. Jordan's going to be top decking, looking for answers. This feels just, like such a powerful move.
You know, one time I did talk to JDZ and I said, oh, you know, it's so fun when you play tournaments because you get to talk to people. And he said, don't talk to me at a tournament. I'm going to be good. But what do we have? Is he rebuilding this board? He is. He's playing this Judy.
It's the Judy Hops. Now, Judy, the Detectives package is good for what we call low resource games when your hand size is low and you're top decking because it gives you elixir card draw. And Judy Hops coming down here and on play, Jordan will be able to look at the top 3 cards of a deck, select a detective to keep, and then Judy will do that again upon questing. So it is a card draw. It is card draw in the mid game here. And really excited to see it.
Exactly for him, because I mean, what he's trying to do is to build back from that dastardly deed that the detective JD just did to him. So, yeah, very, very, very fascinated. And it's something where you do have to pick how many detectives you are going to put into the deck. I mean, it looks like you've done some interviewing on this, so some sleuthing yourself. So, I mean, is there a sweet spot of what percentage of detectives?
The jury is out. Players run anywhere from like 12 to 20, but usually in like the 16 or 17 range. And in this deck, if you have 16 or 17 detectives with 1 in hand and you do the math, you have about a 60 to 70% chance of hitting a detective off that Judy. So it's not insignificant.
JDZ is not here to make friends.
No.
He just played a Basil there, an undercover detective going ahead and bouncing back to hand. That Basil is painful in 2 ways. First, he comes down, bounces a card back to the hand. Then, when later he quests, he's going to make you discard. When you only have 1 card in hand, that feels pretty bad. Now, Jordan's been able to try. He goes ahead and plays Judy again if he chooses to. That might be a little bit of card draw. But then he knows that anything he draws, Basil might turn sideways. So Jordan is in an extremely uphill battle because he has had a masterclass on how to control your opponent with this detective decks on JD's side.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what Jordan has in response here. JD just counting his ink, thinking about his next turn here. That Basil, a card that pairs very well into this deck because it does, you know, there are many cards in these Sapphire and these Emerald Sapphire lists which give your opponent's card, but you give them a card, you perhaps give them a you're welcome, and then you immediately make them discard and keep their resources low. So Basil, a great combo piece to work in here.
Exactly. I mean, Basil himself, he is the great mouse detective. So the detective theme is just very fascinating. I love seeing these synergies pay off. We've seen the racer synergy. We've seen the detectives. We had some dwarf synergy. So it's just very exciting to see the detectives. It's something that we heard whispers of going into this tournament. Is like, are you going detectives, not detectives, detectives, not detectives? And it had me and Liam messaging furiously, being like, detectives, what's going on? But here we go, detective engine here. We're going to go ahead and draw those 3 cards. And we do see 1 detective, I believe. There's
That's that Basil there, similar to JD's, that undercover detective. The other is a malicious mean to scary and a Tipo, so 1 option there. But what this allows you to do too. Oh, no, was that not?
Well, and it might be a May, so it could be a situation where he knows he might have to get rid of it.
I may have seen it wrong.
Or
choosing not to keep it because trying to keep his hand size low to not give JD cards. But I may have also misseen what it was, but anyway, curious sending that away. And now we'll establish that Judy Hops, and that'll be able to draw later. And Jordan, I think, with an empty hand, so possibly the game plan here, knowing he won't be able to play it this turn, just kind of keeping the resources low. But what it does allow Jordan to do, too, is see that malicious mean to scary sent away and kind of do the math on what's left in the deck.
You did see him pause there for a second and kind of say, okay, because like you said, if he goes ahead and keeps it, that Basil is going to absolutely quest and make you discard it right away. So it's kind of one of those like, well, I can do it. I am deploying Judy. Now Judy next turn, if he has 1 card in hand and then quest with Judy, then suddenly you have 2 cards. So you want to get that critical mass. So maybe he just said, you know what, I don't need it. But here we go, JDZ just keeps ahead and adding just really a dozen detectives on board here. We have 6 characters, and it's looking good for him.
Yeah, there's a detective agency out there right now.
Yes, he has started his own agency.
As well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. JD's gumshoe service out there on the board, pursuing lore now, trying to push his game plan. JD is going to go all the way up to We'll see how this resolves. I saw how much was on board, but all the way up to 13, 14, 15.
That is game on board for anyone keeping track at home. So it is time for him to, Jordan's going to look at his. He has about 10 ink here, I think, if I'm counting right, and he needs to pull off a board wipe combo where he needs to have somebody sing Malicious Mean and Scary and then play Prince Philip, and that is doing it with one card. Prince Philip, famously not a detective, so he quests that Judy Hopps. He's not going to be able to get Prince Philip, which is one of the reasons that I heard players say they don't love the detective build, because one of their big goals is that control piece. Judy does not get you closer to Clarabelle. Judy does not get you closer to Prince Philip. So it can't be one of those things where it helps you in the middle of the game, but at the end, she's not getting you any of those pieces you need to win.
Yeah, we are going to get a little closer, though, to game 2 here. Jordan just not be able to pull it out with that one card, so we are going to go on to game 2 here. JD taking game 1, and we'll see if Jordan now can claw his way back and force a game 3. And so it's interesting. We know both players kind of on the detectives package here. Don't know if their lists are identical, but clearly they've chosen to work those Judy Hopps in. Did we see a Cinderella at all?
No, I thought I did at one point, but it was a hallucination of me just remembering that time I pulled one and I was like, this is the greatest card. But don't worry, don't worry, her time's coming. Princess deck is always on the horizon. But here we go. We are doing the altar phase, which is very tricky here because, like we said, in this deck, the traditional build, the more control aspect, there's kind of 2 rows you go. You want to go towards the Clarabelle, where you're trying to make sure you have your Clarabelle, you shift and you're matching and drawing that hand size, or you're doing that Prince Philip shift line. In this case, it is a mirror match, so they are keeping that in mind. Obviously, JDZ saw the benefits of having those your welcomes early in the game. So we went ahead, sent back 4 cards on Jordan's side. JD already looks like he is doing his altar phase, or sorry, his altar phase right now. Oh, he sent back all but 1.
All but 1. So here, interesting, kind of an indicator. Perhaps he's missing ramp.
Exactly, because I mean, really, when you see someone with an aggressive altar like that, if they're sending back more than a couple cards, they're saying, I'm missing the critical things to make my deck work the way it needs to. And then this is going to be some kind of maybe early presence, like a shift for Clarabelle or Prince Philip, but ramp. I mean, it is the name of the game, and that is anything that's going to allow you to ink 1 extra per turn. A lot of times it does it twice. In this case, both of them are needing to do it at least once, but it is definitely a race to see who can have access to those powerful combos. The more ink, the better with these, because they have a lot of things they want to pull off in 1 turn.
Yeah. And this mirror is just so fascinating because even if they were different packages, what the Clarabelle, like the 2-4-6 combo wants to do is play a high resource game with big hand sizes to kind of like have Clarabelle do these big swings. The Detectives package is perfectly comfortable in a low resource game where hand sizes are low, using the Judy Hopps to kind of refill when you're top decking. So it would be really interesting to watch a mirror where they were on different packages, but here both decks comfortable in both the high or the low resource game. And yeah, I'm interested to see how this plays out. No turn 1 play from Jordan there. Inking, going to develop your brain to take a look. He'll draw 2 cards, pick 1 to keep in hand, send 1 to the bottom of the deck, and back over to JD for his turn 1.
Yeah, you're going to hear us talk a lot today about filtering, which is a term we like to use where basically you're trying to look at your deck and say, I need the good cards. I need the cards I need for this specific matchup. Because in this game, you have access to all the cards in your deck, and what you're trying to do is find the ones you need for the person you're sitting across from. So filtering allows you to either draw and discard, draw a couple cards and pick one. So visions, develop. You might see like Bobby Zimiruski in the dogs matchup. These are cards that allow you to get to the cards you need later. So that's what that develop is doing. It's just investing in your future.
Love that. Basil, undercover detective here, heading to the Inkwell. No turn 1 play from JD either. Last game, both players either establishing either a Basil or a Clarabelle. This turn, both empty boards. And we are going to hit the ramp turn here. We'll see which one. We're going to do Sail the Azurite Sea. That'll draw Jordan a card, and he will ink an extra card this turn.
Yeah, another detective here. That disguised detective is fascinating because he really is taking advantage of the full suite. The detective family, if you will, for a low price of 6 ink. And it's very fascinating that these detectives are kind of, people go through, what I've heard is I talked to somebody out there that said, I went through and looked at every single detective and just see, which ones can I fit in here, gang? But there we go. We're seeing some kind of, I would call it painful ink choices. We have the Sail the Azurite Sea, but he did get to go ahead and ink one of his Malicious, Mean, and Scary. That being said, JD didn't have a turn 1. We know turn 2 he's probably going to want a ramp. So if it's a situation where JDZ misses this ramp or doesn't deploy a character here, then not having that board wipe is not as scary as it would be if you're playing a deck that goes wide. But here we go. He is inking a TPO, which is some of that ramp card. So there we go.
Sail the Azurite Sea. So JD drawing card again. Will ink an extra card this turn. Both players choosing not to establish that body and ink out of hand, rather doing the hand neutral thing of drawing and inking. And a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman here is heading to the Inkwell.
Perfect Gentleman for Daisy, who is Donald's date here, but she's not in this matchup. But there we go. A detective. Basil. Basil, this is actually Basil. I don't know why they don't call this Basil in front company when it's detective decks. But either way, he is here to add that support ability, which has been pretty nice. We've seen it. It was very, very popular in Sapphire Amethyst. But either way, he's a detective. He adds that synergy for duty and helps that hit rate. And if anything, if it comes out to challenging, he's going to add you that support.
Also serves as that shift target now for that Floodborn Basil if
Yes.
you're running it, which we saw earlier. So kind of a little bit of a threat there on the board. And we will follow with a double ramp again by Jordan. This is the same move last game, ramping 2 turns in a row. Ramping 3 turns, that's a triple ramp. So now the resource disparity here, clearly on full display, emptying his hand, probably down to 1 card, I think. But look at that 6 ink on the board to JDZ's 3. The rare triple ramp play.
Yeah.
What turn are we on? 3?
Yeah, that was, I don't know, game 1 or turn 500. But yeah, I mean, that is very rare in this game. But that kind of forces JD here to go, okay, I can double ramp. I'll double ramp. Maybe can he triple ramp here? In this case, he goes ahead and sails the Azurite Sea to go ahead and get that extra ink. Now, the big question is sometimes people talk about, do you want to play Tipo? Do you want to play Sail? Obviously, Tipo is a body, but he doesn't do much after that. But Sail allows you to have you draw a card with it, which is quite nice.
It does, but in this instance, I don't know what's in Jordan's hand.
No.
But if that is a Clarabelle, if that's a Clarabelle, if he draws an Inkable off the top of his deck, he plays Clarabelle for full cost, and because he's managed to empty his hand with the T-bows, would benefit greatly from JD's hand size. JD keeping his hand neutral with the Sail the Azurite Seas.
Yeah, and saying, oh my gosh, I have to empty my hand size. Because as we know, once that Clarabelle's on the board, it becomes a feast. So we saw him go ahead, ink twice. He's playing a Vision of the Future. So he is going to be able to keep a card off this Vision of the Future, but he's probably just preparing for, response at this point. Because if he can go ahead and get the resources he needs, if he knows that Clarabelle's coming, it's fine. Jordan can go ahead. We know that JDZ has access to a bend to my will. So, but to your point though, it could be a game match here for the card draw situation, which he has passes with 3 cards in hand, I believe, for JD.
And let's see, looking for an Inkable perhaps. Does he have that Clarabelle? That Basil will go down immediately, turning 7.
Yes.
It is the Clarabelle. So we saw the triple ramp into the Clarabelle. Jordan emptying his hand completely. Now he'll ask JD, how many cards in hand, sir?
Yes, that is everyone's favorite thing in a TCG is when someone goes, how many cards do you have in hand? And you just want to go, why?
And do you want to know?
Yeah, and it could be for a myriad of reasons. In this case, it could be for drawing. It could be for discarding, in this case, Clarabelle. It happens at the end of your turn. So what happens is you go ahead and say, end of turn, I draw for Clarabelle. And you go ahead and say, how many cards do you have? That's how many cards I have. What a coincidence. And then you pass over.
Yeah, feels pretty bad. So Jordan there benefiting from that Clarabelle, drawing 4 cards. Any card that draws you 4 cards feels pretty good.
Exactly, especially after investing so much resources in the triple ramp gauntlet here. So JDZ is responding here. We're going to go ahead and get that warded Prince Philip on the board.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not all Sapphire Emerald decks run the Prince Philip. I think it is a shift target there. It sits on the board. It does have ward, as you said, so it can't be chosen by your opponents. But it does allow you to cheat out that Prince Philip early. So it'll be sitting there threatening that board wipe.
Now, one thing I think that's interesting about Ward is we talk about Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo being a board wipe option, but Ward is one of those things where it's targeted. So if he does that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, you're placing a damage on all, and if it's not targeting just one, he would be impacted by that impediment, and then also if his older partner, Vanquisher Foe, comes on, then also that goes around Ward. So Ward is a very interesting thing. In a board wipe meta, it becomes a little less valuable, but in this case, we're not seeing him moving towards that combo, but with that much ink on board, with 7 right now, he can do a lot of devious deeds.
Yeah, let's see what he has in store. One other note for the Prince Philip, it does also cost 3, so it serves as a singer for that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, so it opens up that combo.
Yes, which is a very fun thing to see where Prince Philip sings Malicious, Mean, and Scary, like, don't do that, and then he shifts, and you're like, oh, Philip, why would you do that? But it is very fun. Shifting and singing are 2 of my favorite mechanics in the game, because it's really showing the economy that you can get as much value as you can with the cards you have, and you're able to do just a ton of things. This match in particular can go kind of lengthy, because basically they get to the point where they're just able to do a lot of stuff. In this case, he says, I want to do more. What else can I do here? In developing his brain.
Is Jordan here looking perhaps for some combo pieces, something else to establish a strong board presence?
Yeah, he wants to go ahead and finalize the dominant position here against JD's deck. He has more ink for now. So in this case, we have just some little guys here. It doesn't look like he has any of the giant kind of scary stuff that you're trying to ramp to, the kind of end game of control decks. So let's go ahead and see what he does with the rest of the thing. He's only exerted 1 ink right now. Another Clarabelle, but that. All right, we're gonna go a little further. We can get a vision.
To go a little further, and it is such a tricky position here because JD is threatening the sing shift board clear line, and so on the one hand, you don't want to commit too many resources to the board. On the other hand, if you keep a strong hand size and that board clear is followed up by a Clarabelle and JD managing to empty his hand, you're punished for having a large hand. So in these matchups against a Sapphire Emerald deck, there's this sub-game of hand manipulation. And it's about manipulating your own hand and your opponent's hand so you can gain maximum advantage from those Clarabelles. And so both players constantly thinking about how various moves will affect the cards remaining in their hand at the end of the turn.
And then one of the other things that I think is when you watch control matches, you're like, so much is going on. But then if I covered up everything but the lore count, you'd be like, so nothing's happened, right?
Nothing's happened.
But everything's happened because basically they've been laying this foundation for the master end game where they're trying to make sure that, like you said, their hand size, nobody has it too big or too small. Clarabelle basically is a mind game. You're trying to say, well, I need cards. Card draw is one of the most important parts of the game. But they're like, but I don't want you to draw cards, as they point at their opponent. So in this case, he has that Clarabelle. He does have one of those Prince Philip Royal Explorer here, but he is going to get a Clarabelle down in the inkwell. And what's he up to? I don't know. That's my favorite part. Oh, is that a bend? No. This is our favorite part. We get to see, we see the same thing you guys see, so we're always like just going, is that what I think it is?
And both of us always are tilting our
Yes,
heads.
you guys can't see that.
Over to see, and like, physics doesn't work that way.
No,
Like,
I think it's like I'm looking inside and I'm trying to put my head around, but there we go. He's going to go ahead and just say, I don't think you're going to wipe my board. Because in this case, like we said, that Prince Philip Royal Explorer that he just played on the board, it would not get around the Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip shift combo. But it is a board presence, and here we go. This is what you hate to see.
Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean,
He's
and
already...
He's putting 1 damage. Don't even put the damage counters on, because here's the shift. Jordan, knowing what's coming, wiping the board here. There's that combo. Who needs Be Prepared, Baker, when you can do it with 2 cards? Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip clearing the board. Now JDZ all of a sudden feels like he's in the driver's seat, where Jordan was clearly in control earlier with the ink advantage and the board presence. So it's back over to Jordan for his response.
And I'm thinking he is saying, Hades, can you please come here? Can you help me with some infernal schemes? And that is because we talk about board wipes. You hear us say it, and it's one of those things we try to describe what it is for people. But board wipes is what you just saw. He wiped that board. And what it is it just allows you, we used to have a card, Be Prepared, that went ahead and rotated out with the printing of Fabled. And that was one where you go ahead and get rid of all the characters on the board. But now we have one-sided board wipes, which we've always had, but this is one that has been one of the more efficient board wipes we've seen in a while, and we see why it's so frustrating, because now Jordan has to do 2 things. He has to come back into this game and respond, which is hard to do both at the same time, but Hades is a card that could get a little bit of that revenge, knowing that Prince Philip does quest for 3, but no, this is another form.
You wipe my board, I'll wipe your hand. Sending everything down there. Jordan saying, what do you got there? And we did see JD send away a Bend to My Will of his own, which is notable because sometimes these decks only run 1. Sometimes 2, but oftentimes only 1, trying to find it in the mirror here. So that could be JD's only 1 there now in the discard pile. So nothing done on the board, but now JD in top deck mode. And, drawing into another Philip, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, that's not the worst thing you're ever going to see. So he can go ahead and get that 4 lore with these 2 questing here. But as far as ink count, he does have just 6. So that means he cannot play that Prince Philip at that full cost of 9, which is why we saw that triple ramp that we saw from Jordan was something he prioritized. Ramp is very, very important because more ink, more access. So now we might see the tables turn, and this is why control decks are fascinating, because you were controlling your opponent. In this case, we're going to go ahead and get a Basil down on the board, which you can go ahead, and I believe this one is you pay to go ahead and discard.
Yeah, whenever you ink a card during your turn, you may pay 1 to have chosen opponent choose and discard a card.
Yeah, which against a person who is quite literally lost their hand, that is a pretty devastating thing. So Basil is there to kind of say, I'm going to make you discard a card, probably either way. In this case, it's not the worst thing, because I mean, right now JDZ is able to quest for a nice, cool 4 every turn, so he's slowly creeping up there, but things could turn very quickly if we see that Hades, if we see that combo piece. We do see, I'm trying to see what that middle card is.
Yeah, we have a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, we have a Clarabelle, and that one bottom one is kind of concealing itself. Jordan doing the 2-card shuffle there, leaving that 3rd card on the bottom.
Conceal, don't feel, but let it show.
Let it show.
Please, but here we go. It looks like we are going to go ahead and sing.
That answers the question right there.
Yeah.
You're welcome coming down here and sending that Prince Philip back to hand. Now we're going to cut, and JD's going to draw 2 cards. Now, if Jordan has not inked yet this turn, we'll be able to force JD to discard one of those cards if he chooses to go that route. But we are going to exert almost everything here to play the Clarabelle. So don't want to necessarily make your opponent discard if you're going to benefit from cards in hand. Although, well, never mind. We are going to see the discard. And now Jordan will draw 1, I believe, off that Clarabelle at end of turn.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's one of those things where, yes, JDZ did get a card off of that, but he only has this simple Basil on the board. Now, we do talk about how you can ship, so that is something he has access to. He's kind of low on that ink, and he does know that Clarabelle's on board. Now, I do believe if that is an undersea, that is an interest. I don't know.
I think it's a John Silver.
Oh.
I think, which would be a very...
Yeah, one of the things. Oh,
no, it's a perfect. Oh, like, see, we're glancing. No, it was not even close. It was not even. What
it was a card though, and that's, I think, honestly, we had a 1 in 100 chance. But there we go. So this is not necessarily what you want to see. He is emptying his hand because he's saying, you know what, I'm tired of you benefiting off of the pain you have caused me in my deck here. So this Clarabelle, she has a nice benefit. She can destroy. She can go ahead and target and banish an item if you go ahead and pay when she comes into play. However, there's no items here. So here we go. I'm malicious, mean, and scary, and putting that 1 damage here, which is enough to get rid of Basil just on the spot, and 1 damage on the Clarabelle. And yeah, JD's feeling the pressure.
And both players, like, the tempo here, the beatdown roll shifting back and forth. And he top decks a Clarabelle here, which is huge in this scenario. Jordan, I believe, has a couple cards in hand at least. So Clarabelle, at the very least, replacing herself. And there she is, at full cost. Clarabelle light on her hooves. And now JD's going to ask the question, how many cards in hand, Jordan?
The answer was none.
The answer was none. So not benefiting at all, but still a powerful body. And now Jordan will be punished for keeping any cards in hand. So let's see what Jordan has here. And this is fascinating, like the tempo swinging back and forth as both players on top. It's a Clarabelle light on her hooves on the other side.
Stampede! Everybody!
Cows. We have so many cows on the board.
Yeah, this is what you would call a certified stampede of Clarabelle here. And like we said, I mean, one of the benefits of Clarabelle is that she has that draw engine. But you know what? She's also a 5/6, and she also quests for 2. So she's a nice, sturdy bovine here. And so she's able to be on the board, build that board presence. So now we're looking at the time clock where we have 7. So we do have game on board for Jordan.
Yeah, JD will have to find an answer for something here. Visions of the Future will help you do that. Looking at the top 5 cards again, he'll manage to find something, but not enough cards in hand. Like he could find, he doesn't have the shift target for the Philip either, so not able to pursue that combo this turn. And so we'll have to answer the board the hard way with that Clarabelle, or perhaps You're Welcome to kind of slow things down. But JD really, really wants to buy time to find both cards he needs to wipe Jordan's board. That would allow him to stay in this game. What is he going to pick right now to help him do that?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where Visions, it's so funny. I've seen some of the fastest Visions in my life where people just see and they slap it on the board. In this case, he was very measured about it. Because like we said, he has to be careful. He has one very delicate Clarabelle here with 1 damage on her. Then we have a more substantial 5/6. So we can do some challenging and possibly use a malicious, mean, and scary to do a little bit of put some damage. In this case, the challenging is just enough there to go ahead and take out that Basil.
Yeah, JD trying to decide whether he's going to protect that. He's not. He's going to put 1 damage counter on that cow, and you're seeing that setup.
I know, and that's right, because I mean, take something where if it's a pretty inexpensive card, if you have that malicious, mean, and scary where you can go ahead and sing it, and so it could be investment here. In this case, he goes ahead and passes. Now that Clarabelle is feeling very vulnerable because now all she needs is 2 damage on it. That being said, Jordan wants to quest, he wants to finish, so he has to do that clock of like, how bad would it be if my board got wiped and I was a little greedy here and quested for 5? Is there anything I can do? A Hades would be quite nice if you could get that Infernal Schemer. I love that card. I keep hoping for it. I don't even know if I've seen it, but that would be a good answer here. But here we go.
It's a nice little damage hit because it does make a step with the Clarabelle. No,
this is also quite nice.
Very nice. Sending that back to hand, and since it's shifted, JD now has 2 cards, so Jordan able to draw 2 off that Clarabelle.
Brutal, and that's why bouncing things back to the hand with Mother Knows Best and this Basil is fascinating, because things like You're Welcome, bouncing back to hand when you have a Clarabelle, it feels quite nice to go ahead and control the tempo of your opponent while also benefiting. So there we go. We do see a little bit of a payoff where he is able to do a spot removal, but ultimately
not enough, and JD not able to keep it. And you know, wiping here, if you're just joining us, this is Jordan and JD. You know JD. Jordan is a local of JD's. They played in the set champs together last weekend, and so it's local on local here. And we will go on to a game 3. How exciting.
It is, and I mean, shout out to JDZ. JD is one of those players that he's a player, he's a caster, he's a streamer, and he is very, very open about how he prepares for these tournaments. And I think that's so fascinating because it's going to this tournament, as we talked about, when we all picked, except for me and you, different decks, because it is kind of a meta where you do have to pick what you think is best position in the room. And so I'm very fascinated to see that he brought Detectives because this is not something he lightly picked. But we were in that altar phase. We do see Jordan having that Under the Sea. That was a card that we talked about heavy on Inkables where it's very expensive and maybe not pay off. That is a card that doesn't really pay off in this matchup most of the time. So I feel like Jordan's thinking about the full send back. Right? No, maybe not. I don't. Maybe it's full keep. But that Under the Sea, one thing to note, sometimes if you have a clunky on Inkable, you can go ahead and get rid of it. Not get rid of it, but use Tipo to ink something that maybe you won't need. But in this case, you do want to don't go for the hand that you want, go for the hand you deserve. He'll send back 2 and try to get some more better items to pair here.
Absolutely. And this is so exciting, Katie. Like what? Thanks for joining us this weekend. If you're just coming in, we are going into Game 3 here of Round 1. It's JD's Quest and Jordan. And you know, Katie, my favorite saying, one of my favorite sayings, at least I say it all the time, is we never root for players, but we always root for a Game 3 as
we
commentators,
do.
where everything's on the line. And we're going to see a Game 3 here in Round 2. Look at JD. He's such a
You just saw JDZ go. I keep calling him JDZ because I'm reading. But he's going, Lore Guide, which I said today. I heard somebody out. Me and Liam were walking, and we saw someone raise their hand and go, Lore Guide, and I was like, oh, I like that very, very much. But here we go. We see JDZ locking in as he is copyright patent pending. He is going ahead and picking his final 7 cards for this Game 3. Round 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. So this starts some momentum for the rest of the day, right? Because I mean, honestly, I've seen players that they keep incrementally getting that momentum higher and higher and using that to be better and better. So very exciting. And shout out to Jordan for playing against, somebody that we all know and love here, but they've played before. So that's kind of quite nice, right?
Yep. Two good friends here throwing down in Round 1. What are the odds in the 2,000 person tournament?
It seems like 100% when you talk to people out there. They're always like, I traveled 100 miles only to get paired against a person I live in the same house as. But in this case, they live in the same city. But here we go. We got a You're Welcome going down into the Inkwell, and Jordan here making his first inky decision, which can sometimes be the hardest decision of the game.
Absolutely. Nothing being played there. Back over to Jordan for his turn 1. We see that Donald Duck head into the Inkwell. There are turn 1 options here. We'll see if Jordan chooses to reserve it. He does not get that Clarabelle established on the board. She is that shift target. It's back over to JD for his turn 2. And we do see the ramp, so likely to see that played here immediately. And we can get on with the game now that the ramp
I know,
hit.
yeah, right. It's so funny because sometimes I say like, well, we start commentating in Game 3 because really it's like, do you got it? And like I said, this is a deck where I've heard players say that they can stabilize a little bit, not against aggro, but in this case they are both playing that control style deck. In this case, he can go ahead and do an extra ink this turn. Now this one, it does have to be inkable. That's something that players sometimes get a little bit confused on, is this additional card from your hand into your inkwell. Tipo, it's any card. Sail it has to be an inkable card, which is an important thing to note. But in this case, he just have to decide what do you want to ink because it's hard. He seems to like all his cards quite a lot.
Yeah, so let's see which way JD gets to go here. We are inking that extra card. Nothing to the board again. That Basil heading out in there and back over to Jordan for his turn 2. Jordan going to get a little quest there. Why not? Get that free lure. Sometimes it makes all the difference. And now we're likely to see a ramp from him here too. Which one will it be?
And one of the things that we talk about with this inking in the earlier, sometimes it can be so easy to look at something that costs 7 and be like, that's 500 years from now, I'll just go ahead and ink it. But it can feel bad because we know that that's how you win the game, is with these critical control aspects where you get that card draw. So in this case, he does have to go ahead and get that Basil Disguise Detective into the inkwell. But he's sailing. He's sailing those Azurite Seas, and what is he going to find here?
Let's see, Basil down to the inkwell here and back over to JD. Those Basils there, convenient ink here in the early game. JD, I'm so interested to know which way he's.
And here we go.
We are the double ramp.
I love sailing the Azurite Sea. I'd like to sail. I think those as a sail signed by Sailor, which is one of the players you guys saw this morning on our 30 players we picked for the fantasy draft.
Yeah, he's on my team. No big deal.
Oh, okay. Someone might have drafted him. We don't know. But either way, he's sailing the Azurite Sea with Sailor here, making sure he gets those assets, because as we saw, the person who has more cards, more control, is having a better time usually. So in this case, he is going to go ahead and try to win that resource race here, knowing that that Clarabelle shift is something he fears. He's going to go ahead and ink his own Clarabelle, and let's see what he does if this remaining ink he has.
Yeah, both players very, very deliberate here. It is game 3. They've got 15 minutes left. We are going to see that, I think, Under the Sea sent to the inkwell. And now back over to Jordan. So double ramp from JD. That's something we saw Jordan do multiple games in a row. We'll see if Jordan follows suit here. I do see a T-bow in hand, so...
I think I see Bend of My Will again.
Oh,
I feel like I do.
Jordan's hand.
I thought I saw, yeah, it's in JDZ's hand, which is critical because, I mean, at the end of the day, doing nothing feels bad, but doing nothing and then completely taking away your opponent's game plan feels a little bit better. So it's kind of knowing the limits of your control and what you can come back from, and that's why these mirror matches can be fascinating because, like we said, they're doing so much and so little at the same time. They're preparing for this extreme battle, and so you just see one little Clarabelle out there by herself. We're seeing the double ramp. We're seeing them saying, I have to win this war, and the heat is on. It's just the pressure is mounting each time.
And a really clunky card to have in your hand in the early game. You don't often like to have it, but if you can ramp hard into it and dump your opponent's hand in the mirror like right away, you basically win that game oftentimes. So possible he kept it on the mulligan, possible he found it later, but obviously would love to pursue a line where he ramps into that and manages to jump Jordan's hand, unless Jordan can establish a Clarabelle, which would be really good for him.
And I think he knows that Your Welcome's his #1 goal here because, I mean, that's why that Clarabelle, she's either going to get Your Welcomed or she was going to live or go ahead and survive.
6 ink, Katie.
Okay. All right.
7 ink on the next turn.
All right. So that means there might be some wills being bent. So we need to see what Jordan has in hand because it is now both players have access to the devastation. So things that can happen right now. Clarabelle could shift. JDZ does not have the most robust hand in the world, and he is eagerly looking to dump as much as he can. That being said, if he plans on playing Bend to My Will, then maybe in this case, he's going to go ahead and ink one more time, like you said, getting to that 7 ink and saying, go ahead. What are you going to do? What do you have?
All sorts of options open to JD now. He has that Bend to My Will in hand. That will likely come down next turn if Jordan manages to... Yeah, it'll likely come down next turn, especially if Jordan has a healthy hand. But I do see the Clarabelle in hand, Katie.
And that is generally good. But in this case, if we know there's a Bend to My Will, it's a little less good because he can go ahead and, because as that card draw happens, it's going to be at the end of your turn. So he can say how many cards in hand and go ahead and draw. But then that might be the last time you see those cards. So he has to,
But the downside is if JD spends his entire turn spending 7 ink dumping the hand and that Clarabelle's still established, she rebuilds your hand immediately.
That's such a good point. It is not a board. My brain is like, it wipes everything. But no, you're right. In this case, it's going to just get rid of his access. So he has to pick between two kind of competing goals here.
Clear the board or clear the hand.
Now, Donald, he can sing. He could possibly...
oh, You're Welcome into a Bend. It would be brutal.
So
absolutely brutal.
We'll see. We'll see what he has access to. I'm looking here and trying to think what other devious thing. This deck is one of my favorite. Controls decks in general are fascinating because it is truly about, but you forgot about. But Donald is a 5-cost card. Your Welcome is 4, so he could sing that. And like you said, at that point, you bounce that. You don't care how many cards they have. But Jordan could be playing around it. In this case, he's just going to go all in. He's going to say, I don't know, I have to do this. So is that an Under the Sea in there?
Yeah, it might be, but nevertheless, that Clarabelle is going to come in and shift. Quest for 2 here, sending Jordan up to 4. Now trying to decide whether this T-bow is going to go as well. Just doing the math here.
Yeah, and sometimes you get to that point where you're like, listen, if I turn this T-bow sideways, this could be the last time I do it. But then you also are like, listen, he might be doing a Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip combo. He might be bending me. I don't know what this man is about to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and get that one lore and just hope that I go ahead and turn this corner, or survive the corner, rather, here in this Game 3. So here we go. We have what we need to go ahead and do a Bend to My Will. But like you said, he can't do everything. He only has that 7 ink. I do not see Your Welcome. Okay, so he goes ahead and he deploys his Clarabelle here.
I think that Clarabelle probably messes up the plan. I honestly think if Clarabelle wasn't in play, JD empties the hand there, but that Clarabelle there is insurance against that. Obviously, Jordan will get to top deck and then draw again at the end of his next turn. So JD instead establishing some board presence and trying to I don't know, push the game a little bit more, keeping that Bend to My Will in reserve. That Clarabelle, I think, messed up everything he was trying to do.
Yeah, and we talk about the mental part of the TCG experience. And some of it is sometimes you go, okay, I mean, you have 7 cards, you exerted 7, what are you going to do? And then you see Clairbarrel come down, and so there is a tiny part of you that thinks, well, maybe that means they don't have it, but then they also, this is a mirror match, so they're in each other's heads and pretending to be both decks at the same time. We do see in Jordan's hand, he has access to more Clairbarrel, which adds the pressure here and says, you'd have to get rid of 2 now. So can you do a Prince Philip, Malicious Being and Scary combo, and Bend to My Will? Can you do it all? Can you? And it's not easy. So we're going to go ahead and see how he responds. He has 2 Singers on board. He does go ahead and is able to, Jordan is able to draw cards at the end of turn. But now, ooh, we do see a Mother Knows Best, which could be a good thing with the Bend of My Will, because if he can go ahead and return one of these Clairbarrels to hand, then that, and then play that Bend of My Will, then that is gone. But we do see that second Clairbarrel, so kind of an insurance here. But we also know that we now see a You're Welcome in Jordan's hand, which You're Welcome, like we saw, is a great tool to go ahead and take advantage of those Clairbarrel. So yeah, it's very interesting. The cow, I've never seen this many Clairbarrel having a dance-off. It is a dance floor dance-off here.
Yeah, a herd of cows dancing out there with a couple of T-pose in support. JD now trying to think about these lines. You'd love to clear the board. You've got the hand clear, but that board is so threatening right now. And those Clairbarrels, again, insurance against that discard. So JD trying to figure out what's the way back in here.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about at the beginning of the game, there's, like we said, there's 2 big cornerstones in this deck. The Detectives adds a middle one of just, having characters. But in this case, it's you have that Clairbarrel to draw cards, and you have your Prince Philip for that Malicious Being and Scary board wipe combo. So he has to decide. Now, that Under the Sea is a card that is fantastic in more aggressive matchup. Now, ironically, Under the Sea.
Hand.
Yeah, Under this, we talked about that earlier, right? The cards that are expensive, uninkable, you just go, oh, and Under the Sea and Bend to My Will are 2 of those cards where when you need them, they're the most wonderful cards in the world. So light as a feather. But when you don't want them, you're like, can you please? Any card but this.
Yeah, JD, I think, considering singing Mother Knows Best there, deciding against it for the moment. Really just trying to think through these lines here. There are options available. You can challenge in that, double challenge in that Clairbarrel if you want. Mother Knows Best can bounce something else. You can sing it with the Donald. There's all sorts of options. If you're really feeling, I don't know, squirrely, you could Under the Sea. No, you can't actually, because you don't have the ink. And you don't have the inkables.
Yes.
But there it is. Played for cost, not sung. Mother Knows Best there, not exposing that Donald, that Clairbarrel, sending that shifted Clairbarrel back to hand. So that's 2 more cards in Jordan's hand, and there's not much else JD can do with what he has in his hand.
Well, he could sing Under the Sea.
He could sing Under the Sea.
And
there it is.
66%, 66.67%.
Yep.
And he does it. And that is one of those times where, is that the best use of Under the Sea we've ever seen in our life? I mean,
No.
in this case, kind of.
But effective in this scenario. Getting that 2 lore off the board. Also, they can pair with Clairbarrel to sing. Well, I guess no big benefit there, but yeah, getting those off the board, getting those lore off the board feels pretty good. So you're doing that control, and now JD just a little bit of breathing room here.
Exactly. And I mean, he's using his resources. He's doing what he can with the cards he has, knowing that if he can get towards that Bend to My Will combo, that would be that Bend to My Will or a board wipe. Board wipe is a little less intense now because there's only 1 character, but we see Jordan here with a very, very full hand of cards. It's almost like the game just started with how many cards these players have in their hand. So here we go. He's making that decision. He has access to You're Welcome, which, like we have seen, that can go ahead and make it where he can draw more cards, get rid of that Clairbarrel. But as we have also seen, you don't want your opponent in this matchup, in a control matchup, to have more cards. It generally just feels bad. So challenging it is.
Speaking of control, Jordan doing a little bit of control there, not questing the Clairbarrel, instead sending it in to clear up that Donald Duck. Donald Duck, a decent quester on his own, but also can do some damage and also can sing as well. So that feels pretty good. And Jordan again left with plenty of ink to establish a healthy board, and bouncing that Clairbarrel back to JDZ's deck now will give JD 2 cards, but Jordan will benefit if JD's hand is over certain, and it is pretty healthy. So JD another couple cards, Jordan likely to benefit here, able to dump some more cards out of his hand. He can ink with the Tipo as well, so able to get his hand even down smaller to benefit from that Clairbarrel. So Jordan with a very good turn here.
Yeah, he is able to go ahead and manage the board here, getting another Clairbarrel. I've seen having those Clairbarrels have been great insurance for him. He knows, I mean, he doesn't know there's a Bend to My Will, but he knows that there's a Bend to the Will in the deck. And so that Bend to My Will is just ever present. The more Clairbarrels he's able to deploy, the more, as we've seen, it's made it very unsavory for JDZ to do it because, like you said, he can build back pretty quickly after that. He has access to so much ink here. It looks like he has 12, let's see, 5 plus 5, at least 10 ink here. So But on JDZ's side, he only, he had 7, which is a lot of ink, but the economy is not in his favor. So he does have to decide what route do I want to go.
And here, JDZ, there's decent hand size. Jordan, by the way, drew 5 cards off that Clarabelle, I think, last turn, which is
incredible.
Pretty powerful. JD here, lower on resources and decent hand size, though. We'll see what he manages to do. There's just a lot to deal with. Ideally, he wants to establish a couple singers, so one sticks around till next turn, so we can do the combo we keep talking about. But
yeah, we're like, you know what you could do? And he's like, yeah, I'd like to do it if I could get a breath here. So he is going to go ahead and say, what? Yeah, because oftentimes they want to see a discard pile because they're saying, statistically speaking, what am I dealing with here? What have you already played? What have we already seen? That's why keeping in track of what your opponent is inking is vital, and why ramping, when it's a blind ramp where they don't have to show you, is fascinating because you kind of lose track of a couple cards. But here we go. This is one of the combo pieces and also just a nice quester on his own. We have a Prince Philip coming down.
And that Prince Philip with its ward looms large here. I mean, we've seen the combo before. Prince Philip can sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary and shift all in one turn, so you want it to stick around. Jordan with plenty of answers for single characters with cards like You're Welcome and Mother Knows Best, but not able to choose that warded Philip. So a card that is likely to stick around till next turn. And just for insurance, we're going to Clarabelle there that can also shift.
I think I see another Under the Sea in his hand, which is, this is like one of the, maybe not, maybe I'm hallucinating, because we see those uninkable symbols, but I mean, man, that Bend in My Will has been in his hand, I think, since like turn 4. But like you said, he's got insurance here. He's basically saying that, like, oh, I don't think you'll get rid of both. And this gives me both plans, right? We talked about the Clarabelle pillar. We have the Prince Philip pillar. We do have a lore guide going ahead and moving that ink to say, how much ink do you got? And the answer is a lot. Yeah, we do have access here to a total of 10 ink on Jordan's side. So he just has to decide. And there we go. I see a Hades Infernal Schemer. I knew I saw one. I knew I just make it up.
Here, right?
Exactly. Now that Hades Infernal Schemer cannot scheme against Prince Philip, which is why that ward comes kind of handy.
Yeah, we'll see which way Jordan chooses to go here, knowing, of course, that combo is probably likely next turn at this point in the game. And so developing his brain here, going wide is going to be dangerous. So Jordan just figuring out, how much do I need to put on the board to draw out that combo and then be able to rebuild afterwards. And to be honest, 2 Clarabelles is probably enough to draw it out. So we'll see.
It's difficult because, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes in these games, you lose because you don't do things because you're afraid. You have to kind of, they say, play into your outs. You have to play to basically what you're able to do. Another thing to note, this is a control mirror match, which means we have 2 minutes and 28 seconds left in this round. We do go to turns. You get 5 turns once you hit that time. Whoever's on goes to time at that turn. They get to finish their turn, and then they do their 5 turns. So that's all on their mind. Basically, they're saying, I need to play around my opponent. I need to play around the clock. As far as a draw, it's not the worst thing to happen, but I mean, you want to win. That's the goal, generally speaking.
Yeah, absolutely. A draw is not ideal. It's better than a loss, but not ideal. And you want to finish your game. You don't like to not finish a game.
Exactly. So, I mean, when we talk about these tournaments, it's all based on points. If you win, you get 3. If you go ahead and draw, you get 1. If you lose, you get 0. So, like I said, if you get a draw, you have a point. You're on the board, but you definitely, it's not the energy you want. In this case, if he's able to navigate this in that way, manage JDZ's hand size and or board, he could go ahead and keep questing. But I just think knowing that Bend in My Will could be around any corner is devastating because he just knows whatever's in his hand. He has 2 Hades Infernal Schemers. He's got it, You're Welcome. He has to use those as carefully as possible.
Oh, interesting here. It looks like we are going to play You're Welcome on the Clarabelle, the only viable target other than his own characters. But that'll give JD a couple more cards. That'll trigger those Clarabelles a couple more times. So at this point, Jordan now indicating he's going to try to draw as many cards as possible off that Clarabelle. Will probably, well, there's just not a lot more to dump on the board there. Take a look at the hand. I mean, there's a very expensive Hades there. And maybe not much more to be done.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, pay 3 ink to get his own awarded Prince Philip to just kind of threaten that combo piece and at least have another piece to quest for 2. In this case, he went ahead and he paid for, you can sing a song or you can play it as an action. In this case, he did not have one of the Clarabelles sing it. In this case, he valued getting that 2 lore on board because he knows he can't win by being conservative here. He has to be as aggressive as possible. So in this case, he goes ahead and says, well, you can't really probably do the Prince, or you can't do the Prince combo and empty my hand. You pick, I'm going to go ahead and get 4 lore. Next turn, I can get 6. What are you going to do here?
And unfortunately, you know, ideally JD would love to at this point slam that Malicious Mean and Scary, shift that Prince Philip. I think he has one, but not the other. I don't see Malicious Mean and Scary in hand. So JD now trying to figure out how to navigate this without being able to wipe the board. Under the Sea is not going to do it. There's not a ton of options there, and I don't see much targeted removal either. So
yeah, and so like
you're welcome, but
you have to pick your path here. We do see that timer head to 0, so as we know, JDZ will be able to go ahead and finish up this turn, and then it becomes a battle of, can I win? The answer is JDZ can likely not win at this point. So can he prevent Jordan from winning? And Jordan saying, can I win? So that's what the game kind of turns to once you go to turn. So there's a chance. I'm not like a master statistician. JDZ could possibly go ahead and shift and quest. But I mean, he only at this point, he has the chance to control the board 3 times, including this time right here.
And one thing I will note too, sometimes it is possible sometimes the stream timer is off from the actual
True, that's a good point.
Because it does tick, and if there are judge calls or judge discussions between rounds, sometimes judges will grant time extensions. And so we see the timer at 0. It is likely that they'll be at turns at this point, but it is possible if you see them not on turns, it's possible that the stream timer is off. So just a note for the audience.
Fantastic point, because yeah, as we knew, there's lots of moving parts here. There's a timer for the room, but everybody is going to have. In this case, we do see the shift. He's doing what he can with what he has available to him, and he was able to go ahead and get that Prince Philip on board and then do some challenging.
Great play. I mean, you don't need to do the combo necessarily if you can do some damage with that Philip by himself. So shifting down to one of those characters is banished because it was damage, and then Prince Philip challenging in. That's doing it the hard way. Tipa will now come down and ink as well. So JD managed to clear some significant threats off the board. Now left with just that Prince Philip there. And now, okay. So JD, I think Jordan reminding him that ink does come down exerted, so not available for you, which would have mattered, but nevertheless here we go, back over to Jordan's turn. We'll see what he has now to rebuild after losing those 2 cows, those draw engines.
In this case, he's still looking for answers. So he has access to a Hades, which would, in this case, get rid of Prince Philip, but as we know, he wants to win. He doesn't necessarily want to control. We're moving from control to win mode. So he has his vision of the future. He's looking at 5 cards. What are you seeing that's making you do that tonal sound here?
I see a card that JD has had in his hand all game. It hasn't been effective for him. I don't know if Jordan took it, but there is a bend to my will. That would feel particularly devastating right now if Jordan chose to use it. Now, it would be saying I'm sacrificing board this turn, potentially.
He's got a lot of cards here.
Oh, Prince Philip, we're going to shift that, take the board. That's going to banish the other Prince Philip because it is damaged, and now Prince Philip able to quest on his own, go up to 15. So Jordan just with answer after answer, but now there is only 1 character left on board unless he establishes something else, so JD has the ability to remove it with 1 card. Mother Knows Best, or You're Welcome Perhaps. Likely to see more characters come on board here, though. Which ones will Jordan establish?
I mean, going wide here could be an option, and it looks like he's going to take that, because if he can get these little guys, because he doesn't have 1 person that can quest for a ton, but he can put out a lot of little guys that can turn into bigger guys with those shift mechanic. So Clarabelle can shift. He has played a lot of the Floodborn, Light on Her Hoofs. Basil's another one that can shift. So he's saying, listen, I'm going to get what I need to win if I can. JDZ's doing the same math, because at this point, he knows that bend to my will could come. So here we go. He passes. He has what he needs to win next turn if nothing happens. I imagine something will, but he's just trying to hedge his bets to see if he can go ahead and survive here.
And there's that Malicious Mean and Scary just a little too late for that full combo. Because here's the thing, if that Malicious Mean and Scary is in his hand last turn, that Prince Philip is not there to be shifted on. But he does have the You're Welcome, so we'll send that big questing Prince Philip back to the deck, both cards going back to the deck there, and Jordan will draw 2. So getting the biggest threat off the board, but those 2 smaller characters, there's 1 Lord Custer still there, threatening a couple lore next turn. JD would love to establish something else on board here. He has 5 ink remaining, so plenty to do it. So we'll see. It feels like he's trying to turn the corner here. And the thing about these decks, Katie, is you can wipe the board, you can wipe hands, and so it is possible, even if your opponent's at a very high lore total, to really swing things if you have the resources available to do it.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. Malicious Mean and Scary very rarely does anything super cool, but it does do something pretty cool if you have something that only has that 1 willpower in it. So in that case, he was able to go ahead and completely get rid of a Basil with that Malicious Mean and Scary. So now we're looking at the time clock here. So we see Jordan signaling 2, but I think he means I get 2 turns left, right? So he's going to his 2nd turn. I think he's confirming. That's what I'd bet. And so JDZ did a good job saying it's going to be hard for you to win this turn. So you can't, because basically he could shift this Clarabelle, which will be hard because we've seen him play 2 of those shifted Clair Balls already. But he's access to a lot of ink. So here we go. He's spreading out that ink, and we're going to see what he's up to and how he goes ahead and enables that win. He has 2 chances here to get to 20 lore. He's at 15.
Yeah, so many cards in hand, but JD now having established a decent ink total of his own. Not quite as much, but does have options available and some cards in hand, so it does feel kind of on a knife's edge here, but obviously Jordan with the edge here at 15 lore. Now, of course, since we are on times, players able to take their time, try to think things through.
Yeah, and saying what is the best way to do it. Because like we said, this game shifted. It went from being a control match to a race. Now it's still heavy control for JDZ because JDZ knows he has to control. But here we go.
Oh, there's some fun stuff there, though. I mean,
there's some fun stuff, lots of fun stuff if you like this kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's just so many options for Jordan, but it is fun to note that the Under the Sea in hand, not super impactful in this matchup. It's not in here for this
most of the time.
But here, you know, if Jordan wants to turn on the gas a little bit, well, let's see, turn on the gas, but Quest of the Clair Ball, establish another couple smaller characters, able to clear JD's board if he wants. There's also Hades for big bodies. There's just so many things he can do.
Yeah, and we're seeing, is he using
JD's doing a little detecting there, just taking a look at the cards with the magnifying glass.
We love JD. He had a prop and he said, I shall use it now.
Wait for this moment.
To see what are you up to? And the answer is Jordan is, okay. All right, we like it. Jordan's like, I'm having the most stressful 5 seconds of my life. Can you not be silly? No, I'm just kidding. That is the giggle of a person who's played against JD before.
He knows.
He says, I've seen this before, and that's why we love him. But here we go. Jordan is trying to calculate what he can do to get to that 20.
Sometimes JDZ quests, sometimes JDZ investigates.
Yes, JDZ investigates. But there we go. That shows that shift Basil would have been quite nice, as we said. Both those characters on the board, Clair Ball and Basil, have a shift target. We'll go ahead. We're abandoning the control route. We're going to go and ink that malicious, mean, and scary. He did pay the cost to go ahead and have JDZ do a discard. He said, whatever, I'll go ahead and get rid of this Under the Sea. Donald's a flat-footed detective here.
Yeah, establishing a wide board, putting game on board now, and now JD is going to have an answer. Was forced to discard here. Is JD top decking, I think?
Yes, he had 2 cards. He had those 2 very clunky, heavy cards of the Bend of My Will and Under the Sea, and he said, you know what, fine, get rid of them, because honestly, they've been very painful for me in this game, but yeah.
What a fantastic sequence. What a fantastic sequence. What a fantastic game. That is game 1. JDZ with a handshake there saying, hey, there's no way, I've got no answer. I drew the card off the top deck. It wasn't what I needed. There was no way, and here we're going to see it. There's no way for me to come back in. I only have 1 card, and oh my goodness, what a fantastic first match. All the way to time.
Yes, and we love to see that because we got to see both players go ahead and play and get to that 20 lore under pressure. So we are so excited. This is how we kick off our day, getting to see JD show up and show out, and getting to see somebody who brought the same deck go ahead and outmaneuver him.
Were you waiting all game for that?
I was going to say it was moving, but at the last minute I switched to maneuver. I don't know. It didn't work so well, but either way.
I love a good cow pun. So
honestly,
a lot of fun there, and we are going to herd you all to a quick break. Which is very, very fast. We do have a second match here in round 1. We're going to bring you that in just a second with another fantastic player who you all may recognize. So we're going to go there in just a moment. But one of the things I love about this first round matchup, Katie, is these Emerald Sapphire decks are decks that a lot of players are really, really high on in this event. And there's this big debate about the traditional 2-4-6 variant versus the more consistent like mid-game Detectives variant. The Detectives variant kind of new on the scene.
It is.
But certain players like Joseph Quigley kind of putting it on the map and advocating that is the best build for this event. And we got to see that deck on full display here in the mirror. So it's kind of a fun showcase for our first round.
Yeah, I mean, I literally ran into a player yesterday and I said, what are you up to? I was buying some booster packs. That's what I like to do. And he said, I'm buying all the cards to play Detective tomorrow. And I said, it feels like this rumor thing. It was like spreading through the room. So it's very exciting to see that it is not a rumor. It's real. It's in the room. And we just saw it in round 1.
We are, speaking of round 1, we are going to watch the second game in round 1 here in just a second. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, but you're not going to want to miss who we have for you next. Welcome back to the booth in DLC Richmond. What a fun short break, very short break, because we want to get back to the action. Katie, what a match one.
Yes, I mean, we're seeing the kind of vibes out there. We're seeing that Control is alive and under a new identity. But I have a feeling we're going to have something a little bit different here. I'm very excited. We get to see two different matchups in round one, which I love. I love the more Lorcana, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And so really excited to bring you both games here in round one. Round one can be a bit nervy when you're playing here because you have no idea what you're going to run into. The field is wide open. You could run into somebody who it's their first DLC, or you could run into a world champion right off the bat, as well as there could be any number of tech out there. You could be preparing for what you expect the field to be, and you run into a color combo that only one person in the room is running and just runs you over because that wasn't what you were expecting to see. So round one is always really, really fun to watch. It's also when nerves are getting settled, and I don't know, I love watching, at the end of the day when everything's on the line, but I also love watching, these players playing their very first matches.
And I always wonder, I'm like, what would it be like to sit down round one and you're against somebody with a golden Mickey? What would that be like,
I don't know. Well, that was what Julia was dealing with this round when she sat down and stared across the table at Diego Saz, a player who you all know, winner of DLC Toronto. Let's get down to the table and get ready to watch this match. Diego Saz, who you're going to see on there, is a player that we all know. He won DLC Toronto, or Disney Lorcana Challenge Toronto. He was also a Worlds competitor, and probably one of the best players of the Amber Emerald Dogs decks in the world, across from Julia, one of my locals.
Yeah, and I mean, I heard him referred to as a head of Cerebus this week. Someone referred to him. We've heard Dogfather. I mean, Dogs is one of those decks where if we're hearing Dogs, it used to be called Chernadogs because there was a card Chernabog, but then we got just Dogs. Now, Dogs is enough. And we say Dogs, we're talking about lady, we're talking about tramp. It's a lot of ladies, a lot of tramps. So in this case, sometimes players like Diego, it's tricky because he's not shy about this being his deck. So I imagine she has a hint that this might be what he's playing. But here we go, and we see that it is a matchup of Emerald Amber versus Amethyst Steel. So now, this is a matchup where Amethyst Steel does have a little bit of the ability here where it can do some control aspect. Basically, if they're able to get something like a Captain Hook and a Calhoun out early, then it makes it where the aggressive nature of a dog deck with this Emerald combo, it cuts them off at the knees where they're not able to go ahead and do that aggressive style play line. However, they're aggro, and aggro goes fast.
Yeah, they do go fast, and I do want to take the opportunity, as they're doing their Alta here 1, the names are obviously switched, but I do want to shout out the Austin Lorcana community. I want to take this opportunity, Julia, being one of my locals, fantastic players there from Texas, and I love to see one of them on stream, and I always love to see the Austin community show up, some fantastic players, so there we go. Shout out to you, Texas.
Shout out to Texas, yeehaw! But speaking of yeehaw, we're off to the races.
We are off to the races. We do have 1-4s on either side. Daisy Duck, obviously the better one here when you're taking the aggro role, able to quest for 2. Of course, the drawback is Julie will be able to look at the top of her deck, and if it's a character, she gets to keep that card. So your opponent benefiting from some card draw there. And we're going to see that in action here. And she does find the Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, foil all the way back from set 1, Julia keeping it in her hand. On her side, the Palace Guard, and a 1-4 itself, but with the illusion drawback, and obviously not as good. It's in here more for some control and to power the Strength of Raging Fire, which you're hopefully going to see on turn 3. But now Mowgli coming down. This is a new card from Whispers in the Well. What do you think, Katie?
I love this little man cub here because he is able to go ahead and, at the best, he's going to go ahead and say, I can go ahead and you have to discard, your opponent has to discard a non-character card. We've seen cards like Bare Necessity where you get to pick when you play it. In this case, Mowgli, the opponent, is going to pick. Now, it doesn't hit here. But when we say it doesn't hit, that means he didn't find anything, but he did find things. He found information, and information is, it's worth its weight in gold here. So we're going to go ahead. We need to play something on turn 2. That is, like you said, how this works as far as how the deck works best. And we'll go ahead and get just down one house here.
And what Mowgli was doing there is what we call in the game a strength check. And it's not, no, this is not arm wrestling, but Mowgli coming down on curve here, trying to see if Julia has that Strength of Raging Fire, which she's going to want to play on turn 4. She's going to want to sing it. That's what these Amethyst Steel decks want to do. Not finding it there means Julia is looking for it, hoping to play that to keep Diego in check.
But Diego says, you know what this deck does really cool? It can go wide. And so he's going to go ahead and get a Lady and a Go-Go Tamago, which I think this is a no-go Tamago because in this case, she does not get that burst of lore where she is able to go ahead and gain lore if you pay 2 ink to equal to the damage on opposing character. But in this case, she's evasive, which matters. Evasive is something that's very important in this meta, but just in time, we see a little bit of an answer here if she goes ahead and exerts.
Lexington, a powerful card in this matchup coming down. It is a 4/4 with alert, so it does get evasive on Julia's turn. Now, of course, it has Stone by Day, so it doesn't ready if it's exerted and Julia has 3 or more cards in hand. But in this case, we'll be able to crack into anything that Diego chooses to leave exposed. And also not vulnerable, and it's kind of, sometimes not important, kind of important here, because not vulnerable to Under the Sea. But Diego now, this is exactly what this deck wants to do. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Tramp, a 7-cost card that gets 1 cheaper for every single card on the board, will now be played for 3. And even more important, Diego now able to dig 4 cards into his deck. He will keep 4, or keep whatever was in his hand. And one of the reasons this card is one of the best in the game is not only does it establish a 2/6 2-lore quester on turn 3, or on turn 4 here, which is very powerful, but now Diego gets to look for the cards that he wants, the cards that he needs, and to boot, he can stack his discard pile with cards that he wants to pull back later, like Family Dog, or perhaps Lilo Escape Artists.
It is all of the above. And that is why we see something like that Go-Go Tamago coming down, because it discounts that Tramp. It basically makes it where he has 3 ink, and you look at his board, you wouldn't know it, because it is value central over here. So in this case, he says, you know what, fine, I'll go ahead and quest with that Go-Go. In this case, that Lexington would be able to do a clean trade there, but go ahead, get that lore, and he goes ahead and passes.
Passes over to Julia now. Julia, 4 ink available. This is the turn you want to sing that strength. She will establish the Genie, draw a card. It's a classic turn 4 play in this deck, but we'll see if she has the strength. It doesn't seem like she found it.
Yeah, you got to find the strength to carry on here. And the thing that is so devious about this Tramp is he is a 2/6, and 6 is notably pretty big in this game. And that is because if you're playing Strength of Raging Fire, that means you have to have 6 characters on the board for it to do what you need it to do. Or you need to have Zeus and a Strength, Hero Thunderbolt. So it's something where the math is just very frustrating. In this case, we know he's able to go ahead and exert that Go-Go because at the end of the day, we know she's trying to conserve for that Strength of Raging Fire. She needs those characters. But in this case, we see why Tramp is a problem because Tramp discounts himself. So now he is able to get that discount. Only have to pay 2 ink for that Tramp. Go ahead and draw 5 cards, dig even further into that deck, and like you said, stack his discard pile. That discard becomes just the second place you play cards from.
Yeah, and Tramp after Tramp after Tramp here. Now, if he manages to find another one, one thing you love to do is string them together. But no, instead, we're going to see a song here, and this just feels like it's adding insult to injury here. Diego's board is wide, and now Julia sending those cards. Now, they should go to the bottom of the deck here. Julia, I think, reflexively putting them in her discard. We'll see if that's corrected here. But those Under the Seas do send cards to the bottom of your deck, and now only that Lexington left standing.
Yeah, and we're seeing something so incredible because I mean it's something where you're able to look at how much ink Diego has. We're like, what, there's 12 ink in that last batch. Here he has 3. He only used 2 and he was able to be absolutely devastating using that sing together mechanic, using the Tramp ability to come in for that discounted rate, and then he still has cards in hand that he picked himself. He went through so many cards to be able to get exactly that card. So he is having a good time, and then at the end of the day he still has a nice healthy lore total on board.
Yeah, Julia now trying to figure out if there's any way back into this here. That Lexington is available. We have some cards in hand like Cheshire Cat. It looks like we're going to correct that Under the Sea play there. Those cards will go to the bottom of the deck. Lore Guide there, perhaps stepping in at the table and making sure that that's corrected. Shout out to our Lore Guides here at the event. Lexington will crack into that Tramp there, deal some damage, take 2 in return, and we're going to put that Cheshire Cat out. We're seeing the benefit of the damage there. That Cheshire Cat immediately going to be boosted to shift 2 damage over to that Tramp and clear it off the board. So a little bit of control there, Katie.
Yeah, it's a little inexplicable, if you will, and so he gets that inexplicable damage and moves around. It's something where we love to see, I mean, I personally love to see this new mechanic coming in, but it might be a little too late because it's something that's nice to do a little gentle control. It's able to get rid of some of these lower characters, but here we can see there's that synergy you referred to.
Lady Miss Park Avenue, I believe, coming down, able to find 2 characters, 2 or less, from the discard pile, pulling back in hand. This deck doesn't have a lot of card draw, but this is kind of sneaky card draw, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But like I said, I mean, the discard's just the second place you play cards from. You were looking at, you know, what do I want the most? Like you said, it is going to be 2 ink cost or less from your discard. But I mean, at this point, it is just keeping that pressure on and on, because we know that Julia doesn't have that wide board wipe ability that Diego has with that Under the Sea, and that the Emerald decks enjoy. So in this case, he is just able to go ahead and get a resplendent amount of ink, going ahead and bringing his total up to 12 and putting game on board. Oh, I spoke too soon, 14.
Yeah, and 14 close to board. Stone by Day ability on Lexington taking effect here. Julia with multiple cards in hand, beyond 2, so that Lexington will stay exerted. And we also note Julia did hit another Lexington off that Daisy Duck quest there, so possibly might have been the card that put her over 2, I'm not sure. But Daisy Duck working here to perhaps to punish that Lexington being exerted. Julia now trying to figure out, is there any way to establish enough to perhaps between this and the following turn?
Yeah, and that's why
control.
The Stone by Day, I mean, we've seen the advent of gargoyles in this Whispers in the Well meta. It basically makes you have to, because I mean, naturally you're like, I need cards. Cards are good, right? But then, like we said, if you have those 3 or more, then Lexington turns into stone. He cannot ready. Now, Daisy is one of those things where generally you feel bad giving your opponent cards, but in this case, you don't feel so bad. In this case, we do also have They Never Come Back, which goes ahead and messes around with the ability to quest faster, because it's going to go ahead and get that character exerted, and they never come back. Well, at least not next turn.
They do not come back, so they'll be staring at that Lexington there exerted across the board. This is a card some people have worked in. There's all sorts of different kind of removal or tricks that you can work in. They Never Come Back as one that some people use. It does draw you a card as well, so it replaces itself. And did you see what he chose, what Julie chose there?
I believe the Tramp and the Lady, but that might be just me saying, well, they quest for the most here. But
probably.
But we shall see. Yep, there we go.
And also finally finding a Strength of a Raging Fire here. It's one of the cards that makes a difference in this matchup, and one of the reasons that Dogs probably prefers this matchup the least out of any of the Amethyst clones. Strength of a Raging Fire here coming down and clearing off that Daisy. So another Lexington established here, and a couple characters won't quest, so all of a sudden it looked like Diego had game on board very, very quickly, but Julie managing to slow things down a bit.
One of the things that can be so frustrating about these aggressive style decks is that they feel like you win the battle, but you don't win the war, because at the end of the day, they can build back. In this case, we're going to see Della's Lullaby here, and this one is a Moon Lullaby, which will go ahead and reduce the strength here. But I believe it does go ahead and draw you a card, which every time it says draw your card, it's the 3 best words of Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely. Rule number 1 of TCG's more cards is better. Diego here, taking his foot off the gas a little bit, doing a bit of control with that Mowgli, clearing that Cheshire Cat off the board. That shifty Cheshire Cat able to move damage around and do some sneaky things. So doing a bit of control, but up to 14. Passing back to Julia. Now, Julia is many cards in hand, so that is still stone.
Under Cheshire Cat, under pressure, under Cheshire. Here we go. She is feeling the pressure because, like we said, it feels like you're able to win a battle but not the war. Fascinated by that Tiana. Tiana was very popular in the last meta because she was able to make challenging a little bit difficult, which is actually very fascinating against a deck like this that is relying a lot on challenging. We saw Emerald Chromacon, but this Tiana, she is a restaurant owner and she is going to say, you have to pay 3. In this case, she doesn't have to do anything because we are going into game 2.
We are going to game 2, just not enough. Diego hitting like probably one of his ideal openings in this deck. This deck is so good because of Tramp, Street Smart Dog, and what it managed to do if you string together a bunch of characters early, especially that Lady, which can dump 2 characters on the board on turn 3. And so Diego just all gas there, and the Under the Sea to clear things off. So Diego showcasing why he loves Dogs and why he clearly thinks this is the deck that's going to take him all the way.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say, one of the things me and Liam do before every tournament is we walk around and say, tell me what you think, tell me what you think, tell me what you think to every single player we see. And I did talk to a player here who you guys might recognize from a caster over in Europe. I talked to Kim, and I said, you know, in this matchup, because she plays Dogs and loves an aggressive style deck, what do you need to do? Like, how do you win against that Amethyst Steel? And she says, you need to go first. If you don't go first, it's going to be a bad time. So Diego is not going first. So now, if Julia, like I said, if she can get that hook and she can get that Calhoun out, that's good. But one thing we talked about, Liam, we talked about earlier this week, is that different decks feel a lot scarier in other people's hands. So there's any person in this entire room where I'm like, well, I don't want to play them playing Dogs. It's Diego, because he knows this deck like like a back of his own hand.
That's true. Diego, I would say Diego and Kurt Spice right now are probably considered the two of the best dogs players. There's a lot of great dog players out there, but those are two of them. Also, shout out to SSG Ghosty, who invented the original list, Jack Morales,
yes.
Out of Florida. So another great player on dogs. But Julia here off to turn 1, establishing that turn 1 card. It's very important in this deck if you want to get that strength full power on a later turn. And Diego with it's the same opening as last game, except this time Diego is on the draw, so is just a little bit behind, but establishing that Daisy, that 2-lore quester on turn 1. That's exactly what he wants to do. So both players, so far, not missing a beat. Oh, but here, this is a double. So this deck often doesn't do 2-on-1. It often does a two drop character, and now we're seeing 2-1s.
Yes, and the reason you want to do that is because she saw what happened. Diego goes so wide, and so it's a situation where she's going, well, I'm going to need to be doing some hand-to-hand combat here. That Daisy does have a 4 willpower, which means she needs a friend if we're going to go ahead and challenge her in one clean go. So in this case, this is what she needs to put that pressure on. She's saying, I now have a board. You need to respond accordingly. And last game we saw Mowgli go ahead and get to play it on this turn. Diego also in turn can go wide. In this case, he goes as an inks that Lilo Escape Artist and says, I can go wide too, you know.
Yeah, going wide here, following suit, same thing. But that Daisy Duck, as you pointed out, kept in check, not questing there. That hook kind of threatening with his challenger too to do some damage and take her down. So now Diego, everything's standing upright, but plenty of lore on the board, and that lady can also be boosted a little bit if Diego drops several characters on the board next turn.
Exactly, and so now it's the planning phase, because we've seen that basically step 1 is get that board presence, but step 2 is you got to get that card draw coming. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and get Cheshire Cat out, because we saw a Dumbo in hand, but Dumbo is best when paired with some evasive friends, so that might be something that comes into play later. In this case, that Cheshire Cat is fantastic for getting some challenging and damage moving synergy going. So we have the Elsa Fifth Spirit in hand and a Dumbo, but she goes as and passes and says, you go first. And this becomes a standoff when you see a lot of times in these wide boards, is you're waiting for one person to go first, which is why card interaction like Demona and Elsa Fifth Spirit matter so much, because it forces your opponent to give into the war of standing and not questing.
Yeah, breaks that board state wide open. We'll see what Diego chooses to do here. Now, sometimes this is a turn you do the strength check. You try to see if your opponent has it. So we might see an Ursula or a Mowgli. No, we're going to establish a Chromacon. Oh, interesting.
And yet, you love to see it if you are a dog player. You don't love to see it if you're Julia, because we talk about items. Items are one of the cards in Disney Lorcana, and you don't see it in every deck. But when you see it, it is because it is vital to the deck plan. So much so that there's a card, Benja, that we don't see all the time, but people have been adding Benja back. Benja was reprinted in Fable. He has that item removable when he comes into play. People have been adding him purely because of their fear of things like Emerald Chromacon, a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. So it is very interesting to see how devastating it is. And here we go. We got Genie for that card draw, but yeah, the math changes now.
Yeah, absolutely. This card allows you to, whenever one of your characters is banished, not even in a challenge, not even on your turn, I'm sorry, during opponent's turns, you return chosen character to their player's hand. So that can work 2 ways. 1, you can bounce your opponent's characters, which are trying to do some board control and kind of keep your board intact. Or 2, if you have exerted characters, you can bounce them back to your hand as soon as one of them is banished to then play them again ready next turn and protect them. So doing multiple duties in this deck. And it's so important to this deck's identity nowadays that we used to have Churnadogs, as you pointed out, with Churnabog occupying a critical spot. But when we lost him and the Chromadog was worked in, now this deck is sometimes referred to as Chronadogs.
Yeah, Chromadog, which sounds like an all-chrome dog, which I guess that Chanted Lady might be a chrome dog, if you will. But here we go. We got, he's calculated here. We see that Ursula Deceiver. Ursula Deceiver is very powerful because unlike Mogi, you can go ahead and target exactly what you want. But in this case, the board is getting a little bit wider. The wider it goes, the less that strength is so scary. And then we get Tramp into Tramp, and there we go. We see exactly what he did last game and why it's so good, because now he gets to hunt for exactly what he wants.
Yeah, digging around, probably trying to find another Tramp to string things together. Of course, an Under the Sea here would also be absolutely devastating. Now, not enough on the board to sing it right now, but having it in hand to sing next turn would feel pretty good. Also worth noting that when characters come into play, that Lady does get bonus strength, and Tramp also augments strength. So if Lady is of a certain strength, I think it's 3 or more, she quests for an additional 2. So
yes, the dogs all have, when we say the dogs, Lady and Tramp are absolutely flying off each other with synergy. So that decisive dog, she's going to go ahead ahead and get +1 strength whenever you play a character. When she has 3 or more strength, she quests for 3. But then Tramp is going to go ahead, and then he's going to go ahead and buff, and by buffing, he's going to increase the strength when he comes into play. So it's one of those things where they're all working together, and then Tramp is discounted by the other amount of cards. So it's how you get a ton of value off of just 4ing. Is a long story short, is how you get ton of lore, ton of value. And now he's feeling ready to quest because the Chromacon is on board. His board is wide, and now Julia has to do very, very calculated math.
Yeah.
When do you quest? When do you challenge?
And it's super. But Julia there, getting 2 lore off that Giant Cobra, dumping a card at the Calhoun into the discard pile to play that dock with an empty hand, which will draw her 2 cards. Just going to ready that Palace Guard there. And now thinking through how do I control things. And you have to sequence things, as you pointed out, just right here, because as soon as you banish something, you're likely to lose another one of your control options.
Yeah.
So Julia now questing 2 with that Genie.
Yeah, and when we talk about sequencing, it's just saying that, I mean, the order in which you do things extremely matter because, like we said, when something quests, you want to generally quest with everything you plan to quest with before you start your challenging. When you have the Chromacon on board, now everybody's going to do things in different orders. In this case, she goes ahead and challenges right away and is starting that bounce. So that Cheshire Cat did not get to do that quest before the Chromacon started. So this is why it's going to matter, and she has to think through exactly how she sequences his attacks.
And not even a thought there, not even blinking, Diego, just immediately choosing that cat, realizing
that darn cat here.
That it presents. One note, I do think that Captain Hook should have 1 damage on it from that challenge. Oh, no, it should not. It just cleared off the lady, my bad. But yeah, double challenge there from the Palace Guards into the Daisy. So 1 damage each, and we'll pass it back over to Diego here. So a little bit of control, but Julia now with a wide board presence. Diego all the way up to 7, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board. Now, here's a fun card. It's the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion.
Yes.
This is a spicy card to be worked into this list.
It is, and this is why I love watching people like Diego play, because this Amber Champion is one that's going to synergize with the singing ability that we have in Disney Lorcana. So essentially, your other Amber characters are going to get that +2 willpower, but also, when you have 2 or more other Amber characters in play, Singer 8. Now, why do we need Singers? Probably to send somebody to the bottom of the ocean, I would imagine, for it under the sea. So it's a very interesting include and shows what he is teching for here. So yeah, he's able to go ahead and get a little bit of lore on the board, menace with that Mickey and saying, what song do you think he's going to sing? Which notably, everything but Giant Cobra would be impacted.
Well, now, and it is game on board now for Diego. Of course, Julia able to clear some stuff off. But the great thing about this Amber Champion is not only does that Singer help a little bit, but that 2 willpower, especially against a deck with damage-based removal, it looms really, really large here. So those Daisies, if they're at full strength, now have, or full willpower, now have 6 willpower, and it's just a lot for Julia to deal with here. That Tramp, even with that 1 damage, has 7 willpower. So Julia now having to figure out how to take down these very, very powerful characters.
Maybe a deal?
Perhaps a deal. So Hades looking for a deal coming down, offering a deal. Looks like Diego did not take it, and so Julia able to draw a couple extra cards here.
Ooh.
There's a very popular card this set's been worked into most Amethyst builds, although not all. And Julia did find a strength, so that will be good. Genie's going to sing it here. Probably going to choose that champion, clear that off the board, but a character being banished. Now Diego's going to send back the Cobra. Now you don't like to give it oftentimes because you can get an extra 2 lore out of it, but it is the biggest body on the board, the most damage, and so now Julia not having that option there.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and double challenge it. Now, that's when we say sequencing is important again, because the first character does not banish the Daisy, so that one doesn't activate the Chromacon trigger. In this case, the second challenge did banish Daisy. He goes ahead and selects that Hades looking for a deal, which could get her more cards, but I think Diego is saying, listen, I plan to win before you'll do anything cool with those cards, I believe is his game plan here. He kind of telegraphed maybe he might be looking towards an Under the Sea, which at this point would completely clear her board. So if he has that, he's able to use that Sing Together mechanic, that would be very devastating for Julia. So I'm very fascinated to see where are we going here.
Yeah, Julia inking there at the end of the turn. So doing a decent amount of control there, but Diego still with 5 lore on the board, able to go up to 17, and we'll see what else he does. Oh, it's that Tiana, which is going to guard all of his characters when she's exerted, not doing anything when she's ready here. But Diego going to quest. We'll see what that Tramp does. Nothing. Back over to Julia for her response.
And I love this because this Tiana and the Chromacon and the Mickey are all saying, I want to go fast, and I'm going to make it so hard for you to stop me. And it's very exciting to see because I haven't personally seen Tiana in this list before. So it's showing that this list has been tested, and he has found in this meta, he wants to make it as difficult as possible for you to stop his plans. He knew Amber Steel is probably going to be the most popular deck in the room, and he says, I'm going to make it absolutely devastating. I went second, and I'm making it look like I went first right now.
Yeah, it is interesting. Tiana has worked in and out of these decks, and last meta there was a time when she was very popular, and then she disappeared for a little while. And so it is fun to see Diego working her Diego working him back in. But yeah, I mean, just to your point, I mean, it just with both those cards, very, very difficult for people to deal with when you're using damage-based removal. People to deal with,
and it's
cards, and Julia now dropping a genie, looking for answers, but a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and it's capitalizing on your opponent, kind of. I don't want to say but making choices. And there we go. I mean, she had to make very difficult choices over and over and over again. And Diego took that to the win here. He was able to win handily on the play, on the draw.
And man, what a fun match. So we've seen a tale of two matches in the first couple of rounds here. We saw in the first round a very, very long match go all the way to time. JDZ throwing down with a deck that we expect to be very well represented here with the Sapphire Emerald Mirror. And then in match 2, we saw a very, very quick game with dogs doing dog things against a matchup that it's not. I mean, dogs, when piloted by Diego, is good into almost anything. But Amethyst Steel does stand a chance because it does have that strength, which can hit very early. But Julia never able to hit it on curve, just not able to stay in the game. And with a couple daisy ducks, like in the early game, both times, Diego just able to race ahead. And Diego's off to a hot start. And Julia, fantastic game played. As you pointed out earlier, Katie, you come to these things and sometimes you sit down to a first-time, challenge player, and sometimes you sit down across from a Worlds competitor, and Diego, one of the latter.
Yeah, and Diego showed that he is a lover of
Welcome back, Illumineers. I am super excited to be joined in the lounge by our very own Zebex, newest member of the broadcast team.
Thank you for introducing me. I'm so happy to be here, finally hanging out in the lounge with you, getting to see all of these awesome Disney Lorcana players in action.
Yeah, what a round one. We had some fantastic games. We got to see JDZ playing. We saw Diego Saz win his games. We actually do have a couple interviews. We want to throw it up first to the winner of one of the feature matches, Jordan. I got a chance to chat with him, so let's go ahead and take a look at that interview now. Hey Illumineers, I'm here after round one with Jordan, who just got his first win of the day. How are you feeling right now, Jordan?
Good about the win. A little always. It's not great to have your whole deck on camera right out the gate, but you work with what you get. So
you work with what you get. Well, you were working that deck, and I'll ask you about that in just a minute. But you were just telling me how you got started with Disney Lorcana. You had played some other games in the past, but what got you into this game?
Yeah, I've played a lot of games in the past as a kid, and I've always wanted to come back to a card game. But my fiance was always hesitant, but this was the IP that pulled her in. She's a big Disney fan. I love Disney. And it was just kind of the perfect storm to just, we really randomly picked up starter decks because a place happened to have it, which was pretty lucky at first chapter.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we've been playing ever since, so it's been really good.
Nice. Oh, so since you are a Disney fan, I have to know, what is your favorite Disney movie?
Emperor's New Groove.
Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, so now talking about your deck, you brought Emerald Sapphire this weekend with some Detective Spice in there. What was your decision making to bring that here to Richmond?
So I played a lot of Emerald Sapphire last set, and I've always enjoyed Clarabelle. She's one of my favorite cards in the game. The big problem I always found before was, even with only, say, 10 uninkables in the deck, you could run into that problem before shifting, you get caught up. And so the detective version over Cinderella is just, it's a way lower uninkable count. It can still happen, you can still brick, and it feels worse when you do. But I feel like the fluidity, and I also feel like in the mirror, for me anyway, Detectives feels better into like a traditional Cinderella ramp version. So that's just where I've enjoyed the deck all set, so.
And how are you feeling going into the rest of this weekend? The meta is pretty diverse. Are you feeling pretty confident?
For the most part, there are some decks I think are definitely weaker for me to play, but I've done my practice, my team. Shout out to Nomads, our game store and everyone there. It's been a lot of great practice, and I just want to do my best. As long as I end the day feeling that my losses weren't because of my mistakes, but because my deck turned on me, I will be happy.
Well, I hope you have a great time. Good luck to you the rest of this weekend, and congrats again on your round one win.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with more Disney Lorcana. I'm throwing it back to myself with that interview. It was super great talking with Jordan. I love how he talked about him getting into the game with his fiance, that it was just their love of Disney that got them into playing.
I absolutely love playing with my partner, something that you can spend time together doing with the whole family. Disney Lorcana is definitely that for me.
Oh,
Just
yes.
to hear somebody else having a similar experience, love to see families that are playing together.
Yeah, I play with my son plays, so
Awesome.
It's super fun. Yeah, so many families are here. Just a wonderful community. We always are talking about how wonderful the Disney Lorcana community it is, and when you're here at these events, hearing the stories of people here are so wonderful. And some other people that are here at the events, of course, are different content creators. I mentioned that we saw JDZ in a feature match on round one. Our very own. Of course, you may recognize him from the last broadcast, but also he's just a force in the Disney community, or in the Disney Lorcana community. So let's take a look at Baker's interview with JDZ Quest.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia, and I am joined by the incomparable, the sensational, the phenomenal JDZ Quests! JD, how are you doing, buddy? It is such a pleasure to see you. I want to talk all about that game, but first of all, how does it feel to be on the other side? We miss you very much in the casting booth, but great to see you out on the field. What's it been like hanging around with all the players and throwing yourself into the deep end?
You know what, Baker, being out in the field of play with the competitors is a complete change of pace. I forgot how difficult this whole thing can be. Showing up to the event, the nerves, the jitters, the anticipation, it's much more difficult to be a player than a broadcaster. No offense to President Company and Noted.
taken.
I'm telling you, it's been a blast, though, engaging with the community, being able to walk the floor and get some games in, because I know typically you don't get to play that much when you come here. We both love to play, and I've been able to play way more than I usually do at these DLCs, and just really getting to engage with the people and have a good time, man. It's been a blast, Baker, for sure.
I'm so glad to hear it. Again, you are missed, but I'm so glad that you're enjoying your time out on the field, and great to see you coming in style. We would expect nothing less from the legendary JDZ Quest. Yep. Oh, yeah, you clean me up. JD, you brought Emerald Sapphire today.
I did.
What's wrong with you?
That is a phenomenal question. I must have some severe issues with me. No, but seriously, I think it is a deck that I've been playing the most this set.
Sure.
I think it has great matchups. I think the Malicious Minion and Scared Prince Philip combo is just very powerful. I think just being able to ramp and accelerate, playing the Sapphire cards, I think they're very powerful. I think it has a very competent and capable matchup spread. It is very volatile, as you can see in that matchup, especially in the mirror match. That might be a reason not to play this deck. But as you can tell by the outfit, I am on the protection. I think that's a really cool way to play. And what are the chances my opponent, we actually are locals together. We play on the local scene. He's a Green Boot player as well. He was also playing Detective. So we actually played at the set champ last weekend, and we didn't pair into each other. We come here 3,000 miles away, round one, mirror match, same deck. What could be the chances? But, you know, it is what it is, man. I kind of play very low on inkables. I drew them all, and it just so happened to go down that way, Baker.
So, hey, this deck is high risk, high reward, right? Sometimes you're going to absolutely obliterate. Sometimes it's not going to go your way. I know you can't. It's a shame to a round one loss, but you seem in great spirits. You've got another 7 rounds to go today, so plenty of time. You could absolutely go 7-0 over the rest of the day. So I'm really excited to see the rest of your day, JD. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, any comments for the community, any thank yous, anything you want to say?
Before I shout out anyone, I got to shout out my lovely wife, Production. Shout out to you and my children who may or may not be watching this. Okay. I want to shout out the entire community, especially the Quest world out there. Everyone who's been rocking and rolling and supporting the program, I really do appreciate it. Shout out to all the teams who've helped me get here and all the players around the community. Huge shout out to the Games Unlimited team. Huge shout out to the SLTC. Huge shout out to the loungers. Huge shout out to everybody out there who is really just loving this game, propelling this game in a positive manner. Yourself, all the broadcast teams, and everyone who's out here in DLC Richmond. So it's just absolute blast. So if you see me around, come on through and say hello. It's going to be an absolute vibe.
JDZ, a man of the community, ingrained into the very soul of Lorcana. You are loved, JDZ. It is genuinely incredible to see you, my friend. I wish you fantastic luck over the rest of the day. Do not go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana Challenge coming very soon.
Man, when those two get together, the energy is just unmatched, Zebek.
That intro alone had me just, wow.
I know. It's like each of them on their own, they're like super epic, and then you put the two of them together, and it literally just, you know, blows us away with the amount of energy that they have. I love how Baker said, you brought Emerald Sapphire. What's wrong with you?
Hey, that's my pick to take down the entire weekend, so I think there's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, and I also love how JDZ decided to get into his little detective getup because he is playing the detective version of Emerald Sapphire. What did you think of JDZ's outfit?
Oh, I loved every single detail of it, from the magnifying glass to the hat.
I didn't see the magnifying
spiffy.
glass.
He brought it up at the very end.
Yes, there's actually tons of people who come to Disney Lorcana Challenge events dressed up as their favorite glimmers, and I know that you were out there talking with some people.
Yes, you could say I was undiscovering clues that were out there. I walked around, I found a Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Phenomenal job. Even the scissors were detailed.
Wow.
And I've also seen Belle and so many characters. Cheshire Cat, Edna.
Fun. I saw a Tinkerbell fancy footwork.
Ooh, I haven't seen that one yet.
It's really fun. It's really fun. So yeah, you definitely gotta keep searching out there because there's a ton of great costumes and people dressed up.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Well, talking about challenge, we had some extra challenge yesterday for Illuminators who were here to play some side events and things going on. And there was a special promo quest event that was close to, I think, 1,000 players in that event.
A very large event. Only half of the people that were in the room today, but still, what great preparation and great prizes to take home. And we also have some metadata.
We do. We know how much the community loves the numbers, and so we don't have a graphic for you, but we do have the numbers of the decks that showed up to that event yesterday. And I think, Zebex, you would agree that it's going to be pretty evident that it's what we're going to see today. We're going to have the meta breakdown of the main event today, but what we saw yesterday, I think, is giving us a little foreshadowing.
Yeah, obviously we have the one that everybody knows is going to be at the top. Say it with me.
Amethyst Steel.
Exactly. So that we are seeing at about 25%
Yes.
of yesterday's 1,000-player event. So a very large turnout.
Yeah.
What did you see that you liked on this breakdown?
You know, I was thinking about this going into the event, and I had my top 5 decks in order of how I thought they would be represented in the room, and I got it. I got all 5 in order, but second up was Blurple. The community loves to call it Blurple because it's blue and it's purple. It's your Amethyst Sapphire deck, but that was the second most represented deck in the room yesterday at that event with about 17%. So we're, shy of 20%, but a really large showing up of that deck. And then right behind it was that Emerald Sapphire. We don't know, of course, the breakdown between the regular Emerald Sapphire and the Detective variant, but that mean, malicious, scary Prince Philip combo is so enticing. People want to play it. It's high rolly, but people love it, and it was showing up in spades.
Now, speaking of combos, the next thing down on the list that we see showing up around 10%, 9%, we've got Amber Emerald. We do have some combos in there as well.
That's that dogs deck.
Yep,
We love our dogs.
We love seeing ladies into tramps, into more tramps, because we know how those just get out of control. We don't want them taken to the pound. We're going to get that win on the board if we can.
Yes, and we have those Chromicons out there, that item that everybody knows and loves or loathes often if you are sitting on the other side of the table.
Yeah, if you're playing it, you want to draw it. Yeah,
absolutely.
So happy to draw it.
And then rounding out the top 5 decks yesterday at about 8% of the field was Ruby Amethyst, Baker's favorite, of course. People playing that Headless Horseman, the Demona, everything with the Ruby Amethyst lovers love to do.
And no surprise there. We've got a bunch of hot cards, even Hercules sometimes showing up, Diablo. Definitely some songs that will make you cringe as your as your cards might go to the banished.
Yeah, that's what I love about Ruby in particular, is I just love banishing other people's glimmers. I'm sorry, I do. I love to do it. And Ruby Amethyst was looking a little sad for a while, but now here, at least in yesterday's event, showing up, rounding out that top 5. So now in this top 6 spot, there's a couple decks that maybe it could have been. What was it, Zebex?
Well, between all 3 of the ones rounding out the bottom, at 6th, we currently have Sapphire Steel, another very popular deck that we've seen in the Whispers in the Well meta, so no surprise, but we don't have our key color of Amethyst in it, so of course it's not going to be quite as high on the list. We do love drawing cards in Disney Lorcana.
Love to draw cards. I mean, drawing cards wins you games, right?
Yes.
So,
But what about number 7?
And so next up we had Amber Amethyst, which I was going to be really interested to know how well that showed up. In yesterday's event, it was about 7%, so just shy of that Sapphire Steel mark. And then Amethyst Emerald was next on the list, and then everything else kind of fell into that other bucket. So,
well, in Amethyst Emerald, again, we don't know the breakdown of what these decks were. There's a couple of different ones that could be out there, both more of a mid-range and what the community has deemed a burn strategy.
Yeah, where you're just gaining lore the whole game very quickly.
Oh yeah, if I was playing in the event today, that would be the deck that I would play, because I want my matches to be done fast, so I kind of would like to see one of those decks in today's meta breakdown get into the top tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I think that when people see the meta breakdown today, it's going to be very reflective of what we saw in that 1,000-person event yesterday. Congrats to all the players that did that event yesterday. I forget how many rounds it was, 7, I believe. So
basically as many as today. It was a long day, hard-earned prizes.
So some of these players, they are just in it. They're in it for the weekend to play games.
As you should be.
Win shiny cards. Yeah, they're having a great time. So we will have the meta breakdown of the main event of day 1 for you later today. But I know right now that we are very excited to get into our next round and see some more games. How about you, Zebex?
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of these matches that we were just talking about in action.
Great. Well, let's bring in our booth folks. We've got the one, the only Baker, joined by Brent Mukai. How are you fellas doing?
We're doing fantastic.
Yeah, you are.
Welcome back, Illumineers. I am so happy to be here. My first ever round casting in the Disney Lorcana Challenge here
Brent,
in Richmond. We're ready. What's up, Rebecca?
Brent, I am so excited to see you casting this round. We are so happy to have you on the team. And we're going to go ahead and throw it over to you two, so take it away.
All
There you
right.
go. What an entrance, huh? Brent, what a pleasure to be sat next to you, my man.
God.
You're a man I've got a lot of love for. It's great to see you here. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pumped.
You're feeling good?
Yeah,
He's
I'm
feeling pumped. He's locked in on another level to steal something from another cast that you may be familiar with. How's the experience been, man? I know that you've been a player at these events before. Season 1, you had one of the most iconic, pun intended, moments in Disney Lorcana. A match against Clara in top cut of a deal. With DLC, was it Vegas?
It was DLC Vegas.
It was
that's
Vegas.
correct.
Okay, there we go. And your back was against the wall. Clara was presenting way too much aggression, way too much lore on the board. And tell us what happened, Brent. Tell us, how did that feel?
I said to myself, I could just scoop here. The
Sure.
game's pretty much over, but what if I have a little fun with it?
But
What if I bring a little Disney magic? What if I just make a moment out of it? It's probably not going to be the be prepared, but in the 1 in, 40 chance that it is. So I'm just rubbing the card and I just go, you know what? If it is, it'll be a pretty fun moment. And it was.
and it was there. The
It
be
was
prepared.
there.
Be prepared. There you go. That may be the only opportunity I get to do it today. So thank you for lining that one up. But yeah, Brent, it's great to have you here, man. I know that you're an experienced player, but it's great to have you on the commentary team. And we are going to have an incredible round 2 match coming up in just a moment. I'm very excited.
Me too.
What do you think we're going to see, Brent?
Ooh, I mean, Amethyst Steel has got to be. They were just talking about it, right?
They
it's
were.
the most represented deck here.
It is.
You're pretty shocked to not see Amethyst Steel.
Sure.
But what would I like to see?
What would you like to see?
Ooh, Amber Sapphire Princesses, maybe.
Ooh, some princesses.
A little spicy. a
Well,
little
mate, you might be in luck, I'm not sure, but
Okay.
let's head over to that game right now and put everyone out of their suspense and see what we've got. So game 1 coming up here. Who have we got in front of us? Talk to me, Brent.
We got
Talk to me.
Zach Bivens, one of the most prolific players in the scene, a world's competitor, a North American top 8 finisher. I mean, multiple DLC tops across last season. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him.
And,
It looks like,
one of my fantasy picks for the day. But yeah, we're off to the races. Bivens inking the malicious, mean, and scary, and playing that Basil. So we have Emerald, Sapphire, and on the other side of the field, we've got Nathaniel, who's going to open with that turn 1 Cursed Merfolk.
Quests for 2. If you challenge into it with that Basil, you're going to have to discard one of the cards in your hand. Emerald, Amethyst, a lot of the deck builds for the mid-range kind of tempo stuff doesn't really deal a lot with Cursed Merfolk, so I'm going to assume that this is the quote-unquote burn version.
Yes, and I will say that again. The burn version. Burn is a term that is used across multiple card games that exist, which basically refers to achieving your win condition in a non-conventional style. So in this game, Lorcana, we typically quest for lore to get to 20, but there are other types of decks that can gain lore in different ways, and this is what is going to be known as burn. Are you thinking, are you allowed to say that? Yes, it is official. We are calling it a burn deck, but I will give a shout out the Speci Special. This is absolutely a Speci. This is absolutely a Speci creation. So this is going to be a super fast deck for Nathaniel. But Zach Bivens with the Emerald Sapphire. Talk to me, Brent.
I am sorry to interrupt,
No,
but we just got a malicious, mean, and scary hard cast to wipe out all of the characters on Nathaniel's side of the board. We're talking about both of the Cursed Merfolks and the Pegasus gift for Hercules here.
Which all have 1 willpower, so they were scared. They were certainly scared.
And they found something malicious, mean, and scary as Nathaniel plays down the Scrooge McDuck, the Shush agent, and discards one of the cards because you get to draw and discard.
Yeah, fantastic new card. When it is challenged, you may return it to your hand. So to get rid of this Scrooge, you need something like a Strength or a Raging Fire or a Hades. You cannot answer it via a challenge. Bivens playing down that Cinderella, Dreams Come True, another very effective card from set 10, Whispers in the Well. At the end of your turn, if you played a Princess, you can ink any card from your hand, doesn't need to be inkable, and draw a card.
And on Nathaniel's side here, we have two of the item cards that are crucial to this deck. The Amethyst Chromacon, which will allow both players to draw a card, and the Enigmatic Inkcaster, which says that when you exert it, if you've played 2 or more cards this turn, could be any cards, you get to gain a lore.
Does that include itself, Brent?
That includes itself.
Good.
That's why he gained a lore there from the Amethyst
me.
Chromacon and the Enigmatic Inkcaster.
Goodness me, what a card. So a couple of items coming down, and certainly speaks to yesterday, obviously, as already been mentioned, there was a pretty large side event going on, over 800 players, and we were seeing a lot of item removal. Obviously, one-drop Clarabelle is pretty meta at this point for the Emerald decks, but I was seeing some Benjas, I was seeing some Wasabi, so people putting some respect on the items in format at the moment, like the two you see here, and another very relevant one for dogs, the Emerald Chromacon.
And Zach Bivens, right when it looks like, okay, he has the 2 cards that he wants, right? Zach Bivens says, no way.
No, sir.
We are going to throw down the John Silver Alien Pirate, which means that when he comes to play, he gets to choose a character, which is the Scrooge McDuck, and forces them to be reckless, which means that they have to challenge if they're able to. Not a lot of songs in Nathaniel's deck here.
No.
So,
I wouldn't expect any, other than maybe something like, I don't even, maybe You're Welcome, but no, I don't think so. I think this deck is just all gas,
it's all
no
gas.
breaks. Yarameen! But we are off to the races. Nathaniel already at 5 lore, but Bivens able to ramp effectively, got that John Silver down, as you say, and this is going to put pressure on Nathaniel's characters, basically applying Reckless every turn. And down comes another Chromacon, and as you mentioned, whenever Nathaniel chooses to trigger this Chromacon, it also lets your opponent also take a draw, and Zach's going to do that. Thanks for the cards.
Zach also sang You're Welcome
did.
on the Amethyst Chromacon last turn. I would have thought it would be the Enigmatic Inkcaster, but Zach going and saying, you know what, giving you more cards and giving you more opportunity in these early turns is going to be more dangerous. Didn't matter. Nathaniel had a second one, but it slows him down a little bit because these decks are lower to the ground. They don't use a lot of ink traditionally, so being able to put down another Chromacon slows him down a bit, but only by 2 ink.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it still matters, right? Because if you've got 2 Amethyst Chromacons, then Nathaniel is just going to keep gassing himself up the entire game. The deck doesn't really have a lot of draw outside of the Chromacon. Obviously, Scrooge draws, but then you have to discard a card, and that is one of the weaknesses of this Emerald Amethyst burn deck, that you can really efficiently run out of resources. You're really relying on Amethyst Chromacon and a card like Show Me More, which lets both players draw 3 cards to keep yourself in the game. So I think Bivens very correctly identifying that the extra cards for Nathaniel is a little more scary.
And these John Silvers putting in work, showcasing why it is a staple of the Emerald Sapphire deck. A deck that loves to go slow, the more controlled deck is going to be able to slow down his opponent, who is looking to gain speed, right, gain momentum, and says not only can your Scrooge McDuck not quest here, your Flynn Rider, Spectral Scoundrel, will not be able to quest either. Even if you boost him, you might be able to take something out here, but
that's not really what Nathaniel's looking to do. You're not really looking to challenge, are you, mate? You just want to get that lore. So this pair of John Silvers is going to put in a lot of work. We're going to double. Taking out that Basil Practiced Detective. Not a lot of choice, unfortunately. You see that Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in the hand as well for Nathaniel, one of the most efficient ways to gain lore, one of the quote-unquote burn cards in the deck. Again, burn not an official terminology of the game, but a very common fan term across TCGs, and we have been given the all-clear that we can start calling it burns.
And the Honey Marin, right here, the Northuldra Guide, comes down, and if a character is exerted on Zach's side of the board, which it was, you get to gain a lore, which is auto lore, right? Straight on play. That's the whole name of the deck. You're trying to go in, you're trying to gain lore as quickly as possible using all of these different strategies and all of these cards that gain you auto lore. But it looks like it's not going to be enough, as Zach Bivens is doing a phenomenal job of putting down the threats that are going to interrupt Nathaniel's game plan.
And here is the Infernal Schemer, or shout out to European caster Kim Schemer.
And there is no downside for Zach Bivens to putting that into the inkwell. Whenever he comes down, can choose a character, put it into Nathaniel's inkwell. Zach saying, I don't care how much ink you got. I'm going to outrace you and get to 20 before you.
The premier removal in the game, Brent. And there we just saw that draw card, Show Me More. Both players going to look into the magic mirror and receive 3 cards. Again, Nathaniel not really caring about how many cards Bivens has. He just wants to keep himself in the game, but that's it. We're over to game 2 already, Brent. What went wrong there?
No, what went wrong is John Silver coming down and having double John Silvers to be able to force Nathaniel into challenging his characters takes away the best part of the Scrooge McDuck shush agent, which is that if Zach challenges, it goes right back to hand. I can keep drawing, discarding. Zach says, no.
Nose up.
No.
I think that malicious, mean, and scary as well, super early, like you mentioned, with the double Merfolk and the gift to Hercules Pegasus. That was a brutal tempo turn.
Nathaniel was not playing around the malicious, mean, and scary, and Zach expertly put it down right when it mattered, took the tempo in his favor, and ran away with that game.
And again, if you're a newer player, Malicious, Mean, and Scary is a new song card where you place 1 damage counter on each opposing character. You do not choose, so it gets around ward, and you are placing a damage counter instead of dealing damage, so it gets around resist. So Malicious, Mean, and Scary will put 1 damage on all of your characters, and really this typically sets up for that Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, which banishes all opposing characters with any damage. But here, perfectly reasonable just to get rid of these small guys.
Right, when the bulk of your characters have 1 willpower only.
Feels bad.
You gotta be looking out for it.
Which is weird, right, Brent? Because typically this is the matchup that Nathaniel wants to see.
Exactly.
You want to see these Sapphire decks. Like I've said this in my own content recently that, hey, if you bring this green-purple burn deck, if you run into enough Sapphire, you might just auto win. But Bivens proving to us here and there, no, I can deal with this, so maybe I'm wrong.
Right, and now we're going to get to see Nathaniel on the play here. The quested Cursed Merfolk, the Pegasus gift for Hercules, 2 of them coming down, both of them evasive. Quest for 1, which not super impressive, but
the evasive, very hard to deal with, right? Like there aren't going to be many characters in Bivens' deck that have that evasive keyword. Of course, only evasive characters can challenge evasive characters, unless you've got alert, another keyword, but shouldn't be any alert going on here. So we really are relying on that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, or as the game goes on, things like You're Welcome, Hades, etc.
And Zach will go ahead and discard that Hades after challenging into the Cursed Merfolk. And Zach has 2 Malicious, Mean, and Scaries in hand.
Are we going to see an encore?
Nathaniel expertly plays down the Ursula, saying, you're not gonna catch me a second time on the Malicious, Mean, and Scary play.
But he's got 2.
Zach's got 2 and says, yes, I will.
I have nice try, but I am absolutely taking this play. We're going to see Bobby Zimmerowski, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Coming down, cycling a card. You get to draw 1, discard 1 when you play him. And now Zach has to have a little bit of a think. Do you pull the trigger on the Malicious, Mean, and Scary here? Wipe out the 2 Pegasus, because it's really only representing 2 lore per turn here.
Sure, but it's all going to add up. But I imagine Bivens is putting some stock into the idea of wanting to establish a singer for it, right?
Exactly.
Because at the moment, he would just have to hard cast it, paying 3 ink. But we could play the Cinderella this turn. I think we haven't inked for turn yet for Zach. Yeah, I think he's umming and ahhing with inking that John Silver. So he may be tempted to play that Cinderella Dreams Come True. And apparently I am good, Brent. Apparently I know ball. He does play down that Cinderella, which again, if you play the Princess this turn, then at the end of your turn, you may ink a card and draw a card. And Cinderella is a princess, so she will trigger for herself.
Absolutely. One of the tough parts here, though, is that Zach has now discarded a Hades into the discard off of the Cursed Merfolk. He just put down into his inkwell off of the Cinderella trigger another Hades. So now 2 of his Hades Infernal Schemers are gone, and you're going to kind of need that removal later on if we get to if we get to 7 here, because there is a world where Nathaniel just runs away with this. We're already at 8 lore.
Yeah, we're already off to the races. You might be right, the lack of Hades could come back, but we do, of course, have access to the Prince Philip combo. We're a little way from it. I'm not sure if Bivens is playing the 3-drop Prince Philip as a shift target. Some of these Emerald Sapphire decks do choose to do that, but not sure if it's in the deck, and there certainly isn't one on the board at the moment. We will ink the Vanquisher of Foes.
And now we can sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary with the Cinderella Dream Come True, or Hardcast. Oh, we're hardcasting 2 of them!
That's getting rid of everything except Ursula Deceiver. All of a sudden, she's all alone. And
now the Cinderella comes in. Yeah, just hardcast both of them and challenge in with the Cindy. A lot of people would not see that line. That's brilliant from Zach Bivens, clearing the entire thing.
What board? Down comes the Amethyst Chromacon, though. Hopefully going to get us some more cards. And now we're going to see They Never Come Back, which will allow Nathaniel to pick 2 characters that may not ready at the start of the next turn, and he can draw a card. This is seeing a lot of play recently. It's perfect for targeting and choosing those pesky illusions like Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, and Giant Cobra, etc. But also nice just to slow the opponent down and just help yourself stay ahead in that race. So very nice. We will not ready.
Notably, you do get a chance to also draw a card off of that, so it also replaces itself while keeping Bivens a little bit on the back foot here, but...
Dude, I have to say, They Never Come Back is terrifying. Do you remember that scene in Pinocchio? Like, it's terrifying. Absolutely gives me nightmares, but it is a pretty good card. Down comes that Shush Agent. This will also be available not too far from now as a promo. Of course, we had the Lilo Escape Artist box promo. We've had the Elsa Fifth Spirit, and it won't be too long until we get this Scrooge McDuck Shush Agent as a beautiful alt art. I'm excited to get my hand on some of them, Brent.
I want to point out something that we may have missed here.
Go on.
Zach Bivens played down the Basil Undercover Detective. Now, typically, you bounce back one of your opponent's characters, but Zach smartly bounces back his own 1-cost Clarabelle, the clumsy guest.
And why would you do such a thing, Brent?
Because for just an additional 2 ink, you can banish a chosen item, taking out one of those Amethyst Chromacons that last game we were talking about, one of the crucial parts of Nathaniel's deck and strategy.
My God. That's me. Hades does come down, though. It seems that a lot of Infernal Schemers are near the top of Bivens' deck, so that's going to come down, put that Shush Agent straight into the Inkwell. Again, the Shush Agent will never be banished in a challenge. It will always return to hand. So you do need something like a Hades or a Strength or something like that. So the Shush Agent into the Inkwell. Nathaniel's going to trigger a couple of these Chromacons. Ooh, look at that fancy Pegasus.
Not a bad turn at all here. The question is, do you go ahead and boost the Flynn Rider, which will give you an additional lore pip as well as 2 extra strength. So now that Flynn Rider is a 3/2 that quests for 2.
That 1 card left in Nathaniel's hand is probably not sticking around too long, because you already mentioned this Basil's ability. On play you get to bounce something, but if you quest with the Basil, then your opponent must discard a card at random, and if you've only got 1 card in hand, then
not so random.
Not so random, yeah, absolutely. He is expecting it. You see Nathaniel there kind of preparing to put it in the discard, even pointed at the Basil expectantly, but maybe Bivens has another plan. Maybe this Basil is going to go to karaoke night and sing You're Welcome. Who knows?
Who knows indeed. Zach with a full grip of cards in hand here.
Yeah, these Chromacons have kept him healthy, right?
Thinking through the decisions, I mean, we got 8 ink. We got a lot of options available here. I mean...
2 Malicious, Mean, and Scary already gone. Oh, was it 3, actually? Because he discarded 1.
He discarded 1 and then played 2.
Yeah,
so 3 of them are already gone.
That's 3 gone already. And I think that's the 3rd Hades, right? Because 1 was discarded.
Yep.
And then another on the board, and there's a chance that 1 was put into the... I don't think we've seen a T-Po, actually.
So 1 got discarded, 1 got put into the Inkwell off of the Cinderella trigger, and then now 1 has played down onto the board.
So only 1 Hades and 1 Malicious, Mean, and Scary left in the deck. I also know that there's at least 1 Philip in the Inkwell. So running low on our big removal cards, but hopefully Bivens is keeping this board in check enough that it will not matter.
And I'm seeing a lot of different decision paths here. I'm seeing a You're Welcome. Do we want to shuffle back one of these Amethyst Chromacons, take away some of the draw, right? Do we want to play down a Clarabelle Light on her hooves? Start getting some big contesters into the board.
And that 1 card left in hand for Nathaniel is that Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, just an immediate gain 2 lore. So if that Basil gets rid of that, that's going to be pretty good for Bivens. But again, as you just said, maybe we have some You're Welcome plays to play here. That being said, I would imagine the Cinderella is the natural singer for a card like that.
There's also, do we throw down the Clarabelle Clumsy Guest, right? Play it down, pay 2, take out one of these Amethyst Chromacons. I mean, the name of the game here is, can Zach establish a board wide enough while removing Nathaniel, who is in the lead on lore, right? While removing enough of his characters to be able to make up the deficit, the 4 lore deficit here.
Sure. Really taking a moment now to consider all of the options. That being said, from body language, they may have been asked to pause play just for a moment, and we do seem to have some lore guides approaching the table, just making sure that everything is above board. But I want to say it again, Brent, I'm a little shocked at Nathaniel losing game 1. Again, if you bring the Emerald Amethyst burn deck, then you really want to see these Sapphire decks. But I really think that Malicious, Mean and Scary from Bivens on turn 3 of game 1, getting rid of the Pegasus and the Merfolk was absolutely huge.
Yeah, one word. Clutch.
Clutch, there you go. What a great word. But yeah, we've got plenty of Lorcana action. If you are joining us right now on Twitch, thank you so much. We hope that you'll be with us the entirety of the weekend. This is DLC Richmond, Virginia. We've got a couple of fantastic new casters on the team. One of them sat right next to me. It's my pleasure to welcome Brent Mackay. We've also got Z-Bex, who will be on the casting next, actually, round 3, I do believe. But you've already met her in the lounge. Very excited. And of course, returning myself, Rebecca, Katie, and the wonderful Liam.
We are in the middle of round 2. Zach Bivens, also known as by some the People's Princess,
Princess,
a lovable figure in the community. Both of these, I was about to call them characters. Both of these players are 1-1 here. They're 1-0 each, rather, and Zach Bivens took the first game. We're going to see if Nathaniel is able to pull ahead and tie up the game here, go to a decisive game 3. But, yes, this is a pretty crucial match early in the day. You want to get your wins in. You want to build the momentum.
Yeah, an early loss can be quite brutal, to be honest. It's not impossible to win your way back and still claw your way into day 2, but again, you really, if you're gonna lose day 1, you would rather it be later on in the day. Both these players already 1-0, so looking to continue that momentum. I would have, from what I'm seeing, I think we are trying to negotiate a take-back. This is something that has been written into the core document rules of Lorcana very recently, where there are circumstances where a player may be able to take back a move. Again, this is always, I'm going to say that again, always at the discretion of a lore guide. You should never be again, casual play, do what you want, but at an official event, you should, if you want to do a take back, it's not up to you to decide you're allowed. It's not up to your opponent to decide, yes, that's fine. Call a lore guide. Make sure that everything is above board, because there are situations where, written into the core rules of Lorcana, it is perfectly okay to do a take back. Maybe you inked something, and maybe you didn't actually mean to ink that. Maybe you, I've done it before, right? It's just a dexterity error. You're shuffling your hand, you're thinking through your plays. Maybe you say, okay, I play this, and you put something different on the table, and then you immediately go, oh, that's not what I meant to play. But still, just make sure everything is above board, and if it is able to be taken back, then the lore guide will certainly help you to get there. But we want to make sure that people aren't losing to just... We want skill to matter as much as possible, right? We want to know that our players are making the moves they actually want to make sure that they have a good understanding of the board state and everything going on. So I'm all for it. I think it makes us more inclusive. It's going to be a lot more newcomer-friendly for new people joining the game. Again, look, Disney Lorcana trading card game is a lot of people's first trading card game. So certainly some teething as we get used to this new system, but I think it's a net positive overall.
I agree with everything you just said. I don't know that I have many more points to add, but when you are in the middle of playing, especially on a match like this where it's a feature match, the cameras are on, the lights are bright, it's a little bit warm, there's a crowd of people gathered around. So let me paint the picture for everybody here, folks. In past DLCs, at least the ones that I've been to, there was not a sort of viewing area for the feature match. Now there's crowds of people gathered around that can watch the game. The pressure is on, the stakes are high, and if you accidentally do something and you want to take it back, I think that the game should be about skill. It shouldn't be about
100%.
who can make the least amount of mistakes at all times, every single time. Who's a 100% robot of efficiency, right?
And I think we're actually getting a little fast forward there from the production team just to help us get through this bar. Again, we are not completely live right away because we want to minimize as much downtime as possible, right? We want to bring you as much Lorcana action throughout the day. Obviously, the focus is always going to be on the games. Of course, we've got some lovely lounge segments, some interviews, some fun games. Again, Disney Lorcana Trading Card Game is for a variety of different types of people who are coming to the event or watching the events for different reasons. So we want to minimize the downtime and make sure there is as much action as possible. So there will be delays throughout the day, but we will aim to be completely live by at least the finals tomorrow. Potentially sooner, but at least the finals on day 2 will be completely live. And hey, again, this is all to make sure that that Be Right Back screen is on your stream as little as possible.
And this is one of the benefits here, that when we have a long lore guide call like this where things have to be discussed, we can fast forward a little bit. I didn't even realize that it was going in fast forward. I thought I was just having fun and time was flying by.
Absolutely. Brent, honestly, a conversation with you, I'll do it all day, mate. It really is a pleasure to have you here. It's certainly interesting, this Flynn Rider, one of the new whispers that were introduced in set 10, a really cool new mechanic, boost, which could be boost 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe it'll go up to 7 one day, who knows, but essentially boost allows you to pay the cost of boost 1, boost 2, whatever it says, and then you can put the top card of your deck underneath that card, and that will in turn trigger an ability. Maybe in Flynn Rider's instance, he gets an extra lore pip and he becomes a 3/2 body. There are plenty of other pretty relevant boost characters, the Cheshire Cat being one of the main ones. Okay, so I do believe what's happening here, I think Nathaniel tried to pass and then realized that this Basil was going to remove this card in his hand. So instead, I think he wants to not boost the Flynn Rider so that he has that extra ink to play the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in hand so that Bivens then isn't able to discard it with the Basil. That's not 100% certain. That's just, again, we're watching this for the first time, same as you. That's the kind of read I'm getting.
Right, and it's not like we have the lore guide's audio in our ears right now.
No, we can't hear it. For what it's worth, we cannot hear them at all. And even if we could at the moment, I'd probably be like... Sorry.
No, that was a great impression of Fast Forward. Or a mouse, either of the two.
Hey, I'm a very large mouse, I'll have you know.
It looks like we're getting it all sorted out here, though, and the game is about to recommence.
So it does seem that that's what's happened there. We've taken back the boost of the Flynn Rider, so that card was put back at the top of the deck. That freed up an extra ink, which left 2 for Nathaniel to play this Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. So yeah, it seems like that's what's happened there, and we are resuming, and we're off.
A game-changing decision.
Absolutely.
Being at 8 and being at 10 doesn't seem like it's such a big deal, but that can be huge.
Absolutely huge. So yeah, a fantastic... Fantastic that we were able to get that all sorted out and above board. But again, super important that you do call the lore guides for these things, right? Because I think Zach had actually drawn a card as well. Obviously, the card that was put underneath Flynn Rider wouldn't have been revealed. It goes face down. So, yeah, just making sure everything is above board. But we are back off to the races. Bivens thinking about what he wants to ink here. No, he's going to play down the Cinderella Dream Come True.
Right, and that Clarabelle clumsy guess came down, just like we were talking about, taking out one of the Amethyst Chromacons. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're absolutely right to, but it's worth pointing out as well that this second Cinderella that's come down is going to trigger not only herself, but the other Cinderella already on board. So he gets to trigger this ability twice. So you see there, ink draw, and a pass back to Nathaniel.
Double dipping.
Double dipping, absolutely. Absolutely.
A faux pas with Salsa, but not with Cinderella.
Her dream came true, I know that much. That Amethyst Chromacon going to be exerted, and each player may draw a card. It is a may, so Zach doesn't have to draw. I do believe he did, though. Questing away with the Pegasus, who is evasive, and, of course, that Diablo Obedient Raven, who's a 1-cost, 0/1, a quest for 1, and when banished, will just simply draw a card. Draw a card is, like, the most powerful piece of text on the card.
The Enigmatic Inkcaster is going to come down, and I do believe the card in hand I saw was Finnick, the Tiny Terror.
Ooh, to bounce back a character of 2 strength or less, which is pretty relevant.
That's you can play Finnick for just 1, or you can
pay 3.
You can pay 3.
You can pay 3 to bounce back a 2 strength or less, which can be Genie, that's Cinderella on the board, or in the mirror. You know, that could be a nice tempo beat if you bounce back a Cursed Merfolk or maybe a Flynn before it's boosted, things like that. So yeah, Finnick, not quite the Kit Cloud kicker from days past of Infinity, but certainly doing his best impression.
But a little better even here, because having the option to play the 1 means that you can use the boost 2 off of Flynn Rider to gain the additional lore. He didn't have enough ink to play both the Finnick with the ability trigger and boost the Flynn Rider. It is a boost 2 card, so electing to just play down the Finnick, put an additional lore threat on board, and trigger the Enigmatic Inkcaster the same turn it comes down. I mean, I call that a great turn.
Absolutely, and we're up to 15, so Bivens certainly in a position where he needs to put the pedal to the metal. We have no way of dealing with this Pegasus from what's on board. Again, we need to get a look at Zach's hand and see what the options are, but nothing on board is touching this Pegasus. Zach looking like he's kind of playing out his line, seeing where he wants these challenges to go. The Diablo can be removed, no problem, but it will give Nathaniel a card. The Flynn Rider is probably trading. Well, you can put the Hades into it and then you survive. So there are some outs here, but 15 lore plus a Inkcaster on the board is kind of scary, Brent.
Plus 3 of your malicious, mean, and scaries are gone.
They go.
You know it.
They go.
You know it. Your opponent knows it. I mean, how are we going to touch
the lore guys
this
know it.
Pegasus?
Everyone knows it.
Right. We can You're welcome Pegasus, but do we really want to give 2 cards to Nathaniel? And those 2 cards might be 2 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms?
Absolutely, yeah. There is a double-edged sword giving your opponent that extra bit of gas, but if you've got to get rid of it, you've got to get rid of it. Basil looking to just quest here. Nothing in hand for Nathaniel, so no discard. And the thing is, even with an empty hand, you're nearly always guaranteed to be able to trigger this Inkcaster, Brent, because you draw a card per turn and then you can trigger the Amethyst Chromicon, so you're always going to have 2 cards in your hand. As long as you have the ink to play them both, then you're getting that lure every time.
Which is exactly why this combo piece here with the Enigmatic Inkcaster and the Amethyst Chromicon, if you can take one of those away with your Clarabelles, you actually have a decent shot. I wonder if, it's going to be the Pegasus. Interesting.
Did that Basil quest, the first one?
That Basil did quest.
While Nathaniel had no cards in hand.
I believe so.
Apologies if we missed something there, but if that is the case,
perhaps not. Perhaps that card in the discard is the...
Oh, he's got 2 cards in hand. It was too far back. We couldn't see them. I was going to say, otherwise, obviously, it would make more sense to bounce and then do the discard, but I'm guessing that did already happen. It looked like Nathaniel was out of cards. Right. Still some resources.
And this is only game 2.
Yeah. Of round 2.
Of round 2. So much action. Another they never came
Brent, I'm sorry.
back.
No. They never come back. Sorry, Brent. You've got to get your stuff in, man.
You got to get them while they're hot. You got to get them in. So that will constitute one of the cards that has been played with the Enigmatic Inkcaster here. I'm trying to look at what is in the hand of Nathaniel. Can't quite make it out based off of just the art, but the Finnick is going to go ahead and quest for 1 here. We're going to get up to 16. 1 more card we're going to play down, obviously. I assume we're going to be able to play another Enigmatic Inkcaster, which means we're going to get another 2 lore now.
We are, but Zach does have a lot of lore on board, but they never come back. How much is that going to offset him? There's
I think it's 18.
I think it's 2 Cinderellas, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he is capped. He can only get to 19. That is Cinderella at the top, right, underneath the little banner. It looks like it. Yeah, it's double Cinderella. The Basil and Hades aren't going to be allowed to ready. So 1, 2. Oh, maybe so.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Right.
I doubted myself for a moment there. So yeah, 2 Cinderella. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board. But if we have a Shift Clarabelle or a Shift Basil, I'm not sure if Shift Basil is in the deck, but that is a way to still get to victory.
Shift Basil onto the
onto
the practice detective.
Yeah, the obviously you can see the 7-drop Basil there, but there's also the disguised detective. One of my reveal cards actually. Whenever you can shift for cost of 5, a quest for 2, and whenever you put a card into your inkwell, your opponent must discard a card. A nice detective package. I'm not sure if Bivens is playing the Judy Hops, which you would often see accompanied with these detectives.
Uncovering clues which would lead you to believe that maybe we might see the Basil disguised detective.
Might not even be in the deck, right? You always play the Basils that are on. Like this blue-green deck always plays those Basil. It's just, do you also want to lean into a detective package, which kind of loses you a little bit of power, but in the trade-off is you get a bit more consistency to help you draw cards, help you find pieces, right?
And this is interesting. Zach has a lot of ink here. Elects to play down the John Silver. Will play the You're Welcome onto the Enigmatic Inkcaster. I was like, how are we going to remove all of these threats onto the board? But it looks like Zach has some options. I believe I saw another You're Welcome in hand.
Yeah, there is another one in hand and a Vanquisher of Foes. We played the John Silver Alien Pirate. That gave Reckless to the Flynn Rider, and Nathaniel has represented that by slightly popping that card out of its case. Hey, whatever helps you remember. Then that You're Welcome is going to send back the Inkcaster. We're going to draw 2 cards. The Basil's going to quest, getting rid of the Little John.
I don't know if you saw what the other card was. It was Show Me More, which will allow Nathaniel to draw an additional 3 cards if any of those cards happen to be the Enigmatic Inkcaster or the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Then even with all of this expert gameplay that Zach is showcasing, Nathaniel's still going to win.
It's still going to be all in vain. That was a heck of a 50-50 chance, but Nathaniel, a sigh of relief maybe in the fact that he got to keep that Show Me More. Amethyst Chromacon going to find another card, and there it is. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom takes Nathaniel to 20, and we're getting a game free, Brent.
That's what we always want, right? As casters, that is
Loves it, mate.
People say, who are you rooting for? I say I'm rooting for drama. I'm rooting for a good game 3. Zach Bivens on the play. Nathaniel Shaney, I want to say, on the draw. 3 points each. Round 2. Here we go. 30 minutes left. That's plenty of time with especially
with these decks, yeah.
Yes.
I would be very surprised if this went to time. Again, Emerald Sapphire can be a bit more of a slog, can take a little bit longer, but you kind of have to take a more aggressive game plan into this Speci special, as it were. Again, credit where it's due.
Zach looking like he's just going to keep the Basil, the Clarabelle, both of them the 1-costers, so he has something on the board to represent, some challengers to early on.
You need bodies down. You've got to be able to answer these Cursed Mer folks. Again, we don't have evasives for the Pegasus, but you need something for that. Yeah, we need bodies on board, and if nothing else, just to sing or set up our shift lines, right, for Clarabelle or Prince Philip.
And with all these Sapphire decks, you never throw away the Sail the Azurite Sea.
Oh no, again, with every single Sapphire deck in the game, turn 2 ramp is the most important thing ever. And if you're a newer player, you're thinking, what's ramp? Ramp is essentially just a term meaning we are putting extra ink into our inkwell per turn. So as a rule in Disney Lorcana, you may ink 1 card per turn from your hand. It must have the inkable flourish, but there are certain cards that allow you to put extra cards into the inkwell, and Sapphire does this better than anything else. So there's some in Emerald, there's a Hey that can ramp you, but Sail the Azure at Sea, there's the Tipo, also the Cinderella that we've already seen, the 4-drop, that's another way of ramping us up. Some people playing things like Kida, that other 4-drop, which allows us to put extra ink into the inkwell and unlock the high end of the deck.
Webby.
Yeah, absolutely. Webby's a great one from set 10.
Prospector. All right, Clarabelle's going to hit the inkwell, and Basil, Practice Detective, 2-1, give support. What more could you ask for? You want a friend that gives you some support, especially in these trying times, as the DLC participation award card, Pegasus, gift for Hercules.
It's my favorite. Honestly, it's my favorite out of all the season.
The colors,
promos.
right?
Like, super cute, and just, you get that just for playing in the Disney Lorcana Challenge. So what are you waiting for? If you've been umming and ahhing about coming down to play some Lorcana at the highest competitive level, come on down, get yourself a Pegasus, meet some friends. Hey, maybe win a Golden Mickey, maybe qualify for Nationals, maybe, Brent, maybe the World Championship. Whisper.
In the well. Well. Clarabella's going to come down here after the Sail the Azurite Sea. Unlike Tipo, when you ink for Sail the Azurite Sea, your ink comes in unexerted. You are able to play down your 1-cost Clarabelle here. And if you're Nathaniel, these decks, typically, when you are playing the burn style, when you are playing the aggro deck, right, when you are that deck, you're better on the play.
Yeah,
every
absolutely,
single time.
absolutely.
So what does Nathaniel have to do here? What's he hoping for?
Really, for Zach to miss, I think. And again, I half a joke, but half accurate, really. I think that's kind of the game plan into a lot of the Sapphire deck. You need them to miss a turn. Like, if they just go 2-4-6 and then powerhouse, 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 it's so tough to answer. You need them to miss ramp 2. You need them to miss ramp 4. Or maybe they ramp up, but then you don't hit all of your big cards. Maybe you just keep drawing into more Cinderellas, more one-drop Clarabelles, more one-drop Bazils. I think the game plan is to hope that they don't just hit the stone cold everything.
And Zach is right now kind of hitting the stone cold everything, having the one drop, having the one drop to play after. Yep. The Cinderella dream come true came down. We got an extra ink into the inkwell. This Shush agent is going to, the Scrooge McDuck Shush agent is going to represent 2 lore every turn, but it's an easy challenge. You don't even have to banish the character. You can challenge with a 0-cost character into him, and he goes straight back to the hand.
Purple Diablo challenging into a Scrooge is one of my favorite things to do. Be gone! Yo, Diablo, you thought you'd never take down a character, but this is as good as it gets. Oh, and we're going wide, Brent.
Woohoo! Honey Marin, the North Ultra Guide, a 2/2 quest for only 1, but when she comes down, if Zach has an exerted character, which he did, you gain an instant lore. The Little John Camp Cook also coming down. Oh, but Zach, he's going to empty out his whole hand and play the line that we've all seen from Emerald time and time again. The Shift Clarabelle, light on her hooves, a 5/6, a huge body, quest for 2, but at the end of your turn, you get to draw the amount of cards your opponent has in hand, which means Zach's going to get a fresh 3 cards.
You see you got 5 cards there? Oh, I think you mean we have 5 cards now. Thank you so much. Yeah, Clarabelle, she has been a force to be reckoned with ever since her introduction, with that really optimal shift line as well. The one-drop Clarabelle, actually, again, a one-drop shift target is always fantastic, but when you can break an item as an extra ability, that's great. There's the Contented Wallflower, who's the 3 cost. I don't think Zach's playing it, but it's perfectly reasonable to play. You may draw a card on play if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you, but yeah, this big Clarabelle, it incentivizes your opponent to play the game differently, to empty their hand when that might not always be optimal. Of course, Nathaniel is looking to empty his hand as much as possible and just like, go on, Brent, what have you seen?
Basil!
It's here!
The disguised detective, you called it out!
He's here!
I didn't think we were going to see him, but he is here, and now Nathaniel is going to be stripped away of some of those cards. One of those cards was Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, which is a crucial card for the deck!
The double malicious, mean, and scary again, Brent! And that is a complete board wipe, sending everything away. Just an enigmatic ink caster left. We're going to throw down a Chromicon to draw, but that was humongous. Basil played, inked a card, forced the discard, double, malicious, mean, and scary. I am terrified.
Right as I was about to say, this is going to be a crucial turn because Nathaniel's really getting close up there with 9 lore, right? It's starting to get a little bit scary. Zach says, I ain't scared of nothing. You should be scared because I am malicious, mean, and scary. Wow.
I am the malicious, mean, and scary.
The perfect play. Discards a card from Nathaniel's hand, also gets rid of everything on his side of the board. Sure, we got the combo pieces we want. We got the enigmatic Inkcaster. We got the Amethyst Chromicon. But Zach Bivens has been questing this entire time, gaining lore steadily. He's only 4 lore behind.
We do have the baby Prince Philip, just as an observation.
Ooh,
when it's the Inkwell, but just interesting to see this there. Yeah, Bivens is the one who sings Say His Name.
And Hades.
Say his name!
Infernal Schemer puts the Shush agent into the Inkwell. One of the cleanest ways to get rid of that card.
Has that Scrooge quested once?
No, just once.
Okay, once, great. All right, awesome.
We got 2 lore and a few discarded cards out of him as Zach is going to quest for 4, and now it's even Stevens, 10 apiece, but Zach is the one with the humongous board. If Nathaniel can't find some answers, those are not the answers he's going to want to find. It looks like he's going to be too slow to catch up.
Yep, Zach is the one who quests. We're going to pass ready, set, draw, as is the standard onset of Disney Lorcana trading card game. We have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board. That can take us to 18. Nathaniel has the ability to go up to 13, courtesy of the 2 characters. If we assume a Inkcaster trigger, then that's going to take us to 14. So Nathaniel needs to be able to find a lot. 1 card in hand. We will draw another card for turn.
I don't even think that's a card.
Is that not a card?
That's not
it's
a card.
Pen. It's a pen.
He's playing
I'm
around with a
I'm
pen,
confusing
Baker.
a pen with a card. I thought it was just like a perfect vertical down, but yeah, he's going to play the pen from his hand.
Right, yeah.
That's a pen trick right there.
I wonder how much that pen costs in ink, right? Hopefully he can rewrite his story on this next turn with that pen.
Rewrite history. Sorry. Sorry. My bad.
You don't have to apologize. Nobody, Baker. We're going to see your welcome hit the inkwell here. Zach with, I want to say, close to 100 ink in, but actually
100 ink.
Probably closer to 9, I suppose, as we quest out.
It's either 9 or 100, no in between. We're going to quest away all the way up to 18 lore, and we played another character, 1/2 blue Sapphire card, so that looks like a Tipo to me.
Another enigmatic ink caster, and the game is over. There's no way to deal with Zach Bivens' board.
That was tense. Honestly, huge shout out to Zach. I mean, we all know he's fantastic, but I would have absolutely thought he was not favored in that game one, especially where this Emerald Amethyst burn deck that's looking to prey on these slower Sapphire decks. But Bivens able to take game one. We were able to see the burn deck do its thing during game two, but ultimately going to Zach Bivens. But what a match.
He played that magnificently.
How'd you enjoy your first cast, man? How was that for a first go?
That was some of the most fun I've ever had in my entire life. I hope that you all at home are enjoying this too, because I am having a blast.
I am so glad to hear it, man. If you've got any messages for anyone that's never been to a Disney Lorcana challenge, what can they expect, man? Why should they come down?
You should come down because this is one of the finest communities in the TCG space. I believe that my wife is playing in the field today,
awesome.
And she sent me a text and said the two men next to me just finished their round one and hugged each other.
That's amazing.
How often are you going to see that in any other? You know what I mean? Like,
it's a beautiful community. I also was speaking to some of our lore guides yesterday who were dealing with some of the side events, and there were a couple of instances of losing a card in the deck, basically. You know, doing the sort of counting your deck at the beginning, or maybe with game 2 or whatever, and you realize, oh, I'm missing a card. And apparently a couple of instances where as soon as they made that clear, people were running over and going, here you go. Like, here you go. Like, that's the card you need, right? Yeah. I'll
just
get it
help
back
and save.
It's a beautiful community, man. We should be so proud of ourselves. We're still young, not as young as we used to be. We are in our second season, so like we are certainly growing up, but we are still an infant, like in comparison to a lot of our other trading card games. But I'm so proud of our community. I will continue to call Disney Lorcana the greatest trading card game in the world. Don't at me. Yeah, I'm just so proud to be part of it, and great to have you here, man. Honestly, you bring such an energy. I'm super pleased for you.
It's phenomenal to be here. This, from the very start, I think, has been the dream. I've been telling people for a long time, you know, if it came down to a genie coming down and saying, which would you prefer, be world champion or be a caster? I'm like, all day, every day, I would love to do this. It's such a passion to perform, to add my voice to this cast and to help you all at home understand all of the big plays, see what's going on, and share in the excitement.
And it's a pleasure for us for you to lend your voice to us, because you have lent your voice to many fantastic products over time. So we won't go too much into that. But my point is, we're very grateful for you. I hope you're having a wonderful time, and it's good to see you, man. That being said, we're going to take a very short commercial break. Again, we're going to try and minimize these so to keep as much action coming throughout the day. So we're going to take a short commercial break. Then we're going to be going over to the Rebecca in the lounge, and then we'll have more Disney Lorcana coming very soon.
Thank you so much, Illumineers, for joining us from home. If you are missing out on some Disney Lorcana action and want to get in, we do have some amazing third-party CCQ events coming up in both North America and Europe. We have these two you can see on screen. Scan those QR codes, get your tickets. They are on sale now. And we have in San Diego, California, the Enchanted Citrus Clash, and over in Stockholm, the Stockholm Open 3. So be sure to get yourself to one of these CCQs. I know that Katie, who is joining me here in the booth, has attended a CCQ before. Can you talk a little bit about your experience at these CCQ events?
Yes, absolutely. So I have had the honor to cast 2 CCQs, and they're very fun because obviously any tournament is fun. People want to win. There's that little extra. And honestly, it's kind of fun that like one or very few, like it's a small amount because it's kind of like this is all. You got to keep playing. You can't split that top prize. You have to play for it.
Right.
And
it's just the top winner. It's the first place winner gets the invite to the championship, whether it's the European Championship or the North American Championship.
Yeah, and it's just so exciting because you can tell they're happy they won because usually there's some kind of prize, but then you're going to Disneyland. So that is always an exciting thing to be able to say after you win.
That is. I mean, I think all of us have wanted to say that. What you just won. You just whatever. What are you doing next? I'm going to Disneyland. Like, it's fun to say that.
I say it all the time and then I do it, but I haven't won. So the thing is that's a hack they don't tell you is you can just go to Disneyland. But it's more fun to go as a winner, and we've had several CCQ qualified players, and there's some in the room, and it's kind of like it's a growing list, and it's very exciting.
Yes. Now, I'm curious, Katie, what do you think the chances are of someone qualifying here today with a deck that this community knows and loves? It's been around for a long time. It is Sapphire Amethyst, otherwise known as Blurple.
I know, the divisive word here, but it is a deck that we kind of convinced ourselves as a community that maybe it was gone, right? Because it was something where it was like the rotation, or rather we had our new set come out. We had Whispers in the Well, and they're like, well, new set, everything's different. But guess what? It's still good. It's still good.
It's still good. And we saw in the metagame breakdown that we shared earlier, Zebex and I were talking about at that 1,000-player event that happened yesterday here. It was the second most represented deck in the field, and I think that we'll see likely the same in the main event here today. But I wanted to talk through kind of the core of this deck, those key cards. There's a lot of cards here that we know and love that we've seen around for a long time. Cards like Dumbo, cards like Genie. We love drawing cards, you know.
Yeah, these are classics. We love them, but we got some new cards.
We have new
here.
things. We have new
Whispers,
cards.
and we got some Whispers specifically. Cheshire Cat is a card that I'm very excited about. We know Belle Accomplished was great because she could come in, move that damage, which is effectively healing, but also some removal.
Yes.
But Cheshire Cat has that boost mechanic where for 2 ink, you can do it once per turn.
Right.
So it's something where it has that, it rewards you for challenging and interacting, and then you get the double benefit, and then you get to do it again.
Yeah, these Whisper cards, first of all, they are beautiful, especially the foils. If you have not got your hands on a foil Whisper card yet, please do because they look so pretty. But we didn't know how much those Whisper cards would affect the metagame, and this is one of the Whispers. In fact, I would say it is the Whisper that has had the most effect on the metagame, this Cheshire Cat. It is inexplicable.
Yes, and I mean, I did talk to a Emerald Sapphire player, and I said, has boost affected your choices? And what I mean by that is you have cards like Hades Infernal Schemer, and you have Mother's Know Best. If you have a Cheshire Cat that's been boosted 3 times, guess what? You have a Cheshire Cat and 3 cards underneath it coming to their hand or in their inkwell.
Right.
Changes your decisions.
Yeah, because if players don't know, if you're not familiar with these Whisper cards, every time you boost it, you put a card from the top of your deck underneath it, and then all those cards stay together. So when the Whisper, when the Cheshire Cat moves to a different play zone, all those other cards go with it. But that's not the only new card, Katie, that has made an impact on this deck. You said, I want to talk about this card, and it is a new item in Whispers in the Well.
Yes, it is our Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. And it is a fascinating little thing because you see items, and I talked about this when I was casting, that you don't always see items enter the meta because it's an investment. You are sending 2 ink, which is valuable. But in this one, it is an investment that can pay off. And it pays off in a few different matchups. Essentially, in a deck like this, you are trying to ramp to do some of these higher power things later. But if you have your Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, if you happen to have 2 extra ink, you can go ahead and invest, put that on the board, and then if something were to happen, perhaps something
Sure.
malicious, mean, scary, or someone makes you bend to their will, you have
Yes.
this little insurance. And you're like,
Right.
let me just check the guidebook really quick. And you've kind of protected yourself to get back in the game if somebody takes you out of it.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I was talking to a player that was saying when you have a card like Junior Woodchuck Guidebook that is splitting up the cost, you're actually getting more value out of your resources, like just like what you were saying. So you spend 2 now, and then you can spend the 1 later, and you're getting so much value out of that card. And I would say that generally across Disney Lorcana since the beginning, that we haven't seen a lot of items that have made a huge impact. You know, like things like Lucky Diamond. Like there's a few, right?
Yeah.
There's a few items that have made a big impact, but you don't see like a lot.
Yes.
Chromicon, obviously, Emerald Chromicon is a big item out there, but this Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is an item that is really making a difference in these Amethyst decks.
It is, and it's adapting to the meta, and I think that's very fascinating when people realize that there is a gap that can be filled. And we've noticed that people have adapted. People have been putting
Yes.
Ninja back into their decks
Yes.
as a response to these items creeping in, and they're just like, no, you can't have your items. I simply don't want it. But in this case, you generally are safe. Not a lot of people love to invest in item removal unless you accidentally have it in your deck. But either way, you have a little bit, and like you said, splitting costs. You see the same benefit with Cheshire Cat Inexplicable.
Right,
You're able
with the
to play
boost.
it. Boost later. So
Yes.
you're able to say, listen, I have a lot of things I want to do. I'm going to do it at the time it makes sense based on my ink count.
Yes. Now, the last card that I want to talk about from this deck is a card that you have to pay 6 ink for
It's
to
heavy.
get her out, but it is Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, one of those new gargoyle characters. And I know so many Lumineers out there in the community were so excited to have gargoyles in the game, and this legendary card has made such an impact in these Amethyst decks. And I know that in different decks, she kind of has a different place. Can you talk about in the Blurple deck what Demona looks like?
Well, one of the things that's interesting is she is a foil to the Goliath side. Because
I love it,
essentially
yes.
she's saying you're going to draw 3 cards. And so that balances out. There's another legendary revealed that was Goliath. So if you make your opponent draw 3 cards, it's not a May. You are drawing 3 cards.
Yep.
So it can be a late, because one of the big things in the Blurple deck is you need to keep having cards at that top end. That's when you're doing all your cool stuff. You invested your ink, you invested your time, you ramped, and now it's time to do the cool stuff. This is the cool stuff.
This is cool stuff.
And the reason it is because it's forcing interaction. We say interaction is when you're playing the game. You're starting to go ahead and quest, or rather challenge with your opponent. So this is going to go ahead. We had Elsa Fifth Spirit. This is like Elsa Fifth Spirit Turbo, because essentially
Yes.
everything's exerted. So you can essentially craft a board and then a board wipe if you have this Demona, and then maybe a little bit of card draw. You might not need it as much as other decks, but it ain't bad if you get to draw some cards.
You want to know what else is fun about, like you're saying, she kind of serves as a foil to the Goliath legendary.
Mm-hmm.
So Goliath clan leader is 6 strength, 5 willpower, and Demona is 5 strength, 6 willpower. So
I love it.
They cancel each other out if you're playing. And I love that kind of thing. I know that at local play that people are playing lots of theme decks and stuff, and so you can kind of create those theme decks, and that the game development, side of Disney Lorcana, the team there, they're creating these cards with amazing abilities, but also keeping in mind the story and the lore of these characters and capturing the essence of these characters that we know and love. So.
Yes, and I mean, somebody out there's a Sapphire Steel player saying, I play Goliath. So, I mean, it is cards. It's one of those cards that's only going to get stronger, and I'm excited to see. We haven't seen a ton of Sapphire Steel in the room, but it is very exciting because then in these matchups, you have that interaction, and it's cute, but it's not cute when it happens to you.
But it's
if
not
you're not
cute.
able to ready your Goliath because you played Demona and Goliath was exerted and Stone by Day takes effect, you don't think it's as magical then, but it is fun if you're watching. So
It's fun if you're watching. It's fun if you're winning.
Exactly.
And I'm excited to see more winners and more games, Katie.
More, please.
More.
I'd like to order some Lorcana.
Yes.
Lorcana.
Before we throw it over to the booth, though, you casted around this morning. How was that for you? And just like your overall experience here in Richmond so far?
I love it. I mean, it's so exciting to see, because you see this build up. The entire season builds up. Like I said, the CCQs, you see people bringing, and you're wondering, when are they going to bring the big one? And this is a room where people bring the big one. It's the deck that they've been working on. It's the tech that they've been hiding. And we saw it round 1, we saw a Mickey Mouse Amber Champion inside of a dog's deck. That's very exciting if you've been following the meta. You haven't seen that before. So I was over the moon excited, and I can't wait to have more of that all day.
I love it. Well, let's take a peek at who is in the booth getting ready for our next round. Who is it? It's
Hello,
Zebex. Hello, Baker. I cannot wait for you to take us into this next round of play. Zebex, how are you feeling? This is your first time casting at a Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Oh, I'm feeling so great. Look at, we're even matching with our blazers and everything. You know I love a good fashion statement.
Oh,
I do. Oh, goody. I love it. Well, we're going to kick it over to you two. Have fun with these next few games.
Thank you so much. And here we are heading into the third round of our Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond.
Yep.
This is the round where if players are 3-0 after it, they will be taking that foil Mulan home with them.
A wonderful prize right off the get-go. I've met a few players where that's their goal for the weekend. Hey, if I do better, then great. But if I can get my 3 wins and I can go home with a Mulan, then that is a pretty good effort in my book. Zebex, how do you feel? This is your first time being live on stream, Disney Lorcana trading card game. You are here, about to cast round 3. How you feeling?
I'm feeling so fabulous. Never been less fabulous. In fact, I can't wait to see which 2 decks we have pairing up against each other. Is it something that we've already seen in round 1 or 2? Are we going to get to see something new? I've been watching. I'm sure you have been too. When are we going to get that matchup? Oh, yeah.
Sure you're not a villain? Are you sure you're a princess?
I'm just I'm lurking in the shadows.
You're lurking in like a shadowy princess, but let's waste no more time. We want more Disney Lorcana action. We're going into round 3. Let's take a look and see what we've got in store for us. The decks, the players, the vibes. Who have we got? Oh, okay. Straight away, Zebex. I'm going to jump in here. I do recognize this player on the left-hand side of your screen, all the way from England, European player. This is Jake Quincy. He was actually one of my draft picks for DLC Milwaukee. Actually someone that I would have loved to pick up again, but again, we've introduced the rule where we can only pick 1 player from a previous draft, and I went with Bivens. Can you blame me? But Jake Quincy is someone that I would have loved to have picked up. He's very experienced in trading card games around the board. He's another one of these players that has actually had a lot of success in Lorcana, but just hasn't quite gotten to the top of the mountain to the like a top cut of a Nationals or a World Championship. But he's a very consistent and talented player. I feel like Season 2 may be his year.
Okay, well, and we have him on the deck that I have picked the ink colors to win. We've got Emerald, Sapphire, and over here on the right, we have Drew with Amber, Emerald. Most likely dogs.
Most likely some dogs going to be up in here, although I do see that Horseman Strikes in the deck. Very interesting. A card that you certainly see in the Amber Amethyst decks. Not really all the time in dogs, but I have noticed it once or twice before. Horseman Strikes is very good for getting rid of some of the most must-answer cards in the game, Zebex, like Sharks, Genies, Dumbos, etc.
Yeah, and going into this first game of the round 3, our players don't know what each other are playing. Looks like both of our players are altering 3 cards over for Drew, maybe 1 for Jake. Of course, this is their opportunity to fix any uninkables, make sure that they have exactly what they want. You know, dogs, of course, doesn't need very much to go very far.
No, not at all. We could set 2 ink if we like. So, yeah, this altar, one of the most powerful and appealing things about the Disney Lorcana trading card game. You draw 7, and then any of those cards that you do not like, you can put at the bottom of your deck. You draw back up to 7, so you will never draw the exact copies that you just altered away. You may draw a different copy of it in the deck if there are more, but it won't be those same ones. Draw up to 7, and then we're going to shuffle our deck. So a way to, as you said, Zebex, fix that hand of those uninkables and things like that. Find the curve.
Definitely one of my favorite parts of this game, getting to alter my hand and just get even sometimes a brand new grip of 7 cards.
Absolutely. So hey, especially if you're running a Sapphire deck, if you don't see that turn 2 ramp, I'm shipping them all back, Zebex. I'm sending them. I'm looking for my turn 2 ramp, because if I don't find it, I probably lose.
And it looks like maybe Drew won the die roll here. We don't know which player is going first,
but we'll find out very shortly. I think it's Jake, just based on the way that he is altering his hand, shuffling his hand around. I may be wrong, but no,
okay.
Jake Quincy on the play, which is what you want, because this dog's deck is very fast and this Sapphire deck is very slow.
And with a card speeding it up right away, develop your brain. How does this affect his play into that ramp?
Essentially helping you find ramp if you don't already have it. I do see that Jake Quincy does have that sail in hand already, so some players may choose to not play the develop and just hold it for ink, but that says to me that Jake Quincy is looking to tailor his hand a little bit more. Maybe he doesn't have a follow-up after that turn 2 ramp, so just looking to increase the quality of his hand.
Excellent. And we're about to see our first play going over
With
a
a good
Daisy Duck Donald's date. So good. She quests for 2 right away.
do.
And how about that willpower, right?
1-4 and a 1-drop questing for 2. She does have a minor drawback. The big prize when she quests, your opponent looks at the top card of the deck, or reveals the top card of the deck, should I say, and if it's a character, it can go into the hand. But that's the thing. A lot of decks that play Daisy say, I don't care how many cards you have, I'm just winning the game. I'm questing out as soon as possible. So
2 on the board on turn 2 is a great way to start, especially when your opponent hasn't played a character, when they are playing those actions to get forward.
Absolutely.
So right now, if it were just Daisy Duck doing her thing, no other character, she would win the game. But of course, that's not how this match is going to go. We're going to see some more ink going into the inkwell.
I do see another Daisy in the hand by Drew. Do we have a triple? Are we going to see the triple Daisy Duck opening? Because that, for the Sapphire player, I think is back-breaking. We're going to ink, you're welcome.
Yeah, with the dogs being able to recover so well, maybe we don't need that. We know we're going to be pretty low to the ground. Going to be looking out for some other cards like Under the Sea, potentially late game. Wait for them to build up their board. We need to see more things on board before we can really determine what cards we're going to keep. Oh, there goes the second Daisy.
Oh, not quite the triple Daisy, but still a pretty brutal opening for Drew. The second Daisy Duck coming down, the lady coming down, who of course quests for another 1 if there's a tramp on board. That Daisy quests, and the big prize for Jake is a Cinderella dream come true.
Yep. And it does. I can't see if there's a tramp in hand right now, but with so many different copies in this dog's deck, I would not be surprised if we see one following it shortly behind. Lady and the Tramp do go quite well together.
Sure do. I'm loving these Fiend decks as well, where, again, built around a specific franchise, right? Like Lady and the Tramp, I think, is the main one that we have that really plays into a specific film. So, yeah, I'm a big fan. This is not what you want to see if you're Jake Quincy, to be honest.
Visions of the future.
Yeah, you really wanted to be inking to 4 that turn and then playing maybe a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, maybe a Cinderella Dreams Come True. We will still be able to ink and then play a 2-drop or a couple of 1s, but maybe we can hyper ramp with like another Sailor or a T-Po.
But besides his regular draws from his deck, that's already 7 additional cards that he's gotten to take a look at. So he is really searching for something that he does not have in hand right now.
Yeah, it's certainly pressure on. All gas, no brakes already from Drew Graham, and these Sapphire decks are traditionally pretty slow. But that being said, Zbex, previous round, me and Brent, we watched the Sapphire deck beat the deck, the Speci Special, the Burn green-purple deck, which really is looking to prey on the Sapphire deck. So it's not over.
No, the Emerald Sapphire deck cannot be counted out this early in the game. As we've seen in earlier matches and building up this inkwell to be much larger, we're going to get to see a Clarabelle, Clumsy Guest, and that is the card that we want out there early because, of course, we have that Shift Clarabelle.
Absolutely.
Which, will he be able to get into the Shift Clarabelle on his next turn?
Yes, absolutely. It's Shift 5 for Clarabelle, so we already have that 5 ink.
Nicely set up.
Not sure how many cards Jake will draw off of it, but more importantly, establishing a 5/6 body, 5 strength, 6 willpower to be able to punch one of these Daisy Ducks or indeed the lady. Probably the Daisy is going to be the high priority with that quest.
Take care of that too, absolutely.
But if a tramp comes down, then I think that actually becomes different because at least Daisy Duck is giving you cards.
Yes.
So, and Lady is a shift option for Drew as well. So even though Daisy may appear to be the more threatening card, and sometimes she is, you also need to respect these ladies.
Well, yes, ladies absolutely deserve respect. And we're getting just a pair of characters at a time. 2 Daisy Ducks, 2 ladies.
First trigger,
Elegant
Clarabelle.
Spaniel.
Oh, and
there
another
she
one.
is. Wow. We wanted to see it, and there it was. So we're going to be seeing it coming down for sure.
Yep.
On this next turn for Jake. I would be surprised if he went any other way.
It depends what else he's got in his hand, but I mostly agree with you. I think that's probably what we're going to see, unless Jake Quincy wants to set up a more efficient turn for next turn, maybe establishing a Prince Philip or something like that.
Oh,
if
yes.
If he's got the 3-drop, that could shift in, then he could shift it next turn. But I think it's more than likely he's going to be forced to just shift and get rid of one of these daisies, because Drew already at 8 lore with 2, 4, 5, 6... Well, technically, both of these ladies are questing for 2, so it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lore on board, Zbex. We going. We off.
We are definitely going. And then down there on the bottom of the screen, we also have a Tramp Enterprising Dog that we can't count out either.
Yep.
So there's 5
that's
characters
what I mean. That's
to
why
deal
they're both
with.
questing for 2. Yeah, this Tramp is no pushover.
They're sharing a plate of spaghetti and enjoying
Absolutely.
all of the sauce.
Absolutely. Oh, it got me hungry now, Z-Bags. I think I'm going to eat some spaghetti for my dinner, but that's going to be later. We're only in round 3. If you're only just joining us, welcome to the Disney Lorcana trading card game. We are here. Disney Lorcana Challenge, Richmond, Virginia. This is round 3. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss today. Tomorrow we will have 4 more rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 32. Those 32 players will qualify for national championships, the North American National Championships, and the overall winners, Z-Bex. Where are they going? Where are they going?
They're going to Disney World.
Absolutely. Well, at least a world. It was in Disney World last time.
It was true. We don't have the full
I'm hoping
information.
it's in Disney World. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
It's just like all of those commercials we saw growing up, right?
Absolutely.
Where are you going to Disney World? I thought we were about to see the Clarabelle thrown down right there, and then a hesitation. We're going to take a moment to make sure that that's the right play with the number of characters in play on the other side of the board.
Yeah, this seems like a very pivotal turn for Jake. Again, got to make that decision about whether we're going to play Clarabelle. But no,
Cinderella, dream come true.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to get some extra ink into his inkwell by playing a princess character this turn, which could, as you mentioned before, set up a later turn to deal with everything that we have on the opposite side.
Yeah, and this will get us closer to maybe a Prince Philip without a shift. I don't think we can do it next turn, but the turn after we might be able to. And again, it's establishing another singer, right? So I think Jake is saying, okay, this is dangerous. I'm letting you get a lot of lore here, but this is hopefully going to set me up for a better turn next turn to deal with your board. And like, because if you just played the Clarabelle, if Drew had something random like a You're Welcome or whatever.
Oh, that would be devastating.
Not something you expect to see in dogs, but that's not my point, right? Like, people bring spice. And
well, and I really like what he did. Instead of just playing one Clarabelle, getting rid of one card from his hand, he had a full hand almost. It looked like 6 or 7 cards. So 100%. By inking a card, playing 2 characters, now if he does move to play the Clarabelle, light on her hooves, he'll get a lot more cards, a lot more card advantage from that, which we love to see that in this Emerald Sapphire deck. Oh, that's one of my favorite things to do, draw cards any day. You just walk up and hand me a card, I'll take it, I'll be happy.
I will take it, 100%. Was that the
Oh, we've got,
did we play?
I didn't quite, I was not looking, and I see that it is a character that can quest for 2. We've got 6 willpower. Now, how well do you know your character stats? What's an Emerald character with 6 willpower?
Well, Clarabelle, but...
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see it in the dog's deck,
Well,
though.
exactly, and there's not enough ink for it anyway, so there's no way that it's that.
Now it's...
Oh, it's Tramp Street Smart Dog. I'm a fool. I'm a fool of a
just up in the player camera there for those of you watching on stream. We can see it just in front of his left hand there on the table.
Yeah, it is the Street Smart Dog Dual Ink Tramp. 7 cost, 2/6, quest for 2. You pay 1 ink less to play him for every other character on the board. So with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters, that means that we're only playing 2 for this Street Smart Dog. And then when you play him, you draw cards equal to the amount of other characters you having on board, and then discard that many. So that means Drew is drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards and will be forced to discard that many, which you may be thinking, well, what's the point of drawing? You're filtering your hand, you're finding the most key pieces, and yeah, just digging through the deck. Yeah, this Tramp makes this dog deck come together.
A lot of times, this could be the moment where the Emerald deck, gets the collar, the Tramp gets accepted into the house, where you can just go through and find another Tramp or whatever other character you need. But we love to just see them filtering through multiple Tramps. We've seen it before. Is that what he's going to do now?
Gets rid of an Under the Sea, another Tramp. There's a couple of ladies there, both the Spaniel and the Floodborn. So there's some pretty good cards. I'd love to know what Drew's kept there.
Yeah, not enough ink available to do anything this turn.
Unless he wants to ink, but
it's true.
Again, not always the priority for the dogs deck. They can just sit at 2 ink. We did a little flash there, but I didn't quite catch it. Is that Daisy? Yeah,
There's another Daisy, our third Daisy
I'm
duck.
surprised to not see the Lilo
The Lilo
discarded.
escape artist.
I'm surprised to not see that discarded, because the ability of Lilo brings it back from the discard at the beginning of it. Well, again, you have to pay the ink to do it, but certainly interesting. Deciding this Under the Sea isn't going to be doing a lot. It would wipe the board as it is, but as soon as these Clarabelles shift, then you are not getting swept away. Washed away, should I say.
Well, and the characters on board weren't quite strong enough to sing together, so why would you waste it anyway? If you can outmatch your opponent by getting more characters on the board, I mean, he's already up to 8 lore. He's almost to halfway to winning. A 1 or 2 turn clock here?
Yeah, dogs can generate like these pressure clock turns very quickly, basically, and say, hey,
Let's quest.
you need to answer me next turn or the turn after. We do find that Prince Philip, and that happened last time. We got Date Clarabelle into Big Clarabelle, and now we see Prince Philip into Big Prince Philip.
Wow.
Is it too little too late, though, Zebex? Drew at 17, Lore?
You know, I think it might be a little bit too late. We'll see if anything can make the difference, but Drew just needs to get past and under the sea off the top, or, you know, I feel like he's got the door open to be able to potentially go 1-0 into the next game.
Possibly. We are going to see that shift Clarabelle coming down light on her hooves. That's going to cost 5 ink to shift onto the big Clarabelle. She has a 5/6 beat stick. Do we have something else? Oh, and it is going to be a round
under the sea. That's going to send all opposing characters with strength 2 or less down to the bottom of Drew's library. And goodness, now he has no characters remaining on board to get that final 3 lore to get game. Now, Jake's looking in a really great position, especially with those princes we just saw.
And worth pointing out, with Under the Sea, your opponent does get to choose the order of which they go under your deck. So
Which Dogs is probably one of the only decks currently where that matters a lot.
It depends how quickly you can get through the deck, right? Nonetheless, it is Jake's choice, so that's why you saw him just pick up those cards and organize it himself.
That's right.
Inking a big Prince Philip, and down comes a little one. That says to me there's another big one in hand, and if we have a Malicious, Mean and Scary, then that's a nice answer to whatever Drew plays here. Again, kind of shocked to have not seen the Lilo go into the discard pile last turn, to be honest. But we do only have 2 ink. It is actually going to be inked now.
So maybe we needed to save it for ink. We see a Mowgli Man Cub come down, which will let us get the action out of your hand, develop your brain. Let's get it out of here. It's in the banish.
That's 3 lore set up, though, and there was no malicious... Oh, he finds the Malicious, Mean and Scary on the top of the deck. Look at Drew's face. Look at Drew's face here, because he just revealed the hand with Mowgli, and there was no malicious.
That's so brutal when you have just gotten to take hand disruption, but the card off the top was the one that you really wanted to yank out of there. Those Rapunzel guys, they are certainly singing a mean song today.
That was huge, because I don't think that Jake had anything else in his hand to be able to interrupt the Mowgli and the Daisy Duck on the board.
But Drew has 2 more characters back down. Unfortunately, John Silver, our alien pirate, is going to force them to challenge, have Reckless.
Yep.
So we're not going to be able to quest with Lilo, maybe only get up to 18, but at that point, are you even turning Bobby sideways?
But Jake's win next turn.
Geez.
He's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a lot of lore. That's a whole lot of lore, and there's the fist bump. And that Malicious, Mean and Scary off the top was humongous, Zebex.
So game 1 is actually going over to Jake, to my surprise. I thought for sure Drew Dogs had that one going home.
Yeah, very easily could have, though. That Malicious, Mean and Scary at the right time was humongous. Worth saying, Jake was on the play during that game. That does certainly matter. Drew will be on the play this time, and I would bet we will see a game 3.
I also would be
Dogs on
pretty
the play
sure we see a game 3.
against Green-Blue is tough.
Very fast. You know, one of the stronger aggro decks that we have in the format right now, of course, there are other aggro decks, but we're really seeing it to rise from the top. We don't see a lot of Kiwi. Even though I love the Amethyst Emerald, I think the Dogs is currently positioned a little bit stronger.
Yeah, a lot of big, very talented players have picked Dogs to be their winner of the overall event, and it's hard to argue with them. So aggressive, but it can have those combo challenge turns, again, using things like Tramp to boost the strength of your characters, using things like Under the Sea. So yeah, I think Dogs is super well positioned, and it's the reason a lot of people brought it today.
Yes, and we're going to see both of our players open up with a new hand of 7 cards, do their altering, see what we can get here. You know, we've got Bobby potentially as a 1-drop, but that's usually not the card that you're going to play first in Dogs. I would expect that to be going into the inkwell immediately. We got Dogs. The deck is named Dogs. We're going to play Dogs.
Dogs. Drew on the play, looking to ink, and I'm seeing that Bobby Zimmer.
Maybe he is going to dig. Nah, we're going to see a lady.
The decisive
dog.
Yeah, tell us about this lady.
Oh, well, she can get bigger the more characters that you play. And by bigger, I mean gaining you more lore.
Okay.
Which is exactly what we want to do.
Yeah, pack of her own, meaning that whenever you play a character, she gets +1 strength. So, and there are other characters in the deck, like I think there's a Webby in hand for Drew who
also a
on play, it gives extra
additional
strength to a character. So if you
Yes.
play the Webby, then he gives extra strength to Lady. Then her pack of her own triggers, she goes up to 2 strength. And then you've got another ink where you can play another 1-drop character. And suddenly she's questing for 3. And of course, sets up a shift line for the big lady. Down comes another lady and the tramp. And that is that
Elegant Spaniel plus the tramp will get us there to be able to make
Certainly
Lady
will.
quest for 3.
Certainly will. She gets 2 strength from pack of her own, and the tramp targeting the decisive dog with an extra strength buff. We quest him for 3.
We love that.
Inking the Donald.
And we see a Tipo growing sun for Jake. We want to continue ramping early in the game. Make sure we get lots of inkwell into our inkwell.
Absolutely, that's the name of the game when you're a Sapphire. That's why you play Sapphire. Well, I suppose Hades is the premier removal in the game, which I have feelings about. But Sapphire is very strong, basically, is the long and short of it. If you're new to Disney Lorcana, let me tell you. Let me talk to you. Sapphire's pretty good.
Yeah, and of course, the Hades that you're mentioning was originally printed in the first chapter, but we got it reprinted
Sure
and Fabled,
was.
so we
One
get
of
to
the
see some of these
OGs.
all-stars back around again, and players are definitely including them in their deck lists
Oh,
this
they sure
weekend.
Yep, ever since Ruby lost its position in the game as the premier removal deck, we no longer. Instead, Hades is that removal deck, and Red Purple, we're a curve and turn them sideways deck. How things have changed. I wonder what things are going to look like a year from now. Hey, Amber will be the control deck next year. Don't at me. Don't at me. All right, you can at me. It's fine.
Okay, well, we'll see what ink color they might give card draw to next. That would definitely switch it up, right?
Card draw is good. Amethyst does it better than any other deck, though. Again, all of the inks in Lorcana having their own identity. Sapphire being able to accelerate your inking. Amethyst being very good at drawing cards. Ruby typically was the banishing characters color, and it still kind of is. It still has those banishing
Well, and
cards,
Emerald
right?
can also be typically a discard theme. We
Most
see
typically.
Clarabelle, clumsy guest coming
Kind of
down
the
here
all-rounder,
again.
I think, Emerald.
Well,
it does
yeah,
a little bit of everything,
Can get
right?
rid of items, can get rid of cards in players' hands.
Yep. Amber, obviously, a lot of cards that can heal or pay less for characters, things like that. And, of course, Steel.
Take off damage as well.
Absolutely. And Steel specializing in doing chip damage to
Get
characters.
direct damage.
Direct damage of things like Fire the Cannon, Strength for a Raging Fire, Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, list goes on.
Yes. But none of those steel cards here in this match right now. We saw a pass back to Drew.
Mulling it over for a moment. I think Drew is considering his... he hasn't played anything yet. He's really mulling this over. He's got 3 characters on board that are all free to quest. We are going to ink. I see a tramp in hand. I see the Miss
another
Park
lady.
Avenue shift lady.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming down? It's going to be that
Go-Go.
Go-Go.
Tamago.
Yep.
Okay, we're not going to rely on that. But we're going to get an Ursula Deceiver. We want to get another action out of hand, please.
It has to be a song, though, and there is a spooky sight in hand, but that is not a song. It is an action. So an unfortunate miss there from Drew. We see the big Clarabelle, the big Philip.
That's right. Ursula wants to take your voice away. So
Sure does. She sure does.
She did
You'll
not
never
succeed
even miss
today.
it. You'll never even miss it, is what she says. And Jake Quincy says, I ain't missing anything, mate. I got no songs here. You ain't touching my spooky sight. And that spooky sight is actually very good card in this matchup. It puts all characters of 3 strength or less that are on the board into the inkwell. That would include Jake's, though. It'd get rid of his Clarabelle and his Tipo, but it would remove everything Drew has in play.
when he's still at least 1 turn off, and I say 1 because
gonna get us
Cinderella Dream Comes True will come down again and help us get another ink into the inkwell for playing a princess. So do you think we're going to see that spooky side on Jake's next turn? I mean, with 5 characters over there?
A lot of potential for it, depending on what Drew may be incentivized to even hold back a little on this next turn because he knows that spooky sight is there, and if he just empties his hand and then it all goes into the inkwell, then that's not the position you want to be in. Not
But
in
you
law.
have the information, so you can take that with stride, take it on a
Information
walk.
is very good, very, very good.
And I think we're just going to see probably some questing here. Why would you waste challenging when you know you have an action in hand that can just dominate? What do you
Depends how much lore you want to keep off the board, right? Because you can't play the spooky sight until next turn. So Jake will absolutely would have done the math here to see how much lore Drew has the potential to get next turn.
That's right. The dogs early on already up to 9 lore on the board. That's a fast start compared to where Jake's at with 0. But as we saw last game, even with the dogs slightly ahead right now.
The Clarabelle and the Tipo were considering a double challenge into the lady, but Jake thinking about it a little longer. He's actually not going to do
leave
that.
them ready.
Passes his turn, triggers the Cinderella to ink a card, draw a card, and passes back.
Oh, and Drew got another Ursula Deceiver, which we know won't necessarily help against Spooky Sight. Not the answer we were looking for off the top.
Not really. Jake has drawn 2 cards since then, so it might be worth a look. But the other card is the Miss Park Avenue, which we can shift, but there's nothing in the discard for us to get back. So may still be worth it, though. Just, again, get more lore on the board, and that 4/4 stat line for Miss Park Avenue is not bad.
Yeah, you can really see Drew considering it here, knowing he's in a little bit of a tough spot, knowing what might be coming down next turn. I think if I were him, I would just hold back. Oh, it's so tough.
You have to quest here. You absolutely you have to do,
get the points.
You have to do some questing here, 100%.
You
because
can't challenge, so you must quest.
Plus, to be fair, shifting this lady means that's 1 less card that is going to be removed by the Spooky Sight, because at the moment, everything on Drew's board will go into the Inkwell, whereas if we shift here, that keeps us a character.
Okay, and Lady Miss Park Avenue
4,
coming
5, 6,
down,
7.
so we will get to return a couple characters, but we don't have any in the discard, so we actually don't, as you said.
Yeah, no characters for us, but we are able to quest for 7, going up to 16.
Oh, wow.
So the pressure is on. Jake is going to be able to play that Spooky Sight if he chooses, but he needs to deal with the lady first. And because Spooky Sight would get rid of his own Tipo and Clarabelle, he may be forced here to go into the lady with everything and then play the Spooky Sight.
I mean, that would be worth it. We've seen how Emerald Sapphire likes to get past that first portion of turns in the game. If it can get past a certain point, it's just going to run away. And if his top decks keep being like they were in game 1, I mean, right now,
Hades into Philip, into this, into this, into
Jake
this.
is really winning the top deck match if there ever was a contest to see who could top deck better.
For sure. This is interesting because, again, you can ram everything into the lady, and then you can Spooky Sight and clear Drew's entire board. But that would give up your Clarabelle, which is an important piece because it's a shift target.
And
so,
he does have the Clarabelle light on her hooves in his hand, ready to put it there. So
but you can't do both, unfortunately.
You have to choose.
You have to choose. You can't shift the Clarabelle and play the Spooky Sight. So I think he's going to be forced into it here. It depends what sort of challenging we could do, because these tramps with 1/3 stat lines and the Ursula, like, that's super tough for this board to deal with. I think he has to do it. I think he has to just, like, send. Thing is, you don't have to go into the lady. Like, you can let it survive, and then Drew goes to 18 next turn.
But when you're already, you're already too close
Seems
to
a little
the finish.
scary. Seems a little malicious, mean, and scary to me. And as such, that card is going to go into the Inkwell. How is Jake going to sequence this? Everything into the lady.
Challenge.
Yeah, I don't think he has a choice, and there's the Spooky Sight. Drew knew it was coming. That enchanted version is beautiful, by the way,
yeah,
I have to
it
say.
hits the camera so nicely, that pumpkin. Woo.
So Jake has been able to stabilize the board, isn't able to play anything else himself, and Drew...
Lady, Miss Park Avenue. Finally, some cards in the discard for us to get back.
Yes.
That is a top deck. That's our first top deck for Drew that we get to see.
100%.
Righto.
And literally only able to get back that 1 decisive dog, because those were the only things in the discard, the decisive dog and the Miss Park Avenue. So we get one of those back. There's an Ursula. It's going to reveal a Vision and a Clarabelle.
So still Ursula not getting anything out of Jake's hand. As a villain fan, she's not doing her job very well.
She's not. She truly isn't. But as a song enthusiast, I think I respect Ursula, but I don't have to like her.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, she's the G. We love a bit of Ursula. I love me songs, man. I'm still upset from all the B preps I have lost to Ursula's in the past. That's my problem. That's my problem with her.
I was probably one of the people that got a B prep out of your hand with an Ursula.
Of course you were. Develop your brain. And he's just going to pack it up. And we are going to be going to a game 3, Z-Bex.
All right, here we go. We knew that dogs would have a strong opportunity to take a game and take us to game 3 here. And here we go. That means Jake is going to be back on the play. How do you feel about Emerald Sapphire being on the play for this third game?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it's so important, right? Because,
it is.
Jake will play he will ink on turn 1 and play either a develop or nothing, and then Drew gets to play his 1-drop, and then immediately Jake is into the turn 2 ramp, assuming we find a turn 2 ramp. So we saw in game 1 that 1 turn ahead was exactly what Jake needed to be able to come out on top. On the draw, I think it would have been a very different game. So Jake has proven that this is possible on the play.
Absolutely. And for Drew, it also is possible on the draw. We have seen the dogs come back before, so don't count him out just because Jake is going first this time. He could have just as speedy of a hand if we get multiple tramps.
I do see that daisy, though, for Drew in hand. Again, game 1 was a daisy followed by a daisy lady, so a very aggressive start, but Jake was still able to take that game.
Yeah, so we'll see if he goes with the same play again. And again, we see Under the Sea in Drew's hand. Let's get rid of it. We don't want it early on.
Yeah, maybe you would keep it in the mirror, because there can be some very interesting plays where you can play Under the Sea by turn 4 if you're using, you go 1-drop into 2-drop into lady, family, dog, and then play another 2-drop, and if these 2-drops are singer 4s, which they can be, then that can be a really nice line, but this is not the matchup where you want to be starting with it. We want all gas, no brakes, Yaramin!
Exactly.
Exactly that.
And especially with Daisy Duck being uninkable, I didn't get a chance to see quite how many cards he was able to ink, but we want to make sure that we have something just to throw into our inkwell. So let's make sure Under the Sea is one of those that we just recycle for a different card.
100%. Jake on the play. This is game 3, round 3 at Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia.
Both players undefeated currently.
Undefeated. Prince Philip vanquishes your foes into the inkwell and no turn 1 play, which again I think is what you want to be doing. You don't want to have to play a Develop Your Brain on turn 1 because that's one less card that you can ink, and if the Develop Your Brain is finding you a good card, you don't want to ink that card. So on the play, just ink, pass. As long as we've got turn 2 ramp, we are Gucci.
Well, and especially with how many Daisy Ducks Donald's Date we did see in the first game, Jake knows that he might be able to use that to his advantage.
Yeah,
it's almost like card draw that you didn't include in your deck list.
100%. 100%. This Daisy Duck is that double-edged sword. Will that come in hand? I think in game 1 we saw every card be a character, which is kind of wild because this Emerald Sapphire deck has a lot of non-character cards, right? The Sails, the Malicious, Mean and Scaries, the You're Welcomes,
Spooky Sight,
list goes on.
Visions of the Future.
So quite unfortunate for Drew in that game 1 that this Daisy would not stop giving away prizes.
Yeah. And after Sail the Azurite Sea, we see a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman going into the inkwell, just setting up his next turn, ready to go.
Drew with a wide grip, and it looks like there are at least a couple of 1-drops in hand. There is the Bobby, not really what we're looking for. We want some ladies, we want some daisies. We're going to take that quest. Let's get information first, Seabex.
Yes.
Let's see what our opponent is going to find.
Well, it's a Clarabelle Clumsy Guest, which if he doesn't have it at this point, then he'll have something to shift into the larger Clarabelle, but it wasn't too malicious, mean, or scary.
No, not too bad. That Clarabelle tripping over off the top of the deck and falling into Jake Quincy's hand. We do love her, though.
We do. She'll have her moment on the dance floor.
And again, just getting the information before committing to any other plays, right? That is absolutely the way to sequence. That card off the top of the deck might not have made a difference to what Drew wants to play here, but every little bit of information can be very important. We're going to ink ramp.
Absolutely. And let's get a little bit more information, please. We've got Mowgli Man Cub coming down again. And this time, we do have at least one song we can take. You're welcome. Bye-bye, Maui. We don't want to see you disrupting any of our dogs. We draw cards.
It's Jake's choice. So Jake gets to choose which action he wants to discard from his hand. So there was that Spooky Sight, choosing to hold on to that. And again, Jake lost game 2, but it was still an important piece, right? And Jake is on the play this time, so I think that makes sense to hold on to that, especially because if Drew follows up next turn with an Ursula, this You're Welcome is going to be taken away anyway, so I like that choice from Jake.
Well, and that's kind of the biggest difference between Mowgli, Man Cub, and Ursula. One gets a song where you're getting to choose, and Mowgli, your opponent gets to choose. They're both at that same slot, at a 2-drop slot. Drew gets to use both of them in his deck, which feels really good, probably having 8 copies of Hand Disruption.
And if you've got both, you can, depending on what your matchup, if you're expecting to see more songs or actions, etc., right, you can make that choice from there. So I love Mowgli.
And coming down on Jake's side, we do see, again, Cinderella Dream Come True. We love that to get the extra ramp here. Continue putting cards into the inkwell.
Under the sea off the top of the deck there, Z-Bex.
Ooh.
And another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one. And currently, I mean, you're probably not going to use it when there's only one character out there. We really want to get more value,
Absolutely.
at least 2. And maybe Drew would consider, since the first game, not using it, throwing it into the discard. Didn't benefit him getting the victory in that first game.
That one in his hand anyway. So
which can kind of be painful because you want to have cards to ink, as I was saying earlier. So we got rid of it while we were altering our hand, and then it just came right back.
Get him out of there. Yeah,
Ursula's playing some tricks. She actually is up to her villainy.
Love it. I love to see it. Yeah, no, and Under the Sea, again, not really for this matchup. You can find spaces where it's nice, like if there are 1-drop Clarabelles on board and things like that. And of course, the Cinderella has 2 strength. But
you'd much prefer to see it in a matchup with a lot lower cost characters, lower strength.
And Jake's going into his 6 ink turn anyway, so he's more likely just to be playing big character after big character from here on anyway. So I don't think Under the Sea is going to be all that impactful.
That's what a 2-4-6 deck does well.
There's a Prince Philip trigger from the big prize of Daisy Duck. So that's something we could play this turn to threaten the shift Prince Philip next turn if we have it.
Prince Philip Royal Explorer also just loves to get some points on the board. In case you don't have it in hand, he does Quest for 2, a 3-2 with Ward. So really a versatile card here, especially at uncommon. That's one of my favorite things about Disney Lorcana is the number of commons and uncommons that we get to see in play. Tell me another trading card game where you are so excited about Winnie the Pooh, Honeywood, like
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. That's Cinderella taking a very rare challenge into the Mowgli. I respect it. You need to keep Drew off. Like every law matters. Hey, every matchup, every law matters.
Sure.
But these aggressive decks, even just 1 or 2 law can be the difference between winning and losing. So let's clear up the board as much as we can. I don't think Cinderella was going to be doing anything too interesting other than that.
No, we really see the value for her when you play her. We don't have any shift characters with Cinderella currently.
Yes.
I'm
waiting for Sapphire to give us some 8-drop Cinderella that shifts for 6. And yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared.
We saw Drew draw a tramp off the top. Not necessarily what we need right here in this situation. What card do you think would be most ideal for Drew to draw right now?
Be prepared.
Okay, excuse me, what card that's legal both in this core constructed and in the colors of ink that Drew has brought to this tournament today?
Okay, that is a bigger consideration. Honestly, I kind of just want to... If the opponent has Malicious Mean into Prince Philip, like there's kind of just not a lot you can do about that. If they have the Spooky Sight, which Drew knows that Jake does have that Spooky Sight, so you can't overcommit to the board with low drops. I think you need to prioritize getting this Tramp Street Smart Dog on the board, but you need to play more characters first to be able to do that. And I think Drew recognizing that and saying, let's just put it in the inkwell. We do play this Tramp. Oh, that's pretty good. That's going to give +2 strength.
But the Enterprising Dog here, not the Street Smart Dog. We got to build up those characters, get the extra bonus if we ever find any ladies.
Absolutely. Bobby going on a little quest, taking us to 6 lore.
Hey, get that spray cheese, kid. You know, that when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, Mom, no.
Love some Goofy movie. But yeah, that Daisy, a pretty good challenge. Of course, it had to make a challenge. It was given reckless by the John Silver, but this Tramp Enterprising Dog able to make that challenge actually of benefit, getting rid of the Cinderella Dream come true.
Well, and we're probably going to see Daisy challenging a lot the rest of this game because John Silver has that text where both when he is played and every time he quests, you have to give a character reckless.
You're right.
So, unfortunately, Daisy, you're not going on any more dates.
I don't think you're giving any more prizes. No more dates for you. Get home in. Like Daisy's dad stood at the doorstep. What time do you call this? Get in this house right now. Sorry.
That's right. And Prince Philip.
Quack.
Prince Philip might be sending his goons, his malicious, mean, and scary goons over.
Goodness me.
You don't have to just worry about Dad. You have the whole gang to worry about.
The whole gang. Daisy is the most protected character in the world. Prince Philip, of course, does have that ward keyword, meaning he cannot be chosen. Not something that Drew's really looking to do a lot, but ward is certainly one of the most powerful keywords in the game. John Silver on a challenge instead into the Daisy Duck, choosing just to get rid of it as opposed to taking the lore and giving that Reckless. I respect it because, again, every character in play, Zebex, for Drew represents more than just what that character is. It represents paying less for your Tramp Street Smart Dog. It represents another character that can sing something like Under the Sea. So that's the thing about these Amber Emerald Dogs decks. It's not about just what the card does. Just having a character on board is very representative
Ursula
of the game
Deceiver
plan.
is going to take Malicious, Mean, and Scary out, so we at least don't have that problem to worry about. Scary enough that we said, go to the discard, please.
How mean. How mean. I think Jake can handle it, though. Like, Drew at only 6 lore, he's feeling pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I would feel pretty good at 6 lore, and even though John Silver is out here, we still have a lot of cards that we can get up to. However, looking at the ink in the player's inkwell right now, those Under the Seas that we saw in Drew's hand might be hurting him right now. I don't know what turn we're on, but I only see 3 cards in his inkwell.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we stop, really. I've seen a lot of Dogs decks stick at just 2, to be honest. Again, the fact that we can play characters cheaper, like Tramp, you pay 1 less to play him if you've got a lady, and then the Street Smart Dog, you pay 1 less for every other character. So Dogs doesn't need to ink that high, which means you can keep those resources. So, yeah, Dogs doing basically what it wants to do, but a little slower than we'd have hoped. We haven't seen, like, that Lady Decisive Dog that we saw in Game 2, right, was huge. Like, that quested for at least 9 over the course of
early on in the game, too, getting it down very early.
Before Jake gets to this point where he has theoretically answers. Like, this Prince Philip is such a threat.
Both of them, they have much bigger stats, and if he does challenge any of Drew's characters, should they become exerted, they're only dealing 1 strength back, 1 damage in return, which for 5 willpower or even 2 isn't going to matter.
Isn't going to matter.
We can live on to the next turn.
It don't matter if you win by 1 lore or 19 lore. A win's a win.
That's right. And I think we will see potentially Prince Philip challenging Tramp or Bobby. I think I'd go for the Tramp with all of the benefits there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Tramp is the scarier character, 100%.
I mean, Bobby's cool. He's our best friend.
Oh, Bobby's cool and all that, but like...
He can hang out. He's just hanging out in the kitchen enjoying his brechies.
Hey, the best thing Bobby does is just filter through, right?
He does, yeah.
Helping you find better cards for your hand, but also fueling the discard pile. We have seen in the past some of these Amber Emerald Dogs decks, Zebex, including cards like Circle of Life. And,
yes.
And being, again, Bobby can throw things into the discard, and then you can bring back your Street Smart Dog.
And your favorite card, Hades Infernal Schemer, coming down on Jake's side.
Who loves me some Infernal Schemer.
It's going to put Tramp out of the play for
that's
us.
Brutal.
Banished, please.
That is absolutely brutal. Completely clearing up the board. We've got 2, 4, 6 lore on board. I think, assuming we play a character next turn, we're on a 3-turn clock now for Jake Quincy.
Yeah, with all characters being able to quest for 2, that's huge. And Lady Miss Park Avenue, again, feeling a little too late here. Just like Game 2.
Maybe a little bit.
I'm having some deja vu.
Yeah, very nice. That's all you did there, aren't you? Oh, Baloo.
Oh, jeez. No, it's Sapphire.
I just want Baloo. I just want to cuddle from Baloo. Leave me alone. Let me cuddle Baloo. Let me have my bare necessities. Drew deciding which 2 characters he wants to return from the discard to hand. They must be of cost 2 or less. Which
a couple of choices this time. Mowgli, probably, and absolutely. We would like to continue to disrupt Jake's hand as much as possible.
Get rid of the scaries.
Yeah, because we don't want to see another one being cast.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Just any time we can get rid of a song is a pretty good thing. Of course, playing that lady did cost 5. We were not able to shift her. Do we want to ink anymore? Like I said, like this deck doesn't really need to ink this high. But we are going to do it just so we can play another character this turn.
And Bobby's going to continue to filter through our deck. We're going to draw a card, discard Under the Sea, because it is not helpful. It's not going to do anything against any of the
Strong swimmers on Jake's side of the board, unfortunately for Drew.
In fact, 2 of them are on boats.
There you go, exactly. Exactly. Nailed it. Yeah, John Silver not going to be scared of a little bit of water.
No, thanks to the Azurite Sea, cards like Sail the Azurite Sea. We have quite a nautical theme here for the Emerald Sapphire. And Hades from the underworld, underwater, singing your welcome. He's going to choose his own prince. Why do you do that?
Of looking for resources here. I think Jake probably isn't happy with his hand, isn't able to do anything to this lady. Okay, you could have played your welcome, give some extra resources to Drew, but I think Jake's just out of resources himself. He needs to find more removal, more Hades, maybe find some malicious means, maybe not those two Clarabelles he just picked up.
Clarabelles are not going to do it
But
here.
at least we're digging through the deck, right? And hopefully the next card is a bit more high impact. But he does have other cards in hand.
Yeah, it looks like one jump ahead for some more ramp, more
Head
potential.
of the bread line.
That's right. Those street rats certainly know how to work the market.
John Silver considering going on a quest here. And of course, the Pick Your Fights ability. Man, I love Treasure Planet. It's such a goated film. But yeah, Pick Your Fights, not only on play, but on quest, giving Reckless to a character.
That's right, to Lady. Because we want to get her exerted.
Of course we do.
Because we can easily take her out as long as she's not ready.
Yeah, I think, again, she will... There's a choice here for Drew, right? He can either trade into the John Silver, or he can put that challenge into the Hades, which would mean that they would both survive. I think I'd rather get rid of the John Silver,
Me
to be
too.
honest.
Me too. I like trading a character for a character, a card for a card, and that ability that John Silver has, making Drew challenge every turn with one character. That's not what Dogs does. They don't challenge very well. They like to run around and play.
They're all bark, no bite.
Questing, exactly.
There's that Lady Family dog followed up by the Ursula. Let's get a peep.
And we do have a couple of actions, but no songs. So out of our Ursulas and Mowglis for Drew, they just haven't quite matched up with the cards Jake has had in hand.
Yep. The spooky sight revealed.
And we do have, ironically, Mowgli Man Cub played as well. So we did at least get one card out of the hand.
Yeah, and Jake choosing to get rid of that Sail the Azurite Sea. And Drew does choose to take that line of Lady into John Silver. I think that's the right decision.
We approve of that, absolutely.
I think that's right. Questing with Clarabelle.
Yeah,
going
get
to
some more
5
points
lore.
up there.
And a big
one.
turn. Yeah.
Spooky sight. Let's get all of those characters into the inkwell, please.
Be gone. Be gone, doggies. Get home.
And I really like Spooky Sight as opposed to a card like Ink Geyser here, because Dogs doesn't have a chance to come back. So is this a card? I've seen Spooky Sight maybe once at my store champs this past weekend.
I think it's a must include for a lot of the Sapphire
One of our
decks.
newer cards that we got from Whispers in the Well, which is really nice to see. All of these new cards showing up today in our Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond. Round 3, Game 3. One character on board apiece. We're pretty close to tie game, 7 lore to 8 lore. However, it's not that simple.
It is not.
Emerald Sapphire slightly ahead here, but we do see a Daisy Duck Donald State coming down. We're trying to race. We're trying to get ahead here.
Do we have a follow-up? Of course, a plethora
Yes, Webby Vanderquack.
plethora of ink for Drew, which is not common for Dogs, but certainly taking advantage of it the best we can. Down comes that Webby. On play, you get +1 strength to a character. And there's the Basil that's going to bounce back the Daisy.
Oh, geez, that was brutal for Drew. Basil, we love a great mouse detective. And another character who can quest for 2 over on Jake's side.
And will consistently discard cards from Drew's hand if the Basil quests. And there's the full art version.
I love that enchanted. It's so beautiful.
Me too. The schematic, like a map or like a
page from a book.
Yes, and again, a lot of inventors came out in that set, so almost like an inventor schematic. So I love it, mate. I love it.
Yes.
Hades quested us to 9, so as you said, Zebex, we're pretty neck and neck. Drew a ton of ink, though. We're going to play back down that Daisy Duck. He's definitely going to be incentivized to empty his hand as much as possible.
Yeah, because anything else is going to be thrown into the discard.
By the Basil, yeah. Unless he keeps his hand wide enough that there's better odds that you just don't discard the good card in your hand, right?
Right. And we're going to see a Tramp Enterprising Dog come down. A nice bonus there.
Yep, giving +4 strength to the Lady, meaning she's able to cleanly answer the Hades, and survive.
And look at that, by going after John Silver the turn before, biding ourselves a little bit of time to get our spaghetti friend, as we see here on the Enchanted of Tramp Enterprising Dog. we're ready to share a plate again. We're ready to take out those deities of the underworld.
So Drew may be mounting a comeback here, going nice and wide, leaving just a Basil on the opposing board, which can, of course, make a challenge into Lady, but that would be a trade. Could take the Webby, but Webby isn't really as big of a problem as Lady, but we are going to take that line, I think.
Yep, let's at least get another character off the board. Baker, as you said earlier, he wants to continue reducing the number of characters that Drew has access to. And Cinderella Dream Come True, followed up by Prince Royal Explorer. We are setting up to get more ink into our inkwell. We are ramping, we are drawing cards.
Was that a Vanquisher of Foes off the top of the deck? We played Prince Philip, we played Cinderella Dream Come True. That was nearly all of our ink. We inked the one card in our hand to draw one card. If that was
Shift into the combo.
I might be wrong. I might be hyping us up for no reason, but the art there looked a little bit like the Vanquisher of Foes, and if that is the case, that is going to be pretty big. Of course,
and
it would only remove the Lady.
Lullaby.
Yep, -2 strength to a character and draw a card.
That will allow us to...
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No trigger off the Daisy. I think that's the first time this has happened so far.
That's good for Drew. Finally, something going a little bit towards the dog's favor.
I'm not sure if it even was a Philip. Oh, it was a Basil. Okay. Okay. And we find was that a Sail off the top of the deck there? This Basil will be able to bounce something back to hand.
Which really needs to happen. Yeah, 16 lore. If he doesn't take a character off the board right
Raja.
now.
I missed the Raja.
I missed the Raja as well. Our devoted protector. He is bodyguard. So if there's any challenges that are going to be made, it's going to go to Raja first.
8 lore on board, Zebex for Drew. So Quincy needs to remove 5 lore from this board right now.
Which is at least a minimum of 3 characters with Lady and Daisy Duck questing for 2.
But you got to get rid of Raja first if you're doing it through challenges. And we have no Hades. We're going to vision. Maybe we can find
something.
Okay, we find the Philip, but we no longer have the ink to play it, and there wasn't even a minute.
We see, you're welcome. Another malicious, mean, and scary. He's going to take a moment to think here and see if any of these cards will be good enough to get the other characters off out of this position. Do you see a line?
He has the ink. Because the 2 have been exerted for Vision of the Future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have the ink to shimp this Prince Philip, but we don't have the malicious, mean, and scary. So it's going to mean very little. But you've still got to do it right.
He does have the malicious, mean, and scary, but he can't cast it.
That's one of the Vision cards. Yeah. That's not in his hand. That's one he's still choosing.
Right. Thank you.
What he wants off the Vision of the Future.
Wouldn't that be nice if Visions of the Future just let you put all 5 cards into the hand? That would be a little bit too broken.
Wow, draw 5? What do you think you are, second star to the right? You can play purple if you want to do that, mate.
As we do.
Yeah, Roger is big.
Yeah.
No, he does not have that full combo. Again, the card in hand is Basil. He visioned. In this vision is a Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, so we can't get both.
He's doing all of the math right now, figuring out which character can trade where.
So
probably Prince Philip going into Ursula.
Because the thing is, he needs 4 damage. So you can put the Basil into the Raja. That would be a trade. But it would get rid of it.
So the bodyguard is no longer a problem.
You can put the Cinderella into the Daisy Duck. You can put the Prince Philip into the Tramp. Then you can shift the. You shift it first. You shift first. But I just wondered.
Of foes.
Thing is, I wondered if he wanted to get more damage on the board first before doing that, though. But seeing a different line is Jake.
Well, now with Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, he can challenge Raja without making a trade, without losing any characters. He can use Basil to challenge Daisy Duck. Still, Basil is around if we need any discard. That was really brilliant. I love to see Prince Philip in action here.
Absolutely, yeah. That might have been
Very
the better
heroic.
line. The line my mind was going down was like getting damage on as many of these characters as possible and then shifting so that you get a bit of the Philip sweep, as I've been calling it. But again, Jake Quincy, I imagine, has played this deck a lot recently. He's going to be very familiar with the lines, but super interesting.
And we did manage to get 3 characters off the board. Cinderella, Dream Come True, finished off Daisy Duck here, and now we've passed it back over to Drew. Here we go. Ready, set, draw. Mowgli, Man Cub. What is the 1 card left in your hand? It's just Basil. Another Basil is not going to be thrown into the discard here.
Okay, but at least the Basil can bounce back this Mowgli, and we have characters on board to deal with the rest of it. So Jake's at least got a turn here. There's a
This is
develop.
right on the line here with Drew at 19 lore. It all comes down to this turn. Who's going to be able to take this match? This is game 3.
Me and Z-Bax are on the edge of our seats. We are
We're
locked
falling
in.
to the table.
Shout out to you, JDC. We are locked in on another level. This is tense. 19 lore. Jake will get one more turn at least because we can bounce this Mowgli back. Maybe we vision first to see if we can find a better line, but there will be at least one more turn in this game.
That's right.
What's he playing with? Oh, he's still just deciding what he wants to take off this develop your brain. We know there will be at least one more turn, but Jake still has quite a way to go. 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board. Oh,
And I didn't quite get to see what cards he was debating between and develop your brain. Quite hidden from the camera right now.
He's playing his cards close to his chest. Ooh, this is tense. I don't like
We're
it.
right on the wire
I do
here.
like
I love it. I love the
the vision.
drama. But for the players right here,
Yeah.
they would rather it be a little bit cleaner.
Finds the vision off
Okay,
of the
let's
develop.
keep looking.
Clarabelle,
Clarabelle, Mother Knows Best, Donald Duck, Tipo. Not quite what we were looking for here. Unless, now what card do you think he's going to keep from this Visions of the Future?
I would say Mother off the top of my head, just because, again, you can
Bouncy
deal with this
character.
board, and then what you want to worry about the next turn, right? You know you can buy one turn, but then Drew is going to have draw a card, he's going to play the Mowgli and another character. So you need as much removal as you can possibly get. Develop finding a couple of Basils.
Yeah, amazing the number of cards that he's been able to dig through his deck in
Absolutely.
this turn here. And it looks like he didn't quite find what he was looking for. Is that the concession from Jake?
I guess he used all his ink so that he wasn't able to play the Basil on the Mowgli that turn, or maybe just Jake sees the writing on the wall. But nonetheless, that is going to be it. Drew taking it 2-1. What did you think of that game, Z-Bex?
Well, that was
Your
incredible.
first official cast.
I
A banger,
loved
right?
it. Yes, and Dogs actually did get the match there.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't sure what to expect when we saw Drew down a couple of times. But Lady and the Tramp, we are eating our plate of spaghetti tonight.
Always spaghetti for Lady in the Tramp, right? We are going to be going on a very, very short break, but do not go anywhere because we have another game from round 3 to show you. We'll be back very soon.
Welcome back. We are going to head straight into another match from round 3 here.
Very exciting. We just had an absolute banger, Emerald Sapphire versus Dogs, but it's not over yet. We're going to jump straight into the second match from round 3. What have you got for us? Oh, Zebex, I immediately recognize one of those players. That was some, oh, hold on. I'm not going to say yet, just in case we saw the wrong thing there. Hold on, let's lock in.
I think you did recognize the right person.
Well, I also recognize this person, but not the one I thought we were watching. No, instead we have the rookie of the year is the way that I've been describing this guy. We have Tiago, someone that broke into the scene at season 2, already has a golden Mickey under his name.
Singapore, just recently, the Disney Lorcana Challenge, an international traveler.
Yeah, made top 32 at DLC Bologna to qualify for the European National Championship, and now is also qualified for the North American National Championship, so that is huge.
In the past, we have seen Tiago on Amethyst Steel.
You are
we
wrong.
see Emerald Amber over here underneath his name. That's quite peculiar, wouldn't you agree?
It's certainly not the ink combination that we're used to seeing, as you say, Zebex. Amethyst Steel has been Tiago's bread and butter, but I do know that he's been crashing out over this deck for quite a while, but he normally still sticks to it because it's what he knows best. Not today. Tiago is repping the Dogs.
Okay, and then over here for Sean, we've got Emerald Sapphire. Are we potentially going to see another version of the match that we were just commentating on?
Essentially, yes, but with different pilots, and who knows, maybe there's some spice. Tiago may be on a Circle of Life type build. I would assume Tiago to be on the most stock, consistent build possible, but who knows? There could be some spice in there.
There are different ways to build both of the decks that we see.
Surely not.
Oh my goodness, you don't like a little bit of spice?
Wow, what a concept.
Oh, that's the greatest thing about Disney Lorcana is there are so many cards that you can play, so many cards that are strong. When you know these teams, these players are play testing together, figuring out what the best combination is, everybody's deck is going to be slightly different.
But 100%. I do already see the typical blue-green cards, the Cinderella. We have the turn 2 ramp in Teapot. I think there's a sale there as well. So Sean already looking to have the basic pieces that he needs. But yeah, I know there will be a lot of people very shocked to see Tiago not playing that purple steel. But Dogs, again, touted as one of the best decks in the format at the moment. Good matchups into blue-green, into Blurple, any of these Sapphire decks essentially. So let's see how Tiago can pilot this deck. He's already 2-0, both our players are.
And another interesting thing about both of these players going into 2-0 and the players we just saw, none of them are on Amethyst, one of our favorite colors, but we are seeing decks that are doing well without that Amethyst color here, giving our other ink colors a chance to shine.
It's possible to win without purple cards?
Oh my goodness, it's true. Say it so. I mean, we'll find out tomorrow who's ultimately the victor of the entire Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond. But right now, we're about to see our first game of this second match of round 3.
There's so much left to go today. If you're just joining us, welcome to DLC Richmond. 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed by another 4 tomorrow, and then into Top Cut, and we're off to the races.
Yep, and we are going to see one of our favorites, Daisy Duck, Donald's date for Tiago, starting off here. We know that she quests well.
Great turn 1 drop. We inked that lady family dog, and passing over to Sean again on the play for Dogs is pretty
good place to be.
It is a very good place to be. Again, there are some lower to the ground decks like Purple Steel and Ruby Amethyst that can deal with this, but blue decks not so much. We're just going to ink and pass.
Yep. And there we go. We'll get to see a card off the top of Sean's deck. Tipo, being a character, will go to hand. A little bit of advantage there, but Tiago already up to 2 points on board.
Yeah, again, Tiago probably not going to care too much about giving cards. He just wants to get all the lore he can. So, yeah, sure, have a Tipo.
And Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid coming down. Let's filter through our deck a little bit. Drawing and discarding. What card would you discard here?
I don't have a full, maybe a Bobby. No, it's going to be a Tramp. Probably wants that Bobby to do a little bit more digging, maybe even playing it now. No, it's going to be the Lady.
Lady.
Elegant Spaniel.
Yes, let's sit and cozy by the fireplace.
Yeah, it is the Elegant Spaniel. I had a
Yes.
moment there where I was doubting myself. I was like, wait,
No,
am I
you were
wrong?
you were correct.
Am I
would've
wrong?
corrected
No,
if you
I'm
were
good.
wrong.
I'm good.
I have been practicing,
still got it.
Baker, and you said it, and I knew that you were right. And of
There you
course,
go.
that lady does give us an extra lore if we have a tramp in play. We discarded a tramp, but we did see other copies of Tramp in Tiago's hand, so she will be able to get a bonus.
Sounds good. We're going to ink a T-Po, Growing Sun, and play another. That's going to put an extra card into our inkwell, and then just simply a pass. Again, Sean needing a few turns to set up and unlock the full potential of this Amber.
The full potential or the 4 potential, as that's how much ink will be on next turn.
I hated that, D-Bags. I hated
Oh,
that.
I love a good pun, chat. So if you're here, I can give you puns all day long.
I'm excited for you and Liam to be on casting together. It's
Oh,
going to be
yeah.
Pun City, Pun Central.
Well, Ursula Deceiver here, potentially taking Under the Sea.
Ooh,
That's
the Jasmine, and we got a reader.
Oh
We've got a
my
reader
goodness.
in chat. Jasmine, is she
Royal Commodore.
Royal Commodore? She is a Shift 5, and on play, you return all opposing exerted characters to their player's hand. Is it just opposing, or is it all? No, all other
All.
exerted characters to their player's hand. A legendary from, I think, set 5. Not a card that's seen a lot of play in the past, but it makes a little bit of sense, again, against these aggressive dog decks, Z-Bex.
I have not seen this Jasmine Royal Commodore played in my local area. So the fact that we're seeing it here today tells me that Sean might have had an idea that dogs or some of these more aggressive
Yep.
decks were going to be in the field today, and he needed to be prepared for it with a card, which Tiago had to read. Maybe we'll get to see it. But
Tiago had to read. It was awful.
my goodness,
It
I
was
know.
It was terrible. But yeah, we're a little off of this Jasmine, and she does have to shift.
Yeah, you must
Get
shift
that
to get
ability.
it. So we will need to see a different Jasmine down here first, which is not there yet.
Not just yet.
But there's quite a few different Jasmines that the Emerald Sapphire deck has to pull from. You've got
Yeah,
the-
there's not a lot of great ones. There's the one drop which gives resist to one of your guys into the start of your next turn, which seems to be not bad. We're going to ink Clarabelle and play a sail.
yeah, let's dig and see if we can find something, potentially dig some more.
Heads held high in the hand as well, for sure. Not a card we've seen a lot this set. We saw it like Fabled and even before that as a combination card with Under the Sea, because it lowers the strength of all opposing characters by 3. So then that is most characters go into Under the Sea range there, but nice to see it again.
Well, and everybody from the family here of Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, yeah.
Chica, not a card that I see very often either.
It's Chicha time, the
Chicha!
dedicated mother. Shout out to Sky, Skylar Dunce. I know he's a big fan of Chicha. 2-cost uninkable, 2/1 quest for 1 support. And the second time you add a card to your inkwell during a turn, you may draw a card.
Well, that's pretty advantageous.
That's pretty good. If you're doing a lot of ramping, you're doing a lot of inking, then Chicha will reward you. One on the way, I think is the name of that.
Yeah,
ability.
not too often that we see draw printed on a Sapphire card, but one of the few that we do. And then Tiago is going to follow it up with a Tramp Street Smart Dog. We love to see that here. He's already costing less because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters in play. Whew.
Yeah, that's a lot of dogs. That's a lot of potatoes. That's a very cheap
which is
tramp.
that many cards that he gets to draw and choose to discard.
Yep, only having to pay a cost of 2 to play down that tramp.
So inexpensive.
That's a bargain, mate. That's what I call that, a bargain.
Mm-hmm. Almost a 2 for 1.
Good value for your ink. Going to start turning some stuff sideways. Will Ursula also be joining them on a little quest? Already at 13 lore here, and that's going to take us to 14 with the Ursula quest. Yeah, Sean needs a lot to happen on this next turn. He doesn't have a Prince Philip down, so there's no line where we can shift into the Vanquisher, or where we can sing Malicious and shift. So I think this is over.
Well, at least for game 1, potentially. But let's see. We're
Oh, of
going
course,
to
yeah,
throw
yeah.
Clarabelle down into the inkwell. And we're going to follow it up here.
There's that Contented Wallflower.
Yep.
Yep, and we do see that 1-drop Jasmine in hand for Sean, so that is clearly the shift target.
Yeah,
of choice for the
Jasmine,
Royal Commandeer.
Resourceful Infiltrator. That was the one that I was thinking
Oh,
of.
we're going to shift straight
Hey,
away.
we get to see it here. Let's get all of those exerted characters. And Sean has the advantage here by playing it.
Yeah.
You don't have to turn your characters to be exerted until you've already done the shift there.
Absolutely.
So clean.
That was super good. Yeah, paying 1 for the Jasmine and then immediately shifting for a cost of 5, bouncing everything but the Street Smart Dog to hand.
I think this Jasmine Resourceful Infiltrator deserves a little bit more respect. You're saying she wasn't so strong, but that play just made it happen all in one turn.
Hey, the Royal Commandeer seems to have found its place in the current meta game, just again with this package of turn them sideways decks like Dogs, or even Ruby Amethyst probably hates this Jasmine.
Oh, yes.
I speak as an authority on the subject. I don't like the idea of this Jasmine bouncing back all my Diablos, etc. But Tiago still well out in the lead, able to quest to 16 and re-establish some characters. And again, Jasmine only sends back exerted characters. So while that was a pretty impressive play, it's probably not done a lot to alter the clock. Other than
Tiago is 1 turn away from game here with characters on the board adding 6 lore right now. Ursula, who came down, didn't really have much to do. Jasmine, Royal Commodore, is going to make the challenge with Tramp, so that's going to be banished. At least 2 of the lore out of the 6 for Tiago gone, but with 4.
Yeah, so that Chicha went on a quest and utilized the support keyword, giving Jasmine an extra 2 strength, meaning she's able to cleanly answer the Street Smart Dog and take only 2 damage in return.
However, we see Go Tamago darting Dynamo, and that's going to gain us the lore here to take a game. He had lots of ways he could do it,
did, yeah,
but he had some style points there.
I think he was pretty satisfied that was going to be his game, but Go a good as way to get there as any. So yeah, Dogs taking game 1 on the play. No real surprise in this matchup, but Sean on the play this time. Is that going to be the bit of space that he needs to come out on top?
Well, and now that Tiago has seen Jasmine Royal Commodore, do you think that's going to change at all how he's altering his hand? Because that's a card that can be an additional under the sea effect.
I don't think it's going to affect his original.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
I think, again, the game plan remains the same. All gas, no brakes, turn them sideways.
Who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out? Who's going to catch them? You know that Sean is going to
Nobody's going to get impounded today if Tiago has his way.
Absolutely. Sean is going to have a slow start to the game. So the knowledge of the Jasmine is nice to have, but I really don't think it's going to do much to change Tiago's game plan. I could be wrong, though, Zebex.
I'm just a Jasmine girly. I love my princesses,
Absolutely.
and there was an Emerald Jasmine before who didn't get much play, so to see an Emerald Jasmine played today, I am very happy about that.
You're just happy to see some princesses.
I
get it.
Power of the princesses.
Hey, your Rapunzel's gone, your Ariel Spectacular Singer's gone, like, you gone.
But we've got Cinderella as a princess who loves to see other princesses. So we could even say this is a princess party.
Princess party, but they weren't invited.
Well, not to the first game. Yeah, Jasmine Resourceful
They're still getting ready is what they're doing.
A princess, the first character we see in play. She's getting the party ready.
Okay, Jasmine was ready on time. That's we love you, Jasmine. Thank you for being ready when you said you would be.
Yeah, she won't be able to be giving resist to anybody, but that's okay. We have seen the Jasmine that I like, so he is, Sean here, setting up to potentially disrupt the dogs in play. But Tiago didn't start with a dog. He started with that popular play, Daisy Duck Donald State. Very strong.
Yeah, it's where you want to be, especially on the draw. You need that extra bit of aggression. I don't think you can open up with a Bobby. I mean, it's still a challenge for the Sapphire decks, but Daisy on the draw means that the pressure is
There's just so much extra willpower to get through.
Absolutely.
The extra card doesn't matter too much.
Just
Being you're welcome, not even getting the extra card.
Math OP. Like.
Oh, and for the second time in round 3, we get to see a triple Daisy Duck Donald's Date.
Okay,
Duck, duck, duck.
I'm gonna steal a line from Liam.
Okay.
It's a foul board state.
Oh, that was a great pun.
That's a Liam original. I'm going to give the credit where it's due. Fully stolen. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit, but we continue.
Thank you for that. I'll take that for me. Thank you, Baker, for appeasing me in my punny ways.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm just here to make you guys feel welcome. But I am going to be sick. Nonetheless, Triple Daisy is all the gas you need on the draw. Wow. Sure must have eye-rolled
West
that.
and C1. We'll have
a
Kita, yep.
Key to the puzzle.
Oh, yeah, we're getting really here with it. And then we see John Silver.
And the third one, Taking us to 8 lore. Okay.
Develop your brain on the bottom.
Miss. Okay, finally a miss. Man, I feel for Sean, man. Like, I love Tiago. He's a good friend, player I respect a lot. I want to see him do well, but man, do I feel for Sean in that moment. Like you expect to lose the dogs on the draw, but then okay, this is my on the play game, and then he just goes triple daisy.
And followed up by a double lady elegant spaniel. I mean, if you're going to draw multiple copies of the same card in your deck, these are great ones to have.
Absolutely.
Especially with tramps that we do expect to come and give that bonus that we love.
100%. Yep, couple of just one tramp, and suddenly these daisies are questing for 2 each, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That would get us to 18 lore next turn. John Silver is going to give Reckless to one of these daisies.
So
though.
one of them won't be able to quest, so only potentially 8 to 16 next time
all?
if Tiago. Oh yeah, this is all. Sean's like, I'm at 0. Please slow down. John Silver is going to be the alien that we need here.
Yep, he's going to pick his fights, picking on the Daisy Duck, but we've got 2 more that are able to quest. Finds a 1-drop Jasmine. And...
Right. For our second one.
Oh, Ink
Geyser.
So that is going to be denied. No
That
big
would
prize.
have been nice, but
No big prize for Sean this
Daisy
time.
Duck is the only one that gets to have the teddy bear.
Okay, this is huge.
And Ursula Deceiver taking Under the Sea. And well, I think that has to be the card.
That was exactly what Sean
Yeah.
needed. That was exactly what Sean needed there to interrupt this board. He does keep Stopped Chaos in his track in hand, which allows you to bounce back a couple of characters of 3 strength or less, which will still help, but Under the Sea would have been humongous.
Yes, and we just see a Clarabelle off the top, our clumsy guess. I would have loved to see that Under the Sea for a big swing here. But currently, Sean is going to have to take care of 7 characters in order to stop Tiago from getting to 20 lore.
There is 2, 4, 5,
Is there
6,
anything
7, 8,
else
9.
he can use to dig to potentially get to another Under the Sea or to that shift Jasmine that I love so much?
If he's playing visual, because the thing is, we already have 6, 7, 8 cost on board, courtesy of Silver and Tipo. So if we can find it, then we can always sing it. So any dig that we've got, but I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing it.
Just characters in hand.
It's a Stop Chaos in his track, another John Silver, a 1-cost Jasmine, and 4th card, which I missed. So no way to dig. What's the best we can do challenge-wise? Because if we can either have the John Silver challenge a Daisy or quest and give a Daisy Reckless. I think you'd rather challenge, because again, bodies on board have worth more than what they are. Stop Chaos in his track is going to bounce a couple of Daisies back. John Silver's going to come down, give Reckless to that one.
The other Daisy, yeah.
Then the John Silver, we sang
And you
Stop
just
Chaos
have
in
to
our track.
hope that there's no additional tramp that Tiago's going to play. Otherwise, everything that was done doesn't matter.
Literally doesn't matter. Finds an Emerald Chromicon off the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's at 14 lore. That's good.
Okay.
Am I missing? Oh no, reckless.
Yeah,
I'm
the Daisy Duck.
Sorry, my bad, chat.
That's okay.
My bad, chat. That was
We are
that was
in
silly
the
of me.
game. We are thinking.
I was not in the tank. I was drowning. What was going on there? Yeah. So it's not game quite. We can go up to 18, but this John Silver gave Reckless to the Daisy. So we do get at least one more turn, unless you're right, unless we found a tramp, in which case it didn't matter, but no tramp yet.
Which, if I were Tiago, I would, after playing Double Lady, I would hope that you have a tramp in your hand to save, just to have that powerful move, just to go, ha-ha.
Especially considering how many tramps are in the deck, right?
Yeah, at least 8.
At least 8,
At least 8.
Down comes those Daisies.
We knew they were coming.
Unless Sean finds Under the Sea here, I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep him off of it. He may be able to deal with a lot of it, but I think this is too much, D-Bex. I really do.
I agree.
Unless it's Under the Sea.
We're going to shift Jasmine. That's what we needed to see here. That's going to return 5 of those exerted characters
and the 2
to
John
Tiago's
Silvers
hand.
are going to make
both of the other
Reckless.
remaining. Yes, okay. Wow, what a turn of events here. I called it for last turn, but it actually turned out that Jasmine Royal Commodore showed up this turn.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Again,
And just in time, too.
It's just a sign of how not used to seeing this Jasmine that we are, that didn't come to mind as an out. But yeah, that certainly did the job. But Tiago's going to be able to go nice and wide here. Sean still needs to find an Under the Sea or an answer. I think
There's a
Tiago
lot of
still
cards
wins.
in hand.
Credit
well,
to Sean.
We'll see.
He's done well here to elongate this match as possible.
He has.
As much as possible, sorry. Yeah,
We're gonna
just go wide.
Yeah, we'll probably see at least 3, if not 4 or 5 characters coming down for
including
Tiago.
Maybe an Ursula, just a fish for the under the... Does Sean even have cards in hand?
I don't
Did he
think
play it all
so.
out? Okay, so it wouldn't be an Ursula then. So there's the Daisy, there's a lady,
Double
there's another
lady,
lady,
yep.
there's a
Pluto, friendly pooch.
So yeah, we need to remove 3 lore from the board here.
And that was not an Under the Sea. That was a Sapphire card. An Ink Geyser, though. Okay, that does...
That's it.
That's it, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah.
Again, to
Because
be
you're
fair,
going to get to draw all those cards and play them.
Unless he T-Po'd an Under the Sea. That may be an out.
Okay, here we're selecting the random cards for the Ink Geyser. Of course, those ones will get to go back to hand.
Yep.
Those ones stay in the inkwell.
Did we T-Po an Under the Sea? That is the question, because if so, there is a chance. Kida, T-Po,
I don't see it.
welcome. No, I think it's over.
Okay.
I think.
Well, we'll see here. With
Wait. Oh, no, we can buy a turn.
With
Double
John Silver,
quest.
we'll make 2 of them quest.
You're welcome.
Challenge, excuse me, reckless.
Yes, and yeah, we'll make them reckless. You're welcome.
But the ladies are still, though, they don't even need the tramp at this point with Tiago being at 18. So how can we get rid of the ladies there? They're ready.
So I think you're welcome the Daisy. We quest our John Silvers to give reckless to the ladies and leave just the Pluto as the only thing that we quest.
Okay.
That is an out. That buys us
another turn.
Another turn. Which is all this is about, because if Sean finds Under the Sea, there is actually every chance that he gets ahead here. There is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 lore on his board. He can create a 2-turn clock.
John Silver's ability being activated by him questing, that's going to take Sean up to 10 lore just to take care of Tiago's characters in play.
Yeah, 100%.
This is so interesting here, where we have another match on the edge of our seats. But this is just game 2.
This is just game 2.
This is game 2. So Sean needs to win this game in order to take it to a game 3. Otherwise, Tiago will be moving on with 9 points in our Disney Lorcana Challenge here at Richmond, Virginia.
Jasmine looking to sing, I think, the You're Welcome.
I like that.
Yep. On the Daisy or the Laddie.
And
on his own
his own Tipo. Okay. If he can find the Under the Sea here,
sure.
John Silver or would potentially sing or...
So this is what I think we call playing to win, all right? Because if there is a line there that Sean can take to buy himself 1 more turn, but then he's right back where he started, and he's been on this train for 3 turns now.
It's been rough.
I think he needs to find a way to make a more high-impact play, and I think that's why you saw the You're Welcome on his own Tipo to dig for hopefully the Under the Sea, which would be a lot better for him. So that's what I call playing to win, as opposed to just playing to buy a turn.
That's right. And it's not just playing to your outs. You want to make sure that you can get the victory. And we...
Oh, go.
go off the top. Oh, my goodness. That card, the Darting Dynamo, is so good. It didn't matter. Congratulations, Tiago, taking this one down, going to 9 points with the Dogs.
Yes, 2-0 for Tiago on Dogs. Again, no surprise to see Tiago picking up game 1 there on the play against that Emerald Sapphire deck, but that triple Daisy opener was absolutely brutal. Commiserations to our Emerald Sapphire player. I think made some really cool moves there. Great to see that Jasmine coming in and do something fun. Yeah, that was a banger.
Yeah.
That was a banger. We would have loved the 3rd game, but a banger nonetheless.
And both of our matches that we saw this round, Amber, Emerald, Dogs taking it. Woof, woof.
Woof, woof. That is the main breakdown of the day. We're going to be going to a very short commercial break, and then after that we will be heading over to the lounge. I'm sure Rebecca's got something very cool lined up, and don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Richmond, where we have 3 wonderful artists joining us. And I have here in the booth Liam, who I know is such a fan of all the artists in Disney Lorcana, but these 3 in particular, I think you are really excited about.
I mean, I'm a fan of so many artists in the game. It's one of those things where, like, if you ask Lorcana players to pick their favorite Disney Lorcana card, sometimes it's tough. For me, it's really tough to pick a famous artist, but what makes these 3 so special are 2 things. One, these are artists who all have been established in the game for quite some time. John Lauren was one of the artists behind one of the original D23 cards that we saw with Robin Hood Unrivaled Archer, and he has made some of Disney Lorcana's most iconic cards, including one I know that we're all a fan of.
Yes, the Winnie the Pooh Honey Wizard.
Who knew that card would be so iconic?
Yes, right? And then we also have Javi Salas here and Valentina Gracioso. And I have to tell you, Liam, like, ever since we've had Disney Lorcana artists here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge events, I think it just brings so much magic to these events. People get to interact with the people who are part of bringing this game to life. And the artists in particular, the art of Disney, not just Disney Lorcana, but Disney, the world of Disney, is something that so many people connect with. And I, in particular, wanted to hear you talk a little bit more about John Lauren in particular, because he's not only done some fabulous art for Disney Lorcana, but he's, like you said earlier today, he's just well known as an artist beyond just these few cards that he's done.
He's a very well-established artist. And one of the things that Disney Lorcana does, which I really appreciate, is they bring in artists who are in all stages of their career. And so you have artists like Nicholas Cole or John Lauren who are very well-established, or even the Bancroft brothers.
Oh, yeah, Tom Bancroft.
Yes, and Tony Bancroft, Disney Lorcana animators who do cards for Disney Lorcana. They're Disney, like, royalty, and they're here doing cards. But there's also artists that come along who are at the start of their careers, like Marcel Berg. This was one of his first jobs out of graduate school, was doing art for Disney Lorcana.
That's awesome.
And so John Lauren is one of those who's been around for many, many years. And not only is he very, very well known, does a lot of books, a lot of illustrations, has worked on video games, and he's done some incredibly iconic Lorcana cards, helped to define the visual style of the game. But he's also he's also mentors a lot of the other artists and collaborates with them on these pieces. So to have him here is just so special, especially since he's been involved with the game even before it came out.
Yeah, and then Javi Salas is another artist that has some really fun art. Actually, one of my favorite is from Rise of the Floodborn. He did both the legendary Snow White and the enchanted version of the Snow White, and I have the enchanted version as part of my collection, which I did bring this weekend to get signed. So have you gotten any cards signed yet?
Not yet, because here's the thing, everybody. The lines are so long. The chance to meet, like, John Lauren, who's an established artist, but the other 2 are in town from Europe.
Yes.
Javi Salas flying in from Stockholm, and then Valentina Grazio is from Italy, but I think she's based out of Scotland right now. But still, 2 places that are a little bit far away from
just a little far,
to, right?
Just a little far. And that's another thing too with this game, that the team at Disney Lorcana has brought in not just amazing artists at all different points of their career, but from all over the globe, and it's amazing to have them here. Another thing that's amazing, though, is all the fantastic games that we've been watching. You've casted some incredible matches. You're having fun watching these games play out?
Always, always. I mean, to me, what makes these games so beautiful is not only do we get to see some fun gameplay back and forth and some drama, but, you know, all of these players have been preparing for these matches and for this tournament for weeks and months even, and so what we're seeing right here is the culmination of so much time, energy, effort, and every single game they're trying to bring their best, and they're really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and one of the things that I have loved about the Whispers in the Well meta is it's really changed quite a lot. This new set, the set 10 from Disney Lorcana, has made such an impact on the meta, and the breakdown that we've seen of decks out there has been really fantastic. We were talking, Zebex and I, earlier about the meta breakdown from the Promo Quest event that happened yesterday, and we actually did get a graphic to show you all what that breakdown looked like. So let's go ahead and bring that up and take a look and talk through, Liam, a little bit again about what we saw. Again, this was about 1,000 players, and as we said, it was that Amethyst steel having the most representation in the room yesterday.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing this, along with all of you out there watching, so this is really fascinating to see. I think, Rebecca, I think the top 4 are generally what we expected. I think Baker hoped that Ruby Amethyst would kind of take the dog spot there in 4th spot, but I think the top 5 are exactly the order that we expected them in. I thought dogs might be a little higher.
Yeah,
but-
you were posting out on Twitter over or under 20%.
Look, yeah, but I got
like,
engaged,
hey,
right?
20%. I don't know.
That's a fair point. I was quickly chastised, and people reminded me. I thought it would be closer to, at the end of the day, around 12.
Okay.
12 to 13, so below 10 here. It's a difficult deck to play. I am interested to see, though, down there in the 5 to 6% range. I really like seeing Amethyst, Emerald there. There's a couple different builds that people can play, and then Amber Amethyst, a deck that feels like the new hotness.
It is, and there are actually some really fantastic players playing that Amber Amethyst deck. But let's transition now. So now everyone keep this in your mind, and now we're going to take a look at today. This is our Disney Lorcana Richmond Day 1 meta, and those top 5 decks are exactly in the same order. These percentages have shifted around a little bit, but Amethyst still taking that top spot. Any other surprises here that are jumping out at you, Liam?
I'll take a look at the bottom in a moment. I will say it is really fun that we were able to look at yesterday versus today, because Friday at these events, when you do these giant 1,000-person tournaments, there are some players who kind of take their cues from where the meta is, so it's fun to see if people change. But as you pointed out, Rebecca, they're largely the same. I think I'm enjoying seeing again that 5-6% of those Amethyst, Emerald, and Amber down there. Amber Steel. It's interesting. Yes, 2-3% is really, really low, but it's not a throwaway number at 3. But other than that, it's kind of where I expect it to be.
Yeah, I think a lot of players kind of expected this in the room. Of course, you're always going to have some outliers, which we see here with someone playing Emerald Ruby out there, and Ruby Sapphire, which used to be that top number, now falling all the way down to the bottom. But I did want to specifically get your take, Liam, on right below that Ruby Amethyst deck is Sapphire Steel, and that is one that when Whispers in the Well first came out, people thought that Sapphire Steel was going to be the deck of this set. But we see here that it has some really good representation, but not nearly as high as people may have thought right at the top of this set.
Yeah, it is interesting. There are, people who love Sapphire Steel love Sapphire Steel.
They do. They're very devoted to their ink pairing.
That's right. And so it's one of those things where I bet you no matter what the meta looked like, you'd always have a strong representation just because people want to carry it in. People enjoy those colors.
Oh, sure.
You get to ramp, you get to play big things, you get to do some damage.
You get to do things, stuff and things.
Yeah. But there's just other options that are better when you're trying to ramp. There's other options that are better for Steel. It is a good deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple convert. I wouldn't be surprised to see a healthy number make day 2. And there's some very good players on it. The one thing that is fun about it is there's several different ways that you can take it. It's kind of toolboxy.
Sure, there are some different deck builds. You have like the more aggressive strategy. I've seen some. I talked with a player the other day who has a Sapphire Steel Princess build. You know, you have the ally synergy in there. So there's a few different ways that you could take it.
Yeah. The only other overall observation, Rebecca, is we mentioned dogs earlier.
Yes.
And I thought dogs might be a little bit higher, but it is a tricky deck to play, so I'm not surprised that more people aren't bringing it in. And when you look at this spread, for aggressive decks, for aggro decks as we call them, we have Amber Emerald, which is kind of your traditional aggro deck this meta, although it's not as hyper aggressive as other decks that we've seen, but it has very aggressive lines. Then you have Amethyst Ruby, which can take a very aggressive line as well.
It can with the new Diablo Wrathful Raven, which is one of my favorite new cards actually in Whispers in the Well. You're right.
Absolutely. And then you have Amethyst Emerald, which has some aggressive lines as well. And Amethyst Emerald can also be tempo and conservative. So let's assume that only 2% of those Amethyst Emerald decks are aggro, and let's assume that we're going to let Amethyst Ruby occupy that aggressive spot. Now you're looking at like 17, 18% of the room being aggro.
That's true. That's a really interesting observation there.
It's not a lot.
Yeah,
it's
interesting.
Not a lot.
Which, aggro can be good, but it also, it can be kind of high rolly,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. But what it means is that especially if players are taking cues from day one about the aggro spread that they see, players, if they had the feeling that aggro is going to be low, like represented fairly low, are able to shift their text a little bit, and perhaps in some instances move away from cards like Under the Sea in favor of cards that better equip them in the Amethyst Steel matchup, cards like Improvise. And so if players are really scouting things out, what we're likely to see is some of the builds shift a little bit away from the anti-aggro cards towards more control-focused cards.
Interesting. So the last thing that I want to talk about is the Amber Amethyst deck that's out there, because the Amber Amethyst deck is one that I think has taken the Disney Lorcana community by storm a little bit, I would say. It was a deck that I don't think was on a lot of people's radars. Obviously, it was on some people's radars, but we saw this Monstro combo that has existed for a while, I believe since set 8, if I'm correct. But there was some new tools in Whispers in the Well that made that Monstro combo deck just so much better, and I think that a lot of people saw how good it was, and kind of jumped in there to bring it here this weekend.
Yeah, Monster Combo kind of made a splash a few weeks ago.
Yes.
The Monster's a great finisher. I'll stop with the puns. But no, so great call out, Rebecca, because in Amber Amethyst, you're really seeing 2 archetypes in there, and it's really, really important to distinguish between the 2. The Monstro, like one-turn win combo deck is one that we'll see, and we know a couple players out there are on it, but it's probably the minority of that build.
Sure.
A lot more people are on like the mid-rangey version that made a splash recently in Europe.
Yes,
100%
that's that like lanterns build.
Yes.
There's a lot of similar things in that deck to the Monstro combo deck, but without the Monstro combo, basically, and some other tools that they've put in there.
Absolutely. I'm going to play all the best Amethyst cards that everybody else is playing.
There are some good ones.
There's some
good Amethyst
I don't know if y'all
cards.
heard. Amethyst is pretty good.
Have you heard drawing cards is good?
Drawing cards is good. Amethyst is pretty good. And then you splash in cards like the Horseman Strikes, which is a great mid-game anti-evasive card against other purple decks or Amethyst decks, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and then you even have Mowgli making an appearance in Whispers where you can pick cards out of hands.
I love Mowgli. I love Mowgli. The other thing that I love about Amber, and I think there are some key cards in Amber that we got, like the new Horseman Strikes.
Yes.
Has made Amber a lot more playable. But the thing that I love is you have all the Sapphire decks out there that you're ramping, right? You're playing cards that allow you to ink additional cards on your turn to get to those higher cards faster. Well, Amber has its own kind of ramp to it. It's just different. You have the lanterns, you have the Huey, that you can use those to pay less for characters. So it's a different kind of ramp, but sort of allows you to do the same thing that Sapphire does.
Yeah, it's ramp light.
Ramp light, yes.
Because it's
trademark. No.
No, yeah, it's exactly right. It does the ramp thing, and one of the things is it's not necessarily a dead card later in game either. It is uninkable, but basically what it lets you do at any time is for one extra ink because you can use it upon establishing it. So it's like I can ramp 2, but it doesn't need to, and that's one of the reasons that people run it is you have the ramp line, but if you miss it, it's no big deal. Where if you miss ramp in Blurple, let's say.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
Turn 2 is very key.
Yeah.
Very key.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll see some of those Amber Amethyst decks on stream this weekend, because I know there's some players out there that brought it that would be really exciting to watch. But we do have some more gameplay for you. Liam, are you ready to bring in our fellow casters in the booth?
Yeah.
Let's invite them on. Let's see who's over there. Hey! It's Katie and it's Brent. We are so excited to kick it over to you. We're going to jump right into the gameplay, so take it away.
Alrighty, welcome back. Whoa! Whoa! You got it. Whoa!
That's our favorite card. We know the wave. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Hello, Illumineers of all shapes and sizes. I am Brent Mukai, joined alongside Katie for a round 4.
Yeah.
For a round 4.
Round 4, day
I didn't
1.
have an end to that
I
sentence.
don't. For round 4, that's happening. Then the round. But yes, I mean, we have had 3 rounds of some exquisite Disney Lorcana, but it's still happening. We have 8 rounds today, and then 4 tomorrow, and then the top. It's a lot. So, I mean, we're at the tip of the iceberg. What are you excited to, what has been some exciting moments? All of it.
Everything?
Okay, done. All
Every
right.
single thing? I don't know. Seeing all the different kinds of decks, seeing the way that different players choose to express themselves with the deck that they bring, with the build that they make. I mean, it's all been fun.
It has, and so I am very excited. We've seen some very spicy things. I hope we see more.
Me too. With that being said, shall we throw it over to the game?
We shall.
Let's see who's playing here. Let's see.
All right. These are some exciting things here. Now, one of these players, I don't want to brag, I might have drafted them in my fantasy draft, and that is Tyler Tsunakawa. He is a player from, I believe, Northern California, so far away from you here. They're in Southern California. But he's one of those players that adapts and persists, and he is just very, very impressive, and I'm very excited to see this matchup, and that's why I drafted him. But also,
against Sailor.
yeah, I don't know how to tell him this, Tyler. That's a really good player there. That's somebody that played our Worlds. He's good.
That is somebody, Pierre-Marc Duret. I think I said that right.
Yes.
Sailor coached me not only on how to play decks, but how to say his name. And we're off to a nice start here with Lady Decisive Dog coming down. Tyler on the Dogs.
Yes, so now Tyler, he is a little bit blind right now. That being said, these players, they're contemporaries, so they probably know a little bit about what may be coming.
They actually are friends.
They're
I was
friends.
talking to
They're
them. Yes, they
pals.
know of each other. Tyler knows exactly what he's in for in this match here. Emerald Sapphire versus the Dogs.
Yeah, and this is something where I don't think at this point Pierre is super excited in the sense that this is a deck where Tyler's about to start running as fast as he can, and Pierre's deck, depending on how he built it, isn't super fast. If you look at his hand right now, you are not looking at any aggro cards in hand. In fact, there are some pretty big ones, so he might not feeling so good, but we have Bobby Zamarewski here, able to filter because Tyler's saying, how fast can I go here?
So cheesy. The Cheese Spray Kid himself. We're going to see what it is that Tyler decides to ink here. Looks like we do have another one-drop lady coming down. You do not want to usually ink your Lilos, Escape Artists, but you know, when you're low on your other inkables, I guess that's what you got to do.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because that Lilo, if she can be in your discard pile, she's coming back. She's an escape artist. She's escaping right out of your discard and into the board. And so it's something where one of the things you filter with that Bobby Zamarewski, where you draw and discard a card, is it's great to do with the Lilo. That being said, he was able to discard Under the Sea, which I would argue he's not going to do a lot of stuff with that Under the Sea. So that probably feels pretty good to get rid of against this matchup.
Absolutely. Clarabelle, Tipo going to come down, and this growing sun is going to allow you to put another card into your inkwell face down and exerted. Usually you want to see the Sail the Azurite Sea, but you're never too sad to see Tipo also.
Yeah, I mean, you want to, the benefit is a body versus card draw here, and so having a body in a matchup where he is about to go toe-to-toe with what some might call a flock of dogs, a herd of dogs, a stampede of dogs. It's a lot of dogs.
A flock of dogs.
And here is a card that I have been so fascinated. Who is this beautiful lady that just showed up?
Tiana, restaurant owner, a restaurateur.
Welcome.
Her own right.
Welcome back, Tiana, because she was a card that we saw in Amber Steel, but she has made a big comeback with this Dogs deck. She's able to sit there and say, I know you're probably going to challenge me. That's your biggest thing in the early game, is challenging. These board wipes don't happen till later. And now you have that -3 on all your characters when they challenge, unless you pay 3, which Pierre doesn't have a lot of time for that right now.
No, not at all, but that clock is getting a little bit quicker as Cinderella Dreams Come True comes down. At the end of Pierre's turn, he's going to be able to ink an additional card. It could be an uninkable even if he wanted, to draw a new card. Probably one of the most powerful cards to come out of Whispers in the Well.
It is. It's a card where, you know, it's always a powerhouse when you have a card that's as beautiful as it is playable. And this is a card, she's a princess. She's a self-saving princess. So congratulations to her, because you need to have a princess in play. Congratulations, you played Cinderella, which anytime a card activates itself, great time. But there we go.
Ooh, and another Tiana restaurant owner comes down. What this card does is when you try to challenge in, Tyler says, when the Tiana is exerted, you have to pay an additional 3. Otherwise, you're going to shave off 3 strength from any character trying to challenge in, which for a lot of characters in Pierre's deck, it's going to be an issue.
It is, and it's something where, I mean, right now, Tyler is feeling pretty good, because, I mean, one Tiana is a problem, 2 Tianas, a 2-ana, if you will, is going to be even a bigger problem. So now he has to be decisive here, because we've got that John Silver, which will give Reckless, but Tiana has to be exerted. So Tiana could sing in theory. Now, there generally isn't a ton of songs, but there's ways around it, essentially. Reckless isn't the end, but Pierre right now is just trying to stabilize. He wants to get to that end of the game, which Tyler is putting tons of pressure on early.
Yep, and notably, not a lot of singing cards, not a lot of song cards in Tyler's deck, other than maybe Della's Moon Lullaby. The Under the Sea's already been discarded, right? But that wouldn't really do anything other than put the Cinderella and Tipo under, which you don't want to exhaust all of your characters to do so. We'll see how Tyler decides to navigate this. You would love to see the Tramp, I think, the enterprising dog, to come down, give some strength strength to one of the ladies kind of quest out fast. But Tyler is already notably at 7 lore here.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to a point where you say, I'm not so worried about interacting with you. I'm going to take advantage of this time, this breathing room I have. In this case, we get another Lady Decisive Dog on the board. And yeah, at a certain point, you kind of say, this is my time. I'm just going to turn these cards sideways. And there, wow. We said you wouldn't. And Tyler said, I wouldn't.
Watch me.
Amazing. Under the sea coming down.
Okay, and now even the players laughing about it, saying, oh, I didn't think that that's what you were going to do. But what this does now is it saves the Tiana, because now this Tiana doesn't have to challenge in. This John Silver is still on quest, going to activate the exact same effect. So he will be able, Pierre will be able to target one of the Tianas again, and sooner or later, Tyler's going to run out of ways to keep on singing with that Tiana, and will possibly have to challenge in. But I mean, I guess the trick of it is Tyler's already at 8. Hopefully you can just keep turning sideways and win the game that way.
Exactly, and we can see what we talk about in the TCG world is the clock, where you say, how many turns do I have to turn this around? So at this point, we have Tyler presenting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But you have those ladies where some other characters come into play that can cause that to snowball, because when you have a character come to play, she quests for more.
Yes, you get 1 strength for each character that comes into play. When you pair that with the Tramp Enterprising Dog, like I was saying earlier, that Tramp Enterprising Dog allows you to add strength equal to the number of characters on the board. So when you add it to the Lady Decisive Dog, her ability that when she is 3 strength or more, she quests for 3.
Yes, you have a couple different options. You can go ahead and add that strength from the Tramp. You can go a little bit wider, because at this point, we talk about the combo, because in Pierre's deck, this doesn't look like the Detectives build that we saw in round 1. This is the more top-end control style, where there's 2 pillars of the deck. We have that Clarabelle light on our hoofs, and the Prince Philip, where we're trying to do the malicious, mean, and scary combo. But the time is running out for him to do that. So all he can do is say, I've got 1 John Silver against the world. What can I do to wipe a board with 1 Space Pirate?
And you've got 2 Tianas exerted right
exactly.
now.
Okay.
Minusing 6 strength. So Pierre's doing the math right now. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. This John Silver technically is going to be challenging for -1, and he doesn't even decide to quest it to give Reckless to anything. Let's see if that ends up biting him a little bit.
He says, what do you got? I'll just go play Mogi. He's like, it's a Clarabelle, it's a Clarabelle, it's a Clarabelle. And that is one of those things where Clarabelle is nice, but not what Pierre needs right now. He needs to get some kind of board control on the other side. In this case, Tyler's just going to quest with all he can.
Quest for 8, yep, up to 16 here.
Yeah, and like you said, that Tiana, the reason she can be a problem is that you guys witnessed it, is you play Tiana and you're like, okay, you read it. But then when it's time to actually deal with the aftermath, the fact that you have 2 Tianas on the board, -3 is a problem. -6 is a very big problem. So we are seeing Pierre think through all the permutations of how he can use these 2 cards in his hand. But it is going to be rough, because really the only answer is that board wipe at this point.
And I don't know if you saw what Pierre just drew. He drew into Malicious, Mean, and Scary, which is one part of the combo with the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. However, he doesn't have that card in his hand either. So putting 1 additional damage counter onto all the characters on board still wouldn't be able to prevent Tyler from getting up to 20. Pierre sees the writing on the wall and scoops it up.
Yeah, and this is something that it's interesting, because, I mean, like I was telling Liam, before these tournaments, we like to talk to players and be like, okay, what are you afraid of? And I mean, I think every Emerald Sapphire player I talk to says, oh, I'm afraid of the dogs. But as you saw, not everyone in this room is running this Amber Emerald dog build. The issue, though, is that some of the best dog players in the world are in the room, and I think we're looking at one right now who's an up-and-coming dog. He's not, I think, known for this deck now, but he is showing that he has some teeth, and it's rough. There's certain matchups that just aren't fun to sit down when you just like, that's the one I didn't want to play.
I have an internal pun counter of how many you threw in there. It broke the counter. Katie, you are killing it on the dog puns.
Now I'm not going to be able to do it.
The wells run dry.
Yes, we can no longer bark up that tree, but here we go. We see another interesting tool in the deck. Now, it was so funny seeing that Under the Sea, because to your point, that card is great. If you have a mirror, it's great. Maybe against even an Amethyst Steel, but it's generally not good. Pierre's mark is not going very wide. So it's a card that is not useful all the time. But we saw him use it to get rid of 66% of his board. He got 2 out of the 3 characters. And in a situation where he knows just getting a little bit of damage, all you need is a Malicious Mean and Scary and somebody to sing it and or play it. He didn't want any damage. So it was a pretty smart move, protecting that Tiana and preventing him from being, or Pierre from being able to get those damage on his little guys that he needs to quest with.
Yep, I'm looking at the altar of Pierre's hand here. You do have the Prince Philip Royal Explorer, which is the 3-cost warded character. You don't have Malicious Mean and Scary. You don't have the larger Philip, the Vanquisher of Foes, that would wipe the entire board of all damaged characters. But I think that Pierre is actually kind of happy not to have the Malicious Mean and Scary in hand right now, because there's so many options for Tyler to just Ursula, Deceiver it away, or Mowgli Man Cub.
Yes, I mean, it is very, very frustrating as a player, because you have that option. You're like, do I keep the card I want because I know it'll help me win, or do I get rid of it? And then, yeah, like you said, if you have 2 options, because you can play Mowgli and then see what they have and then come back with an Ursula. You could play Mowgli twice. You could play 2 Ursulas. It's very, very frustrating if you're trying to protect cards because you know you need to draw them, but you're like, in my hand, you are not safe. I hate to tell you this.
Tyler, I'm looking at his hand. It looks like you have all the regular customers here, the Shift Lady, Miss Park Avenue, the 1-cost lady, the Daisy Duck, all of the elements that you would want for a killer opening. But it is going to be Sailor that is the one on the play.
Yes.
And we're going to ink Tipo.
Now that, whenever I see something inked, I'm like, that's because, don't worry, they have also another option. So in this case, we're going to delve the rain, and I saw a sail off the top, so even if he didn't have ramp, which him inking Tipo makes me believe he has it, but goes ahead, picks 1 card, puts the other one.
Sailor living up to the name.
Yes, he's like, I have to Sailor the Azurite Sea.
Double. Yes, that is why the Tipo went in. And we're going to see, because there's a couple of choices we can make here. We can play the lady down, and notably the Tramp would be able to come out on 2. Typically, I would think you would want to use your uninkable Daisy and play that out, but yeah, we're going to stick with the lady Decisive Dog here.
A decisive decision. And I mean, as we saw, it interfaces. The Lady and Tramp synergy is very fascinating because you're able to accomplish a lot with a little. You're able to synergize her, you mentioned with Tramp, you're able to synergize her with going wide on 2, because every time you play a character, she gets +1 strength. And as we mentioned, if she has 3, she quests for 3 lore on turn 2. And then also, Webby Vanderquack can come in. So there's lots of different ways to get her questing for 3 early, which questing.
You just mentioned a bunch of cards in the hand.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. So you should try that, Tyler. See how it. I like it.
And I'm wondering, because we do have the Tramp Enterprising Dog usually costs 2 ink to play, but Tyler might elect to play it. When there is a lady in play, you actually get to play it for only 1 cost. You would be able to then use his ability to give +1 to the lady, as well as himself. You would also then be able to play the Daisy down, bring that lady up to 3, quest for 3, and Pierre has nothing on board right now. So nothing is really threatening this lady at all. Ooh, another lady going to come in, though, and we're going to Daisy Duck. I got to imagine it's Tramp. Ooh, nope.
There we
Webby
go.
Vanderquack.
There she is, and that Webby Vanderquack. We saw her because she's an excellent ship target for the Flood Webby, but this Webby can come in and she can go ahead and give 1 strength. So you play that Daisy, she can go ahead and give 1 strength. So now that you got that lady up to a total of 3 strength, which is exactly what you need to go ahead and get that 3 strength needed to get 3 lore, which is a great start when you have nothing on the other side.
She is a mystery enthusiast, so Sailor elects to play another Sail the Azurite Sea, living up to the name once more. We're going to ink the Tipo, and are we going to be able, as soon as we ink this Prince Philip, we'll be able to play the other Prince Philip here. The Royal Explorer, 3/2, warded, quest for 2, and now this is what Pierre has to do in order to kind of take back this board. If you let Tyler build out a board too wide, it's not going to be good news for Sailor.
Exactly. So he's like, what are we dealing with here? And the answer is, ooh. Now, like, he gets to pick, and it's an easy answer here.
It's the only choice.
Yeah, I realized that we didn't say what happened. We both went, because what happened is Mowgli came down. It was just so sad because we're like, don't worry, as Malicious Mean and Scary, Prince Philip, he just needs 1 more. But that Mowgli comes down and says, what do you have? You can discard one of your songs. It's up to you, non-characters. And unfortunately, when you only have 1, that's a very, very quick decision.
We could ink here if we're Tyler and play down the Tramp to give the strength to the Lady and quest for 3, and then quest everybody out. That would be a nice 6 quests all the way up to 9. Daisy Duck would have to trigger. We'd be able to see the top card of Pierre's deck. If it is a character card, he can elect to keep it or put it to the bottom of the deck. And, oh, no. Okay, we just inked the Della's Moon Lullaby. Don't play out the Tramp and pass.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you want to go ahead and kind of caution the fact that if he drew another Malicious, Mean, and Scary, he could technically sing and then shift, and that could be very frustrating. So he doesn't want to overextend his board, I imagine, because things can get out of hand. But in this case, he's still, Sailor is just building up his board to get to that punishing stage. So Tyler has to be cautious from here on out. We're in choppy waters.
Tyler rather, playing around everything, even assuming if a Malicious, Mean, and Scary comes off the top, and Pierre also happens to have that Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, it's going to be bad news. This is the top tier level of play that you see.
Exactly. And I mean, that Lady is upright because she can actually shift into that Lady Miss Park Avenue. Now, that is notable because it's usually cool if there's things in the discard, but Tyler is in a world where there hasn't been. So, I mean, there hasn't been any, removal or anything being banished. So everything is up and active on the board. But that being said, it's nice to keep that option available if he needs to get that extra lore later. So now we're going to see what is he able to do. We did see him get a Clarabelle Clumsy Guest off of the Daisy. So here we go with an ink decision.
And I think I saw in Pierre's hand he actually has the Under the Sea.
Interesting, which is a bold choice. That's a card that I know people have debated whether they want to keep in the deck because it's not good against a lot of things. And so I know this is probably a card he meditated a lot on if he wanted to keep it in the list or not, because it's either very useful or very not. But in this case, could be quite nice in this matchup.
And with that Clarabelle, we got, count them, 1, 4, 8 Singer on board to be able to sing Under the Sea next turn. That is if Tyler doesn't have any answer for any of the characters on Sailor's side of the board. Tyler has to be thinking, that might be something I got to worry about, and I assume that if he had the Ursula Deceiver or the Mowgli Man Cub, we would have already seen that gotten played down to try and take away the sweet, sweet victory of Under the Sea. I mean, it's not like it's an auto win or anything, but
I mean, it gets to the point where we talk about where is the game in the favor. And I mean, if you play that Under the Sea, Tyler loses all the momentum he's gained to this point. So like we mentioned, he's trying not to overextend, but it's just going to be, we talk about like when things shift and it stops being good for Tyler and starts being very good for Sailor here. And if this Under the Sea is deployed, it's just a very long journey back.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Tyler? Because you don't want to play out everything in your hand and potentially get it Under the Sea. You would be dodging the Under the Sea if you shifted the Lady, but then you don't get to use Miss Park Avenue's best feature, which is you get to recover 2 cards from the discard pile, characters that cost 2 or less, back to your hand. I mean, rock in a hard place.
It is. I mean, you just have to decide where do you want to hedge your bets on this? So we're doing the math here. We're saying, can I win? Like, if I quest out here, is there a chance that if I survive, I'm only a few lore away? He knows that there are lots of scary things at the top. This is a non-detected field, so once you get to the top, we have Hades Infernal Schemer. We have that John Silver we saw. Obviously, Under the Sea is...
We don't know if Hades might be on the table.
Yeah, right? And those cards are just punishing if you're playing 1 card at a time. Tyler has to... It's rare that somebody can combo twice, but they do that as well, because you can shift again on top of something. So if you shift to Prince Philip, you can next turn shift on top of him again. You can do lots of fun, nefarious things.
A word comes to mind, and that word is bodacious.
A bodacious shift line.
A bodacious shift line if that Prince Philip were to come down. Now, we can kind of see Pierre's hand. We know that the Under the Sea is coming. Tyler does not have that benefit, but he does decide to shift the Lady and say, okay, you got the Under the Sea, I'll at least have a Lady still.
Yeah, because, I mean, he can't ink it. He can't play it because he has such a small hand size where it's just, that's not an option. So basically, he's like, if I get this 2 lore, I get no cards, but this is the last time I can get this 2 lore. There's nothing else I can do with this card. Now, that being said, he could hold on to it, but it's just a big risk. I mean, he's just saying, like, likely this is what I need to do to survive.
And we're at 12 lore to 0 here. Round 4, this is game 2. This turn feels like the decisive turn. I feel like in any game of Disney Lorcana, there is a turn where I feel like whatever is decided here decides the game. So let's see what Pierre has up his sleeve. He's going to challenge into the Lady. but oh, shifts the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes and sinks the Under the Sea with the Prince Philip.
Sailor is one of the nicest players I've ever met, but that was some diabolical behavior.
That line! What was that line? He sings the Under the Sea with the Prince Philip, taking out the lady, Miss Park Avenue, and everything. He says, I'm not going to let you have that, Miss Park Avenue. Get her out of here. We're taking all of it.
Very frustrating because, yeah, one card at a time is exactly where a Sailor wants to be, because every time you have one card at a time, it puts you where you can do this right here.
Just like you were saying, John Silver, Alien Pirate, comes down, and now this Daisy Can't quest. Tyler knows that it's only a matter of time because the clock is ticking, and Pierre wins that game out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I mean, they say, do you have it? And in that case, Pierre had it.
He didn't just have it, he had it.
Yes, he said, I can't get rid of your lady unless I do this. And that was very impressive. You can see, I love when you see the players kind of smile and they're like, that was kind of fun. Like, they're kind of like, you definitely beat me, but it was in a way that I found whimsical and delightful.
Yeah. Look at this body language. Look at these smiles. Tyler's even got a smirk of his own. He
like,
understands. He acknowledges. It's a great play.
We got to chat about this.
Yes, right.
I would like to talk about how I didn't like it, but nice.
That was pretty sweet, dude.
So that was an excellent use of the control aspects in Pierre Marc's deck here. So now he's looking for those key pieces. We know the ramp, which we see. Sailor has to sail. That is his Pierre's, we refer to Sailor, that is his name that he goes by on social media. And then we have Tyler here saying, I gotta go fast. I'm going first. I went first. It worked the first time. I'm going to try it a second time, keeping 3 cards and going ahead and getting 4 in his alter phase.
Absolutely. And now Tyler is going to be on the play. And I feel like that matters a lot in this matchup. Whenever you have aggro versus control, who goes first will typically dictate who wins the game. We'll see if that holds true. Sailor kind of grabbed that game from the teeth of defeat and brought it all the way back with that brilliant play he did.
Yeah, and it shows why that Ursula Deceiver and the Mowgli Man Cub is worth their weight in gold, because it's very disruptive. We use the term disruptive in TCGs, and that's basically saying, hey, you know how you had a plan? I would like you to not do that plan. And speaking of disruption, we see the Chromacon. That is another card that Tyler will use. We saw Tiana, restaurant owner, Emerald Chromacon. These are all cards where Tyler is saying, I have plans and I don't want you to do it. But we do see Mowgli. We see myriads of ladies and tramps. So the gang's all here, and we're about to get started.
1 cost, little bit of an uninkable issue here, because we do have the Emerald Chromacon. We do have another lady, Elegant Spaniel here. This is different from the other lady, Decisive Dog. This lady, when there is a tramp in play, gets +1 lore. She is a 1/2 that quests for 1 usually, but if there's a tramp, she quests for 2.
Yeah, and I mean, in this case, we are just going to keep going wide, and there we go.
Oh.
Right on cue. There is that tramp.
We are going to quest for 2. This is actually, having 2 ladies like this, I believe that Tyler actually took that tramp Enterprising Dog off the top. Just the perfect card to be able to play out 2 cards. Because once you have, it might say 2 on the tramp and you might be confused, but when there is a lady in play, obviously, lady and the tramp going to have massive synergy here. So
Yes, and that synergy allows him to take advantage of this time, because Pierre Marc's deck, we've seen, it doesn't have a lot of mid-range things going on. Really, his hope is that it can ramp. We talk about ramping once, where you're going to do your turn 2, go from 1 ink to 3, but he is a deck that wants to ramp twice, which we see the Cinderella dream come true. So that does allow him to do that double ramping where he ramps twice in a game. But will he even have time? And that's what this dog deck does, is say, I don't know if you have the time. Check the clock.
I mean, speaking of the clock, look at the board of Tyler. Now, this does not look very intimidating until you remember that both of these ladies quest for 2. So Tyler has 5 lore on board represented here, and that's why Sailor has to really think out this turn. We are on turn number 2, and this feels like the turn where if Sailor can't come up with some kind of answer to this board, because Tyler's only going to go wider next turn, the game might be over.
And that feels stressful. I think that's the thing. If you were to be a control player,
Yeah.
you have to be the most zen person in the world. You have to be somebody. It's interesting because I remember I commentated a tournament for Tyler, and he was playing another control deck, a Ruby Sapphire deck, and this was several sets ago where that was a dominant control deck. And I said, how does it feel to lose all day and still win? Because he won the tournament. And I was like, but you lost the entire day. And that's how control decks feel. You are losing until you win. And so you have to be very, very peaceful. But I think Sailor is a pretty peaceful guy. Pierre Marcus looking pretty calm. But like you said, he has to stay calm, stay the course, because, yeah, the dogs, they are swarming around him.
You can be as calm as you want, but unless you can find an edge, you are probably very stressed out. And he doesn't even have a TPO to be able to put a body on the board to start contesting. So this sail, the Azurite Sea, and this is,
He's calm. Calm and happy are two different things. I'm thinking about his blood pressure right now. But we are about to see, I mean, he has that 3 ink. We do see the Cinderella. So he's staying, he sees a path, but it's one of those very scary things. It's kind of like you're going to trip over these little tiny dogs on the way. We have 2 ladies, a tramp. We do know we have the value where if he can go a little bit wider, the wider he goes, the more he can do. That tramp street smart dog for a discount. In this case, he's able to go ahead and filter, get rid of that Emerald Chromacron, which has been very heavy in the hand, and there we go.
And now what this Mowgli Man Cub is going to do is take one of the cards. Tyler tried to select the card he wanted to take away, but Mowgli actually, your opponent decides which card gets thrown into the discard. Tyler had a little giggle over it.
He said, oh, okay. Well, that's fair. We remember your rights here as a player. He had his rights. And it's so that's one of the reasons that Bobby Zimmerowski is great. We talked about that Lilo Escape Artist, but it also can be a great way to say, I did not want this card. And you're able to draw and discard a card and get rid of the card you did not want. But here we go. There's that Cinderella. And like you mentioned, this card can be a turning point in the game. That being said, I mean, that board is wide, but you can get a lot of value out of her.
Yeah, and not the scariest 2 cards to come down on Tyler's side, right? If we had maybe had like Triple Daisy come down, Sailor might have said, all right, game over, good game. But yeah, we're up to 7 lore. We have another 7 on board. We could get up to 14 if we wanted here.
I just saw another Mowgli in his hand, and I'm like, oh, Pierre Marc, okay, this might be not nice because, I mean, mind you, he has lots of things that he can pick from, but Tyler's out here getting his lore, getting to 14 lore, and now he's about to deploy his characters. Now he's moving to his second row. He has moved up his first. This is the back line. And there we go.
Which do you take? Okay, Malicious, Mean, and Scary off the board. We're still going to be 1 turn away from being able to sing the Under the Sea because we can play down. What we can do is we can ink and we can play down the John Silver Alien Pirate. That would give us enough, but you gotta take everything out. And even if you challenge in with your Cinderella, Dream Come True, it'll just take 1 Mowgli, 1 anything to then take out the Cinderella and take away your singer. I think that this game is over. Katie, do you see any options, any lines, anything that we can do? There's a You're Welcome. We got a couple resources here, and you don't give up. You don't give up until it's absolutely over.
Yeah, and we say you play to your outs, which it was something I heard the first time. Play to your outs, but you just say, all right, I'm going to play this like maybe I can win. In this case, he does have something that Cinderella can go ahead and deal 2 damage. We have the John Silver, which can give Reckless. So those are 2 valuable things. But that being said, we know those ladies have that synergistic effect with the Tramp here. So there we go. He's playing here. He's doing a You're Welcome onto that Tramp, taking out that lore benefit.
Somebody else, a lesser player, might have shuffled back in one of the ladies, but the Tramp is the card that gives them the extra lore. So by choosing the Tramp, that's actually an extremely smart move. John Silver comes down, and we have an extra turn on board.
Yes, he says, you're saying there's a chance, and that's what you're playing for, is you're saying that, listen, I can't win this turn, but I'm going to make it sure so you can't win next turn. Because, like you said, that lady, we know she can shift. There's nothing in the discard, so that might make her quest for 2 there, but you just have to have it. We do see a lady, but it's not the one that we were referring to that...
Not the shift.
East Park Avenue here.
Right.
But we do see just a decisive dog, a Lilo. Just keep going wider. We're pretty sure he doesn't have that malicious, mean and scary combo, and we will be going...
Right. We have to challenge in. And our Mowgli does not survive here, but the lady will.
Yes, and so Under the Sea is a sing together card, so it's kind of frustrating because he's like, okay, as long as I don't worry about losing the Cinderella, but there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we're like, maybe.
The
Oh, I love
victories.
that.
Ah, nice little hug over the table.
Yes, and that is one of my favorite things, is watching players that know each other, because you could tell there were moments where they were having like, oh, you got me, oh my gosh, that's crazy how you did that.
Yeah, it was back and forth, back and forth. I mean, Sailor with that remarkable game 2 play kept himself in, but the Dogs were just too powerful. They barked a little too hard and got him in the 3rd game, just flooding the board with all of the characters.
Yes, and so it's something where, I mean, he was able, like we said, stay calm, just keep going, but at the end of the day, the synergy in that Amber Emerald Dogs deck is just so powerful that if you're going first and you go first twice, it's very hard, and against a control deck that's pretty slow.
Very, very slow, right? And Sailor just, I mean, thinking back that game 3, I don't think that there was any 7 cards that Sailor could have had that would have changed that outcome, because Tyler drew perfect and got all the key pieces for just total domination of that game.
Absolutely. So it was very big news for Dogs fans that the Dogs are very viable. So, I mean, shout out to the casters. I believe Rebecca picked the dog, correct? So she's very happy right now.
Absolutely. All right. Well, don't go anywhere. We got round 5 coming up. I think you're going to want to stick around. We'll be... Oh, more round 4? More round 4. I was jumping the gun.
We're not. No,
I'm ahead.
That's the thing. We got more Lorcana. We got Lorcana everywhere. We got Disney Lorcana to watch for days.
We'll have more for you after this break. welcome back, Illumineers. We were just having a dance party casually. I hope you did not go anywhere because we have more round 4 action for you. I am Brent Mukai, joined by...
Me, it's Katie. Katie, just that. That's it.
Yeah, it's right there.
I
Look at
know,
that.
but they labeled me, and I like that because the name's on the label, and I do what it says on the label, and we are here for game 2. Well, the second match, featured match 4.
The second feature match of round 4. I believe we are cutting to the decisive game 3 because this match took a while.
Yes, that happened. So these rounds, as we've seen, matches can go very fast, they can go a little long, and that is generally going to happen in a control mirror match. So I'm wondering, are we about to see some control mirror matching? I don't know. So we're about to see, like you said, game 3.
Who knows? Let's find out.
All right, so
We have W. Samuel Pedigo II against Carrie Callahan here. Let's see what they're on. Game 3, the decider.
Yes.
All the drama here. Emerald Sapphire versus Blurple. You called it. Not the mirror match, but the Sapphire match, and that does take a while.
yes, and I mean, the reason that it does is because we have, like we just saw, the Sapphire. Both of them are saying, don't worry, I'm going to do the cool stuff later. And that's what ramp really is you're like, don't worry, I'm investing. I'm going to go ahead and kind of be a little slow at the beginning. But they have 2 different top stories. So, I mean, they're both drawing cards differently. I think that's probably one of the biggest difference. One, we have the Clarabelle. The other one, we have Amethyst at large.
W. Samuel altering back 6 cards here, does not like what he sees. Now, I'm wondering if this might be the detective version, if this is a little spice that we're going to see, because not all Emerald Sapphire builds are the same. It looks like Carrie already altered. She is on the play. So we're starting off with the Basil Practice Detective, a 2/1 that gives support.
Yes, she said, I don't know if you have a detective deck, but here is a detective here. Basil here is part of that detective deck we saw in round 1, where we saw a mirror match of 2 of the Emerald Sapphire detective builds. And when we say detective builds, there is a suite of cards that have that detective subtype. And so you're able to synergize with Judy Hopps and able to really kind of dig through. So it's kind of a tale of 2 decks that have the same kind of top end, but a different middle size.
W. Samuel going to play Develop Your Brain. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Choose one, put it in your hand. Choose the other, put it on the bottom of the deck. And he chose that mighty fast. If I'm Carrie, I'm going to go, ooh, I don't like that. I don't like the speed with which you did that. Meanwhile, Carrie's going to go ahead and ramp, get an extra card in the Inkwell via Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, because she says, I don't feel a lot of pressure yet. I'm going to keep this little Basil out here. I don't need Tipo. And then we can quest free and clear.
And you know what rhymes with pressure?
Cheshire.
The Cheshire Cat hitting the Inkwell here. Looks like Carrie does not have a 1-cost card to play, or if she did, she didn't elect to do it. Sail the Azurite Sea is going to come right back to her.
Oh.
And, ooh, we're going to, wow.
Yeah, and we say wow because, I mean, ultimately, he just does not have a board. That being said, Basil by himself in this deck, not the scariest thing. Now, he does pair very scarily with a Elsa the Fifth Spirit. If he's still around when she's there, then suddenly she is able to get turbo. She has that rush, and so she gets that 2 extra strength with that Basil who provides support. But in this case, that's some interesting tech.
We are going to Ink Geyser this early. No wonder these games took so long. What Ink Geyser does for 3-cost uninkable, it is an action card that exerts all of the ink in both players' inkwells, but you have to, if you have more than 3 ink, you have to take a card, put it back in your hand. So all of that ramp that Carrie did, the advantage that Carrie had, is now not there anymore. And W. Samuel saying, I'm going to be the one to take the advantage now, and look who has more ink.
That is fascinating. And it's so funny because when we commentate, we're like, so this is what's probably going to happen. And I love when that happens, where we're like, an Ink Geyser? And that is what he did here. Because we talk about control. You can control their hand size, you can control their board. But with Ink Geyser, you are controlling their ink.
Junior Woodchuck Guidebook comes down, costs 2. You don't have to activate it the turn you play it. For another additional ink, she'll be able to draw another card. This card really good into the Emerald Sapphire matchup, because if they have Bend to My Will, take out all of your cards, you at least know you can always draw a couple more here.
Yes, I will never forget where I was, where somebody played an Ink Geyser followed by a Bend to My Will early on when that Reign of Jafar came into play, because I said, what did you just do? Because it was terrifying to have those together. Or I believe that was in Arcadia's Island. But either way, here we go. We have that Clarabelle, and that is a draw engine for this deck because that Clarabelle is saying, listen, I'm bouncing a lot of stuff to your hand. So you're going to have pretty big hands. So if I can get this Clarabelle out, pair it with that, you're welcome. I'm sitting pretty on my side, getting lots of nice cards.
The synergy is crazy because you're welcome. You can target really anything on board. It's a song that can be sung, a form of removal. You give your opponent 2 cards, but when you have Clarabelle in hand, you say, I'm not giving you 2 cards, I'm giving us 2 cards.
I love that, and that's the spirit of friendship. Saying, we're drawing cards.
Yes. Of course, the friendly play of removing you, Dumbo.
Exactly. So we talk about Amethyst being one of the strongest ways to draw cards. Obviously, Clarabelle is showing off a little bit there with hers. But that, as you talked about, that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, it's just kind of an investment. Like you said, you split the cost. You're saying, I don't know what you're up to over there, but it's a lot of kind of painful things. So she'll go ahead and ink because what are the chances there's another ink geyser? And then
a Scuttle!
Scuttle.
Hairbrained? Scuttle, Scatterbrained? Oh, I can't remember the name, but it's a 5/5, cost 5. What was it? Bird brain.
You got the synonym.
It was
honestly,
right in front of my face the whole time.
I grant credit there, but it's got Ward, which is something very interesting for Sapphire.
2 lore, which means that a lot of the removal on W. Samuel's side with Emerald Sapphire is going to be targeted removal unless you are able to pull off the ultimate combo, of course, with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. So Ward, actually a very good card into these Sapphire matchups.
I see a second. I said, like, but what were the chances you'd ink geyser again? And he's like, I don't know. I'm feeling a little funky here. And
You're right.
And what an interesting call, because honestly, I did not expect, I didn't think about it hard enough that Amethyst Sapphire would be the second most popular deck. But it makes sense, right? It does all the things that are cool, that is able to draw cards and do control. And so this deck feels like it was custom size built for this matchup by W. Samuel.
Right, and W. Samuel, meanwhile, with the Emerald Sapphire matchup, I'm not super familiar with this exact matchup, but I got to imagine with that Clarabelle, if you get it into play and she fires off her ability a few times, you're really going to take a startling lead here. As did another ink geyser just hit the board?
He did. He said, I'm going to do it. He had it in his hand. I was like, well, how long will he wait? He turns out he is going to punish the Inkwell early and often here and get her right back to just 3 inks. So here he goes, picking which cards, which you do get cards back to the hand with the Clarabelle, though. Like you said, the synergy is not fun.
Right, and if you can empty out your hand, that means more cards that you'll be able to draw here. So if W. Samuel has some cards like Tipo, like Sail the Azurite Sea, that will allow him to kind of empty out his hand while inking more, it's just going to be a win-win overall. That seems to be the strategy with the Ink Geyser. I thought that we had seen the last of Ink Geyser last season in Milwaukee. I remember seeing a player local to SoCal playing it named Brock. Shout-outs. It's fun to see it back here because I'm sure W. Samuel, both of these players, 3-0 right now into this decisive round 4. He's thrown off many opponents, I'm sure, with that.
Yeah, and I think that, I'm thinking through, I'm thinking about the times I thought about Ink Geyser because, I mean, I'll be honest, we haven't seen a ton of it. It's punishing to you, too. Generally speaking, we want things to be...
Malicious Mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Malicious Mean and Scary comes down and takes out both of the Basils. He says, I don't need the combo. Your guy only has 1 willpower. What are you going to do about it?
That is Malicious Mean, and honestly, I'm scared. Quite frankly,
right
I am shaking in my...
Katie, calm down.
I can't. That was cruel, but... I guess to my larger point, though, I mean, both of them keep getting slowed down. I think it's kind of funny because normally we say, like, oh, you want to, like, Be Prepared was good, but it made the games last a long time because it got rid of all the characters. And so things like the Malicious Mean and Scary combo is like just for you. But this Ink Geyser affects both of them. So I can definitely see why these matches went for a while because you're saying, hey, you remember turn 3? Let's go back there.
That is kind of the ultimate part of control, right? That's the strategy. I'm going to slow you down. You have an aggro deck, I'm going to slow you down. You have a mid-range deck, I'm going to slow you down. And then when it's 2 control decks, it's like, I'm going to slow you down. Well, I'm going to slow you down as this Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, comes down with the Rafiki. Rafiki going to be a 3-2 because he has Challenger 3. This Cheshire Cat, just a problem for a lot of decks, but may or may not prove to be super powerful right here.
Yeah, I mean, Clarabelle is a substantial character there at 5 strength and 6 willpower, so she's not easy to get rid of with the 2 damage moved at a time. So one of the things that is important to note about W. Samuel's deck, is Ink Geyser is enough to stop the opponent from possibly winning, but you need to start questing at some point. So at some point, W. Samuel needs to get to the point where he's confident that he can win the game from that point forward. He's notably at 0 lore. Carrie has been set back, but she's able to keep that momentum moving forward. So, I mean, he has been doing some control, but she's still charging forward going, okay, that wasn't nice, but I'll keep going.
I'm going to keep questing out. You have to deal with me. Carrie, very, very smartly understanding she needs to kind of play the part of the aggro as W. Samuel's making slower moves, right? He's playing down this Cinderella. Dreams Come True, was able to ink additionally, draw another card off of that. Keep on drawing cards, and you'll eventually draw into the combo. For those of you unfamiliar with the combo, it is Malicious, Mean, and Scary, deal 1 damage, or rather, put 1 damage counter on each of your opponent's characters, and then Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, which means that you would wipe the entire board, because that's his ability. All damaged characters on your opponent's side of the board go to the discard.
And it's a very Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo because it gets around 2 keywords. It gets around Ward because you're not targeting a single character, and it gets around Resist because you're placing a damage. You are not dealing damage, you're placing it. So it's a very frustrating combo to deal with. However, in this case, Carrie's saying, listen, you're doing a lot over there. You've inked me twice, which was a lot. But that being said, she doesn't need a ton of ink. It looks like she's built her deck to be able to survive in this mid-range. She's able to go wide. So, I mean, yes, we saw 2 battles being taken with that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, but she's not just look too scared. She looks like she's just calculating, like, okay, I don't know what W. Samuel's going to do next, but I just need to stay in the game, and so far she has.
I think that this is going to come down to, can W. Samuel pull off the combo or not, because Carrie is starting to develop that wide board, as you noted here, and now she's trying to decide, do I quest this Scuttle out? Do I start, incrementally kind of going up here? Obviously, I don't think you want to turn that Rafiki sideways, because with the Challenger 3, it is substantial. I mean,
there's a lot to think about, because we also, that Clarabelle, I think, is really throwing off the math here, because honestly, one of the things we saw in this Sapphire Amethyst matchup is that they had just an incredible amount of card draw in the last set, to the point where you would play second star, Finders Keepers, and you're drawing 3-5 cards in a turn. Now we know with that Clarabelle, you're kind of like, well, I'd like to draw cards, but not too much. I mean, W. Samuel has 4 cards. She definitely would not like to enrich him any further, because as we know in these control decks, every card is more punishing than the last. So she just has to decide, like, do I have what I need to do what I need to do with the hand I have right now? How much can I empty my hand? What if we bend? So she has to do all those calculations at the same time.
And to your point, I think she was trying to empty out her hand, because I just saw the flash of a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Genie is not a May trigger. You have to draw a card, and that's what was going back and forth as far as I could hear and as far as I could tell from the body language. We are going to go ahead and quest the Scuttle, it looks like. And yeah, that is a little bit of a wrench in the plans here, because Genie forcing you to draw a card means that you don't get the full value out of that Demona. Typically, when you play her, the Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, you get to draw 3 cards, up to 3 cards, if you have less than 3 cards in your hand. So that Clarabelle in combination with that makes you want to empty out your hand.
Yeah, it's conflicting goals, and I think that's one of the pressures that W. Samuel is putting on, and he's probably put on, like you said, in rounds 1 through 3, is saying, like, all right, you get a pick. Which are you more afraid of? And I think in this kind of matchup, I would be like, okay, I'm afraid of the Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo. I don't want you to draw cards. I would not think about Ink Geyser, but now you have to think about that too. It's happened twice. It could happen 2 more. So you're just definitely trying to play around some pretty devastating moves here. But on the same hand, he's still at the 0 lore. So really, like you said, the combo is the way here. So he just has to try to get closer to it, see what cards he can draw.
I just realized something too, Katie. Sorry to cut you off here. Look at the timer. We are at less than 7 minutes here.
Yes.
With 2 control decks. Now, Carrie is already at 9. W. Samuel all the way at 0. Even if Samuel is able to take everything off of the board, he'll still have to get up to 20. Will he be able to do that before time runs out?
Yes, we saw that this morning with JDZ and his match, because you get to the point where the conversation becomes, well, one player might be able to win and the other player might be able to stop them. And so you get to the point where, as that timer gets down, you start looking at W. Samuel's lore count. And if it's not getting closer to 20, he's basically shifts from, well, I can't win, but maybe I can stop Carrie from winning. So it's a very different game plan, and he doesn't have much time before he has to switch.
Right, and what you're seeing right now is W. Samuel using both of the Cinderella's effects. They see each other, so when he played down that Cinderella, he gets to use her effect twice.
Yeah, I mean, they see each other and they go, am I looking in a mirror? No, there's two of you.
Yeah.
That
Her effect is whatever you wish for, and I guess W. Samuel wished for 2 more ink and 2 more cards in hand.
Exactly, and that gives him access to more of that control type activity because, like I said, I mean, he's been doing a lot of things, and I distinctly remember the conversation on Inkizer where, yeah, it's nice, but you don't win with Inkizer. Inkizer does not get you 20 lore, it sets you back, so it's like one of those things where it's diabolical, but it is not a game-winning condition.
Seeing it,
there we
Demona!
go.
Scourge of the Wyvern Clan comes down, exerting all characters, but as you notice, Carrie already has 3 cards in hand, so she won't be able to activate the other effect here. Carrie's going to go ahead and make that trade with the Rafiki into the Clarabelle, and she is in a dominant position here because she's going to be able to quest for 4, get up to 13 here, and kind of threaten almost lethal.
Yeah, I mean, once she gets to that point where she is in that, she has that game clock. We've talked about it a few times. In that game clock, we talk about it because what it is, it's how many turns do you need to win based on not a lot changing for you. So if everything stayed on board, how many more turns does she need? So she's definitely, at this point, needs those 2 more turns. However, we know that that's not something W. Samuel's interested in letting her do, so.
I'm wondering about that play line of challenging in the Scuttle into the Cinderella, because now this Scuttle is within challenging range to be taken out by the Cinderella alone and delay that clock a little bit when we have less than 5 minutes.
Yes, and I mean, if we go, what happens is a player that's playing when the timer goes to 0. Now, I will note that sometimes the stream timer might be a little bit different. There can be a little wiggle.
I forgot about that.
But, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, once it does hit 0, whoever's playing, they get to finish that turn, and then we have 5 turns. So each player essentially has the possession of the game 3 times. So in this case, he does get out half a combo, no combo. So he is able to get rid of that Scuttle by using that damage effect, but that's not the most powerful way to use that Prince Philip.
Yeah, Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. I got to imagine W. Samuel would have loved to have more value out of that, but maybe it's the best he can do with what he's got right now. If that's the case, we're going to need to be able to get this Demona off the board. We're going to need to have some way to get the Genie off. But this Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is evasive, so we'll be able to challenge into that Genie. The question remains, is there... Oh, Hades! Infernal Schemer! There's no downside here, Katie. That Prince Philip is in the Inkwell due to his ability.
Yeah, I mean, the downside is he got an ink. That's bad, but in this case, it's not that bad because, my goodness, it's one of the most powerful on-the-spot removal you have in the game because, in this case, Prince Philip is a big problem. That is a big character. He has evasive, but Hades doesn't care about any of that. Hades just says, you're going in the Inkwell. I'm just, as long as you're not on board.
And with that, Carrie has Lorthal on board.
Yes, so that means that at this point, she has that, like we talked about the clock. She has 6 lore on board. So for those at home, we just got to get to 20, and she's there. So now it really is.
She's there, +1.
+1.
She's got some extra credit going her way.
Yes, they say here is the sticker for the extra credit. But yeah, so at this point, I mean, it really is, all right, you got to find more answers. We've seen him deploy his Malicious Mean and Scary. We saw him use a Prince Philip for just a 1 removal, which is not normally how he's used. And now we're saying, all right, what can you do here? He's developing his brain and saying, I have nothing, which, man, what a control off there.
What a control off indeed. And at the end of the day, Lurple, Amethyst Sapphire was able to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, that is something where, I mean, it kind of shows that, like, with these cards, the way that they balance the game is by saying, I mean, with the Hades, is there a downside to this? They do make downsides. For example, Inkizer, it was nice. It got rid of the ink on Carrie's side, but then he got set back too. So, I mean, there are balancing where it's all magic comes at a price, and in this case, the magic came at him not necessarily getting to that 20 lore. He just kind of didn't get any in that match.
A lot of people talk about Emerald Sapphire decks and they say, you know, it's great when it works, but it can be a little inconsistent. I feel like when you have the Ink Geyser there also, it adds this a whole nother layer of inconsistency because you don't know what you're going to be getting back from the Inkwell.
Yeah, it basically says, I need a little chaos in here. We talk about detectives adding a little more consistency. I would say Ink Geyser says, what about a little bit more chaos? And honestly, I love it because I am somebody that loves a little chaos in my matches. But in this case, we saw Carrie say, I would prefer the safer route and taking home that win in round 4.
She played it excellently. She understood that she had to play the role of aggro. That even when both of the decks are kind of seen as control decks, typically one of the decks might be able to move a little faster. That was her role. She played it perfectly. I don't know that I have anything else to say about it.
I'm not looking forward to seeing Geyser in a store near me because, man, that's a devastating card, but I loved it. I love seeing all that.
Me too. Well, that was round 4. I hope you all enjoyed it. We're going to throw it to a break, but stick around because we're throwing it back to the lounge after that.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the wonderful Richmond, Virginia. And I'm joined in the lounge by the incredible Liam Cosma and Brent Mackay. How you doing, gentlemen?
Fantastic. What a bunch of rounds we've been seeing so far. I mean, Ink Geyser, get out of here.
You're enjoying that, Liam. You having a good time?
Brent's been gushing over Ink Geyser ever since it made an appearance. I'll tell you all.
Yeah, I've been spouting all about it, man.
Oh my goodness, really bursting at the seams to talk about it. We can go on all day. I know I'm having a great time. This is absolutely wonderful. I'm getting to wander the room, talk to people, hang out with awesome people here, and watch some excellent Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely, that's what we like to see. And there has indeed been a lot of very good Disney Lorcana trading card game action. We've just finished a round where we do have some interviews ready to go with both of our players. So we're going to send it over to that interview just a moment, but then when you come back, we've got a fun little game that we're going to play. We like to add some spice and some stuff in here, something for everybody, all right? Not everyone is the most competitive player. Some people want their games, and we're going to play a game. But first, an interview with our last round players.
Hey, Illumineers. I am here with Tyler and Brent, and we're talking about your 4-0 run that you're on so far today. You just won 2-1 with an Ember Emerald Dogs deck. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. It's really sad to have to go against Sailor. Sailor's an amazing person and a great friend of mine, and so having to pit against each other is never a great time, but happy to be 4-0.
Yeah, and a great player, an amazing player. Now, you were telling me before that you've been playing Disney Lorcana quite a long time, ever since the Rise of the Floodborn set, the second set, and I was wondering what got you into Disney Lorcana in the first place.
Yeah, I played a lot of digital card games originally. I played digital card games for years and competed in that, and being a Disney fan, the moment that Disney Cardboard came out, I mean...
How could you say no?
Yeah.
How could you say no to that?
Yeah, it was so dangerous.
Yeah.
All upside for sure. And I'm wondering, how did the games go? Because it did go to a game 3. How are you feeling?
Great. Game 1 was a very strange game. I started with 2 Under the Seas in my hand, which is like...
What do you do with that?
Yeah, that's great for dogs against Emerald Sapphire, right?
Just awful. Luckily, I had Bobby, so I could get 1 out of my hand. I was able to get enough lore on board to still pressure in the early game, and as soon as he got Singer 8 on board, it was Tipo, Cindy, and John Silver. And so in that board, I was actually able to sing Under the Sea to clear out Singer 8 and maintain my board to get all the way there. So it helped, but it's not ideal. But I got there game 1. Game 2, Sailor made just an absolutely amazing play. I set up the board to be resilient to Under the Sea or a Shift Prince Philip, but not MMS plus Philip or Prince Philip Under the Sea.
Yeah.
And he had Prince Philip Under the Sea. And so, I mean, he set it up in a way, he drew it off the top, but I mean, he played 2 outs and set up for a board that ultimately, got him the game. And so we got there, and in game 3, I saw the absolute nuts. I mean, it was actually checkmate. He needed to see Clarabelle on 1 or on 2, and if he doesn't see it, he can't win.
And you got to go first. You were on the play.
Yeah.
What do you think about the matchup in general?
It's a great matchup for dogs.
It feels like dogs pretty good into anything Sapphire, huh?
It's a great matchup. Yeah. I'm very happy to see it.
So I want to hear about why you chose to bring dogs. I know there are a lot of big players out there playing the Amber Emerald deck. It's my vote for what I think might take it all this weekend. But what was your decision making with the current Whispers in the Well meta of why you brought that deck here this weekend?
So first, big shout out to Diego. We all know Diego. We all love Diego. Man, he really inspired me to try something new. If people have followed my journey, I'm typically a blue player, typically a purple player, or Sapphire and Amethyst. And so I wanted to do something different, and I think this was the meta that declared that dogs is the deck to beat. Yeah. There's one deck that deals with it, and it's semi-pushed out, which is Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
Right, and so seeing like a Purple Steel is not hard, not easy, but it's a winnable matchup. But with all the Blurple, all the blue-green, I mean, you end up having lots of nice matchups. And so it's a hard deck to play, but it's very rewarding.
It's fun to play, and it's fun to watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You get like 10 characters out on board. How is that not a blast to see? I guess in wrapping up, is there anybody, anything that you would like to shout out? Now is your moment. Congrats on being 4-0.
Thank you. Shout out to Q and Brian. They're on my team, the non-inkables. They're a huge reason why I'm here. Shout out to SLTC. Shout out, of course, number one to my wife, my kids, my mother-in-law who are home right now. Both my kids are sick. It's breaking my heart. But, they support me to be here, and I get to, come in and play and enjoy amazing things. And so, biggest shout out to them for sure.
Nothing cures sickness like a golden Mickey. That's what I've
there you
heard.
go.
That's what my grandmother always said.
I'll take it.
Well, good luck to you the rest of today. You've got 4 more rounds. We can't wait to watch what else that you can do this weekend, Tyler. We'll be back with more Disney Lorcana.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the interview booth. I'm here with Carrie, who we just saw in round 4 on Blurple, beat a very interesting Ink Geyser deck. How are you feeling right now?
Just a little frazzled, I guess.
I mean, was Ink Geyser something you were expecting to play into today?
Definitely not. I have not played against it. I think that might have been obvious. I was having to go through how to actually resolve it, essentially, kind of thing. So.
So interesting question. So you're not prepared for it. You see Ink Geyser for the first time, sends everything back to your hand. Like, what are you thinking in that moment as you're trying to come up with your plan B?
Well, I hadn't seen it in game 1 at all, so it was in game 2. It kind of, I just had to kind of adapt and pivot. And game 2, I'd also missed ramp. So, anyways, in general, I was getting worried about time, and I could just see his ink going further and further. So it was very difficult to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you made the decision, I noticed, to scoop a little bit early, try to conserve time. Is that the thought?
Yeah, I kept asking. I asked a couple times how much time was left in the round, because even though I was ahead in lore, I knew that he was got so much value out of the Cindies after Ink Geyser returned cards to his hand, and he was playing other Cindies to be able to continue ramping for his cards, and he had bigger bodies on board. So I just decided that there wasn't enough time, because it was taking us a long time to resolve it each time. I think he Ink Geysered me 2 or 3 times at least. So I just decided to say, let's go to game 3, and hoping that I would be able to get that one on the play.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, it's important, if you're playing a control deck, important skill to remember keeping track of the clock and making sure that you don't run into that draw. So you're playing Blurple.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing Blurple?
I actually made a deck for Blurple back in set 2 kind of thing, before it was kind of popular, but I was on Ruby Amethyst as well for a while, blue, red, so ramp and draw is one of my favorite things, which is why I kind of gravitated back towards Blurple when it was definitely a really viable deck to play as well.
That's fun. I was playing Blurple before it was cool. I was on the trend before it was popular. That's fine. And you're in town from Toronto. And I also understand that Disney Lorcana is your first competitive TCG. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, I've played one at home with my son, but generally, no, competitive, yes, first for me.
Oh, that's outstanding. Third challenge, though. First competitive card game. And here you are, 4-0 with Blurple. Do you think Blurple is going to be able to take you the distance here? Is it a deck you're confident in this meta?
I hope so.
Well, I wouldn't be playing it otherwise, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, I think Blurple is very strong. I was testing with Red Purple a lot as well, but I just made the decision. I thought Blurple would be the better call to make for bringing it to Richmond.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Really excited to see you 4-0 here. Just a few more rounds to go. Make that day 2 cut. Can't wait to see where you go from here. So congrats on a big win.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. We'll send it back to the booth.
Come on, Link.
I'm coming.
Come on, quickly. Took you long enough.
I'm sorry. Sometimes you got to do double duty.
Never mind. Welcome back to this Lorcana Challenge. A couple of fantastic interviews with our incredible players, and there is a lot more action still to come. If you are only just joining us, where you been? You've missed so much, but at least you are here now. We are going 8 rounds of Swiss today. We will be back, of course, tomorrow. 4 more rounds, followed by a cut to top 32 players going into single elimination. We will be finding out the next 32 players qualified for the national championships, the championship for North America, and we will be finding the next player invited to the World Championship. Can you think of anything better?
I can. Even just to get that invite, to say that you played in the Continental Championship or even let alone the World Championship. Just to have that badge, that feather in your cap, it's truly a dream come true for a lot of these players, especially players who this is their first TCG, and some players are going to get to live that dream thanks to this event.
And a lot of people, their first Disney Lorcana Challenge overall. Absolutely. I would love if our winner today, this was their first event. What a story that would be. That being the case, we're going to play a little game. We like to mix things up along with our trading cards. We like to bring some Disney magic, a little bit of fun. So we're going to bring a new game in, something we haven't played before, and something actually suggested by our wonderful newcomer, Brent Mackay, which me and Rebecca thought was a lot of fun. We're going to play Mime That Card. Now, you've heard of guess that card or draw that card. We're going to be miming them out. So, Brent, can you kind of give us a breakdown of how this is going to work?
How this is going to work is I'm going to pick a card at random from this stack of cards we have here.
Where's the stack?
Yep, the stack's right here.
Okay.
None of us have looked at this yet. After I look at that card, I'm going to flash it to you all. Baker and Liam will be none the wiser, and I will have to improvise and mime out. I cannot use any real words. I can use gibberish, but I can't use any real words.
Sound effects are fine.
Sound effects are fine.
No incomplete words.
No words at all.
Right. Well, if we're going to do this then, Brent, I think you need to take the villain's chair. So what I'm going to ask you to do, pick the card. Don't let us see it. Don't let them see it yet. Pick your cards, okay, and then I'm going to stand. You make your way around there, and me and Liam are going to turn away. Don't look, Liam. Brent is going to show it to the audience, show it to the stream. Let us know when we can look, Brent.
Okay, they have seen it.
All right, okay, so the people at home, they've seen it. Brent's going to take central stage, and we're going to play Mime That Cards. Shall we count you in?
Yes.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so I'm thinking pain, panic.
Dog, it's Pluto. Pluto. It's a dog. It's a dog. It's lady. It's tramp. It's
Fangs. Bucky.
Okay,
we're
an investigator, detective. Detective Mickey, Detective Donald, Detective Pluto, Judy Hopps. I was like, Detective Pluto, that's not even a card. I'm like,
you know what, Brent? I think that was so good. I want you to do another one.
Another one?
I will have a go.
All right.
I want
you're going to go too? Okay.
But you're setting the stage. So me and Liam are going to look away, show it to the audience once again. Let's see what we can get. Let us know when we're okay to look.
Okay.
Okay, the audience has got it. All right, so we're looking again now. I think we'll do. Shall we do like 3 each?
Yeah.
I think that sounds good. All right, cool. So you ready, Liam?
I'm ready.
We're gonna count him in. 3, 2, 1, go.
Tra la 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 la.
So a singer.
Yeah.
Tra la 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 la
la la.
A song. Malicious, mean, and scary. No. Duck. It's a duck. Duck song. DuckTales. It's a DuckTales song.
It's a DuckTales song. Might solve a mystery. Sleeping. DuckTales.
Della's Lullaby. It's good.
A point for Liam. There you go. Okay, so this is the tiebreaker.
This is the massive tiebreaker.
We got one each.
Moon Lullaby.
Della's. I would have never guessed that. I'm going to be honest. Okay, so we've got one each. So this is the tiebreaker. Let's look away again, Liam.
So good, Brent.
No cheating, Liam.
Last card.
You're a villain, Liam. I know you'll try and
I'm
cheat
a henchman,
if you can.
perhaps.
I know you will. Oh, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that giggle. I'm a little scared about that giggle.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Do you feel like have you picked an artistic direction? You have. Okay, Liam, you count him in.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
A dog. A cat.
A tramp. It's Lady and the Tramp. It's Lady and the Tramp. It's eating spaghetti. It's their song. It's a wonderful night. It was a night. It's a wonderful night. Lovely Bella Notes. Tramp. Street Smart Dog. Lady. Tramp. Enterprising Dog. Tramp. Enterprising Dog. And Tramp. Street Smart Dog. Lady.
Dapper Rascal.
Lady. Lady Miss Park Avenue. Lady.
Baby.
Jim Deere. Jim Darling. Darling Deer.
Babe.
Big Lady and the Tramp. Darling Deer.
Well, you got it.
Yeah.
I was going for extra points and trying to get the sub one. But you said Lady.
Miss Park Avenue. No. Lady. Family Dog.
Very nice. Okay, so Liam,
that was very good. Very good. Very
You are
good.
the undisputed champion. I was guessing Brent Mackay's mimes.
The song was a tricky one. I was like, is it Bella? No, that's not a song. Anyway, that was fun.
In chat, some appreciation for our incredible performing monkey, Brent
great.
Mackay. That was so fun. I don't know if I'm gonna do it as well as you did.
I think you're gonna kill it, baby. You're gonna knock it out of the park.
We'll see about that. Okay, so no, I've lost me mic. This is a very professional show, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. We're going to save it. Oh, goodness me. Thank you. I'll put that in my back pocket. All right, so you two need to... These are the ones you've already picked, right?
These are the ones I've already picked.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
So this is the pile, yeah.
Pile. Now, in theory, these are meta-relevant cards. So if that's any hope. In theory.
Meta-relevant cards.
Yeah,
okay,
and according to somebody, I won't say who, according to somebody's determination.
All right, I've got one. So you two need to look away.
Look away, look away.
All right, okay, let's see what we've got. Okay. I think okay. Right, I'm gonna need you guys to count me in then.
3, 2, 1. Oh, you're
Headless
Horseman.
Headless Horseman strikes. Very good, very good, very good.
Oh, that's good.
Nailed it, mate. All right, go straight into another one. I'm gonna pick another.
Straight into another.
Pick
Yeah,
another. Here we go.
We gotta look away.
You two look away. You two look away. All right. Hope you're ready,
What could it
audience. What have we
be?
got?
Ooh, so exciting.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You can do it, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Count me in.
3, 2, 1.
Baker
A villain.
is a villain.
You're a villain of some kind.
Duck,
A villain in a... Oh, like the Black Heron.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
Wow.
Let's go.
I would not have gotten that.
I was so scared when I looked at that one.
not
We
have
do have
gotten that.
Black Heron, real bad egg. Okay, I'm doing better than I thought I would. Or you two are just really
All right,
good at
we're both
guessing.
tied up. We're 1 to 1.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right.
Right, okay, let's take another one.
It's the beat Liam game. He's so good at guessing.
Liam game.
I don't know about
All
that.
right, you guys look away.
All right.
Let's see. Okay, let's show him the cards. Oh, goodness me. How on earth am I supposed to do this?
Got it.
Okay. All right, okay. Right, count me in.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're a horse. Oh, Mayor Wind Dancer.
Yes!
Wow.
The hair.
The undisputed champion of Mime That Final. Guess the mime of that card.
Wow.
Brent Mackay.
Liam.
Go on. Do the people want this? I don't know if the people want
Of
this.
course the people want this.
I will give it a try.
Yes!
Just do one,
Let's
Liam.
go.
Just do one.
Do I need to, if I don't do the mic, is that okay?
Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
gonna-
I'm not going to show this one to the audience.
You're not gonna show
I'm not
it?
going to show the audience. I want you all to play
Okay.
along. We'll see how good.
Okay, let me jump in here then.
Sounds good. All right, we're gonna look away.
He's not going to show it to him. He's not gonna
Oh, you're right.
Good, we do.
Nobody knows. Woo.
I'm hot.
I know. This was a game I pitched before 4 rounds. Oh.
Thing is, should we start the day with this and then be knackered, or do we end the day with this when we've got no energy left?
Yeah, I think both bad choices.
This is a tough one. I've got like one clue. All right.
All right, okay.
You got it.
One
Build
clue
the world. Let us see the world.
One clue is
Yeah.
enough. All right.
Oh, you got to do it on camera though.
Yeah, you got to get on camera, bro. And 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so it's a frog.
Frog, Princess and the
Princess
Frog.
and the Frog. Troubadour.
Oh, you're playing a song. You're New Orleans.
Playing an instrument.
It
You're
has
a frog.
nothing to do with Princess and the Frog. No,
So it is
nothing at all.
It is something to do
Oh,
with
it does.
It is something to do
Okay.
with Princess
Something
and
to
the
do with
Dog.
Princess and the Frog.
And Princess and the Dog.
Okay.
Princess and the Frog.
Down in New Orleans.
Is that a villain?
Oh,
No,
it's the
it's-
trumpeter. That's not a. Oh, come on over. Come fight me. Come battle me. I'm Mike Tyson. I'm gonna punch you out in one hit. Oh, Louis the Alligator.
Yes.
Oh!
Yeah.
I'm going to be so real. Didn't know that Lewis was from the Princess and the Frog.
Because you made him reckless, so then you were like,
Reckless, come get me, man! I was going gameplay. I was going the trumpet. I was going to lose the alligator.
You were way better than you thought
He was the
you'd
trumpet
be.
playing for.
Oh, he was the trumpet player.
He's the trumpet playing alligator.
That is
Yeah.
one film I am not an expert
I
on. Right, that was too good, Liam. You got to do another.
One more.
You got to do another.
One more.
All right.
One more.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not gonna show the audience. All right, okay? Have a look. Make sure we don't see it. You look very handsome today, Brent.
Thank you. You too. You as well.
You got it? He's got it. All right, you can him in this time, Brent.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm
You're
looking for
searching,
something.
Looking for something.
Oh, it's
Opening
a
a book.
book. It's a
Right.
Junior Woodchuck guidebook.
Oh, you are too good at this, man.
I just
Right,
keep
last
talking.
one.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get on the board. I'm
going for the sweep.
I'm 0-2
I
down
need the
at this
sweep,
one. You need
Baker.
a clean sweep. All right. I'm just trying to get on the board at this point.
Yeah.
You're all gonna have to race this one.
Okay.
Right.
3, 2, 1.
Head
The Headless Horseman. The Terror of Sleepy Hollow.
The Cursed Rider.
The Bodyguard.
The four. Oh, hey, I'm on the board.
There you go. You got one.
Right, I want
Villain.
the chair back.
I have an admission. Villain, I've done a very villainous thing.
Go on.
These are all meta-relevant cards.
Uh-huh.
They all have one thing in common.
What's that?
Are they all villains?
None of them are Ruby.
Oh!
You disgust me, Liam.
Sneaky,
That was a
sneaky.
great bit of fun. Let us know in the chat if you would like to see more of that. Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow, maybe at future events. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. We're going to be going to a very quick commercial break, but we'll be back very soon with Disney Lorcana.
Hey, it was very good.
I'm glad.
Well, Katie, I leave the lounge for one round and chaos.
I have not seen cards everywhere, people screaming, but honestly, that was, I mean,
You know
have a
what?
side hustle now.
Listen, I think we need to give our co-casters a round of applause because I was very impressed actually with how well they did with guessing the cards.
And I like that they got Liam.
They
They
did.
made it look so fun that Liam said, "Perchance I shall laugh."
Perchance, and he did, and they did it wonderfully. So we hope that you enjoyed that little mini game. But we are ready for some games here, Katie.
Yes, it is round 5, which is incredible because we started this morning being like, how are we? 8 rounds, that's insane. But this is round 5 now, and we are seeing some names you might recognize from earlier this morning and some names you might recognize from being some of the biggest names in this game.
Yes, our first feature match for you here in round 5. 2 players that are very well known across the Disney Lorcana community. We have 2 DLC champions. We have 2 World qualifiers. We have Diego Saz playing his Amber Emerald Dogs deck, which we already saw today one time. And then we have Zan Syed, who is playing Amethyst Amber. And we know what deck he's been playing lately, Katie. Do you think that's what he brought this weekend?
I would imagine. I mean, we talk about what deck are you known for? What are you known for as a player? And these players are known for winning. But I mean, Diego is known for this dog deck, but Zan is known for being an innovator and bringing decks that they say, oh, this is, have you heard about Zan's new deck? And this is Zan's new deck.
This is Zan's new deck. It is I'm assuming it's the Monstro combo deck, and we are starting out. Zan was on the play. We have the Royal Guard down on the board, and then Diego kicking it off with a lady. We got all the ladies, all the tramps, all the dogs coming in on Diego's side, and I love how Diego has a lot of shiny cards. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about this matchup. We have a Huey coming down from Zan, which is one of those cards that makes it cheaper for you to play cards earlier. It acts like a lantern on the body. Can you talk a little bit about Zan's, strategy here against the dog's deck?
As we have seen, these dogs run fast. Now, this is not the fastest card. I said they run fast, and then he plays a Go-Go Tamago on the board. But in general, like you said, so, I mean, I think I heard you in the lounge mentioning that this Amber Amethyst kind of acts like a Blurple or a Sapphire Amethyst deck. It's that kind of shell, and it's using its own kind of ramp here. In this case, this ramp where you have access to more ink or resources each turn is in the form of this Huey, and in this case he has a lantern which he's able to play, which you can also exert and play, use that floating ink, if you will. It's like a discount on the next thing, so he can use 2. So he's putting it down as ink because it's acting as ink in this scenario.
Yes, and Lantern has helped him to put down a Mowgli, and Mowgli is a fantastic new card from Whispers in the Well. It costs Inkable 1/2, and when you play this character, you get to, your opponent reveals their hand, and then they discard a non-character card of their choice. Of course, it's up to them, and in this case, Zan taking a good look, he wants to know what is in Diego's hand. There's only one non-character card, and that is an Under the Sea hiding there.
The thing is he quickly got rid of the Delamoon.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah,
right?
He did it very quickly because it's his choice. So at the end of the day, Zan's saying, don't put your hand away. I'm studying. And I would too, because Diego showed something that I hadn't seen in his previous list, and that was that Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. So Zan's going, wait a minute, are you doing some funky stuff over there too? And so he's taking a second to say, I am very curious, and here's another kind of piece of more spicy tech.
Ooh, we've got the Tiana, that scary restaurant owner, the enchanted version, and this card, I've never been so scared of a restaurant owner before, but she is a card that saw a lot of play previously in Amber Steel decks, and I kind of love that Diego has found a spot for Tiana in this deck. She's a 1/4 character, and whenever a character viewer is challenged, if Tiana is exerted, then your opponent has to pay 3 ink, otherwise that challenging character gets the -3 strength. So a really great way of protecting your cards, especially in that dog's deck where you want to be questing very fast.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things, so I mean, we talk about plan. I will note, we have seen the dogs deck on stream several times, so I might be a little light on the dogs because Zan is doing some things that, quite frankly, we haven't talked about in this tournament. We haven't talked a lot about in Disney Lorcana, because you hear it's a combo deck. We're like, oh, is it like malicious, mean, and scary? That is a combo, but this is a combo deck, meaning that you win
in one turn
with a combination of cards. So the combo is you take some cards, you put them together, and you can win in one turn. But that is one of the ways to win. I think it's important to note that is not the only way to win. It is also just a nice standard Amethyst mid-range deck. So it's interesting, but in this matchup, though, the question is, can he outrace Diego? I mean, Diego has a I would call this not the most aggressive start in a deck. So it's been a kind of nice time for Zan to not have to feel that pressure as much.
Yeah, like you said earlier, playing that Go-Go Tamago on turn 2, not maybe what a typical dog's deck wants to see. And we have over on Zan's side, Elthasa's 5th Spirit. We're going to exert a character on Diego's side of the board. He's looking at that lady, and that is what he's going to choose.
Yeah, that lady represents, a myriad of things, because that lady has a synergy where she is able to get, if she gets her strength increased, she is able to quest 4/3, but also she can shift into that lady Miss Park Avenue. So he says, you know what, I will go ahead, I'll pay the 3 to go ahead and challenge, or rather, he doesn't have to pay because that Tiana's not even exerted yet.
He's not exerted quite
yet.
He's
almost there, they might say.
Almost
there. Almost there. And in this case, yeah, I mean, this is the way he wants to play this matchup. Because, I mean, we talked about this a little bit before the match started. Because, I mean, Zan's deck, I mean, the minute we're like, Zan's here, because is he going to play the deck or not? And the answer is, once we saw those 2 icons, the answer is yes.
Yep.
And he has a very delicate thing, because essentially he just has to last. He can try to race Diego. In this case, this is like kind of like a perfect match for Zan in this scenario because not a lot of things are happening yet. So as long as he can stay in the game and he doesn't let Diego get to 20, which notably he's at 0, Zan's ahead.
Sure.
He has a little luxury here. So he's able to ink and pass and kind of say, I have time to get to that combo, which we'll talk about. We haven't seen any of the pieces yet, but it is, as we called it, a one turn. You can win and get to that 20 lore in one turn.
Yeah. Over on Diego's side, we are inking Ursula to play that Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. This is a new card from Whispers in the Well for cost inkable, and all of the champions, the ink champions, have synergy in their own ink color, and your other Amber characters get +2 willpower, which on that Tiana then, that's going to be a problem because now Tiana is effectively a 1/6 character. And then also, if you have 2 or more Amber characters in play, Mickey Mouse is a Singer 8, and do you know what that means?
They might be going to the bottom of the ocean.
They might be, and we know that Diego has that in his hand because we saw it earlier when Mowgli was taking a peek at what Diego had. So that Mickey Mouse Amber Champion, not a card that I've seen being played.
No, I mean, it's something that I've seen people want to work in because those champions are fantastic because they stack. If you have 2 champions, you got 2 champion bonuses. And they're basically like, they're the champions of the ink because they have the strong, they do the best things of it. So Zan's saying, I know I saw these cards. Now, if you guys didn't know, each ink color got their own champion, and it speaks to the strongest part of that ink. And in this one, you got the Singer, you got that beefed up willpower, and so he has to be a little bit careful here because like we talked, Zan is trying to work in a little bit of a control manner until he can get that combo out. In this case, he's going to go ahead and deploy that lantern, and let's see what he does in the meantime.
Yeah, we are going to have to pay 3 ink though if we want to go into Tiana, and he is choosing to quest here. So Tiana remaining safe. And I am curious if he is maybe doing that because he sees the writing on the wall that Under the Sea is likely to be played here with Mickey. We have a Tramp Street Smart Dog coming down. This is the dog you want to see in this deck. This is the card that gets you the ability to filter through your deck. You get to draw as many cards as you have characters in play, and then you discard that many other characters.
Yeah, so it basically says whatever Diego needs, he can go ahead and look for.
Yes.
In this case, this is a perfect fit. Mickey, usually it's a sing together card, but Mickey says, oh, it's okay, it's a solo.
I'll just sing it all by myself. Thank you, Tiana and Gogo, for being my backup dancers. I don't need backup singers, I just have backup dancers.
Now, this isn't the script that I think, expected when the game started. Because ultimately, I'd like to point out that there's a control. I mean, the control, they keep switching control roles, and neither of these are control decks, typically.
Yeah.
And I saw you got excited when you saw that card, because I think
I did. I love this card, the Horseman Strikes. This is a brand new card in Whispers in the Well, and I think it's such a great tool in Amber's toolbox. It banishes a chosen character with evasive. It took care of that Gogo Tamago that Diego had on his side of the board, and you get to draw a card. And I think it's really changed what Amber looks like in this meta.
Yes, they finally gave a little bit more of in their arsenal to stay, because I mean, obviously you need card draw, you need removal, and you need to be able to quest. And this gave them some removal and card draw, which is exactly what it needed to be a viable ink, and we're seeing it in 2 decks right now. So now we're saying, Suzanne, you just lost all your board. What are you going to do? And here is the first piece of the puzzle.
We have that Monstro coming down, that 6/8 infamous whale. Quest for 2 with Rush, but he has a very, very important ability that is a key piece to that 1-turn win combo that Zan has. So now the question is, he must have those at least one other piece. You need a way to discard cards and draw cards and filter through your deck. If we see it, then I know Katie will walk us through that combo. But Diego, he's got a lot of characters doing things over there. And now we have Emerald Chromicon coming down as well.
Now, I had the honor of watching Zan secure his CCQ invite to Nationals using this deck. And watching it for the first time was a little crazy because, honestly, so what happens is the first piece of the puzzle you need is a dry monster. What that means is he was played last turn, he didn't rush. And so he just showed what card he drew, and he said, it's a Demona. And the reason he showed, he played the Demona. So basically, to kind of go back, is he is looking for combo pieces now.
Yes.
This Demona is a way to get to those. Demona has the ability when she enters play, you can draw up to, each player can draw till they have 3 cards. So he's just saying, I don't have the pieces right now. I have the most important one, and it feels good because at the end of the day, Diego's deck doesn't have a lot of that spot removal.
And Zan said, we're done. He didn't find the pieces that he needed for his combo.
I missed it.
Yeah, he didn't. He had an Elsa in hand. He had the Mowgli and something else. He couldn't find the pieces that he needed for the combo, and so he said, "Let's conserve our time. Let's go to a game 2 and see what happens." Diego took game 1, and let's see how this next game shakes out.
Well, I'm going to use this time because it's difficult to talk about the game and explain this kind of interesting combo at the same time. So the reason that this monster is important, he is the engine of the combo. He comes out and he does not rush it. He stays and he just waits a turn until he is dry. Why does he need to be dry? Because that whale may be singing and he may be exerting. The thing he needs to do is to drive the other parts of the combo. We're looking for the Great Illuminary Abandoned Laboratory.
Yes.
That is something that came as a brand new card, and when you put a character there, you can exert them to draw a card. Now, why is that interesting? Well, Monstro, when he can ready, if you draw a card. So suddenly, you've got this weird thing where you can go ahead and ready.
Back and forth, back and forth, and you keep doing it over and over again.
So what you're looking for is more pieces of the combo. It's not just a simple 2-card combo. No. You are looking for some a character, Alan Adale, who is a character who you are able to have your singer ability, and that gives you the lore when a song is sung.
Yep.
And then the last piece is a card that you were very near and dear to.
Yes, we know the way. I got to reveal that one, which was really fun. But that is a card that when you play it, you can bring... you shuffle a chosen card from your discard into your deck, but what you do is you draw through your entire deck so that you only have 1 card in your deck, and you then put that one into your deck and you quote-unquote shuffle it, but since it's the only card there, you know exactly what's going to be on top, and so when you draw it, it's the We Know the Way. So you need 2 copies of We Know the Way so you can cycle through them and keep playing them.
Yes, and now, every time you sing, Alan Adale is going ahead and giving you 1 lore, and then you're readying your monster, you're discarding a card. So you might say, it's so simple. Well, it's not, because you have to manage your ink, and you have to manage your hand size, because if you need to discard a card, if you only have 1 card, you don't have enough. You got to be able to discard a card to pay the whale price. So it's a very, very hard. We wondered after Zan got his CCQ with this deck if we were going to see everyone play it, and my hypothesis was no, because it is not easy. You're playing 2 games of Lorcana. You're playing a game where you stay in long enough to do the combo, and then you're also playing the game of getting to the combo, which, as I explained, it's not like this very straightforward, I play 2 cards, I win.
Yeah. Now we are here into game 2. If you're just joining us, we have Diego Saz facing off with Zan Sahed and Agogo Tamago coming down again on turn 2. Such an interesting start for this normally very fast dog deck, which is good for Zan. Zan did not have any character turn 1, and he put his lantern down on turn 2, and it will be interesting to see here what he can get on the board for turn 3. A Hades looking for a deal, going into the Inkwell and playing a Genie, which of course is a wonderful card with evasive 2/4. He quests for 2, which is awesome, but the ability that everyone loves is that you can draw a card when he comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, this game is looking kind of a little deja vu. I'm like, didn't we see
we
this
saw
exact
this.
sequence of events?
Yep, we saw a Lady, we saw a Gogo, and we saw a Tiana. And unfortunately for Zan, this time I don't know if he'll have the characters to take care of Tiana.
Yeah, I mean, last time he was able to kind of use some synergy, pay the price. And it's interesting because Lantern, we say it's ramp. Ramp is ink. At the end of the day, Lantern discounts characters. So it's one of those things where there is some downsides. You're able to get that ramp light, if we called it earlier.
Yes.
So it's something where Zan can do more than he's usually able to, but he can't do everything. So he has to decide, what do we want to invest in? He knows Diego's not going fast, but that didn't really matter. Diego didn't go fast, acted like a control deck, and still won with dogs in this matchup.
Yeah, we are exerting 4 here, where, well, we have the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook went to the Inkwell, exerting 2, and then using the 2 lanterns to discount 2 Hueys on the board, which are effectively 2 more lanterns, because each time they quest, you pay 1 less for the next character that you play. So he kind of has 4 extra ink, like you're saying, and it is a discount. He has a 4 ink discount on whatever characters that he plays next, and then quested for 2 with that Genie.
That is an incredible sequence of events, because suddenly he has made it where he can play Monster next turn. I mean, we have 2 lanterns, 4 ink, 2 Hueys. If nothing happens, if everybody stays safe, upright, and active, we are looking at a very, very interesting thing where Amber has 4 ink but is able to play an 8-cost character, which is something you don't see, and I'm very excited to see this pay off in this way.
Yeah, we have Tramp coming down. This is our Enterprising Dog and the Emerald Chromicon, one of my favorite items. The Enterprising Dog is a great card. It has that wonderful synergy with Lady. You pay 1 less when he comes into play, and then you can give Lady extra strength, and that means that Lady quested for 3 this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at that Chromicon, and generally speaking, that Chromicon is saying, like, hey, I know you're going to want to stop what I'm doing over here, but you're going to have to think twice about it, because if you do that, I can go ahead and return any character I want to my hand.
We're exerting. We're exerting,
We're
Katie.
doing it. So,
we're doing it. There he is. There's that infamous whale Monstro coming down.
And it's a whale of a tail, because that means that's the first part. He's here, and he has to last 1 turn. And like we said, Diego does not have a lot of that on-the-spot removal in his deck, certainly not for something like this, a giant 6/8 whale. So now we're looking at how much resources he has and what that clock is. Because like we said, I mean, they're not really doing a lot of interaction in this game. They're kind of both playing their own game.
They're playing their own game. It's a little bit of a race, but Zan's racing in a different kind of way,
2 different
right?
songs.
There's different songs. Another Tiana coming down, followed by another Lady. We're going to quest out. Now the question is, what does Zan have in his hand? Does he have those other pieces of the combo?
Yes, I mean, when me and Liam had the honor to watch this deck, it was something where he'd look at the card, and whatever that card was the most important thing. But we see...
Oh, we do have the Great Illuminary. We have that next piece of the combo that we needed. This is the Great Illuminary Abandoned Laboratory. And...
here we go.
Here we go. It is a 2-cost location, and we're going to see this combo in action, I think.
I think so, because we have the pieces. We have 2 cards in hand. Now, do we have enough ink will be the question. Now, we need to be able to play that Alan Adale card. Yes. Yeah, so here we're looking at, because we have the Huey Dewey, or not Huey Dewey, I'm just going to name all the decks here. We have the double Hueys, double Lantern, 1 here. So he's kind of, this is something we saw when he was playing this deck. He has this moment where he's like, I'm about to explain to you what's happening.
I'm explaining to you what's going on. Yep, I'm going back and forth and back and forth. I'm going to draw, I'm going to discard, and I'm going to ready Monstro. So what he's saying is he's just not readying Monstro and re-exerting. He's just going to go through his deck, but Monstro can basically just do this over and over and over again because of the way that it interacts.
So there he goes. He finds the first piece of the puzzle. The first we know the way. We know he's looking for 2 copies, so he can go ahead and discard. He has
another one.
Puzzle piece 1, puzzle piece 2, puzzle piece 3, puzzle piece 4, and now...
Now what happens when he finds Alan Adale?
So Alan Adale, he has that access to 4 ink to play him, and then he just needs to have enough cards in hand to discard. And then when he's able to discard, then he can start the Infinity Loop, where Alan Adale is in play. The Monstro can go ahead. We can sing the song We Know the Way. We only have 0 cards in the deck.
Right.
So he's digging through looking for that Alan Adale, but he has to keep doing that forever, because ultimately, once Alan Adale is in the hand, he still has to play him, which is why that ink cost comes into great effect. So now we're looking...
Yeah, what I'm wondering is if because he only has 2 cards in hand, is once he draws Alan Adale, he would still have to discard something to re-ready Monstro. Does that matter anymore?
Well, he needs to discard one of those We Know the Ways.
Right, but yes, anyway, that's true.
So 1 needs to get into the discard.
Yes.
So, and then he can start cycling it. So we see him going through, and this is actually one of my favorite things. I vocal about this. If somebody says, I have the combo, say, show me the combo.
Show me the combo.
And one thing that's fascinating when me and Liam watched Zan play is this
Alan Adale.
This Alan Adale was trapped underneath a Cheshire Cat.
Yes, I remember that, which is such a fascinating thing in this deck, right? So Cheshire Cat, of course, is a new Whisper that's in this latest set. You can pay 2 to boost Cheshire Cat, and it has a wonderful ability, really, really fantastic in the game. But when you boost him, you put a card under there, and so if you trap one of your combo pieces under the Cheshire Cat, you need to make sure that you have a way to get him back. So now we're going to see some things go on. We're going to see some things happening. We're going to sing We Know the Way with Genie. We're going to shuffle Alan Adale in and play it, and here we go. We're cycling through.
Yes, we are singing a song forever and ever. This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend.
And we have that handshake. That was the 1-turn win in action. Zan able to find those combo pieces he need. needed and pulled it off.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, you have to have the 3 puzzle pieces where you need to have enough ink to play the Alan Adale, which he is a 4-cost inkable card. You need to have the ability to get that Monstro into the library, play that, get the 2. And so it's not a fun. It's not easy. Like, it's not something where...
Sure. Like, it's not just going to happen.
No, it's not something
There's
where...
no happy accidents here with the Monstro combo.
No. And so Diego has seen it in effect, and he's like, that was fun. But he's like, I just have to go fast, because we saw him go pretty slow twice. So if we see Diego 2 out of 3 times go slow, maybe 1 out of those 3 times he's about to go very fast. And there is if Dan can't pull that off by the time Diego puts out, 3 ladies and 2 tramps,
Yeah.
Then there's no time. So...
Yeah, I think that's going to be key for this third game. These players are both at 4-0 here in round 5. And of course, all of these players, they want to get every single win they can, but you need at least 18 points to make it to day 2. And Diego needs to go fast. I think he just needs to go fast. He's starting off again with that lady, but hopefully on turn 2 we see something other than that Go-Go Tamago.
Yeah, the no-go Tamago here, where she is not getting that full effect, because she's normally a fun surprise, right? Because you get to see her come in and she can get that burst of lore that can close out the game. In this case, we see Rafiki, which can help keep the board in check.
Yes, Rafiki being a Challenger 3 is really great. We have a Mowgli here on Diego's side of the board, so now we are going to take a look at Zan's side. We have 2 non-character cards, Circle of Life and Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and we have Circle of Life going into the discard. So we have another Rafiki, a Huey, which is, of course, that discounted effect that he has, and Cheshire Cat. This is interesting with these cards here. We don't have any pieces yet of that combo.
Yeah, well, we have a little hint of a piece, because we have that Circle of Life, which is generally used to, you can bring back Allendale. If Allendale happen to get discarded, you can use that card, but now Circle of Life is in the discard, but that is kind of a puzzle piece for it. And this is why I when I ever see Zan Syed play a deck, and people are like, oh man, this deck is so cool, I'm like, just proceed with caution, because this is something like we have seen him do so many cool things with cards, but it's a delicate rope. But there's lots of backup plans. We saw that Madam Elephant, which can be used to go ahead and get something that's boosted to get whatever's underneath it back in. You don't get to pick what you put under a boosted card. We see Circle of Life to get a character back. So he has these contingency plans. We saw Demona to draw cards, but in this case, Diego says, okay, I see you got some stuff over there, but here is that Huey coming in, and like we said, that is another thing, is to get to that Monstro as fast as possible.
Fast as possible. And we do see that Zan just drew off the top of the deck that great Illuminary location, which is a piece of that combo that he needs. What's interesting on Diego's side is he didn't have a character to play here on turn 3. I would think that he would have rather had a character to play. He did put down the Emerald Chromacon, but unfortunately, it feels still like a little bit of a slow start for him.
It's fascinating, because I mean, I have watched, quite frankly, a lot of dogs.
A lot
today.
of dogs.
It has been a lot of dogs, which I'm a dog fan, so honestly fair. But it's fascinating, because I haven't seen a dogs match like this, and I wondered if he's playing differently because he's being more cautious.
Sure. Yeah, that could very well maybe, especially knowing this deck that he's up against. But I would think that he would want to be pressing the gas pretty quickly to like race Zan and try to win through as much lore gain as he can before that combo comes out.
That's my instinct. And I mean, Emerald Chromacon is slow, and Zan, the thing that I do know is that Emerald Chromacon, he knows that Zan's trying to buy time. And how do you buy time? The Cheshire Cat, because that Cheshire Cat can move 2 damage around. You can boost. You can go ahead. I mean, these are some tiny little guys on his side, that Bobby Zabrewski being...
Yes, Spray Cheese Kid.
He's a 1/2, so I mean, that is a perfect size for moving 2 damage. So once the challenge party starts and then we start moving around damage, that's nice. And so that Chromacon adds a little bit of insurance, but still, Bobby Zabrewski.
Yeah.
Fast guard.
Yeah, not so much. So Bobby Zimmerski, of course, he came out and fabled when a Goofy movie entered into Disney Lorcana. It lets you draw a card and then discard a card. We have Webby Vanderquack going into the Inkwell, and we have that Tiana restaurant owner coming down again.
Yeah, so we say, I really enjoyed watching Diego's deck, because we saw it twice, where I just feel like his deck is called Do Not Enter. We have the restaurant owner, do not come over here. Emerald Chromacon, definitely don't. It's like, if you come over here, you got to pay money. I'm going to get rid of your stuff. You're not invited, quite frankly. And so what we've seen is some pretty low interaction games. I mean, it's interesting to know that Diego has been more of the control style deck, seeing that Under the Sea, saying in game 1. So it's just very interesting. He's basically going slow, but saying, I'm not afraid because I have all this insurance I have built.
Yeah. It is really interesting that with that Tiana, it is kind of a similar thing to that, like you're just saying with the Emerald Chromicon, that Tiana, by forcing your opponent to pay that 3 ink to be able to challenge, it's just another deterrent to your opponent challenging your characters.
Yeah, it's saying, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to pay 3? Do you want to throw everything you got at it? Because you have to decide. And by the way, if you do it in the wrong order, you might activate this Emerald Chromicon, because at that point, he gets to decide. And something that's kind of fascinating is Chromicon, you may return chosen characters. So that means he can say, hey, I want that Mowgli because I know you're up to weird stuff, and maybe there's a great Illuminary in your hand. I'm coming for it. So I think that the ability to bounce your own thing makes it if you have a nice tool in your arsenal like a Mowgli and Ursula, you can go ahead and say, hey, I don't know what you're up to over there, but I'm getting this back and I'm sending it right on back to you.
Yeah, any character that has a good on-play effect is something that I think players with the Emerald Chromicon out are always considering. You know, looking at the board state, you know, where are we in the state in the game, where the lore total is at, and is it more advantageous for me to bounce one of my own characters or one of yours? And Zan has paid 4 ink to put down 2 Junior Woodchuck guidebooks on his side of the board.
How did he know that's one of? How did he pick 3 of the 3 cards that I said were fascinating? In this new map?
Yes, and it is a great card. I don't see that Zan has any other cards in hand though, and I think that we're just going to see him draw 4 cards next turn.
Yes, and I think, so one of the things we talk about is splitting the cost. Boost allows you to do that. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook allows you to do that, because this turn he pays 4. He says, don't worry, I'm going to get these back next turn. And then he can go ahead, pay 2 ink, get 4 cards, and say, that's 4 pieces of the combo I can get. I just need 1 turn to win. But it is hard because notably that Monstro, you need the discount of the Lantern and Huey, or you need ink. And so he is kind of in an uphill battle now, because we're seeing Diego go wider with a very, very punishing card that allows him to get looking through his deck for even more answers.
Yeah, and since he had 4 characters out on the board, that 7 cost Tramp Street Smart Dog only costs 3. So now getting to draw some cards and then discard, which is a great way to find the answers that you need. And Diego's side of the board looking quite wide, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's very ample, because I mean, one thing that I found fascinating is we talked about, like, how do you wipe a board? And for a while, Monstro was seen as a way to be a board wipe, especially if you have a non-evasive board. In theory, if you can go ahead and get a situation where you have a very big hand size, if you're having a second start to the right, you just have been drawing cards and cards and cards, then that is a time where you are able to take advantage of that Monstro challenging over and over again.
Yeah.
But one thing I will note is there's a card on the screen that has become very, very valuable, and that is Royal Guard. You might say, well, Royal Guard, why? That's just a little guy.
Royal Guard, Octopus Soldier.
Yes, and he has the ability that when you draw a card, he gets a little bit stronger every time with Challenger +1.
Yes.
What would that matter next turn?
Oh, a Monstro off the top for turn. That's, I mean, he needs that. He needs that to win.
He needs a lot of things. That's like kind of so interesting, because I'm like, well, okay. If he has Royal Guard, he can go ahead, get that up to 5 by drawing 4 cards next turn. Actually, it'd be
1, 2.
It's a total of, so you draw a card per turn, so now the Royal Guard is a 2/2.
Yep.
Then you're drawing 2, so now he is a 4/2. And if he draws 2 more, he's a 6/2. And so knowing that made it where Diego couldn't quest, because that if that Royal Guard is now a 6/2, then Tiana being nothing. You don't have to pay anything. So I really love that this Royal Guard is this little engine that could, where if you are drawing a resplendent amount of cards, then suddenly the Royal Guard is like, I will come for anyone at any time.
Yeah. I didn't see what Zan drew with that Junior Woodchuck guidebook. He did pay the 1 ink to banish it and draw those 2. He only has 3 ink left. He gets to discount a character with the Huey when he quests. We have a Mowgli showing off that there is 1 Tramp Street Smart Dog in Diego's hand.
And this is one of the things that it's very interesting, because they both playing Amber, but it's a tale of 2 Amber decks, where Zan is saying, I need access to as many resources. Diego's like, I don't need that much ink at all. I can play this card over here. It costs 7. I can play it for the low cost of 2.
Yes, one of the things that Amber Emerald does good is it operates on very low ink. You can get away with doing a lot with just 3 or 4 ink. There's a lot of low-cost characters, and with that Tramp Street Smart Dog, being able to discount it for the characters you have on the board, it makes it really nice.
It is, and I'm interested to see, because I mean, this is really a tale of what is at the top of your deck here. What are you able to do? We're going to see a couple things. We're going to see if Zan is going to try to draw more cards. We know that Diego only has a Street Smart Dog, but that Street Smart Dog can go ahead and draw 5 cards, look for it under the sea, and be pretty punishing. And there we go, inking one of the combo pieces.
Yeah, I'm so curious to know what the other cards in his hand are. Of course, I'm sure that he must be running for Monstros, because you want to make sure that you see it.
It's really important.
So if we can draw more cards, then, you know, the chances of seeing another one. It's interesting watching Zan play. You just see him on every turn, just like calculating in his mind, doing the math, looking at what he has out, thinking through his deck. And I can't even imagine, like all of the numbers that's floating around in his mind.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely
you know?
that GIF on the internet of the numbers floating around.
Yes.
That is me currently. But it's funny because Diego's the opposite. Diego's like, I have 1 card, which is one of the most fascinating things in Disney Lorcana, where you're holding 1 card and you're watching your opponent make the most difficult decisions of their life.
Yep.
But in this case, we are going to use the boost, that new mechanic we talked about, where you can go ahead, once per turn, go ahead and take a card. You don't know what card it is from the top of your deck, put it right underneath it, and you have boosted, and you're allowed to move damage. In this case, you just go ahead and boost for fun here.
Yeah, there is no damage currently on the board. Like you said, there hasn't been a lot of interaction, not a lot of challenging going on, and we haven't seen any in this game yet. And so that ability of boosting Cheshire Cat doesn't come into play because there's no damage to move.
But I did talk to a player once that said, hey, you got to boost. If you have 2 ink, you got to boost. I was like, why? And he said, well, think about it. Like, what if you get that card back? What if there's a Hades? Now, this game's not Hades, but what if a Madam Elephant came down and suddenly that Cheshire Cat comes back, and now you have 2 cards. If you're boosting and boosting, you get a Madam Elephant, and suddenly that's card draw 2. So it's kind of one of those investment things. He has extra ink. He doesn't have anything to do with it. So he's saying, like, well, I might as well boost. And maybe even worst case scenario, Diego will forget there's a card underneath it and send it back with Chromacon. So it's kind of one of those things where there's not a lot of downsides, except you don't know what you put under there.
Right.
So you might have to retrieve that later with that Madam Elephant.
Yeah, it is interesting with the Chromacon. I don't know what you think, Katie. I'd love to know your thoughts on if Diego would send the Cheshire Cat back, because the Cheshire Cat can do a lot, and so Diego maybe doesn't want Zan to have access to that boost ability on Cheshire Cat. So would he choose to use Chromacon possibly on that if the situation arose, just to get it off the board and say, I'll give you the extra card?
So I would like to point out, this has been one of my favorite matches because I'm like, I don't know exactly what Diego's up to. Because mind you, this is a matchup where if you look up, hey, what's the Diego's new deck versus Zan's also pretty new combo deck? What do you do? What's the matchup? And if you said, what's Diego's plan? I wouldn't say be at 0 on turn 6.
Right.
And so now there is a chance that he might go ahead, but he knows Zan is desperate. That's one of those things that players do all the time where they're like, you know what I want and I know what you want. Would you do it? How desperate are you? And in this case, he knows Zan wants cards. He knows that Diego doesn't want him to have access to easy removal. So in this case, he says, I'm not necessarily worried, and he's going to go ahead, play the Della's Moon Lullaby.
Yes.
Brand new song.
Brand new song, 2 cost inkable, and it's a great card. You get to draw a card, and chosen opposing character gets -2 strength until the start of your next turn.
Yeah, and traditionally it is nice. It pairs well with an Under the Sea because you're able to take something that maybe like a Lexington that normally wouldn't go under the sea and say, well, now you do because it
now you do.
But in this case, it's just enough to say, well, I'm going to challenge and go ahead and retain my value here. So that and then draw a card, which is honestly such a nice thing. Sometimes when reveal season happens, we read, does it say draw a card? If so, stocks are up.
Absolutely. People love to draw cards. I do think what's interesting here on the choice of challenging into Huey is because he doesn't want to give Zan the ability to discount his characters, right? He wants to delay Monstro coming onto the board as long as possible.
And we saw what happened when he had access to 2 lanterns, 2 Hueys.
That was
incredible.
Wild.
Yes, and now he's saying, yeah, I didn't love that. He knows that it's a 1-turn win deck. That's the combo here. So he's saying if I can delay that, and he's doing that because at this point we only have 5 ink on Zan's side, and that Monstro is the crux of the combo. You cannot win without Monstro. You have to find him one way or another, and in this case, unless you have that engine, because he is the engine that drives the combo forward, you are now just playing a game of classic mid-range Lorcana. And it's important to note that this combo deck, you don't win with a combo the majority of the time. it's
Sure.
it-
Yeah.
it's nice.
Like you were saying earlier, it's one way to win, but not the only way to win.
You got to get to 20 lore, and
You do.
he's made it a little harder with this math equation. Diego
Yeah.
said, "I've got a Tiana, I've got a Chromacon. You've got this Royal Guard." Was like we said, if he that Royal Guard gets a little bit stronger every time you draw a card.
Yep.
He's got the Cheshire Cat to move damage, but dealing damage is pretty hard when Tiana
Well,
wears out.
yeah, you got that Tiana exerted, and Zan only has 5 ink, so he paid 2, or sorry, he exerted Cheshire Cat to challenge into Tiana. Now we're going to be able to boost, move 1, and take that Tiana off the board.
Now, he paid the 3. Sorry, the bane of my existence sometimes his sleeves were it could be black.
No,
I'm like,
he used,
turn?
yeah, so
yes.
he used 3 ink to be able to challenge,
Yes.
and then he paid 2 ink to boost, so that just getting that 1 extra damage, Tiana, she doesn't have a lot of strength, but that 1 damage was what did it. So now that kind of changes the math here a little bit. Diego did have 9 lore on the board. Now he just has 7, but Zan could go into some of these other characters if he wanted to.
Yeah, and so, I mean, really now I think it becomes a story of Zan, can he keep playing this control role? This is where Cheshire Cat becomes, it's a Bell Accomplished Mystic. Like we talked about, you said on playability earlier. This is on play, or rather, it's like on play or repeatable ability, and that's just not something we see a lot on Lorcana, and that's why Boost has been fascinating.
Yeah.
And then, like we said, you have that impact. And here we go. We're going to do a little bit of that control here. Yes, we're taking damage, but we know we can take advantage of that with that Cheshire Cat. As long as that cat is on the board,
Yeah, Diego now, the Emerald Chromacon has been triggered because Mowgli he was banished. Diego thinking through, what does he want to bounce here? Is it one of his own characters back to his own hand? Is it something on Zan's side of the board? What's unfortunate is that you're going to leave some damage on the board. And Cheshire Cat's ability, when you boost, you can move damage from any character. So Zan could move damage from Bobby Zimmerowski. So there is going to be damage available on the board. Diego really thinking through here what he would want to bounce back. And it is going to be the Rafiki, that challenger going back to Zan's hand.
yeah, and I don't blame him because Cheshire Cat, like we said, Zan is in every time he boosts that cat, he is saying, I bet you would not bounce that back to my hand, would you?
Yeah.
Because there could be a whale, there could be a great illuminary, maybe we know away. So he's kind of he's ensuring it, making it less and less bounceable. And then Mowgli, we know you don't want to do that because it's got that really strong on-play ability where you can go ahead and at the very least know what's exactly in Diego's hand. Maybe you don't get to get a non-character. It's only 1 guard, but you get information.
Yeah, and that Royal Guard, which was bounced back with the Emerald Chromacon earlier in the turn, is coming back out onto the board, and Zan is now at 6 ink, and the turn is going over to Diego.
And like we said, this is a situation we've talked about many times today. What is the time clock? With Zan, it's anywhere from it's 1 turn. And now that being said, the time clock is based on the ink, so we got to get to that Monstro turn. We need 2 more turns to get there.
2 more turns,
or we can get a lantern. But yeah, still 2 more turns at the very least, and then 1 more turn after that. So he's 3 turns away. So Diego has a thing where he's like, how far can I get while he's trying to get to that whale, and how much, what is my plan with this Cheshire Cat? Is there anything I can do to get rid of that darn cat? Because, like I said, with those 3 cards underneath it is presenting a lot of potential to Zan, but it is also showing a lot of control options. With that 1 damage on there, he can go ahead and move it to the Bobby Zimmerowski. He just has options. So this is why this deck is powerful, because in the meantime, while you're waiting for Monster to come out, it is a nice mid-range deck, which means you have a lot of power in the middle of the game.
Yeah, and now I believe that lady is going to quest for 3. Because she got the extra strength with playing the, maybe not because.
Oh, yes. So this lady, the
she did.
Manual.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Or are you talking
7. Yeah, the one up in the top. You can't see
I can't see it.
I know. You can't see
she
it.
Can't quest. She's not dry.
Lady is hiding. She got scared by all the people here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yes.
Too much activity going
She's
on.
decisive and a little scared.
Yes,
you
she's
were
a little scared. So she was able to quest for 3 this turn. So Diego now up to 10. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like if Diego can keep these characters on the board, that it's looking like the scales are maybe tipping a little bit more in his direction right now.
I think we've seen you can start slow, but as long as you get to the point where you have all the dog synergy. When we say the dog synergy, we have Lady who's able to get Tramp in, or rather there's the there's all sorts of discounts. We have the tramp that can get discount for, she costs 1 less if there's a lady. We have lady where you have your tramp in play, she gets +1 lore. We have the lady up there with for 3 strength. That goes with the enterprising dog. So basically all of these work together where you're able to do things for very cheap and you're able to do it to get a lot of value out of it. So as we know, Zan does not have a board wipe. He has a Monstro, but we have to have that engine to drive that Monstro forward. Monstro has Rush.
Monstro does have Rush. He could take something out. He's got some strength. He's a big whale.
He is a big, yeah.
Typically, that's not what Zan would want to use the Monstro for. So I know that he wouldn't want to be in the position where he had to do that, but he might if it would keep him in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard decision. Because, I know, it's the second time I've used Whaley, but I didn't get you to gasp the first time, so I was like, I'm doing it again. I'm going around the block. But this is difficult decision time because essentially we're going to go ahead and get that Royal Guard a little bigger here. Every time we draw a card, that goes ahead and adds 1 strength on that challenger ability. But will it be enough? Because I mean, we're counting on the board here. She, in theory, white right now, that lady on the top quest for 1, up to 2. Let's
see. Royal Guard is a +4 challenger right now? No, what is he?
He would be at this point, he drew for turn and he got the genie, so that's 3.
3, okay. So couldn't quite take out then. He'd have to put multiple characters into one of those tramps. Those tramps, though, they're big and they quest for 2.
They do. So he went ahead, indicated that he will go ahead and start the party here.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the other 3 damage coming from the Cheshire Cat, which he challenged into.
Yes, and he says,
oh, we are sending the Cheshire Cat. This is exactly what we were talking about, Katie. Diego said, all right, I do not want that cat out here anymore, so you can have all those cards.
That is one of my favorite things in Disney Lorcana and any TCG is making somebody say, you have a choice. What do you fear most? Do you fear the control aspect of Cheshire Cat, or do you fear me having cards?
He took the tramp back to hand in that time. So Bobby Zimmerowski was banished, triggering that Emerald Chromicon, and Diego choosing to bring back that tramp back into his hand, the enterprising dog.
Now, I like that because honestly, that tramp, if you go ahead and play him, he only costs 4 ink, and one of the things he can do is search for the Shift Lady, which works as kind of like card draw in the sense that if you shift into the Miss Park Avenue lady, you were able to go ahead and get 2 cards of 2 cost or less. So there's lots of options. In this case, we're just going to keep the dog plan going and go wide. We don't need that plan I just talked about.
Yes, and we are questing for 6 here. We're going to go up to 18, excuse me, because we have Lady getting that extra strength and able to quest for 3 again. And then we have also that little Lilo coming down. Diego at 18 lore. Zan not at the place where he can play Monster yet. What are your thoughts right now, Katie?
I'm thinking, oof. Now, Zan is going to say, woof, 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 and there we go.
And that was it. I think Zan was thinking that too. And what a match. We have 2 amazing, incredible players, 2 amazing deck builders with 2 incredible decks. And wow, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things I love is both those players have made their deck their own. We talk about archetype, we talk about decks, we say Blurple, and you say, oh, I'm expecting these 60 cards. But these players are players where you're like we saw Zan say, show me that Mickey Mouse. Right. That's my favorite. Is both players had to explain their deck to each other.
Yes.
And for anybody at home, I mean, I would absolutely look into this combo because there's lots of different avenues. That's why this deck, it's fascinating because you're like, wow, you can win in 1 turn. Well, you're saying there's a downside?
Right.
The downside is you have to learn a lot of ways and you have to learn to pilot the deck to do it. But I'm glad we got to see it.
I'm so glad we got to see it. And there are quite a lot of players, I think, that are probably playing that deck because it is something that Zan has kind of popularized over the last, little bit in the community. And it's fun to win in 1 turn.
It is. Yeah, I mean, if there was a card that says you win, I'd play it probably every game. In this case, it's a card that says after 30 cards, you can win. And I do love the fact that he went ahead and he showed the combo, he walked it through. Because, like I said, sometimes people will say, I have the combo. And you're like, well, show me the combo.
Show me the combo.
And as we saw Zan in an earlier game he played at a different tournament, he had to go ahead and search for cards underneath cats. They were under the cat.
They were under the cats, yeah. I'm so glad that we got to share that game with you. And I'm so glad to see the Dogs deck win because that's the deck that I picked to win the whole thing, and I want to see Dogs win.
And is Diego on your team?
Diego might be.
Yeah,
on my
Diego's on your fantasy team. So
yes.
It is hard to not be a little bit like, I hope you win, and I hope you win. But either way, these are 2 great players who, no matter what, they are meta definers and made a big impact today. And I'm excited to see. I mean, this is just one loss. Xander was undefeated at this point.
Oh, yeah.
So that could just be a, listen, if we're going to lose, I'm going to lose to a guy that's got a couple gold.
Right. It's just a couple gold medals.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have more round 5 for you very soon. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll see you shortly for more from round 5.
And we are back. That was quite a game, but now we're ready. This is my favorite part. We get more Disney Lorcana.
More Disney Lorcana, more gameplay. We know that all you at home, all you Lumineers that are joining us, you would love to be here in person, but this next best thing is joining us here all weekend long for awesome gameplay, and we can't wait to jump into our next match.
Yes, and so thank you for everybody joining us in the stream, because we have a very exciting, some of these matchups we've seen fast games, we've seen a little slow games, and those slow games are generally control matches. So we are going to game 3, because both players did the thing. They got to go ahead and win, and we are seeing a classic control matchup here.
Yeah, Jeremy Bertarioni on that Emerald Sapphire deck. Andrew Dirks on that Blurple Sapphire Amethyst. Jeremy won game 1. Andrew won game 2. And so we are jumping in here. Game 3, Jeremy is going to be on the play since he lost game 2. What do you think of this matchup? I feel like this is kind of a slog.
It can be. So here's the thing. Me and Brent, we casted this matchup. It was game 3, and we said, oh, wow. And we were like, what is the kind of deck? And the answer is the player was playing Inkizer. I saw some cards in Jeremy's hand while he was doing his altering phase. Basically, we've seen a couple different decks. We've had the classic control style where you've got, your Prince Philip comboing your Clarabelle.
Yep.
This isn't, there might be.
The Mean Malicious Scary deck.
But there's a new kind of varieties that are coming. The Inkizer one we saw, which that didn't pay off. Unfortunately, the Blurple player went. That Blurple is that Sapphire Amethyst deck. But really, that's what is the first thing we're going to find out. There's not a ton of variety in the Sapphire Amethyst deck, but the Sapphire Emerald can get a little funky. We've seen some stuff. People are getting innovative, and so I'm very excited because Jeremy, a little bit of backstory here, he is a dear friend and testing partner of Zan Syed. I love to see that he's on his own deck because, there's probably some fun stuff that he is able to do. And so here's Jeremy with his own build saying, listen, that's my buddy behind me, but this is my match.
This is my match, and we are getting into it here. We have a detective to start us off, that Basil Practice Detective. Support, he has support, he's a 2/1, and it was a keyword ability that you didn't see a lot of people using characters with support, but Basil, Razzle Dazzle Basil, has been a card that we've seen in a lot of Sapphire decks.
Yes, and that is why I really wish, if this is indeed a detective deck, we will know, by the time we get to a Judy Hop, we will know for sure. But if it is, I really wish it was called the Great Detective Desk. Because it's the Great Mouse Detective. But support, like you said, it is quite nice. It's generally pairs very nice in this Amethyst combo because you could get that Basil. When there is a Blurple Mirror World, this Basil was a meta breaker because he could go ahead. If you have that Rush Elsa, you exert your Basil, you give the 2, and then suddenly you're Genie. Oh no! But in this case, he's a nice little guy. He's a detective. He quests for 1. And in this case, Jeremy's not feeling the pressure. He can quest with this Basil if he so chooses, and he does. And we played Sail the Azurite Sea, so not only could he draw a card, but he also got to ink that Donald Perfect Gentleman, getting that really important ramp on turn 2. Andrew did not have a turn 1, but having a turn 2 ramp is going to be really important for him here, and we do have it with Tipo, Growing Sun, that 1/2 where you can also ink again. It's that ramp that's really important, and for both of these decks, if you didn't have a turn 2 ramp, you would be in trouble. Honestly, it's one of the things is we've tried to find ways to say, you got to do it, guys. You got to get that turn 2 ramp, and especially when you're in a mirror. Because then sometimes I've talked to players, they have said, especially in this, if it is a detective-style deck, you can be a little slower. But if you have a deck, and here we go.
There's
we got
that
detectives.
Judy Hopps, Uncovering Clues, 3/3 character with a wonderful ability where you get to draw 3 cards off the top of your deck. And if there's a detective, you can reveal that character card and then put it into your hand.
Yes, and so then we know it's a detective deck.
It's a detective deck. Yes. It really is that Judy that makes all the difference. I think you're kind of saying that. There are other detectives that you'll see in kind of stock builds.
Yes.
But it's that Judy.
Yes, because I asked players, I said, okay, you're sitting there and you want to play this green blue, you want to play Sapphire Emerald. How do you decide? If somebody says, do you want to do detectives, what is your decision? And people say, you got that consistency. Because now you have a character on the board, she's a 3/3, she enriched your hand, she got you a detective. You need to build your deck around that detective synergy, but like you said, they're stock. And we say stock, we have that Basil Disguise Detective, we have the Basil that we already see played.
Donald Duck, Flatfoot.
Yeah, he can be in there to add that ramp. So there was already, I think that's how people landed on it, is they said, wait a minute.
There's some synergy that we could be using here. Over on Andrew's side, we saw that Cheshire Cat come down. Of course, it's a card that I think we'll see a lot this weekend. And
yeah, I mean, that Cheshire Cat, it's I'm like, you paid 3? Or no, sorry.
Yep, he paid 3 and then he inked for a turn. So, but he,
Oh, there we go. A shift.
Shift Basil.
Basil. I know. I'm like, Baker is going to come here. And he can, you never know when he's listening. Could be right behind us. We don't know. But yes, that is a Basil. And this is one of his detective builds that you are allowed to pay 2. And he can go ahead and you can have your opponent discard a card. So both of the Basil, both the Disguise Detective are able to go ahead and discard if you so choose. But you do have to pay. So in this case, he's just going to shift. But it is an interesting kind of backup plan because it's a control deck. You control hand size. You control the board.
Yeah. Also, shout out to our folks running the card viewer for us. I love the option here of showing the enchanted Basil Disguise Detective.
I do love it. I love that the Basils are all blank detective because it makes
yes.
As a person trying to memorize cards, you're like, which flavor of detective? And 2 of them are in disguises, I would like to point out. And I love that for him because that is actually a very hallmark of his character. And now we're kind of seeing what this deck can do. We're able to shift, which is able to go ahead, and now he can quest for 2 because we don't necessarily need support in this matchup. Jeremy's role in this matchup is he knows both of these boards are going to have control aspects. You're going to have Andrew, who's able to, like we talked about in our deck tech with this ink pairing, you can have your Demona to go ahead and have everybody exert and something challenging everywhere. We have this Cheshire Cat to move damage. We have Elsa Fist Spirit. We have all sorts of challenge things. But what they don't have is a board wipe. Jeremy has that.
Yeah, he does. And Andrew deciding to... Jeremy on his side of the board, he paid the 1 with Basil in play to force Andrew to choose and discard a card. He chose the Hades Infernal Schemer. I'm assuming it's because that's a high-cost card. That's uninkable. And so he decided, that's the one I'm going to get out of my hand.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? Because I talked about it. I don't know if this is a legal term, but there's certain cards that feel pretty heavy in your hand because you're like, listen, I want to use this. I really do. But
can I wait 2 or 3 more turns? We're going to exert Judy Hopps with that Elsa Fifth Spirit who has come down. We're going to sing into the unknown onto Basil, which does give Jeremy some extra ink, but that cleaned up Jeremy's side of the board.
It did. Now, here's something that's kind of interesting, though. Is one of the downsides of playing Detective build is a little bit slower. Into the Unknown says, don't worry, buddy, I'll help catch you up. So, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what he draws here, he might have said, all right, I'll let you do it. And so I think I see a Prince fill up, but here we go. We have another Basil of the Detective variety. This one, when he comes into play, you can go ahead and return a card to your opponent's hand. In this case, the Cheshire Cat is one where he's not too worried. He does not want to get that Elsa Fist Spirit back in the hand. But then later, if he quests, it's discard time. So it's his own kind of control, his own flavor. So it's a control in 2 styles.
Yeah. Something I think is really interesting is you have, Sapphire is the common color. What does Sapphire want to do? It wants to ramp to the big characters. And so it really is a game about the high end of both of these decks. What does Amethyst do with a lot of ink, and what does Emerald do with a lot of ink?
Yeah, and I think the difference maker in this matchup is truly the fact that both these decks want to get to, turn 5 and beyond. But what can you do when you get to turn 5 and beyond? We saw that Infernal Schemer. Infernal Schemer is cool, but like we saw, he can send something to the Inkwell. We don't want to give Jeremy more ink. It's just not necessarily the best thing in this matchup. We have Demona, but we don't have a lot of things to challenge with. Demona is really nice when you have an empty hand, and then you can go ahead and take all your characters and start a challenge fest. That's a pretty sizable body there at 5/4. So it's not ideal. He has 3 cards that just don't work great right now.
Not right now, yeah. He's really thinking through what he wants to do here on this turn, inking the Madam Mim Elephant, and he is going to go ahead and play the Demona. We're going to draw some cards. Drawing cards is great. Does it give him anything? It gives him the ability to draw more cards. I saw a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. I also saw a Genie in hand, so there are some options there to find some more answers.
And it kind of forced his hand to go ahead and do this Demona play, because at the end of the day, Elsa's evasive, and he needs to draw cards because that Basil, if he's on board, he is going to go ahead and quest. You have to discard a card, so you need to start building that buffer of how are you going to make sure you keep refilling that hand. And that is a hallmark of this Amethyst Sapphire deck, is making sure you keep drawing cards. You cannot run out of cards because that is how you lose.
Right, yeah. Drawing cards is important to winning.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and especially in control decks, because, we just talk about that. You spend so much resource getting to this part of the game. You're spending all these resources to do the ramp. The double ramp is double the amount of investment because you're playing a card to go ahead and ink another card. In this case, Jeremy has a pretty healthy hand, and so he has more options. And so that's why we say card draw is important, because more cards, more options. In this case, when your opponent has not that many cards, you don't need that Clarabelle. There we go.
Prince Philip coming down. Of course, when you're playing a ramp deck, a lot of people, you could shift Prince Philip, but he has so much ink he doesn't need to. I did want to know that that's the second Clarabelle that we've seen go into Jeremy's Inkwell this game, but those are two really, really scary characters on Jeremy's side of the board now.
They are, yeah. I mean, I might call them malicious, mean, scary, but we didn't need malicious, mean, and scary. That being said, we are at the point where we did not quest with that Basil. So that Demona being a 5/6, that 5 strength made that Basil say, you know what, I'm good. You can go ahead and keep your cards. So Jeremy's at the point where he's saying, I think I can outlast you in this matchup, but we do know that he has access to card draw with that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, another Demona. So he's saying, how can I ink and get the most value out of my hand? I would personally be a little sad if my opponent kept inking their Clarabelle, because to me that says you're not going to have a cards, buddy. I don't need that.
Yeah.
But it does make me wonder, because I mean that is the draw engine, the primary draw engine for Jeremy. He has, you're welcome, he could do that to himself, but Jeremy does need cards.
Yeah, but so Clarabelle is important.
She is. She's important. So like that's why I'm like kind of hurt if somebody inks it. I'm like, you're not going to give me cards. You don't think I have cards,
right?
Because he needs cards. It's not a sophisticated way to say you need cards to stay in this game. But here we go. We have that Demona coming in, or rather the Cheshire Cat coming in, and like we said, that Cheshire Cat is great. You need some stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, is one of the main whispers that you see being used. There's a lot of new Whispers cards in Whispers in the Well, but Cheshire Cat is kind of a bonkers card, really. It's so good.
It is, because I mean, we talk about like it changes the math. Like I told you earlier, I mean, players say they changes how they behave. In this case, we're able to go ahead. The Judy Hops is another new card where, like we said, this detective is going to drive the game forward. I switched topic without telling you.
No, that's okay. I was following you. We saw that Judy Hops come down. I do want to mention, though, that Judy Hops, we drew 3 cards off the top, and we did not uncover any clues.
Yes, she said any clues?
Yes, we found no detectives, unfortunately, with uncovering clues. There was nothing there. And Jeremy has 2 cards in hand. There's an Under the Sea, and he just picked up a You're Welcome. I can't see what the other card that he has in hand. But now this board on Andrew's side is starting to look kind of scary. We have that second Demona coming down. The first one taking care of Basil, and then the Cheshire Cat going to challenge into Judy Hops. That Prince Philip is still there, but Janie going to sing into the unknown to send Philip away. If you know that Prince Philip is out there, you have to have an answer for him, and Into the Unknown is an excellent way to take care of that huge evasive character.
It is, and that was a very efficient way to navigate that deck, because he's able to retain that value. My favorite thing is he still has that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, so he's able to do that while still kind of investing in his future. We see him doing, Jeremy's filtering through his deck here with 2 things, that Vision of the Future and then another Judy Hops.
Another Judy Hops, uncovering more clues. This time he did find a detective. I think it was that Basil practice detective.
We're seeing something where this is one of the reasons people might not want to play this detective build. Because in the middle of the game, drawing more detectives is nice. At the end of the game, how do you win this deck? You win with the combo. So when you play this Judy, you draw 3 cards. If you see Malicious, Mean, and Scary and you see Prince Philip, you can't keep it. Those aren't detectives. So it's one of those things where Judy is nice, but she does not draw any game-winning pieces other than Basil, which Basil's just, I consider it a control piece, but it's not a game-winner piece.
Sure.
So it's one of those things where you have more consistency, you do have stability in the mid-game, but now he's kind of having a hard time in the end game.
Yeah, and Andrew is paying the 1 ink to banish Junior Woodchuck guidebook, draw 2 cards. Andrew's hand is looking really nice right now. I see a couple of Hades looking for a deal. Over on Jeremy's side, I did want to know, he has Under the Sea in hand, which will do him no good. It's kind of a rock in his hand. It's not going to do anything. But man, Andrew has so much lore on his side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, we see Horseman Strike, which is 3 costs to get rid of evasive. In this case, it would be costs 8 to get rid of a single genie.
Oh, goodness.
And so, I mean, he could technically Under the Sea exactly 1 card, but you are so correct that, I mean, this is just unfavorable town here. And here we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, he played Sail the Azurite Sea and was able to pull that Hades Infernal Schemer off the top and sending that 1 character that Jeremy had into the Inkwell. So, wow, Andrew at 8 lore now, and he has 9 on board. So this is looking a little scary. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, talk about what Jeremy just did there.
He said, I need cards bad.
Yes.
So he went ahead and played a Basil and immediately played You're Welcome at the full as an action cost, paying 4 ink to play You're Welcome. So You're Welcome is used, we've seen it a lot, to have your opponent draw cards so your Clarabelle gets enriched.
Yes.
Draw cards. In this case, he says, I need the cards right now. So he goes ahead and get that Basil back in his deck. He gets to draw 2 cards, and he's like, I really, really hope these are the 2 pieces I need.
You know what's interesting, Katie, is I don't know that I've seen, okay, I was going to say, I haven't seen the little Clarabelle at all, and so I wonder if he wasn't playing her, but there is a little Clarabelle in his deck, but we know that 2 went into his inkwell. He inked 2 Clarabelles, but I bet he wishes that he had them so that he could draw some cards.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, one of the things that can be very difficult in the Sapphire Emerald deck is deciding which of these uninkable tools you like. For example, Hades is a card that people will cut, and you're like, well, Hades, that card was really good just now, but you can't have every uninkable. You can't have Ink Geyser, Bend to Your Will, Under the Sea, Hades. So you have to pick, and the result of that is you have to kind of build your deck a certain way. In this case, he is just kind of he's able to do something here. He's able to play this Basil, but like we said, when we talk about game-winning cards, this is not a game winner here by itself.
It is not. Basil, of course, bouncing a character back to Andrew's hand, and it was that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. 8 lore on the board. These big characters. We're going to quest for what did I?
Well, I got excited because this Demona, Demona got ready. And
Yes. Wait, how many cards? How many cards? So Stone by Day. Let's talk about Stone by Day for a second. So this is ability is a strange
It's a little bit of a downside.
Yeah.
It's a contractual term.
Right. So of course the gargoyles are stone during the daytime, right? They are stone by day. And so if you have more than 2 cards in your hand, then those characters cannot ready.
Yeah, so interesting interaction here. If you go ahead and get something back to their hand, then oops, sorry, you went ahead and exceeded your limit here today. That being said, it is just a kind of tempo thing because ultimately he has to keep making sure that Andrew keeps his hand full, and he went ahead, he did some boosting. We had 2 Cheshire Cats, we boosted twice. We have a resplendent amount of cards, 12 lore, and presenting enough to win the game next turn if Jeremy does not find both combo pieces and deploys them right now.
Yeah, I think that he does only have those 2 cards in hand, which means that this next turn, Demona would be able to ready up. But yeah, sitting at 12 lore, all those characters on board, Jeremy needs, what does he need here? I'm not even sure what he could do here.
I mean, he's got to wipe this entire board ASAP. But let's look at how much ink he has here. He's doing a Vision of the Future, looking for the combo pieces. Now, traditionally, you would want to have somebody to be able to sing that Malicious, Mean, and Scary. You don't. It's not hard because it is a 3-cost song, so a lot of people can sing it. The problem is he doesn't have anybody on the board right now. He can go ahead and pay. Oh, boy.
You're Welcome onto the Genie.
And this is just, I think, just to dig a little bit further here because, I mean, looking at the math, we have more than 8.
Yeah.
Exactly 8.
The other benefit here of, having Andrew draw 2 cards is that now Demona can't ready, right? So now he has 3 cards in hand, so that will prevent him from readying up those glimmers to win this next turn.
That changed my mind. We talked about it. We're like, let's talk about Stone by Day, and there we go. Because yes, like you said, Demona suddenly it has that ability where you have your Elsa freeze, you have your they never come back. But in this case, it's you have cards, but at what cost? But it only buys a little bit of time because he's still able to quest with the rest of his glimmers. So yes, that 4 lore is staying frozen in time. But when he has cards in hand, it really is just saying Jeremy is going, okay, let's see how much ink he has here. Does it enough to do a 3-cost song and his?
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't do something, even if those Demonas don't ready next turn, that's still 4 lore on the board between Hades and Cheshire Cat, and that is enough to get Andrew to 20. So the answer needs to come now, and that he doesn't have it. He did not have it. Andrew taking the win with his Amethyst Sapphire Blurple deck. The detectives didn't quite uncover all the clues for that game for Jeremy, not able to clinch the win in game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the hard parts it's a trade-off. When you're building these decks, you're saying, what do I hope to be the strongest things about this deck and what are the weakest things? And in order to do the detective synergy, which has its benefits as we discussed, you're also losing some of that top end power, the card draw, and you're kind of, there's always a trade-off. And that's one of the things I love. That's also one of the things I love about inkability or not, is there always is a cost at something good in the game. And then we saw that, if you're not drawing cards as fast as your opponent, it can be a problem in a control match.
Yeah. I mean, we do know that the detectives deck is doing well. Jeremy was 4-0 going into round 5. So good luck to Jeremy the rest of these rounds. And congratulations to Andrew for that wonderful win. What a round, Katie. Round 5. That was some great games.
I liked it because we got to see we've seen a lot of different of the decks, right? We've seen decks where it's like a lot of times we're like, it's that deck again. But all these decks have had their little signature on it. And that's one of the things I love in a more mature format. This format has been out for a little bit. And in the time, we've seen CCQs, we've seen some set champs have already started and are happening right now.
Yeah.
And
through the 25th weekends, all the way through January 25th. So.
And people are still innovating. People say, is the meta solved? And today we've learned, no, people are holding back stuff. And we're seeing it today.
They're playing Amber Champion, Ink Champion.
Yes. There's Whales, there's Amber Champion, all of it. And I love every moment of it.
Yeah, well, I have to get back into the lounge to keep things under control. So we're going to go to a break, and we will see you all for more Disney Lorcana. All right, Illumineers, the last time that I left some of our crew here in the lounge, there were some shenanigans going on. I think it was Brent's fault. I don't know. I don't know if it was.
Brent ran the entire operation. I tried to hold him back, Rebecca.
I don't
knew
believe
you wouldn't approve.
I don't believe you.
We were watching a lot.
I don't believe you. We were
You
watching.
have no evidence.
It's true. This wasn't recorded, right?
We were impressed, though, but also, if y'all could behave this time, I'll let you take it away, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I promise nothing but the best bit. Yes, miss.
All right.
All right.
Villain and the fortuitous here, the goodwill here.
Yeah,
Katie, you ready to mime? No, I'm just
I'm being told off already. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. I am joined by two wonderful, beautiful people. We have Katie, the head of the Law Keepers Inn. Are there any spare rooms at the inn, Katie?
No, and the only person that works there is my dog. So.
Just your dog.
Yeah,
I will
service.
Hey, that sounds like fantastic service. I would love to meet your
Yes.
dog. And we are joined by the newest member of the DLC cast, Brent Mackay. How you feeling, guys?
feeling great. Yeah.
It's so fun casting with you. Like, you are just like, you're a riot. I'd say you're a riot.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. When you cast, it's kind of like you're dancing, and you lose each other moves, and you're like, all right. So
Is that the next? Are we doing Dance the Card?
Oh, yeah.
I don't have an earpiece, but I hear Rebecca screaming no.
Don't tell her, it's fine.
All right.
But we hope that you're having a wonderful time. If you've just joined us, where you been? You've missed a lot, but there is still some more Disney Lorcana action. 8 total rounds of Swiss today. Tomorrow we will be back 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then our top 32 players will be cutting off into single elimination. Those top 32 players will earn their invitation to the National Championship here in North America, and our winner, where they're going, Katie?
Oh,
Not to the inn.
Yeah, right. They're going to the end. They're going to World.
They are going to the World Championship, and of course we've got 8 golden Mickeys to give away for our top 8. Tons of amazing prizes. We've got Lorcana action all weekend. But we started off today's stream by letting you know that we were going to continue on a tradition, the Caster Fantasy Draft. I was very happy with my picks, my villain club for the day. Brent Mackay, how confident you are of how your team's done?
Well, I got 4 DLC winners and
world champion
and a world champion. I can't believe all 4 of them slid under the radar like that, and my buddy Hector Arana. So I don't know. I haven't checked the scores. I'm interested to see how it all goes. It looks like we're all tied, though.
Yeah, well, what we're going to do is we're going to take it round by round and see how the points were accumulated over the course of the day. Katie, give us a quick breakdown of your team. How do you think they've been doing?
Oh, they've been doing pretty good. There's some rock stars here, and that's one of my. I feel bad because it's kind of like one of those things where people say break a leg, and you're like, you don't want to say good luck because it's a big day. That's a lot of pressure, and so to draft somebody, it is an honor. But I'm also like, no pressure. But you should win for me, for all of it, but also for me.
No pressure, but if you lose, I will be devastated.
You cannot stay at the end.
And hold it personally against you for all of time. But yes, these were our draft picks for all of the casters, and we're going to take things round by round. So let's take a look at after round 1, how the points were sitting, how we were doing. Oh, okay, Brent, give us a breakdown here.
It looks like we got a 3-way tie here between Team Rebecca, Team Katie, and Team Liam. You and I tied for second here. Zebex, unfortunately, coming in last place here with the 6 points, but it's only round 1.
It's only round 1. And I do remember in Milwaukee, right, I was second to last for nearly the entire thing, and then Frank Carsten made top cut and carried me all the way through to second place. I still lost the JDZ, but my point being there's still plenty of time to rack those points up.
Yes, and when you guys said we're doing a fantasy draft, all I heard was you're going to have a spreadsheet, and that was my favorite part, is looking at these rounds. Every round I've been sitting there like a little feverish data miner and looking at these and seeing I check mine first. That's my thing. That's my secret sauce. You guys don't know, but I'm sitting there with my laptop, always checking my 5 first, and when I saw they all won, I was like, oh, boosties for the team.
Yeah. Sounds good, but let's move on. Jumping to round 2, let's see how the points changed. Okay, so jumping into first place was indeed Team Katie. So yeah, the early access to spreadsheets clearly did you very well, Katie. Second, we've got Liam, and then followed behind by Rebecca Quest. Me and you, Brent, neck and neck once again. What's going on?
Neck and neck. I don't know. All of our guys are maybe they're on the same sauce or something. I'm more surprised that Zebex got like 13 points in one round.
That's what I mean. It can all change in the blink of an eye. So she's now only 2 behind me and you, Brent. But let's jump straight to round 3 and see how things are developing.
Whoa!
Break this down for me, Katie.
Well, I'm doing quite well. I'd like to point out, so you at home are probably saying, where are these points coming from? They get 3 points for a win. They get 1 point for a draw, 0 points if they lose. And so in this case, my team's doing pretty good.
They are doing good. But Brent, look, we've been overtaken, mate.
Yeah.
We've been absolutely overtaking me more than you, man. Look at me coming in last place here. We got 4 DLC winners, the world champ, but anything can happen.
There's a lot of good players in the room here, but you see that Zebex jumping ahead. But after round 4, things continue to develop. Katie still with an incredible lead, 55 points, followed by Liam on 48. Then me and Rebecca neck and neck. My team clearly coming through in spades, getting me those points. I did threaten them if they didn't do well. Sorry.
It was hard to watch.
Sorry, can we cut
we
that?
all had to look away.
Let's edit that out. Are we live? Oh, goodness me, I'm sorry. Team of Zebex, 43. Brent, what's going on? You're in last place, mate.
What?
I don't know.
What happened?
I think, you know what? I think that my team is made of guys that are better at the second half.
Better at day 2s.
Yeah.
So you need some people to make top cut, and that's where you're going to excel. But going on after round 5, Katie is still out in the lead, 67 points, followed by Liam and Rebecca at 60. And I have tracked, well, I had a terrible round 5. What on earth has happened there? I have dropped to second last.
This is where it's fascinating because, you're every round, people have told me advice. Take every game like it's your first game, because just because you won the last round doesn't mean you're going to win the next, but I'm doing pretty good. So,
Kendall, we need words, mate. What's going on? Yeah. Kendall Badette! Why? What's going on? I need some more points. I'm fuming, mate. Second to last place, is that on?
Me too.
It's just this, we have so much time, but I would like to say we're going to spend the rest of this lounge talking about the beauty of data and how all my players love data, I love data, and look what happened. So,
and I'm sure
you're
winning
blaming our lack of data knowledge, basically.
Yes, I literally picked Lorcana Justice because I was like, that guy likes spreadsheets.
Lorcana Justice is a heck of a player, someone I think is going to be a real breakout star here in Season 2.
Absolutely.
But yeah, please continue to play along with us. The Caster Fantasy League, of course, this will progress to Top Cut. And I don't think we've mentioned this, but we have decided behind the scenes, if your player, someone on your team wins, that's going to be an extra 5 points. And I'll tell you the reason why.
Yeah, this is a funny thing to bring after you brought it up.
Because my friend Carsten won the entire event and I didn't get any bonus points for a victory, so I've abused my power and made that a rule. Isn't that right?
Yeah, he yelled it at us. It wasn't a democracy so much as a villain.
And we're going to stop Katie speaking right here. We have more
up.
Disney Lorcanas to come. Let's jump over to the casters. How you doing, casters? Liam, Zebex, did you see that breakdown of the Fantasy League?
I did see it, Baker, and let me tell you, I might be in last place going into round 6, but my team of Spice is ready to go ahead. If I play fantasy sports like I do, this Fantasy Caster League will be no different. I might be behind, but we've still got 3 great rounds of Lorcana, Disney Lorcana left to play. Isn't that right, Liam?
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, and
Exactly.
we built our teams for the long haul.
Fantastic. Well, we will keep you updated with the Caster Fantasy Draft, but Zebex, Liam, I'm fed up listening to myself. I want to hear you guys talk about some Disney Lorcana, so we're going to throw it back over to the casters. Here we go.
And received.
And we are here heading into round 6. I've been out on the floor, and let me tell you, it's also exciting on the floor. People are starting to crowd around those top tables. They want to see exactly what's being played, what they might have to go against if they play any side events tomorrow, and most importantly, what's going to be the winner of our event.
Yeah, it's really fun to see, at this point, word starts to spread about the spicy decks out there, and the heavyweights are battling out. People are dropping, and they want to see how it's going. I can't wait to see how the rest of the day is going to go. It's been a ton of fun. Also, I have to say, before anything else, Zebex, this is my first round ever commentating with you, and it is such a treat to be here with you in the booth. I remember the first time we ran into each other back at Gen Con 23, and now here we are.
Yeah, we go way back. We were playing Lorcana, Disney Lorcana, before the cards were printed. We were doing characters dressed as them, participating, talking online about the game that hadn't yet come to print. But now the cards are here. We've had them for over 2 years, and here we are. our first match of round 6 going into game 1. Ooh, and we've got a Ruby Amethyst against Sapphire Emerald. What type of match do you think this is going to be? Fast, slow, control?
It's going to be a rough one for one of these players. No, this is these are 2 decks. One of these near the top of the meta. Everybody expected to be there. Emerald, Sapphire. It's a deck that a lot of people are on. It's a very control-y deck, a very top-heavy deck. It wants to ramp, and I can see immediately with the Cinderella in hand that we're on the 2-4-6 version that wants to ramp multiple times to get to the end game. And on the other side, a deck that's been kind of up and coming. Ruby Amethyst is a deck that a lot of players love, a lot of villainous players love. It was vanished for a while after rotation when it lost Be Prepared and a lot of its other tools, but here it's back again with a more aggro-y version. It made a splash in a CCQ out in Las Vegas where the finals was Ruby Am, and everybody said, oh goodness, this is back on the menu, and now we're going to see it here try to take down one of the titans of the format. And I have to say, Zbex, it's probably going to be pretty tough sledding for the Ruby Amethyst deck here. Although it's definitely winnable, it better go quick.
I will say, I know with the more aggressive decks that like to be fast, if they can get out of the gates ahead of their opponent, then they could take it. But as we've also seen with Sapphire Emerald, as you mentioned, the 2-4-6 version, if it goes late enough, that's where we really start to see them excel, get the lead, get those higher costing cards in play, and really just shifting, bouncing, everything's up to them.
Yeah, all those keywords. Also, I cannot not mention the puppy sleeves right up front. The Tailwagger is some of the best art in the game. There's the fist bump, and these sleeves all the way back from the into the Inklands kit. Store kit. I love to see them in play here.
Well, and especially with blind decks today, it's open deck list tomorrow. This is almost could be a little bit of a strategy here. Would you think? You know, if you see the puppy dog sleeves, are you suspecting your opponent might be on Emerald Amber dogs?
I just suspect that my opponent has good taste. That's what I say.
That's fair. All right. So starting off here, we saw Alex lead off with a Mulan injured soldier, and following back, Kane is developing their brain.
Yeah, looking at 2 cards, he's cycling a little bit, possibly looking for something that he needs. It's not a bad turn 1 play, especially in this matchup. Now, on the other side, well, when you're looking for something, but on the other side, I want to mention Mulan, Injured Soldier. This is a card that comes into play with damage on it, and that is really relevant in this deck because it has been called before, I will say the name, it has been called before Flinger Dingers because it does damage and then it flings damage from characters to other characters. And so he's setting up something with the Cheshire Cat later, or perhaps with a Mother Gothel to move those damage counters around. The benefit you get is it's a very well-statted character for a 1-drop.
And Diablo Watchful Raven is the second character that we see Alex play. This card is so on curve. It only costs 2. It's uninkable, but it does quest for 2 as well, which is a huge start for Alex. This is exactly what the aggressive Ruby Amethyst deck wants to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the longest time, Smee, Bumbling Mate, was a card that everybody loved because it was a 3/3 that quests for 2 on turn 2. Very, very well statted, very aggressive card. It was one of the most popular cards in the game. And here, it had a drawback. He did take damage if he didn't have a captain in play. And here, Ravensburger gave us this Diablo, which has the exact same stat line. The drawback here is it's uninkable. But it is played because of its aggressive nature. And this is exactly the start that Alex wants. He wants this Diablo on turn 2. He wants to race ahead. He needs to close this out quickly because inevitability here is with the Emerald Sapphire deck.
Yeah, and on Kane's turn, he just played an improvise and then passed it back. So hopefully we'll get to see some more characters for Alex here, continuing on this momentum. And Elsa, the 5th Spirit, going into his Inkwell, followed by Sisu, Emboldened Warrior. This card absolutely gets huge depending on how many cards are in the opponent's hand.
And I have to apologize. Zbex, I was staring at the cards over on Alex's side, talking all about Diablo, and I think we missed ramp on turn 2 there. Which is an important note because if the Improvise did come out on turn 2, we did miss ramp, so now it's turn 3 and we'll get the Tipo coming out here. But that's a very important note in these decks. They want to go 2, 4, 6, and they have enough cards if they're playing the 1-jump to hit that ramp like 93% of the time, and 91 if you're just running the 8. And so missing it is significant. And that is definitely an avenue that Alex can use to get in. If I didn't miss it, I may have.
I think you're right because otherwise, he's putting down his 4th ink this turn. It could have been putting down his 5th. Then that could have been like a Cinderella into a 6th for the next turn. We see Clarabelle, clumsy guest, coming here, preparing for what's to happen on that turn 6.
Absolutely. So
Or 6 ink.
right.
Because it's fast.
Right. What this deck really wants to do with this Cinderella line, it has one of the most powerful openings in all of Disney Lorcana right now, which is the ramp on 2, ramp on 3, but it's a 4 cost, so it's a 2/4, and then into the Clarabelle shift. And so you establish the Clarabelle, and then you shift the Clarabelle, and then you can even sing with it to bounce something in your opponent's side of the board. You're welcome. And so it's a very, very powerful opening, and that's what you're pursuing. But if you don't hit the ramp, on turn 4, or even on turn 2. If you don't hit the ramp on turn 2, you can't do it next, and then you don't get that opening.
And now
what do we
that
see on the other side?
hasn't hit it, we see another Sisu Emboldened Warrior, followed by an Olaf Helping Hand. That's 5 characters for Alex. That's 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board, already with 9. That's a 2-turn clock. Could be faster with some of the cards that are in Amethyst that can just gain lore right away.
Yeah, it's really tough. I said it would be tough sledding for Alex, but this deck can go fast, and going fast it is here.
And we do have to remember Alex was on the play. So that is a huge advantage as well for the aggressive match.
Absolutely. Kudos to Alex for his altar here, or luck perhaps of getting a very strong opening with the 2, and then having the Sisus there with that 2 lore. So
how many cards do you think is in Kane's hand? So how strong is Sisu? Should Kane come back and be able to play any of these 2, 4, 6 cards that are so powerful and have such big strength and willpower stats? Looks like 6 cards in hand, 5, now down to 4 after inking a Donald Duck.
Oh, this is really good, though. We do have an answer here. So challenging is not going to be the answer. What you really need to do is establish... Oh, we are going to play Mother Knows Best. Okay.
Returning a character to the hand.
Yeah, and that Sisu is going to head back. But the way out for Kane here, so we talked about the combo of the Clarabelle, getting that out early. But the other combo everybody knows, and it's one of the reasons you run Emerald Sapphire, is to play the Malicious Mean and Scary combo into the Prince Philip. And that's how Kane wants to answer the board.
But Elsa, fifth Spirit, is going to be exerting Clarabelle, taking her out, leaving Kane with 0 characters on board right now.
Yeah, and that's at an empty board on Alex. That's going pretty well for Alex. This deck is all gas, no breaks right now, and Kane in a bit of a spot.
Yeah, we see no snowstorm is stopping us, only using those frozen characters to our advantage.
Yeah, and let's see if he has John Silver. That will help. John Silver will give Reckless when he comes into play.
Yeah,
like that Sisu, I think, was the choice.
Yep, he chose Sisu, the Emboldened Warrior, which is good. Make Sisu challenge at least one of the characters that can quest for 2. I love that. And we see the library gift for Belle coming down. Now, this location is really cool in this deck. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, this is a 1/8. It's a card that's been very popular since it came back out in Shimmering Skies, I believe. So it's been around quite a while. But when you have a character here, when it is banished, you get to draw a card. So not a Well, there's a decent amount. I was going to say there's a decent amount of card draw, but it's very, very well statted. It gets you lore, and it also can win you the game, like it did here.
Yeah, and that was it. The game 1 done and headed for Alex.
I blinked that. You know, normally I have time, Zebex, to talk about like lines and game plans and all that, but we were moving so fast. That's
what game 2 is for, Liam.
Right?
That's what game 2 is for.
That was quick. So. Into an aggro matchup, and you often see this into dogs. Kane's game plan here is not necessarily to pursue that Clarabelle line. You want to, if you can, but you're really trying to pursue that Malicious Mean and Scary line. You need to hit that combo as fast as possible. Under the Sea is also a possibility against aggro decks. The problem, if you're running it, the problem here for Ruby M is they're running cards like that Diablo, like that Sisu, which are too strong for Under the Sea to hit. So that's not an answer. The big thing you need to go for, if you think your opponent's going to go wide, which Alex does want to do, is the Malicious Mean and Scary into the Prince Philip. And so finding the 3-drop Philip and that Malicious Mean and Scary is pretty big.
Prince Philip, Royal Explorer, for those of you at home, that's what we're going to be watching for this game to see if Kane can get the extra edge here and be able to take game 2 as a victory and take us to a game 3 for this round 6 match.
And there's that fist bump. So now Kane here on the play. Again, we did miss ramp. The thing is, Zebex, like, the interesting thing about ramp, like I talked about the percentages, 91% with 8 in the deck, 93-something percent.
It's pretty unlikely that he missed it
unlikely.
there.
But with 9. But a lot of players choose to play the 9th ramp, the 1 jump ahead, in order to get that extra 2%. It's that important to hit ramp. You're giving away 2 games out of 100.
All right, starting off here in game 2, we do just see Kane passing after doing some ramping, and then Tinkerbell, fancy footwork, a nice character, lots of strength there, a 3-1, just vanilla otherwise, and then more ramp from Kane. And Did we miss it again?
No, he did hit the ramp on 2.
Okay.
It's perfect. He's right on track, and actually had extra because he did Inca and Azurite Sea, so insurance ramp there. So he is on track and feels extra good on the play, able to pursue that combo a little bit. We do have that Diablo now.
Another one, the Watchful Raven. That's who we like to see coming down.
So again, another fast start here for Alex with that turn 2 play. We'll see if he can follow it up with the Sisu next turn. Kane now back over. He does have the Cinderella as well. So this is when we say 2, 4, 6 is what we're talking about. It's a 2-drop, a 4-drop, and then a 6-drop.
And here she comes, right? There she is, Cinderella, dream come true. And of course, that's the ability that you're referring to, where if you do have a princess that you played this turn, she counts herself, then you get to put an extra card into your inkwell.
And draw a card, which is
Just
incredibly
so
impactful.
many things.
Incredibly impactful.
She is legendary, so let's give her that credit.
She is a dream come true for Sapphire players, isn't she? Came out in Whispers in the Well. Everybody knew she would be make a big splash, and she did, making an appearance in a good chunk of the Sapphire build. So Kane, now we're seeing exactly what his deck wants to do. Game 1 was kind of clunky. Game 2, though, we have the 2, they have the 4. We'll see what there is on the 6.
When we're inking Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, into a Cheshire Cat. Inexplicable. I love this Whisper.
Yeah, and this is a great card here.
Does the damage moving strategy in this matchup help very much? Because I feel like some of the Sapphire Emerald characters have such strong willpower.
It can help a little. Oh, it's all
especially when you shift into Clarabelle, light on her hooves, and look at that foil. Oh, so many foils. They're so beautiful.
This is the textbook opening for this deck. It is Clarabelle on 6 and having that Cinderella to then sing your welcome. We're going to choose the Cheshire Cat, send it back to hand. That means, back to hand, only to go back to the deck. Alex is going to draw 2 cards, refilling his hand, which means that at the end of turn, Kane will benefit from those extra cards, able to draw a good chunk. And when you're talking about this, this is one of the strongest openings in all of Lorcana right now, Zebex, and getting to see his deck do exactly what it wants to do. This is why you play Sapphire Emerald. It's for this opening.
Yeah, I love it. I love that we get to see the cards doing what they're supposed to do, and how timely. Apparently, he didn't want the Cheshire Cat to stick around. Much easier to deal with these other smaller characters that came out first.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now Alex, again, the game plan here is go wide. He does have a decent amount of cards in hand, but once you're at this point of the game, Kane has a lot of removal answers available. He does have the You're Welcome.
Well, and especially with Clarabelle's ability, light on her hooves, Kane's constantly going to be able to match up to any additional cards that Alex will have in hand until that Clarabelle is banished.
Yeah, when we watch these Clarabelle matchups, and it's usually in Emerald Sapphire right now, there's this sub-game of hand manipulation that is going on. You constantly need to pay attention to the number of cards in your hand. If you're Kane on this deck, you're constantly eyeballing the number of cards in your opponent's hand and then trying to manipulate your hand down every single turn in order to maximize your draw. And so one of the things we watch in this matchup is that exact thing. And
here comes Hercules, Mighty Leader. Love that. Oh, and we've got another reader. He does have some really cool abilities on him, both for himself and for your other characters.
This character can't be dealt damage unless he's being challenged, and while he's exerted, your other hero characters can't be dealt damage unless they're being challenged. So that will work in concert with several cards in this deck. But at this point, yeah, it's not a bad card in this deck. It's one of the reasons you won.
Yeah, I think it could definitely still be relevant and let him get through some challenges depending on what other cards come down into play. And wow, the foils in this deck, we have there it is, the Malicious, Mean, and Scary being just... Oh, wow. Two pieces of removal back to back. We see Alex's board is completely cleared now after a You're Welcome and a Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
And that's why, so when I say at the beginning of the game that inevitability is with the Emerald Sapphire deck, what we mean is, and you're familiar with this term, it's a TCG term, and experienced TCG players know it. It means if the game goes long, this is the deck that is going to win. It is the deck that wants the game to go as long as possible. And that's because there's so many removal answers available. Once this deck gets going, it can draw so many cards. It finds everything it needs to keep both individual targets and then mass targets under control once you have that. Now that we have that board wipe available with the MMM and Prince Philip.
Well, and that's why we describe these decks as aggro, because we want them to win in the first parts of the game. Otherwise, we do see your opponent who's on that more mid-range deck taking the win or taking the lead. But you do have to note, your games might go longer throughout the day. So we are playing an 8-round tournament here. We're only in round 6. So that could be a lot of mental strain on our player. Of course, our players are practiced here and skilled, so we're not worried about that.
That's true. Headless Horseman coming down now. Terror of Sleepy Hollow will banish a 2 strength or less character upon entering play, so sending that Cinderella to the discard pile. It does have an effect where it gives your opposing or your other character strength, but it wants a wide board, standing alone there, not where it wants to be. Kane now, Visions of the Future, digging 5 cards deeper, and he's just, everything's online now.
Yeah, and here we see, oh, we've got Basil.
Another removal on a body here, bouncing that Headless Horseman back to hand.
Yes, another very strong piece, a little bit higher cost, but it doesn't matter at this point in the game that we've gotten to with the Sapphire Emerald deck.
Yeah, in this game, it's just going to be tough sledding for Alex. I mean, what he wants to do ideally is to drop a bunch of characters on the board to force Kane to have that wide removal, but
Kane has taken control of the dance floor. He says Clarabelle is going to be light on her hooves. He's taken over the aux cord. The DJ booth is now set up, and Basil is there as well. The library, they don't like loud music there.
no, and just trying to dump everything on the board here. They don't like it in the library. You got to be quiet. They say, shh. Except in Belle's library, because Beast is there yelling. And
well, that's true.
But over here, so that library, you ideally would love to slide those characters over, but just trying to put stuff on the board to force Kane to deal with it. Not going to be super impactful right now.
Yeah, both players' lore totals, we see Kane at 2 and Alex at 5, but that is likely to change soon. I expect Kane to start making the move, questing with characters, especially as we see Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, coming down here, able to just take care of another character, constantly clearing off Alex's board.
Yeah, when you dig this much and when you're drawing this many cards, you just have, I mean, there's just a lot of answers here.
I feel like we might get to see a game 3.
We'll see. I mean, it is definitely possible. So Alex also part of the problem with Clarabelle is in this game. I'll finish that thought in a second because we do see your welcome come down. It's going to send that library back to the deck, force Alex to draw 2 more cards, and Alex Kane here happy not only to get that off the board, but even happier to send an additional 2 cards into Alex's hand, which is going to benefit even more with that Clarabelle.
Yes.
It's a combination that we've seen work together for a while and being used to maximum effect here. But Alex's way, as I mentioned before, back in this game is going wide, forcing him to have that combo. Other than that, it's really tough sledding. And one of the things that makes Clarabelle so frustrating and Diablo before him is, as a player, oftentimes your route back into the game is to dig, is to look for cards, is to fill your hand to be able to go wide. And you get punished for doing that when your opponent benefits from your card draw as well. And so Clarabelle, just a frustrating card to play against if you can't deal with it. And Alex's deck, not a lot to deal with it, unless he can find another Elsa, perhaps.
So let me ask you something. There is a newer card that we got in Whispers of the Well that might be in Alex's deck. First, we see Hercules, Mighty Leader, coming down, followed by Sisu, Immortal Warrior. So he's doing his best to catch up with these characters and fight that removal. Diablo is going to go ahead and quest to take them up to 5 lore. But with a card such as Demona or some of our other gargoyles that we have, that would even out the hand sizes a little bit. Is that something that you think would benefit him in this particular state of the game right now?
I think absolutely. Kane's been digging for cards that he needs. He's been drawing a ton of cards, and so Demona would kind of level things out if he could find it.
Ooh,
but,
another malicious, mean, and scary. Ouch.
There it is, coming down, placing 1 damage across the board. Prince Philip going to follow it up, removing everything with damage counters on it on Alex's side of the board, and all of a sudden, Kane, I mean, that's again, that combo is one of the reasons you play this deck, and I think Alex here just going to... Oh, no, we're doing... okay, so that's what happened. I'm sorry. Basil discards a card at random, so we have to shuffle it up. And Kane just doing the choose method. Instead of rolling a die, Cheshire Cat going to be hit there.
Great card to hit, too, randomly.
And again, Basil, a card that synergizes well in this deck. Kane is a player who's going to, benefit from Alex drawing cards, and Basil is going to force you to discard those cards. So this hand manipulation subgame in action.
Well, now look at the lore on board. Yeah, we already had 10 lore represented, 2-turn clock, so we're just going to scoop and go to game 3 here.
Yeah, it's Tale of Two Games, and really the difference is ramp on 2 versus no ramp on 2. when we talk about why it's so important, everybody says like you start the game on game 3 when you're playing these Sapphire ramp decks. The reason is because like if that's when you know if it's going to be a game or not, because when you miss it and you can't pursue your key lines, the game is very, very tough to come back from. And Kane not having a game 1 but a game 2 on his perfect.
Yes,
perfect
we've
opening.
seen now probably one of the least optimal draws that the Sapphire Emerald deck chose to give Kane in game 1, and then one of the most optimal draws in game 2. So it's really anything could happen here in this third game. We're about to see what cards they're going to draw after our players finish altering their hands, giving them a moment to make sure that this final game will take them to where they want to be.
And now Kane on the draw here against this aggressive deck. So Alex does have, again, very strong openings, and on the play, a lot stronger. So
Wow, and we see Alex altering 6 cards, and Kane only altering, it looks like 3, maybe 4.
yep. So indicator Kane's got the ramp he needs, and maybe another of the key.
And Alex does not like what he had in his opening hand. He wants some lower cards, get those characters that we can just play down really early. No Headless Horseman or Hercules Mighty later right off the bat.
Absolutely. And so really, really important for Alex to play on curve here if he can. So probably shifting to find a turn 2 play, I would guess, or a turn 1.
Yeah.
If he didn't have it. And so those key turns, you can kind of wait a little bit to get into turn 3 if you don't have it.
And we see him nodding a bit. That looked like he was satisfied with what his deck alter gave him. Let's see which Glimmer is coming down first. Olaf, Helping Hand. I love this 1-drop for Amethyst. Has such a cool ability. When it leaves play, you can return another character to your hand.
Yeah, bounce has been such a powerful mechanic for Amethyst for a long time. We did lose the Madaman package, but when players saw this particular bouncy card come back into play, I'm very excited because it synergizes very well with a lot of cards in Amethyst, particularly the Whispers that we saw come out recently.
Cheshire Cat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so it'll sit there as a little toolbox card for a while. Alex will quest for it while he can scoop up some lore, and then hoping to set up a very favorable bounce.
He did get the Diablo Watchful Raven on turn 2, so that is looking good for him. This is the same line that we've had all 3 games, though, so it really depends here as we see what happens on turn 2 for Kane and turn 3 coming up. What can he follow it up with?
Yep, hopefully a Sisu, maybe even 2 cards on 3. We do have the ramp here, Tipo coming down. We're going to put another card in the inkwell, so right on plan here. There's the 2.
See it. Love to see it.
And on the other side here, let's see what that nod was all about. It's, man, this game could go long, but these first like 3 or 4 turns is where all of it could be decided.
Oh, and there's Demona definitely going into the inkwell because we'd rather play Sisu Emboldened Warrior.
Yeah, Sisu, another great card to get out here. It does quest for 2. It is very strong, but the lore is what we want right now. Kane likely to follow this up with a Cinderella if he has it. Is that an enchanted version at the bottom?
He has a lot of really beautiful enchanted cards in his deck. Let me tell you, I love seeing a deck that's foiled.
It is not. So Kane thinking about this here. I do imagine if he had that Cinderella, it would be kind of a snap play.
I think that is a Cinderella down there.
All
the little... The pixie dust that floats around her. I don't know what you want to call it. The fairy godmother.
Magic.
Magic, yes.
Magic sparkles.
Making her dream come true.
We'll see. And a quick break here. We're looking at a screen. We'll see what's going on.
Now, something I do want to mention while we're getting this. So we did see Tipo Growing Sun here. We have a little bit of a surprise tomorrow.
Yeah, a little bit of what?
We have a surprise tomorrow.
We do?
Yeah, so if you happen to notice what Disney property Tipo is from.
Oh, I see what you're doing, yeah.
Yeah, so you better be watching the rest of the rounds today and tomorrow because all of us casters have a surprise for you.
Yeah, fun little Disney, a nod to one of my favorite Disney films. So it's a lot of fun. But yeah, so I don't know. I love that as we watch this match, we're trying to get Game 3 back for everybody here shortly, but as I watch this match, what's really exciting about it is you don't like to see games that are like non-games necessarily, like Game 1 where it was over really quickly, but
it doesn't feel good.
It does not. But we got to see both decks do what they want to do in this matchup, and we also got to see what happens when you miss ramp in Game 1. And so I love these matches where you get to see one deck like on its ideal game plan, you get to see the other deck on its ideal game plan for that matchup, and in this case, it's go fast with Ruby Amethyst. And then we get to go into Game 3 and kind of see like how that how it all plays out. I don't know. It's
Yes.
really, really fun.
You as the viewer now can determine, okay, we already know that Alex is on the play and that worked for him game 1, but now both of our players have information. They know what they're playing. They've seen exactly some of the cards that they know to expect, so that obviously affects how they're altering their hands in the beginning and even the plays they're making throughout game 3.
Yeah, and so you're talking about like knowing what to expect in the lines and everything else. Something else worth mentioning is, as we saw, for those who didn't see the meta breakdown earlier, Ruby Amethyst is about, was it 5% of the? It's very, very low.
I think it was 4th.
Fourth or fifth.
Fourth or fifth.
It wasn't a healthy share of the room. It's
like 9 to 10%.
Yeah, it was like 9-10%. Now this. Boo on me for like bringing up the stat without remembering exactly what it was. I was confusing it with the Emerald Amethyst or whatever, but it's a lower percentage, and it hasn't been a deck that's been super popular. And when you're prepping for this event and you're choosing how to allocate your time, when you're expecting the room to be like 25% Amethyst Steel and then like 20% Blurple, and then you're expecting a lot of Emerald Sapphire and perhaps some dogs at 10%, like when that's the matchup spread, you're going to choose to devote the preponderance of your time to those matchups. And
Amethyst Steel being your priority, because
Amethyst
you know you're going to run into it.
Exactly, because you know you're going to play it over and over again. And it's just math, it's just prep. And so what's interesting is when you have a deck like like Ruby Amethyst, which you expect to see, but you don't expect to see a ton of, and the math tells you that in a 10 or a 12 round event, you may run into it once,
or not at all.
Once or not at all. Yeah. You don't get as many reps in on it. So it is interesting to think about how often the Sapphire Emerald player in this particular matchup may have actually practiced against this deck, because he's not as familiar with it probably as he would be with decks with larger meta shares.
Well, and this Ruby Amethyst deck definitely has been making a comeback. As you mentioned it earlier, it was played in a competition in November, and the top 2 players of that tournament were on that Ruby Amethyst deck. So now that we're going to another Disney Lorcana challenge here in Richmond, we're seeing people go back, get that tech, bring it, and see if it can take them all the way to day 2 and to the finals.
Yeah.
It's possible. I know one person on our casting team would like to see that happen.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because, and this is a good chance to talk about like these people who love ink colors. Because they just love the color identity. Sorry, this is a tangent, but as we get back to the game here, Ruby Amethyst has changed so many times since it debuted in Set 1.
It doesn't even have the removal that it used to.
Yeah, it's a completely different deck now, and it is aggressive. And people who love these colors no matter what form it takes. And so it's really fun to watch these players just synergize with these ink colors and want to play it no matter what it looks like.
Sisu Emboldened Warrior is a great example of a card that we had in Season 1 that's now making a reprisal in Season 2. She's taking on a new form, if you'd like to say, as Sisu does.
Yeah, and speaking of newer cards, Malicious Mean Scary, another card new to Whispers in the Well, making an appearance again here. Kane having it to do some damage across the board, clearing off that Olaf. Not using the bounce there.
Fulfilled.
And Genie Wish Fulfilled, the card that people either love to love or love to hate. He's everywhere in all Amethyst builds, pretty much, unless you're Ed Chu in the North American Finals. But Genie Wish Fulfilled, you want to play that on turn 4, refill your hand here. Although again, like you do have that Clarabelle in mind. Amethyst usually wants to refill its hand in the mid game. That's its game plan, as it were. And but keeping that Clarabelle in mind. But not a bad card to establish here. It is evasive. Not a ton of evasive answers on Kane's side of the board.
But the evasive
removal
isn't as effective in this matchup because we do see just a bunch of bouncing and vanquishing. All of the Prince Philip with Malicious Mean and Scary's combo. He's just going to use Genie to quest. He wasn't worried about a challenge battle anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, you're right. Alex just wants to drive this lore total. So getting the real important thing here, getting that card, but getting that 2 lore quester out. Kane here kind of thinking which way he wants to go. You're right. We do see that Cinderella there. And Kane not choosing to play that last turn. Instead, the Malicious Mean and Scary. There's the Clarabelle. There's the You're Welcome.
Sisu
there goes Sisu.
On the bottom of the deck. And Alex, of course, will get to draw 2 cards in place of that. But now we have reached the point where Kane does have a Clarabelle shifted. So almost at the point where we might see him starting to take the lead. But not quite yet. We're still 1 or 2 turns away. Alex is at 7 lore. He has a chance to get ahead.
Yeah, and Kane now setting that Tipo in, going to do a little damage to that Diablo. Going to drop.
Maybe setting up a little Prince Philip combo here, potentially.
Perhaps. But it does feel like the momentum is shifting a little bit here now that Clarabelle's online. She's a big body as well. And again, the longer this game goes on, the more singers Kane has on board, the more he's going to be able to answer every one of Alex's threats. Alex here would love to go wide if he can, I think. But we're going to see that Bell Accomplished Mystic.
Accomplished Mystic, yes. This is one of my favorite cards that Amethyst has in Season 2. We get to see some of that damage, moving. I just love that Amethyst has really taken hold of this.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Punished a little bit here, Kane is, for getting that extra damage there on that Diablo, because both those damage counters now available for Bell to slide over there to Clarabelle, removing her from the board. Incredibly impactful play here, cleaning everything up there. And now that 2 Lore Questers sitting on the board.
And Kane
big play.
Looking for more cards to put down, Visions of the Future, putting Sail the Azurite Sea into the Inkwell, and following it up with a Cinderella Dream Come True. We knew it was in hand. We're going to put more ink into the Inkwell. We're going to draw a card. I feel like this was an okay character to play. This felt good.
Yeah, I mean, you love to play it for the ramp, but even when you're not ramping with it, it is allowing you to cycle your hand a little bit, put an extra card in the Inkwell, draw an extra card. And so when you're looking for answers, when you're looking for combo pieces, she's always an impactful card to play in that regard. Not a big body on the board, though, although she can sing You're Welcome, which could be effective here, but not if she's in the discard pile.
Is going to take care of her, banishing Cinderella since her strength is 2 or less when he comes into play. The Terror of Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, this is a card that Ruby Amethyst fans in this particular meta really, really love. The Headless Horseman is a card that you kind of have to play around. You know it's coming, and it's one of the reasons that you play Ruby Amethyst.
Well, and a classic Disney property as well. One of the older movies that we see into Disney Lorcana in print as a glimmer. But John Silver, Alien Pirate, is going to choose the Headless Horseman with Reckless.
Yeah, upon quest and upon entering play, giving Reckless that Headless Horseman. So John Silver, a great control card in this meta. Kane is, again, at this point of the game, just has various individual and then mass removal options. Alex has put his lore all the way up to 9.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible place to be, but wants to squeak out a couple lore every turn here if he can.
Now, something interesting, we were kind of calling Alex's Ruby Amethyst deck an aggro deck, but currently he's controlling 2 characters, which each cost 5. We're seeing him start to get to more of the mid-range point of the deck here, including Elsa, the 5th Spirit, who will be able to exert John Silver. Would you say that he's now moved into the mid-range part of his deck, or are we going to see some more little characters come down?
Oh, absolutely. It is the mid-range game plan. I mean, we will see some smaller characters come out. This deck does have a lot of lower-cost characters, and again, Alex wants to go wide if possible and force Kane to have that
and a little
mass
character
removal.
like Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork happened to come down right as I said that.
Absolutely. Case in point. But yeah, the Elsa 5th Spirit, incredibly impactful here. That John Silver would keep Alex locked down a little bit on his lore total. And again, Alex wants to 2 lore a turn if possible. Not going to be able to do it here with that Bell being sent back to hand, that Basil doing some bounce work when he comes into play.
Yep, he's definitely on the case, making Kane's way, making the board even again, but I feel like we have kind of moved over towards the time of the game when Kane could potentially now just keep running over. However, Alex, as you mentioned, does still have 11 lore.
Yeah, it feels like it can go either way at this point. Kane has all the answers. Now he's just going to establish the spell.
No damage to move.
No damage to move, but again, 1 or 2 lore a turn is what you want to do. Kane now is
representing
so
a 2-turn clock if no Malicious Mean and Scaries or any other type of removal is drawn. Of course, Basil able to do his thing here every turn.
Every turn will force a discard. Doing that, again, that hand manipulation subgame we talked about. And at this point, Kane really, really, really wants to have Clarabelle's online and play a high resource game. So one of the things we talk about when we talk about these Emerald Sapphire decks is high resource versus low resource games. And what I mean by that is Kane, high resource in terms of cards in hand. Kane wants to play a game where there are a ton of cards in hand, and he can manipulate Alex's hand, adding cards to them with You're Welcome, dumping cards in his hand into his Inkwell on the board.
Singing Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
To wipe it. There's that board wipe again, clearing things off. It feels pretty good. if you're Kane. Only a couple cards in hand, but 2 of them, or 3 cards in hand, but 2 of them were the ones you needed. But Kane wants to play a high-resource game and benefit from that Clarabelle. He does not want to play a low-resource game where you're top-decking, and that's where he's forced right now. Headless Horseman now coming down on the other side.
With nothing to choose, all of the characters on Kane's side had more than 2 strength, but we see 2 characters coming down, forcing again that it'll only take a couple of turns if there's no more answers. But Basil will answer, unfortunately having to discard Cheshire Cat.
And now I think Alex is in top deck mode, and fortunately for him as well, it looks like that Headless Horseman will have Reckless this turn, having to challenge into one of those 2 exerted characters over there.
I feel like we're going to go for Basil, right? At least it's a trade.
Yeah, seems like the same
and
target.
Stop this discard, please.
Stop the discard shenanigans. So Headless Horseman there charging in, taking that Basil out, and Dumbo being established on the board here. That feels pretty good for Alex at the moment. He really needs some extra cards. He really needs to go wide. We've already seen several Malicious Mean and Scary played, so the answer here is more cards to flood the board. Sail the Azure at Sea now on Kane's side of the board. He's going to dig a little deeper and find that Clarabelle.
Wow. We got rid of one, but she's back. She can't stay off the dance floor, girl.
Dancing her way back in here for sure. And now her card draw ability won't matter all. Oh, but it will.
Mother knows best.
Gracious. Alex really wanted that Dumbo to stay in play.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
And even if it's not Mother Gothel telling Rapunzel, Dumbo got told, back to the circus.
Yeah, back to the service. No more flying around. No card draw for you this turn. And Alex now in a bit of a spot. Really needed that extra card off the Dumbo. And Kane, establishing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on the board. It seems like the game is well in hand.
Let's replay that Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe.
And that Tinkerbell with Reckless had to challenge into that John Silver, I believe,
Unfortunately,
as well.
yeah, she just was immediately headed to be banished with that Reckless decision.
Oh, goodness
And another
gracious.
John Silver. Geez, he's going to be choosing Dumbo, even if he, now Dumbo is forced to challenge. That is not where Alex wants to be.
No, now the one bright side is he can use the ability here because the only thing it cannot do is quest Reckless. So we'll be able to draw a card and gain a lore, but not able to remove anything at all. And Kane Marin is going to take this game and the match, overcoming that Ruby Amethyst deck here. I do think it was tough sailing for Alex this matchup. He made a good run of it. Unfortunately, not able to overcome, I think, one of his worst matchups.
But we did see Emerald Sapphire finally take a victory here. The other 2 Emerald Sapphire games I cast for did not result that way. So I am happy to see the deck that I picked to win the entire Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond take a win in round 6.
That's a very good chance. It is. This deck has like one of the strongest openings. We've said it like 4 times. I'm going to say it again. This deck has one of the strongest openings in the game right now with the 2/4/6 Clarabelle. Clarabelle, a fantastic card. There's a reason so many players, so many very well-known and very talented players are on it here this weekend, both the 2/4/6 build and the Detectives build. If you've been watching all day, you've seen several iterations of this. You saw the Detectives early. We saw a bunch in the middle. This is the 2/4/6.
I like the 2/4/6 a little better personally. I think it's a little bit stronger. You described all of the lines of play so well, and we definitely got to see them and why it's advantageous for the person choosing to play that 2/4/6 deck.
Yeah, and so we're going to see something a little bit different, I believe, in the next match.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the next match we're going to watch.
Okay, do we have that next match ready to
no
go? I don't think we do.
All right. It sounds like, all right. We may or may not see that matchup excited about. But we are going to go to a quick break here. We'll be just right back. We're going to go to the couch. I can't wait to watch the next round. Z-Bax, this was a treat. Thank you so much.
It was so great casting with you, Liam. Over to the couch.
Welcome back to the Lounge, Illumineers. Thank you for sticking with us today for all these amazing games and this amazing team. I am joined here in the lounge by the Brent Mukai and Katie. How's this day been for both of you?
I mean, it's one of those days where I was like, when I started this morning, you're like, oh, it's so long. But now I'm like, it's almost over. So, you know, we still have a lot more to go.
There is.
Just fun. And I mean, I won't speak for you.
This day's gone by in a flash. No, I mean, I'm
crazy.
right there with you. I looked up and I was like, what? Night?
Right?
I know. People were
Yes.
like dinner, and I was like, dinner.
Dinner time already.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we do have more exciting games, and it's getting to that point of the day where players are out there trying to get those 18 points, making it to day 2. So there's a lot on the line in these last couple rounds. But we do have a little bit of fun. Are you two up for some fun?
Yeah, let's just have a little fun.
Oh, yeah.
I think Illumineers watching may have noticed this little setup that we have going on here. And we did want to do a little bit of draw the card. And I knew, I mean, Katie was so good the last time we did this in Milwaukee, so I had to bring you back for it.
Yeah, it was very exciting. I mean, you guys still had it on the board when I got here.
Did we really?
Yeah, I was so excited. I was like, oh, thanks. But
That's
now I'm
amazing.
scared. It's a lot of pressure.
Yes, and then we know, Brent, that you are fantastic at Mime the Card, both miming and guessing.
The best in the biz.
And
they
so
say.
I am excited to see how this goes with you. I know that we're going to have a lot of fun. So shall I start? Since I'm here, I will start.
I'd love to guess.
Okay.
I'll take a little.
All right,
gander.
and we're gonna let the audience play along, right? We're gonna show them the cards.
Yes,
Katie and I will look
so they
away.
can see. Look away, look away. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna take this one right here. Oh, look at what we have. Okay, I think I can do this one. All right,
Is it
maybe
good?
production can in my ear let me know like a minute so we don't draw too long. Okay, are you ready? You can look.
Okay, I was just gonna. Okay.
Give me a countdown.
Your minute starts now. Oh.
Okay, that's
it's a
Tinkerbell.
flower of some kind. No, it's a.
not Tinkerbell. Okay.
It is
Tinkerbell.
Tinkerbell.
Is Tinkerbell the one that the fairy that's stomping mad?
Well, light on fancy footwork.
Yeah, the one stomping around.
The one stomping around.
She's stomping around.
Yes.
Fancy.
We had Tinkerbell, fancy footwork. Very good.
That was fantastic. I mean, not a lot of characters with little wings and a bun, but
No, yeah.
but that being said, man, I love that card. And people have been playing it in Ruby Amethyst, by the way.
They
It's like
have
better
been
relevant.
playing it. Yeah, this three strength is great. Okay, Katie, you're
Oh,
up.
they have it. Yes, here we go.
There we go.
All right,
There's
we
our
gotta
show.
look away.
Look
We
away,
gotta
look away,
look
look away.
Away.
Wait, now I get to. All right, here we go.
Show it to the audience, Katie.
This is the one. All right, here it is. I'm showing it to the camera. Can you guys see it? I don't know if it's going to do a tight pan, but either way, I'm doing it. I'm excited.
Okay.
All right.
Go over here.
Yes.
I'll switch
Well,
spots with you.
Switch places.
Here,
Okay, here we
I'll
go.
let
Shuffle.
you go.
We shuffle. We shuffle.
Switch
I'm gonna go
places.
Over.
All right, here we go.
Trading spaces.
All right, and
Go.
It's a couple of mountains.
Dog.
No, it's a big old cat.
It's a treasure
with a smile.
cat. Inexplicable.
Inexplicable. Okay.
Well, guys, this bit was very short. It turns out we're very good.
All right.
But you gotta come in.
I'm the worst of the artists.
Look at
so,
that.
Like, that's perfect. That is like a perfect
No,
match
that was
there.
you even chose purple.
I would choose that as explicable. To be fair, we both accidentally. We're gonna have to, no matter what, it's green.
Right. Yes. Okay.
And foretold, you don't get these markers.
All right. Bear with me, everybody.
Okay, we will not look. We will
Do
not,
not look.
We will hide our eyes.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm excited. Whatever. Brent's excited.
Okay.
I'm excited.
I'm always excited.
Oh boy.
My secret.
Okay.
Can I open them?
Well,
Are we
open
ready?
up.
Open
You
up.
let me know. Hold on.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, we have to erase.
Where's their... let's get... Goodbye, Cheshire Cat.
Where's the eraser person that we hired for the erasing?
Cheshire Cat.
Okay.
I'm ready, Brent. I am so ready. Let's go. Okay. We've
Okay.
got a tree. There's a tree.
Or is it Ink Geyser? No.
No.
What,
It's,
yours is a
something
tree.
hanging from a tree, a branch. It's a branch from the tree with leaves and
I just
something hanging on a
Ka.
tree.
no.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
trust in me.
That is a
Mowgli man
person.
man cub?
Oh, because it's
Look at that
Mowgli
man cub.
in
that.
the
I love
tree. Where is it? Is it? Yeah,
The tree is so large. One might consider that a branch, and that is the whole
I don't know why I made him smiling when he's actually getting chased by Bagheera.
Oh my goodness!
I wish you
love
guys
that.
could tight pan on that Mowgli here with a tail.
This is so
He
good.
has a prehensile.
Gotten it, I was going to draw underpants and just be like,
Well,
I mean,
that's a man cub.
Boy
That's a
and
man
tree,
cub. A boy
that
and
is a-
tree
that is a man
equals
cub.
totally man cub.
We've seen
All
him put in a lot of work.
Brent, since you're already there,
Yes.
Yeah.
and I think you should do it again.
I should do it again?
Yeah, let's
you guys
do
got carried away.
One last one.
When I was watching you guys, I was like, you guys are having so much fun. I was like, I'm having fun, and I won't stop.
Right? Yeah.
But-
all right,
all
Brent,
right,
you're going to
take it
take us
away.
home with this one. I
Okay.
know it's going to be good. This is our last one, and it's going to be awesome. Katie, are you ready?
I was born ready.
Okay.
All right.
I literally only look at card images for the purpose of possibly
Okay.
doing this game on stream.
Okay, Brent.
Can we look?
You can use any
Oh.
marker you want this time. We won't limit you to the green.
I like that. It
Okay.
matches the suit.
All right.
Them's the rules.
Here we go. I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, draw.
Caw again.
Okay, caw again. Snake. There's some kind of snake.
Emerald or ink caster, or the
Looks like a
enigmatic
snake.
ink caster.
There's
Okay, it's not
a-
Ka. It is Trusted Me Again. I'll just keep trusting.
Oh, giant cobra. I was like, what card is a snake? What card is this?
I'm going to keep guessing the same too. Honestly, that is a giant cobra.
It's a giant cobra.
And we will keep that there until the next DLC.
Good job,
that is
my man.
the last drawer.
That was fantastic.
Who do I contact about
With
getting...
I mean, that was great. Yeah, you need to get contracted to do some Disney Lorcana art, I think.
Yes, go sign some cards out in the dealer or area. In the artist area.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us for this fun little mini game. But we have some Disney Lorcana games, so we are going to throw it over to the booth. Throwing it over. Oh, hey! Hey, look at those gentlemen. It's very sharp. Are we ready for some games?
Oh, we are ready.
Did you play along with us?
I'll be honest, as soon as Brent started drawing that cobra, I kind of lost the will to, I'm not going to finish that sentence anymore. But Brent Mackay, I say this with all love and admiration, I never want you on the artist team for Disney Lorcana. I'm sorry, let's get them out of here.
Brent's dream of drawing a Lorcana
Somebody needs to take that card, clip that card, and put it on a giant cobra. I need to see it now.
The official proxy for Giant Cobra. Brent Mackay is your man.
Damn.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. My name is Baker, and I am joined by everyone's favorite, the incredible Liam Cosma. How you doing?
Oh, it's so nice to be here in the booth with you today.
Always a pleasure, man. How's your day been?
It's been wonderful. These challenges have basically become reunions of sorts. And,
Yeah, it's family reunion. That's it.
Absolutely, it's so fun seeing all these people out there. So I've been out of the booth for a while, but able to walk around and meet people, play some games. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a thing where I know that so many people are in the room because you might see them across the room, or of course we're backstage picking feature matches and stuff. So it's oh, they're here, they're here, they're here. You never get a chance to see them because we're busy, they're busy. So every time I do go out, there's a lot of oh, finally I got to meet you. Lots of hugs, lots of nice moments. So it really is a family reunion. Please, if you are in a position to come down to a Disney Lorcana Challenge, there's nothing like it. The community's amazing. Even the people that I've spoken to that have been oh yeah, I scrubbed, I went 2-3 or whatever. They've still been I've still had a great time.
Yeah.
I've seen
The
people.
follow-up question is, did you have fun?
Yeah, exactly. I've played side events, I've met some artists, all that jazz. So yeah, if you've been watching Disney Lorcana and you haven't quite made it down, if you're in a position to, please do come down. We would love to have you. But Liam, we have more Disney Lorcana action to come.
It's been a fantastic day so far.
Yes.
And we're at that point of the day, Villain, where it's been a long day. There's the last couple rounds now, 7 and 8. It's this anybody with one loss is still fighting, and anyone with 2 losses is still fighting their way in.
Fighting for their life.
Fighting for their life. That's right. So one more loss, and they won't make day 2. So this is where the rubber meets the road. Players have started dropping, and we're about to see some top tier Lorcana because we've seen top tier Lorcana all day, but we're going to see some matches where everything is on the line.
Well, it's true, and I think we're just going to do this. We're going to build some hype for the stream.
Let's do it. I'm excited.
We are going to be watching Lumineers Amber Sapphire. Let's go. And it's as a player that you may be very familiar with, the first ever American Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, Josh Poultray. Liam, I know you are very familiar with this young man. Tell us about him.
Josh Paul is a fantastic player, good friend too, a wonderful person. Now, the world was introduced to Josh when he won DLC Atlanta, coming out of nowhere, a player nobody knew, and won in a very spicy deck. There was a
Fairy Godmother.
Fairy Godmother, and Perdita. Nobody was playing Perdita at the time, and I had to sit there and look look up cards during the finals because I was like, what am I watching?
What is happening?
What am I watching? So Josh Paul, no stranger to bringing in decks that are spicy. He's a fantastic deck builder. He has a great testing team with his locals, and so I'm not surprised to see him bring in something here that only, I think, 16 other players brought into a 2,000-person event.
And he always has positive win records. No matter what he's playing, even if he doesn't make day 2, it's or top cut, shall we say, he's always got a really good record. Joshua, definitely someone that has proved himself as a fantastic player. A little dexterity error there with the hand, but we are off to the races. Yes, Amber Sapphire is on the table, 12 points. And the opponent here, we've got Gabe on that good old-fashioned Blurple.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what guy. And so here's the fun for us.
Let's go.
Like, you know, we study for these events. We look, we read, we learn, we look at the meta, and we learn what a lot of these decks are trying to do. Sometimes there's some spice in these decks, and we're trying to figure out how the game plan is slightly different than the standard build. But in this scenario, I genuinely have somewhat idea of what Josh might be trying to do, but I genuinely have no idea what his game plan is here. We're going to discover it together.
Well, we're straight away, we see Nick Wild being played down. This is a 1-cost 1/2, and if you control a character with the support keyword, he gets a +2 strength. 3/2 on a 1-drop is an incredible stat line, Liam. Would you agree?
Absolutely, especially in a meta where boards tend to go wide and you're fighting for board control. Chicha coming down now. This is a card we know, we've seen around for a while.
Absolutely. The Raw Guard coming down for Gabe, and then we're going to play that Chicha. She has support and the ability, 1 on the way. If it's the second time you ink a card for turn, you may draw a card. So this is a fantastic draw engine, and that support keyword can absolutely come in handy. Obviously, we're also playing Amber, so things like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, a lot of synergy, Liam.
Yeah, this is probably the best opening line that Josh, one of his key opening lines in this deck, the character that benefits from support, followed immediately by support, followed by a card that'll let him draw extra cards on the ramp, which will do next turn, but that Nick Wild not sticking around.
Yeah, not for too long. The Royal Guard choosing to get rid, but we did find our turn 2 ramp. That is what you want to see as a Sapphire player, unless your name is Joshua. And down comes Ludwig von Drake, a fantastic 2-drop, 1/1. And when you play him, you may look at your opponent's hand and discard a non-character card of your choice. And when he's banished, Liam, what happens?
When he goes into your Inkwell, this is Grandma Tala and Bare Necessities smashed together in a single card. It's a card that I've always said, if players can figure out how to work a deck around this card, it'll be fantastic. And here we see him in play. I'm making a big impact.
And you can see we are slightly speeding up this match again, coming closer to the end of day 1, but we love a quick pace of play. Gabe playing down that Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, a card that has absolutely made its name as one of the meta breakers, a very high impact card in our meta game, one of the Whispers with that boost 2, and it's loads of fun being able to move 2 damage counters from one character to another, simply for putting a card under him.
Now, what's not inexplicable is why this card is so popular nowadays, moving damage around, and we're probably not gonna stick around here long because Baker, you talk about this card.
Goodness me, the world's greatest criminal mind. I already mentioned this Chicha does have that support keyword where you can boost the strength of one of your characters or an opposing character. It's chosen character, so we boost up the strength of that Cheshire Cat. He gets a lot bigger, and then Ratigan comes along and says, in those exact words.
That's right. And Gabe here now playing Hades, saying, looking for a deal. He can offer a deal. Looking at that Drake, seeing if Josh wants to banish it or allow Gabe to draw 2 cards.
Trying to decide if this extra ramp is really all that necessary in the deck. There's a Hades Lord of the Dead over there. Is that a sign of some things to come? It may not be. It's the looking for a deal Hades we have up on the board. But Lord of the Dead is very cool.
And one thing Blue likes to do is that Demona coming down. We did get the extra ramp up to focus Flatfoot there on Josh's side of the board, but Demona coming down now, a very, very impactful card.
By Demona. Yeah, this Demona is making a splash in all of the purple decks. All opposing characters are exerted, and both players draw until they're holding 3 cards. Hades going to make a little challenge there into the focus Flatfoot.
And I'm really excited to see what Josh's endgame is here. He's got, it's just Ludwig again. He's going to take a look at the hand, hit that into the unknown. And
Detective Mickey!
All the way from set 1!
It's been so long. How you doing, Detective Mickey?
The promo version from the Store Championships as well. I'll mention just for fun.
That is a flex right there. I do like the reprint of Detective Mickey, but the classic, the OG, is absolutely our man.
So plenty of detectives in here. I'm willing to bet we're going to see some other detective synergy here. But Josh managing to ramp numerous times. If that Drake had been banished and gone to the Inkwell, he'd be ramping again. So building up all sorts of resources on that side of the board. But Elsa coming down now, exerting Mickey. We're going to also
finishes off. Yeah, and I think we've only got 1 or 2 cards in hand for Gabe. Of course, all gargoyles do have that Stone by Day ability at the start of your turn in the ready, set, draw. If you have 3 or more cards in your hand, then the gargoyles will not ready. They do not like the sun, Liam.
They do not, or cards in your hand.
Cards equal sun, apparently.
Cards equal sun, yeah, that's the rule. It's dark. Well, it is dark if you're top decking.
Absolutely.
You're in a dark place.
Lovely, beautiful glimmer foil promo of that Elsa, the 5th Spirit. Absolutely stunning, and a pretty powerful card, Liam, exerting down that Mickey and allowing this Demona to finish off. And down comes an enchanted Judy Hopps. This card is pretty interesting. When your detectives challenge, they gain resist 2 and alert. So able to deal with evasive characters, and that resist 2 can certainly come in handy. And I believe she's a shift 3 or 4. I think 4.
I believe that's right, and we're seeing that detective synergy in action here.
Yeah, and we see a different Judy Hopps down in the bottom left-hand corner, who I imagine is in the deck. I think we actually saw one inked earlier on in the game. But no, this 6-cost Judy Hopps going straight into the discard zone, courtesy of a second Demona, Liam.
Yeah, and it's tough sledding for Josh here at this point. I'm struggling to think of what he would use for wide removal in this deck. I think most of his removal is likely. He does have World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and to do some spot removal, probably the Horseman Strikes as well. I'd
be surprised if we don't have some Horseman Strikes in here.
That's why you run Amber nowadays.
Yeah, Amber is for Horseman Strikes, maybe some Lantern plays, but I think World's Greatest Criminal Mind is absolutely a great reason to play Amber. And of course, this Ludwig on Drake, which has discarded 2 cards from Gabe's hand.
And Hades coming down for some removal here. So definitely some individual removal. That's going to feel pretty good, establishing a bigger body on the board as well.
You got to think the weak point of this deck, Liam, is the card draw. You think you're really leaning on things like Judy Hopps to find you detectives, and of course we can play things like Vision and develop your brain to kind of filter through the deck a little bit, but not a lot of actual card draw.
Yeah, but well, and you say that, not a lot of actual card draw, but this Stitch Surfer is a card that Josh loves to play. He played it in a Circle of Life deck last in Milwaukee. Playing it here, it will draw him 2 cards with 2 other characters in play, so recharging his hand a little bit.
Yep, no, I would absolutely shut my mouth. Down comes the Carefree Surfer, obviously probably one of the most powerful draw engines in the deck, other than that Judy Hopps, of course.
That's probably true. Establish a 4/8 and draw 2 cards.
Wasabi actually seeing a little bit of play due to the importance of certain items in the format at the moment. We're going to Ink Bell, and that's the 3rd Demona, Liam. Goodness me, that's got to feel... You see the little exhale there from Joshua, like, blimey, 3 Demona in the first third of your deck.
I'm not sure what a group of gargoyles is called. A pack.
A problem.
A problem. That's what it is.
That's a
and
problem.
A problem for
is,
Josh here. Gabe going wide here, and again, Josh, definitely some removal in here, but it's all spot removal. Nothing really to deal with a wide board. I do imagine with some of the detective synergy, we do have detectives which have alert and resist, as you pointed out earlier, so wants to use some body-based removal. But there's an option.
And it is the the promo version of Horseman Strikes. Now, I love the Epic, Liam, but that black on the text border, I think is gorgeous.
It really makes that pumpkin pop.
It really pops. Oh, that was a great sentence. I love that.
And here we go. And I say it's all spot removal, but Josh with enough resources right now to play numerous cards each turn, dealing with numerous threats.
Oh.
Speaking of dealing with threats.
Yep, Hades on Hades. Is there a downside to this? Probably not at this point. I don't think an extra ink in the tank is going to make much of a difference. Down comes another copy of that Judy Hopps, the 6 cost, giving alert and resist 2, while your detective characters are challenging. That's very important. You don't have the resist 2 at any other point in turn order.
Yeah, fascinating. Fascinating. With 2 of them on board here, it doesn't say other characters, so it does stack with that resist.
Well, it includes her. Like,
right.
she can challenge and absolutely take advantage of that. And it is shift 4, so it makes sense.
So resist 4 now on the board for these detective characters.
Yeah, absolutely. That's only when challenging, but still, that's gonna offer a lot of advantage. Not sure. Well, to be fair, it's Blurple, right? You got to think there's going to be genies, there's going to be Dumbos, etc. So this alert will come in handy.
And then into the unknown, coming down, clearing off one of those Judy Hopps there, so left with 1 standing.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this Wasabi finding place in some decks, along with we've seen copies of Benja as well in certain decks over the weekend. Things like Emerald Chromacon in the Dogs decks, and of course the Burn decks, the Emerald Amethyst Special, playing things like Enigmatic Incaster and Amethyst Chromacon. So there's certainly some very relevant items in the meta, so no surprise to see some more item hate coming into the format. And there's that challenge from the Judy Hopps, dealing with that Hades. There's a Mickey, and that's the Genie Detective. 4/7 quest for 2. What is going on?
It's a huge body and it has detective synergies. Not surprised to see it in here. And all of a sudden, Josh has gone wide, but it looks like too little, too late. But what fun to see what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah.
It's detectives.
It is Detectives, and Joshua on the back foot now. Game 1 going to Gabe on the tried and tested Blurple deck. One of the most powerful decks in the game for a couple of formats now. No real surprises here to see it putting in some work, but I'm really hoping for a game 3 here, Liam. If there's ever a time I want to see a game 3, it's when there's blue-yellow on the board.
I absolutely agree. And you know, so Josh coming in here, he knows the meta. He's a very talented deck builder. He attacked the meta very effectively in Atlanta. He knows that Blurple and Amethyst Steel are going to be two of the decks he's most likely to play throughout the day. It's what we've seen quite a bit. So Josh, you know, is probably prepared for this matchup, and this deck probably built to deal with it. I do think one of the frustrations for Josh is you do have some spot removal, but if you're taking every single turn playing the Horseman Strikes and World's Greatest Criminal Mind, things like that, you're not developing your board. Josh wants to amass resources, but at some point he definitely wants to go wide. A lot of his removal is damage-based, and just not able to get that game plan online.
At least Criminal Mind is a song, so we can like try and get the tempo there by singing it, but you're absolutely right. You won't always have a singer, but you need to play the card. But as you say, the Horseman Strikes is a 3-cost action, a very good one, but you're absolutely right. It's not really contributing towards you going as wide as possible. But going into game 2, Joshua will be on the play. If you're just joining us, we are in round 7. Joshua Poultry, the first ever American DLC champion, with some Sapphire Amber Detectives. Super exciting.
Speaking of Detectives, we see Practice Detective coming down on turn 1 here. It's not that Nick Wild we saw earlier, but card very popular, and Detective for Detective.
Yeah, matching Basil for Basil. I'm a big fan. And down comes the Ludwig von Drake. Is that going to get rid of the only ramp? Do we have a T-Po?
Oh, no, it is the only one available.
Unless we topped one. Did we top one? We ink into the unknown. Down comes a Royal Guard.
Oh, goodness gracious. So no ramp there for Blurple, and that it changes things significantly.
That is a rough turn for Gabe, but it is exactly the breath of fresh air that Joshua may need to stay in this game. That is such a tempo swing missing ramp.
We talked about why you might run a deck like Josh's into a meta full of Blurple, and this is exactly one of the reasons. Ludwig being able to come down and snag a card, snag the ramp card, is exactly one of the scenarios he's preparing for. Cheshire Cat now down on Gabe's side of the board, and Josh, again, feeling pretty good, I think. And there's Donald Duck, Focus Flatfoot. We're going to see another bit of ramp here again. And let's remind the audience that Ludwig von Drake, when his vanish, will serve as ramp itself. So Josh here with a significant resource advantage, doing the Blurple thing while the Blurple deck isn't.
Might not have to ink again for the rest of the game. Again, there is a Hades in the deck, which you want to get to 7 for. We do choose to ink, but the Ludwig von Drake will probably get us there. But down comes the Carefree Surfer Stitch, another 2-card draw. This is looking pretty good for Joshua. Basil going to go on a quest and give that support to the Cheshire Cat. Get rid of it with the world's greatest.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing Josh's game plan here in action. I guarantee hitting that ramp with the Ludwig is one of the things he's trying to do in this match, and followed up by the ramp, followed up by the Surfer Stitch on curve, drawing him 2 cards. He's powering his way into the end game here with a significant resource advantage, multiple cards in hand. Gabe now, again, has not found any sort of ramp, and he's at the point of the game where playing it takes him off curve, and it's kind of a frustrating position to be in.
Yeah, we are able to establish that Genie, but Gabe well aware that Joshua are running these Judy hops that can give alert, and we do have access to it. Well, if it's in hand, we have enough ink for it. What was that just came down
Iago,
there?
Giant.
Iago, the Giant Spectral Parrot. With that Vanish keyword, if targeted by an action, will immediately be banished.
And it does have evasive, making it a tempting target for Horseman Strikes. It's a big body, and Gabe trying to do a little control here, keep this game.
But a choice to be made if we do have Horseman Strikes, right, Liam? Because you have to go against, okay, do I get rid of the Iago, who is absolutely the bigger threat in terms of the body, but the Genie is here questing for 2. Joshua seems to be fearing the Iago the most.
Yeah, and Josh is trying to take the down roll. Oh, goodness gracious. And Ludwig,
Oh, that's got to feel
my goodness.
Terrible. Down goes the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and the only other card in the hand was that Demona. And we find another one off the top of the deck.
Oh, my goodness. What an incredible top deck here. That kept Gabe going here, I think. Gave him a little bit of energy because things are looking dire. Now, that Ludwig going into the Inkwell.
Yep, Demona refreshing the hand. A couple of Cheechas coming down. We are going to keep inking, says Joshua.
Oh, my goodness. 2 Cheechas into the Focus Flatfoot with 2 cards off the Cheecha with a little bit extra ramp. So, Josh, here's the thing about Josh. Josh is a player.
Another one.
Another one. Another one. And he did another ramp card. Not super impactful, but just another ink not available to Gabe. So, Josh is a player. He played the Circle of Life deck. And that's not another deck that's not known for its card draw, those color combos. Josh finds finds creative ways to draw cards. And he did the exact same thing in Atlanta.
Okay.
That deck is a deck that draws cards in very, very creative ways. And that sent him out of the discard pile. Here, Josh stringing together a number of different combos, giving him card advantage throughout the entire game, which is also allowing him to push his ink advantage. This is the exact type of deck that Josh loves to play.
Yeah, no, these Cheechas putting in a lot of work with 2 on the board, helping to replenish Joshua's hand. It's looking pretty good so far at 5 lore, 2 Gabe's 5. We're still inking. Ink the Judy.
And you know, Gabe does have the more impressive board at the moment, but Josh, all of the options, Gabe, you know, searching for more removal.
Yeah, we've got to do something about these Demoners. Only 1 card in hand for Gabe at the moment, so this Demoner will ready up. Cheechas, of course, do have support, so there's a world where we could turn them sideways to boost up the Donald, but then you are risking your Cheechas, which is your draw engine. And there's that Genie again. 4-7, detective classification, quest for 2. I love this, mate.
It's just a big body. And in a room full of Amethyst Steel, there's a lot of damage-based removal, and with 7 willpower, it's a lot to deal with for some of these decks. It's no surprise it's in here, and it does have that detective synergy as well. It's one of the finishers in this deck, most likely. Hades going to come down here, and it's another Hades on Hades. We see it all the time.
Hades on Hades action. Plenty of Infernal Schemers in the meta. The premier removal in the game, which seems weird to say about a Sapphire card, but that's the world we live in.
Absolutely. And now Josh, then it's a big body, it can quest for 2, but doing a little Genie on Genie action here, taking out that evasive Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yep, just having a little read of that Judy Hops. 4-3, 3 cost, and a second Genie. Goodness me.
And here he is going wide. And
okay.
So much to give. I need to remind myself what this card does.
I think it's, you know what, I don't even know.
It's a draw a card, chosen character gains bodyguard until the start of your next turn.
Okay, not often that happens to me. I consider it personal
I know.
pride.
I was waiting for you to jump in and save me.
Yeah, I consider it personal pride. I know most of the library, but no, that one absolutely caught me off. Not a card you see very often.
Right, so giving a little bodyguard, fun card. It does any card that says draw a card that replaces itself, and it's a song that can be sung by things like Tipo is fantastic. And coming into play there, a lot of fun.
Can you choose any character? So you can pop Iagos with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably another reason why that's in there. Of course, if you're drawing a card, that's already good. But no, Joshua certainly showing off his creativity in the deck building here. And the record speaks for itself. 12 points still in contention for day 2. We played a Surfer Stitch, and we're going to look into the future by 5 turns.
And, you know, I want to go back to something you said earlier, Baker, talking about card draw being a problem. And I agree with you normally in these color combos.
Generally.
It is. But
Josh is proving me wrong right now.
Right. Josh plays... rule number 1 of card games, right? More cards is better. Absolutely. That's what we always say. And that's how if you can overwhelm your opponent with resources, this is what Green Steel did back in the day. People thought of it as a discard deck. It wasn't. It was a draw engine deck that benefited from discard most of the time. And if you can overwhelm your opponent with resources, that's how you win games. And Josh builds these creative decks to do that, and that's what this deck is designed to do. Draw more cards than your opponent, and then overwhelm him at the end of the game. It's almost an Amethyst Steel game.
Almost every single time Gabe has played a Cheshire Cat, it has not lived long enough to do anything. It keeps getting supported and then world's greatest. But yeah, I think you make a great point. I'm just amazed by the amount of ink Joshua has here. I mean, I get it, the Cheechas and wow. There we go, that's it. Bad gold, Liam. That was absolute insanity, but I loved every minute of it. We're going to go straight into game 3. Gabe will be on the play. He did miss ramp on turn 2 in that game, which definitely made a difference, but honestly, I don't know how much. Josh was so far ahead there.
Yeah, and Gabe here keep finding a depot, like breathing a sigh of relief that it isn't a sail as his only ramp. Of course, when he's on the play, he can hit it before the pick, which is where you like to be, but definitely glad to have the ramp this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation that you would make in this matchup because now Sail is not a safe enough turn 2 ramp if you're on the draw. Thankfully, Gabe is on the play, so it's not going to make as much of a difference here. He'll be able to play it before Joshua gets access to Ludwig. But if you know you're going to be on the draw, do you just send back the Sail? Look for the T-bow? Do you prioritize looking for the T-bow? I don't know.
You find 2. You find a second is what you do.
There you go.
Yeah, so Josh, you're shuffling up. I do think, I mean, as most decks want to be, clearly a lot better on the play here. But again, you know, we'll mention this is a matchup that he's prepared for, that he's planning for, and Gabe here now establishing a strong challenger on turn 1. It's Rafiki.
Yep, Rafiki Mystical Fighter, a 0-2 quest for 1, but when challenging gets Challenger 3, and also has an ability where he can't take any damage against hyenas, which is not very relevant at this moment, those ancient skills, but who knows, in the future, when hyena meta is here, Rafiki will
right,
thrive.
it's going to happen.
He will thrive, I'm telling you.
Get your foils now.
T-Bow coming down, so we do have that turn 2 ramp as we knew, following the script, as you like to say, Liam.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Basil, Practice Detective again coming down. We already saw numerous times now a play that people like to make with Amber. It's the support into the world's greatest.
Oh, for once! He didn't hit something.
Didn't hit something.
There you go.
A little bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
But getting to do a check, getting some information.
Gabe very happy to drop his hand that time. Like, you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I said good day.
Cat into the inkwell. He says, this never works. Let's just think it.
Get it out of here. A genie established instead. You know, one of the ways that Gabe kind of keeps Josh off plan here is to force Josh into the beatdown or into the control role. And so if Gabe can start sneaking 2, 3, 4 lower turn, get up to 9, 10, 11, then Josh has to start answering threats every given turn, not developing his own board, not ramping like he wants to do. So, but it is back over to Josh for his turn 3 play.
Inking that Ink Runner, another item that's seeing play. You draw a card and you may exert it and pay 2 to give a character alert, which again, an evasive heavy format, very important.
And Horseman Strike's coming down here again, and this has become, I think it was a sleeper early on. People saw it, they liked it, but seeing a ton of play just in the last few weeks here, working into Amethyst, Amber builds and being worked into this deck here, it is such a tempo swing card. You play it for 3, remove something a lot stronger, draw a card, and it's no surprise why we're seeing a lot of play here. Gabe now, with some control of his own, though, one of the best cards in the game.
I mean, evasives are some of the most must-answer cards in the game, right? Like Genie, you can't let it sit there forever and quest for 2 over and over again. Dumbos, if you let that sit there, then they're just going to continue to gain card advantage, and things like a Prince Philip that are questing for 3. So basically, Horseman Strikes means that you don't need to be as scared of some of the most powerful cards in our format.
Absolutely. It's the evasive wars in the mid-game is what this meta is all about oftentimes. And Josh now, with an empty board, wants to establish a body. And luckily for him, there's nothing too strong, too threatening lore-wise over on Gabe's side of the board.
And this being Joshua's sorry to cut you off there, but I just want to point out this Joshua's slowest turn so far. There's been a really good pace of play, but you've got to identify those turns to slow it down and really consider your options, right?
And here we have a 1-2 combo. Justin of Ink to hit the Chicha, then the Detective Mickey to ink a second card, drawing Josh a turn. So again, that's this creative card draw that we see. And
There's
speaking of card draw,
yep, there is that Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, with breaking records and making history. Breaking records means he may exert, and you pay 1 ink to draw a card and gain 1 lore, and making history gives that same ability to your other characters with evasive.
which is a great point, because you don't want to play him on curve, ideally. You want to play him later after you've established
You want
other
to
evasive
immediately
characters.
gain advantage, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely, and drawing a card there. You know, one of the things in this game is oftentimes you're forced to choose between, you know, gaining lore and doing another thing. Dumbo says that you can do both.
You can do both.
Gain lore and draw a card. You don't have to quest.
Why not both?
Why not? Why not both? Both is good.
Both works.
Both
is good.
Both is good.
Oh, a second miss for Ludwig. Much better. Now we're evening out. Games 1 and 2, this Ludwig was making mayhem for Gabe, followed up by a Donald Duck focus flatfoot. We're going to use that support keyword on Chisha, use it on Dumbo, and down comes Professor Rattigan.
I do love these combos. This I think the 4th time we've seen Josh use support on an opponent's character to World's Greatest Criminal Minded. A fantastic play there, and we'll point out again, he did get another card off the ramp of Donald Duck Focus Flatfoot. So Josh, every single turn, has been drawing 2 cards, at least the last few turns. And again, it's this creative card draw in action. And Josh is a value player. He overvalues his opponents. We're seeing it here. But that Focus Flatfoot may not stick around too long. Elsa coming in to exert it.
Well, it would take a double commitment of Rafiki and one of the Elsas to go in, but we are going to commit to that. The Focus Flatfoot, the biggest lore threat on the board, and definitely want to get rid of that Chicha. She has done enough.
Now, we talk about the importance of card draw. One of the things that all of these Sapphire decks, or Amethyst decks rather, want to do in the mid game is regenerate their hands with things like Dumbos, things like Genies, and Gabe now down to 2 cards. One of those is a Basil, which is not super impactful. He does have another Dumbo, which will set up for a nice turn next turn if things stick around. We'll see if Josh leaves those Elsas on the board, or if he has an answer.
Yeah, not really a prime target for Horseman Strikes, right? I mean, yes, you do need to get rid of them at some point, but they've served their main purpose. They're now just going to be questing for one. But if a Dumbo comes down, suddenly things might get carried away.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what Josh played up there. It's an Ink Runner. It's an Ink Runner giving evasive there, allowing that challenge.
Yeah, the alert keyword meaning we can challenge evasive, so that's pretty good. I did wonder if there was that Judy Hops that was going to come down, but Ink Runner is another perfectly good way to do it. Ludwig von Drey getting another miss, courtesy of the, I don't know if it was the Demona or Dumbo in hand, but one or the other.
Yeah, and again, removing that Elsa, you pointed out it had done its work, but that Dumbo in hand, Gabe being able to draw 2 cards off those Elsas would have felt really, really good. And so Josh recognizing that, able to answer one of them immediately. And again, it feels like Gabe had pretty strong presence early on, but now Josh again, healthy hand.
Liam, what do you think of this choice here between Dumbo or Demona?
Oh goodness. This is a tough choice.
Looks like Demona's what he's playing to go, but it's certainly a tricky one.
No, my gut says, I was going to say my gut says Dumbo. Get the extra card, establish the Dumbo, force Josh to answer it next turn. You do have the Ink Runner, which can answer the Elsa, unfortunately, but...
they never come back. Sorry, Liam.
That's okay. That's okay.
Into the Inkwell, not being played, but... I'm terrified of that card, Liam.
Yeah, I know. It's a terrifying scene in the movie.
It really, really is. Down comes the Infernal Schema, going to put that into the Inkwell, and Elsa's going to be removed again. We've got that Ink Runner on board. It's tucked away under our round 7 at the moment, but I promise you it's on the board.
And Hades on Hades, whoever plays the first Hades is usually immediately answered by the second.
Yep.
But Josh, again, with plenty of cards in hand. And one thing I will say, Villain, we've talked a lot about Josh and his deck building. He's a player we're familiar with. It's a player we want to highlight because of their creativity, and it's a player that you watch for innovation. But Gabe has made it this far in the tournament into one of the best players in the world, I would argue, and a fantastic player himself. We're seeing him pilot this deck very, very well, so don't want to shortchange him at all either.
We're going to sing that song that I can't even remember its name, but the one that gives Bodyguard and lets you draw a card. We sing that with Ludwig.
So much to give.
Then Basil is going to support that Hades, and we have another World's Greatest Criminal Mind to get the schema out of here. Gabe able to follow up with another giant spectral parrot, and we're just repeating the script. Basil questing, giving it an extra 2 strength, and Rattigan once again showing why he is the world's greatest criminal mind.
And here is that. And Josh actually getting down to a fairly low hand size there, dumping a lot out. That Demona giving him, I think, the full 3, if I saw right. And now World Guard coming down. It's back over to Josh with 3 new cards and all of that ink. This feels like exactly where he wants to be.
And this is the thing, right, Liam? I'm sure, I don't know what your thoughts on this, but I would say Demona, you don't really hit her ceiling unless you already have a board to take advantage of the forced exert effect, right? Obviously, playing Demona and getting to draw cards and you establish your big body is fine, but the ceiling of Demona is being able to break boards.
Absolutely. It's most commonly used, I think, in Amethyst Steel for that reason.
And Red Purple, thank you very much.
What deck?
Red Purple.
I never heard of it. Never heard of it. I'm sure it exists.
Right, we're having a game tomorrow, Liam. That's it. Gabe taking a moment to think this over. It's not looking good for our Blurple player. Joshua with a wide board. We are a game apiece. Round 7 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. 15 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, a couple Cheshire Cats in hand. We do have another Demona. Again, I think Josh has managed to power his hand down fairly low, even though he drew extra cards off that Chicha last turn. So it's a risky play. But, sometimes with Demona, like, it does benefit your opponent. It does benefit you. But when you're looking for your outs in the end game, sometimes it's your only out is to find more cards. Instead, this Cheshire Cat, we'll see if it sticks around at all, and it looks like that's it.
It looks like that was all they wrote. There you go. Apologies there. That seemed very abrupt, but looking at Joshua's board, I don't think it takes much imagination to see where that game was going. Joshua losing game 1 as well, so definitely on the back foot, had to break serve. But Joshua, your first ever American DLC champion, a fantastic score, guaranteed day 2 with Amber Sapphire. Not a princess in sight. I'm disappointed at that.
I know, not about
I'm going to tell him
detectives.
off. You know what I might do, Liam? I might go and interview him and complain that he wasn't running princesses.
Might you?
That's something I might do. Yeah, definitely hasn't happened already.
I mean, every villain needs a princess but you know what I love? If you watch to the end, I love flavor. I love these cameras and stuff. Because did you see the expression on his opponent's face there at the end of that game?
Always.
Just lean back like this, like wondering what he
just happened.
You know what he did not prep for? He did not prep for Amber Sapphire at all. nobody did.
Who really prepped for Amber Sapphire? Be honest, chat. Would you have prepped for Amber Sapphire? Because if you didn't, you'd have made a mistake if you run into Josh Poultry. Fantastic. Liam, always a pleasure.
I enjoyed that very much.
My
Thank
friend.
you so much.
It is always my honor. We're going to be going to a very short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to be back in the lounge. I'm not sure who's going to be there, but there might be an interview with Joshua, with a villain that you might be familiar with. Let's send it back to a break. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Baker. I'm once again joined by Liam. We're pulling double duty right now, mate. The weight of the DLC is on our shoulders currently. We've got lots to talk about, but before we get into anything else, we just watched an incredible match with Joshua playing a fantastic Amber Sapphire deck. I had the opportunity to have a little chat with him. Let's send right over to that interview and hear from Josh himself. Welcome back to Disney Lorcana. I am the villain, and I am joined by the first ever American DLC champion. We have Josh, my friend. A pleasure to see you again. You brought some spice. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. First of all, how are you enjoying your weekend, brother?
I'm having a great time, man. You know, like I couldn't be happier, honestly. I chose the deck that makes me happy, and you know, everyone always like, oh, come on, it's got to be spicy, right? If it's not spicy, it's not me. You know, like that's just not it.
And I think it's made a lot of people very happy as well. You already told me that you've had a lot of people sort of looking over like, what on earth is this guy playing? And the chat seemed very happy, but we got to ask, what led to the decision to bring Sapphire Amber princesses?
Not princesses, but yeah, it's just a Sapphire Amber, like sort of detective, but not really. I'm not on the 4-drop Judy. There's a couple of reasons for that. But the main reason was because my prior set, obviously in Milwaukee, I think a lot of people had followed that. I was playing Circle of Life dogs. And this new set, I mean, Demona just came in and she's swinging, you know,
yeah.
she's not letting those stalemates exist. So I figured, like, you know, if you're not playing purple, you're not drawing cards, you're, I feel like, kind of a little behind. I saw that yellow-purple was doing well. I love yellow-purple, but I wanted to play something different. I didn't want that same, like, you know, purple draw engine. And my logic was like, well, if I take the yellow cards, I get those 4 Headless Horseman strikes, which is doing great because that genie's uninkable, so they're kind of forced into playing it on that turn 4. It kind of leads your path there. And then, you know, some of the Judys and some of the other evasive answers I thought was just fun. And then my logic was like, you know, if I can just play the cards that out the evasives and then my opponent can't, like, Headless Horseman strikes me back because I don't have evasives, I can get there. And, you know, that Judy catches a lot of people off guards, that resist and that alert coming on all those detectives. Some people forget that Genie, the 4/7's a detective.
Yep.
It's a vanilla, but it's a detective. So.
It's still putting in work. I mean, I wish there was at least one princess in there, but we'll let you off. That's already a pretty spicy in combination. But I would ask, what would you say are your what matches do you want to see, and what are you afraid of?
Yeah. So I was trying to target purple, so most of the purple things I generally like to see, but the ones I generally wouldn't want to are probably blue steel. Tinkerbell kind of takes away a lot of the supports and the chichas, you know, because that's kind of the draw engine when we don't have purple cards. So you got to draw some way, right? And the ability for them to, like, you know, just ramp into that ting can be brutal. So,
if you were allowed to make any changes right now, is there anything that you would swap around? Maybe a tech, maybe change the counts anywhere, or are you happy and locked in?
You know, I'm happy with it. I think it performed as best as I could expect it. You know what I mean? Hey, 5-2, maybe we can make it. We'll see, right?
We're on a super positive record. I know a lot of people would love to see you make Take 2 and go even further, because this is a deck that we don't get to see very much, and we know the Lorcana community loves some variety. Josh, before I let you go, any shout-outs, any thank yous, any messages to the community? The floor is yours, my friend.
Oh, thank you so much. Shout out to my girlfriend, Colleen, here supporting me always. All my friends from locals, they're all here. I would love to name them all, but I don't have time for that. So thank you guys so much. And then, of course, thanks to my family back home who's watching and my work for giving me the time off.
Love to see it, Josh. Always a pleasure to have a chat with you, my friend. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming back very soon. Thanks me and back to me. What a fantastic chat with Joshua, an incredibly creative deck builder and knows how to shuffle a deck of cards. Liam, what are your final thoughts on Joshua and that deck?
You know, it occurs to me every time I watch Joshua, and I got a little emotional watching him in Milwaukee when we watched his Circle of Life deck, because, you know, one of the things we talk about Lorcana players as competitors, we talk about them as grinders, as athletes, some of a way sometimes, but one of the words that we don't use terribly often is artists. And players, especially when they're deck builders and they're brewers, what they're creating in a deck is a work of art. It is a machine built to do a very specific thing for very specific scenarios. And one of the greatest joys in Disney Lorcana for me is getting to see an artist showcase their art on the world stage for all of us to see. And the same way that a painter putting a painting in a gallery.
I made this beautiful thing. I hope you like it.
I hope you like it,
yeah,
and I hope you enjoy it. And for him to be able to spend weeks brewing this up and creating this machine, this work of art, and then getting to show us all what it can do, is a very emotional moment for him, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And I get emotional watching it.
And I hope we get
appreciate
more
it.
opportunities to do so, and I genuinely hope he makes it all the way to day 2. But Liam, I'm gonna drag you from one world straight to another. We're gonna do a little bit of a deck breakdown, but I've got a little bit of a challenge that I want to issue you in the way we're gonna do it. Okay, normally we can sit up, we can bob up a deck list and chat about it for ages and ages. We're gonna throw up a deck list. I've had it arranged, and I want you to break it down in 60 seconds. Go.
All right, I'm looking at this. This is Amethyst Emerald. Now, there's various builds of this that we can do, and I hope I'm not on the clock here too much because I'm struggling already. But Amethyst Emerald, there's multiple ways you can build it. Sometimes it's there's tempo versions. There's also the Brainiac version. This is what we're calling the burn version right now, or the lore burst version. The problem with aggressive decks is sometimes you need to have a phase 2 because they can burn out very quickly. And this burns phase 2 of the game after it's gathered lore very aggressively in the early game is to use cards like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom and Enigmatic Incasters to gain bursts of lore. To do that, it needs lots of cards, and it does that by giving cards to itself and to its opponent using cards like Amethyst Chromacon to recharge both players' hands. But it's okay if you're this deck because the cards that you're getting give you instant lore. You're not going to give your opponent time to develop their game plan with the cards you're giving them.
30
this
seconds.
is the burn variant of this deck. It is sort of popular, and I know it is out there wrecking some people's runs, and it has made an appearance in the top tables of some very big tournaments recently.
Breaking it down like the rent is due with time to spare. What a fantastic breakdown, looking to take advantage of those slower Sapphire decks. And we have absolutely seen this deck put into work today, Liam. Would you be surprised to see it go all the way?
That felt like a minute. That didn't feel like 30 seconds. So it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see one, perhaps, or two crack the top cut. It is a difficult deck because there's some matchups that are very, very difficult for it. It will win some games on the strength of its draw and the fact that some people have not built in the item removal that can take care of the Chromacons that this deck runs or the Enigmatic Incaster. So I would not be surprised to see several players who've been working on it make a run into the top tables. It is a long shot to win the whole thing, though, simply because it has some matchups that are very bad.
Stranger things have happened, Liam.
Absolutely.
They absolutely have. But now I'm going to take the same challenge, and I'm going to be breaking down a deck list, although I've had a little bit of preparation, so it's not really fair. We've got some Ruby Amethyst, so we are a curve-it-out deck. We want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My Demona! We are taking advantage of these incredibly aggressive cards. We have the 2-cost uninkable Diablo, who quests for 2 on a 3/3 body. This is all the gas that we need. Oh, gas, no breaks. Yaramin. And of course, we are one of the decks that best takes advantage of that 6-drop Demona. We're curving out. We're playing incredible 1-drops like Tinkerbell, Palace Guard for that extra lore in the early game if we need it. We're going into Diablo. We're going into Sisu or the Cheshire Cat. We've got some fantastic 4-drops, not just the genies, but things like Hercules, Dumbo, so much in this deck. The Hercules in particular, really good into the Amethyst Steel decks for blocking those strength of a Raging Fire. Of course, the 5-drop slot already has Elsa, but we gained a fantastic new tool. The reason to play Ruby, the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow, banishing a character of 2 strength or less, and that gathering strength ability whenever you take a banish, you increase the strength of all of your characters by 1. You also see a couple of hypnotic strengths in there to get rid of the Diablos. I think that pretty much sums it up.
That was fantastic. I wasn't timing you. I was not timing you, but that felt like a minute-ish. Very well done.
There we go. I am praying that some red purple makes it into top cut. I spoke such a big game at the early game. So let's see if it was all in vain or not. Liam, we're going to be sending it over to the casters. Casters, appear! Appear! There. My magic's a little delayed, but it does work.
Friends on the other side.
That's
Listen
right.
to this man. How you feeling, guys?
We're doing great, but Friends on the Other Side isn't a card that we're going to see in any Ruby Amethyst matchups today.
All right, maybe in Infinity, somewhere in the building.
No, that's
someone is playing
tomorrow.
Friends on the other side. All right, fine, tomorrow.
There's one out there, man.
That being said, we are going into our final round of Swish, and Zebex and Brent, I'm going to put you on the spot. I just want to say I'm so proud of you two. I think you two have absolutely smashed it today, and I think you two finishing off the day for day 1 and casting together is a perfect, just a nice little bow around your entire day 1. So I don't want to say anything else. Super proud of both of you. Let's hear you cook.
Thank you, Papa Villain.
Thank you so much for that, Baker. I'm so excited to be in the booth finally with Brent. Us newbies are taking over, but we're not going to do anything that's going to make Rebecca mad at us, like the lounge.
No. Yeah, you got to stay out of that trouble.
I'm keeping it under wraps here. The princess says we shall follow the rules of the kingdom. And of course, that means that we get to see round 8 coming up here. The final round of the day.
Let's throw it. Let's go into
round 3. Round 8. Will it
8.
be a best of 3? Clearly, it's been a little bit of a day, but I'm so excited for this matchup here. Ooh, we've got some great players here in the field.
I am unfamiliar with these players, but I have been assured that they are top-notch because they have made it all the way to round 8. I believe that these two gentlemen are both on 21 points, which means that they have 1 loss each. Now, tomorrow, we have 4 more rounds of Swiss and the top cut to 32 right afterwards. In order to do that, the math says you kind of got to win out. You can go up to 2 losses, and then it gets a little bit iffy on whether or not you're going to make it. You probably will not. So these guys are here, and they are going to be...
And right now, as these guys are here, they do not know what each other is playing. Maybe they've seen around the field, around the top tables. Maybe they've gotten to peek at what people were playing, so maybe they have a hint. But tomorrow, we'll actually get to have open deck lists, so that will also be a big difference going into day 2.
That is in the top cut, yes.
The top cut, yes. So that's another part of the day that we'll get to see. But here, we do get the advantage of having our lovely production team give us all of the information. We've got Ruby Amethyst, piloted by Gerard, and Dakota on Amethyst Sapphire.
Yep, the good old Blurple against Ruby Amethyst matchup. Now, I've looked at this matchup a little bit here. I don't think that Ruby Amethyst is super happy to see Blurple. It feels a lot like the Amethyst cards are going to be pretty similar, but the Sapphire cards are going to allow you a lot more top end. We got stuff like Hades, right? We are going to be ramping with cards like Tipo, with cards like Sail the Azurite Seas. So Dakota will probably have a slight advantage. We'll see, though, if Gerald has any spice, if Gerald has any cards, if he just draws extraordinarily well, and if
Dakota...
Well,
we could see Hades on either side of the board in these colors, technically. We don't know which version of the decks these players are on, but we're going to see Ruby Amethyst start us off with a Tinkerbell fancy footwork coming down. I love this 1-drop. What do you think of the strength of this play?
Oh, I mean, it's a typical move, right? It's Ruby Amethyst is going to be going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hopefully, and then, as Baker said, my Demona comes down, exerts all of the characters on Dakota's side of the board, refills your hand. That is sort of the strategy. I am seeing, though, that there's a library in Gerald's hand. That is a little bit of tech spice, probably for this kind of a matchup.
Cool. We do see Dakota following up with a Basil Practice Detective, also a key part of potentially, you know, supporting other characters so we can get more strength to go into challenges if we need to.
Much like the Elsa Fifth Spirit, exactly.
Yes, and another really strong card for Amethyst. This is one of my favorites that's being played in any deck right now. Diablo, Obedient Raven. He has a great ability that when he leaves play, he's going to get cards for you. Just one, but there's 2 of them on the board right now. Gerald showcasing that he understands the matchup. He has to be the aggressor in this matchup. There are going to be games, much like Dogs, where he can play a little bit more of the control role, but in this, dropping the 3 1-drops is the surefire sign that Gerald knows exactly what he's doing here. Tipo's going to come down. We'll be able to challenge into these Diablos, but it does not ever feel good to challenge into Diablo, banish it, and then allow your opponent to be drawing cards. Dakota now has to play the Tipo. If he had the option between the Sail or the Tipo is the definite choice here because it represents another body that can challenge in and kind of cut the legs out of Gerald's strategy here. Absolutely. Having another character not only to challenge if needed, but this is kind of similar to what we've seen in the Sapphire Emerald lists as well. Ramping into Tipo, being able to get to your higher cards quicker than your opponent. And of course, Gerald now gets to play the library, Gift for Bell, which of course is another great way to draw cards in Amethyst. I certainly love drawing cards.
And not only will it draw cards, it'll gain 1 lore at the start of Gerald's turn. Each turn, it only costs 1 to move any of his characters in. He says, okay, go ahead. If you want to trade the Tinkerbell, go right ahead. I'm going to draw 2 cards off these Diablos, though, if you don't have an answer. And it looks like Dakota might be searching for an answer because he's now played Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah. That's the huge thing about just having them exerted, having them ready, not exerted. We do see Cheshire Cat now coming into play, a very strong ability, but before any damage can be moved, there wasn't any damage on the board, so Tipo is going to make the challenge to even this board out a little bit.
And smart to challenge in with the Basil, but if you notice, even if Dakota gives the Basil support to the Cheshire Cat, it will only be 7 damage total, which means that this library is going to survive. Also, Gerald has the option to do what he just did, which is challenge in while moving a Diablo to the library with the Lumiere. This combo allows him to take out the Basil, draw 2 cards because of the Diablo effect and the library effect. We are cooking.
Absolutely. Lumiere Fiery Friend, one of my favorite cards if I'm ever playing a Ruby deck because it gives all of your other characters +1 strength. Great stats. It is inkable if you need to use it, but I think you're always liking to pump up the jam with your characters.
It's as if he's saying, be my guest.
Absolutely.
Come on in. And now the question is, do we quest this Diablo? I believe we've exerted all of the ink here. It looks like Gerald is exerting to
Well,
play
here's
something.
the thing, though. With Cheshire Cat on the board, if there's an ability to challenge and get any damage on, you wouldn't want to quest. And
Right.
So,
Exactly, challenging.
Yeah, the +1 strength right now going to Diablo means that if Gerald was to exert it in any fashion, that Cheshire Cat would potentially be able to yoink that damage away and move it around to the other Diablo, say, or something, scary things.
Right. If you turn that Lumiere sideways, then you get to move that 2 damage around, banish some of the Diablos. The Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, though, coming down here.
And being popped right away. With that, we're going to see 2 extra cards into Dakota's hand, trying to draw faster than the other Amethyst deck.
Dakota I'm just looking at the body language of Dakota. He looks like a man who has a few things to figure out here. First of all, do we quest this Cheshire Cat? It looks like to be the question here. I'm seeing Sail the Azurite Sea. I'm also seeing a Hades in hand. But, you kind of want to draw the card, but you also just need to kind of ink so that you can get to that Hades and understand that if you can take away the tools like this Lumiere, it will only spell good things for you.
Or potentially something that's coming in after this Lumiere, because although Lumiere is a great target, making these Diablos potentially strong enough for 3 characters to challenge into Cheshire Cat and trade with it to be banished altogether, we really would rather just see Hades, Infernal Schemer, move the card into the Inkwell instead.
Right, he decides not to, and I'm realizing now also the bigger threat is this library, and he was probably wondering if he should challenge into the library or not. Giving 5 damage on 8 willpower is a lot.
Yeah, and at some point you might have to use your resources to get rid of it because this is a card draw race, so to speak. Who can get more cards quicker?
And the big problem is even if you challenge into the library, it does not take it out. You can then move both of your Diablos there. Right? If your opponent has another Lumiere and now these Diablos both have 2 each, you're giving 4 fresh cards to Gerald, right? While taking out the Cheshire Cat. But if Dakota doesn't do anything about this library, it's going to be an issue. It is steadily gaining some lore every single turn. And now Gerald is saying, you want to challenge into my Diablos, take 2 damage back, be my guest. You go ahead. I'll draw 4 cards.
4 cards. And on top of that, a favorite, Diablo Watchful Raven. You gotta have that in any Ruby deck. It is on curve. It is low to the ground. You are getting such value with this. A 3/3 that can quest for 2, already representing, hey, I'm gonna draw either 4 cards, I'm going to quest for 3, something's going to happen. Whatever damage you want to throw around might not matter at this point. Already up to 6 lore on board.
Also with this Lumiere, it will become a 4/3. We'll be able to take out the Cheshire Cat. I'm sorry, you're freaking out.
Infernal Schemer. I'm waiting for it because it is in fact Lumiere who we need to get rid of. so that we can start challenging things. Well, potentially not the Diablos. Challenging things that aren't hanging out in the library.
And that's the thing. Now we will be able, now you can't even challenge into the library a turn early because you don't want your Cheshire Cat getting dismantled here, banished, right? But you have the 6 that you need in order to take out the library next turn, unless...
Doesn't matter. Elsa, the 5th spirit, is going to come in, make Cheshire Cat exerted. We're probably going to see Gerald make a challenge here, potentially. Oh, he doesn't have that great of a challenge. He's just going to move Diablo over to the library. Oh, and he is making the challenge. Okay, interesting move here. Why would you send Diablo in even though he's not going to make it and be banished?
Well, your Elsa has the rush, so we'll be able to 2-for-1. I do believe I saw him gesture with the ink to move Diablo to the library, so he didn't physically move it over, but he was able to put in the 3 damage and draw a card, which, you know, it's not the best move of all time for you, but you're still getting that value off of the draw with the library. You're still keeping the library intact, and this is how games get. This is how Ruby Amethyst players historically would run away with games. Back when we had cards like the Queen's Castle, that was what we would do. That 2 lore every turn. This library gaining steady lore every single turn.
Dakota flashing his own Elsa 5th spirit, maybe saving it for when there's a character that's just ready.
Perhaps, I believe there's another Hades in the hand.
7?
Am I right? He's exerting 7. Yep.
Oh, yeah, it is. Why bother challenging when you can just put Elsa into the inkwell? Come on, let's see it, Dakota. There it is, double Hades.
But we're going to put the Diablo into the inkwell, and this is showcasing the power of the library. Typically, you reserve your Hades to put something into the inkwell that is a high cost, like the Elsa, like a Dumbo, like a Genie. But because of how smart Gerald has navigated this match with this library and protected the library, You're making Dakota pay 7 to use the Hades Infernal Schemer to take out a Diablo.
That's just crazy. Diablo is a card that we often see in the very first play of the game, the very first turn. He's coming down early, and he's managed to stick around for a long time, long enough that he's going to go straight into Hades. Gerald says, give me those cards. I will take them if you're not going to give them to me.
Absolutely. And for those people at home wondering, well, why didn't Gerald draw 2 off of the Diablo effect only triggers off of a banish. So putting him into the inkwell does not trigger the effect of the library or Diablo. Cheshire Cat, meanwhile, coming down is going to probably move 2 damage over.
Yeah, we got to get some damage on one of the Hades, and this will make it so at least one more either hit if he sends Elsa into this Hades, which she would survive. You know, then you only need either one more bout of damage moved from a boost of Cheshire Cat or one more swing with Elsa. Hypnotic strength, though. Tell us about what he did here.
We'll give +2 strength to the Elsa to be able to take out the Hades, and you draw a card.
We don't even need to wait around. We had it ready to go.
Gerald says, who needs to wait? I got all the gas right here. Meanwhile, we got the Cheshire Cat. We move the Elsa into the library, and if you're Dakota, you're looking at the board, you're going, well, I got 0 lore to 10. How am I going to contest this?
I really love that we're seeing the library coming back strong. You know, I love to be educated, and our characters are certainly taking their time, reading the cards from the deck, page by page, card by card.
You meant you like actual libraries and reading and such.
I do. As a princess, I will spend my time reading on the couch all day with a cozy book.
Incredible. I was never that student in school, if I'm being honest. But it looks like Dakota has a little bit of a think here, a little bit of a decision to make.
And another Elsa, our 3rd Elsa of this game, is going to be trading with Elsa. Elsa on Elsa. Girl, there can only be one.
There can only be one, and Dakota says, mine will be the one. I don't know if you saw what is in Dakota's hand right now, but he has the Demona.
Oh!
Which will be a back-breaking card if he plays it down, because he'll be able to draw 3 cards. He'll be able to ink whatever he puts down on whatever he draws in the next turn, draw 3 fresh new cards, because Demona allows you to draw up to 3 if you don't have 3.
I bet we'll see it. He didn't have enough ink available after playing Elsa this turn. But I think you're right. That'll be nice to fill back up, get some more cards in hand, and we see the Headless Horseman Terror of Sleepy Hollow coming in. Elsa with only 2 strength is a great choice for the Headless Horseman to banish when he comes in.
Absolutely, the only choice. And it looks like he challenges in with the Cheshire. He's going to boost and take out the Hades. So
Move
now...
that damage.
Oh! Gerald is smartly identifying here that he must clear the board, because if you leave challengers on the board on Dakota's side, you're walking straight into the Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan. Gerald's so smart here to do that. Thinking ahead, looking ahead, and if you're Dakota, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Now, it still is either player's game. We finally got rid of the library and all of those pesky Diablos. We both have established a pretty large amount of ink in our inkwell. And even though Gerald is at 10 lore and Dakota is at 0 right now, we're going to start seeing some cards drop. And here she is, Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan.
3 freshening cards for Dakota, but will it be too little, too late? Because Gerald is already at 10 lore here. We're already halfway to game on board.
I've seen a lot of things happen when players are halfway to game on board. I'm not counting anybody out yet.
He'll be able to quest for at least 3 here. This Demona will be able to get in some good challenges, but we might not even see it because Elsa is going to crystallize this Demona.
The 5th Spirit, she is so powerful. And Sisu Emboldened Warrior also coming down, which a small bonus right now for 3 cards in Dakota's hand will be able to make some decent challenges.
And now Gerald is saying, all right, I've gotten enough value out of that library. I've gotten up to 10 now. I'm up to 13. I'm just going to turn sideways, put a bunch of threats on board. I don't even need to deal with your Demona. You deal with me. Otherwise, I win the game. Can you get to 20 before I get 7?
And right now, Gerald has 6 lore available that he can quest for next turn, which would put him up to 19. So we're still likely 2 turns away because we probably will see some challenging here. Elsa, the 5th Spirit, going against the Headless Horseman. He will be banished, and Bell, Accomplished Mystic, will also come in and move some damage around. Cheshire Cat, you have been banished. We are done with your shenanigans.
Bell, Accomplished Mystic, one of the best cards that Dakota could have found there, because it's an even 3 to take out that Cheshire Cat. Inexplicable. Which means that Gerald will not be able to keep boosting and moving the damage back. And just like that, the game is kind of turned around. Meanwhile, we got a Genie.
Yeah, Genie Wish Fulfilled. Draws a card when he enters, has Evasive, which could be relevant against those Elsas. You know, Belle, I just want to say she's one of the prettiest cards that comes in Amethyst. I love her in that cloak.
Absolutely stunning card. I believe that is Malia Ewert. Shout outs to the artist. And
Iago, the giant spectral parrot.
Ooh, and no quest from Sisu. That's a little bit odd to me. I wonder why. Maybe you're just saying I'm gonna...
I think you can hold up here. I think with representing 6 lore in play with 4 characters, if Dakota doesn't do anything, the evasive Elsa is not large enough to take care of the other Elsa. Hades can make a difference, though. So now we've taken that clock back. 1 more turn.
And, oh, but the real question is, right, even if Dakota manages to clear the entire board this turn, which I don't think he'll be able to do, will he be able to get to 20 before Gerald is able to put enough threats on the board to be able to lure his way to game? And I don't think the answer is yes here. It's looking a little grim for Dakota.
We have gotten up to that 14 spot, and I do agree we might be heading into game 2 soon, but we're going to see Gerald take his turn here. Probably, I mean, okay, we have quite a few big characters now on Dakota's side. If he does just quest out, he might not have what he needs to get there. He's just leaving Sisu back as that insurance piece. And the Headless Horseman will take care of Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and Diablo just for more insurance. coming in to solidify that we can get enough lore by questing, and we are going on to game 2.
Yeah, Blurple, not the best color combination to deal with an extremely wide board unless you already have a giant board and you can Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan there.
Dakota will be on the play this time, which is going to be a huge advantage here. We don't want the faster deck to go first. If you want to win.
Yeah, Gerald showcasing how a little bit of tech in the form of the library and knowing how to protect that library can really come in clutch and take out an opponent that, for most people, I believe Ruby Amethyst players would say that Blurple is a very tough matchup.
And I see in Gerald's hand, he already has the 1-drop Amethyst Diablo and the 2-drop Ruby Diablo ready to come down. Even a Palace Guard, some really hot cards that we can see from the overhead camera here. It could be a fast start. Looks like 2 cards, 3 cards will be altered. Let's find some new cards. And we get a little peek at Dakota's hand as well.
Yeah.
I saw Tipo.
I saw, well, Sapphire players always happy to see a Tipo.
Yeah, right?
It ain't a sale, but it'll do.
Give us ramp and make us a growing sun, please.
Gerald, I don't know if you saw, but it looks like, and I could be wrong, he had They Never Come Back.
He did. I did see that.
And he
because it has
decided
Pinocchio
to keep
on it.
Yes. He decided to keep that in his opening hand, I suppose.
For ink, I would be my guess.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe there's also certain lines where Dakota starts getting down a Rafiki and this Basil practice detective, right, starts presenting a scary board, starts questing, and then he can freeze them, say, you're not going to come back up.
The nice thing about They Never Come Back, if you do choose to play it as an action, it does draw a card replacing itself. So we'll see what happens here. But starting off, Dakota's coming down with Basil, Practice Detective, and Tipo, as we saw, a little bit faster than his first game start.
Just a teensy bit here. And even with the support, this Tipo won't be able to take out the Palace Guard. Seems like a very, very safe quest right there. And Gerald is going to have to play that game because, especially being on the draw, you have to not only equalize, but you have to figure out a way to get on board the presence that you need in order to quest out and win this game quicker than your opponent can get to his best cards.
Yes, and Dakota following it up with an Iago Giant Spectral Parrot. We have these cool illusions that have vanished, both Palace Guard now in this game and Iago.
They Never Come Back. Gonna go ahead and take out the Iago.
Okay, so it did come in handy in this game. Exactly that vanish ability whenever it's chosen for an Axis. Goodbye. Sorry, Iago, you ain't sticking around. The Sultan no longer wants to see you.
Yes, these large statted characters that we got in set 7, set 8 with the vanish effect, right? These illusions, a little bit of a double-edged sword, and we're seeing exactly why. Now,
Elsa, the 5th spirit, she's here to make her mark again. The Ice Queen herself is going to say, Diablo, we're not dealing with this game.
Yep, no way. I don't know if you saw, though, Dakota has the Demona in hand.
Oh,
once again, so we'll be able,
much earlier than last game.
as long as he doesn't draw into an uninkable next turn, he will be able to play that Demona, draw 3 fresh new cards, and exert all of the characters on Gerald's side of the board here. That's why I'm assuming that's why he didn't use this Basil to give support to the Elsa the 5th Spirit, and instead elected to take it out with a 2-piece with Elsa and Tipo.
And he is putting a Demona into the inkwell to play a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan. Love to see it. And that can also kind of equalize your opponent as well.
Now we're going to be able to make that nice efficient trade into the Palace Guard. Elsa's going to take back a little bit of damage, probably leave herself vulnerable to this Iago.
Yes, they both have evasive, so we could see the trade there, making Elsa be banished and Iago would make it past. But why not just get rid of Demona?
Ooh, and you don't even have to get rid of Demona this turn. Dakota has 3 cards in hand, so those 3 fresh cards that he drew now going to be a bit of a curse because of the Stone by Day effect of Demona. She won't be able to re-ready. Heads up play by Gerald here.
I love that. Yeah, the gargoyles have such a cool mechanic that if you don't have very many cards in your hand, it works for you. But I do like the Amethyst tricks, like even some of the faster decks, like the Burn deck with the Amethyst Chromacon. If you can make anybody who's playing gargoyles draw cards, they won't be able to ready them at the start of their turn.
As Hades, looking for a deal, comes down. What do you say? Gerald said, I'm going to go ahead and throw this Iago to the bottom of my deck. Not super important here. Maybe not the best target or the favorite target that Dakota would have liked to remove. But Gerald here with a couple of Hades of his own. We'll see what he elects to play here.
Yeah, and I was actually expecting when I said we could see Hades looking for a deal for Gerald to have it, and he does have it. We get to see both Hades. Who did he choose? He must
Demona.
Demona, okay. No, Demona's going to stick around so you can draw 2 cards, please.
Meanwhile, Dakota making a very smart play too, getting his hand size down and not electing to pop that Junior Woodchuck guidebook just to save it for later, because if he has more than 3 cards, his Demona won't be able to ready. You know, just smart heads-up play from both of these players that I'm seeing so far.
Absolutely. And we'll see a Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork come in here just to be an extra piece on the board. If we need her strength, we might use it.
Demona now, unfortunately now though, we are going to pop the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Dakota with a fresh looking hand. I can't see what's in it, but
we're gonna get to see what he's gonna play soon here. It looks like 3 ink.
When it comes to Amethyst
Probably
Sapphire,
a Cheshire Cat.
Ooh, Cheshire Cat would be pretty nice. Maybe not so much because you don't have an evasive on your side to be able to challenge and then move the damage immediately. So maybe you keep the Cheshire Cat as sort of a, oh, I was wrong.
Okay, that's okay. We are going to boost Cheshire Cat. We're going to move the damage, just one of it, from Elsa to Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork. We don't want any additional strength taking out our pretty Amethyst characters. Let's keep it princesses, even though these aren't princesses. Don't touch us.
Nope, nope, nope. And it looks like maybe we're going to be singing that Into the Unknown. Onto the Elsa, yep.
Oh, yes.
Putting her into the inkwell. Exerted. And Dakota is doing a fine job here of keeping the threats off of the board. It's a back and forth here. The Amethyst removal is so good this set, but we'll see how Gerald responds.
Well, and with Cheshire Cat now, I think this is such a great card. Really makes your opponent think about whether or not they want to get damage onto their characters, especially with Gerald. Some of his characters don't have enough willpower to survive 2 damage being transferred. Sure, Hades looking for a deal is fine right now, but as we've seen, there are certain cards in Amethyst that either give Challenger Plus or just 2 activations of the Cheshire Cat. You can only do it once per turn, but we have time here. The lore totals are not that high. Nobody's close to winning the game yet. And a third Hades looking for a deal. The second for Gerald coming down. Again, targeting Demona.
Drawing
and again,
2 cards.
drawing.
Dakota does not want that Demona touched at all. She is putting in work, and yeah, I wouldn't want it either.
No, we'll play Baker's song on repeat, My Demona. over and over again, please.
The toughest part about the Cheshire Cat is that it really changes a lot of the math, right? Because typically what you want to do is get your opponent's threats and characters off of the board by challenging in, but the second that you do, to your point, your opponent can then challenge back in, acquire some damage, and that damage is just fodder for the Cheshire Cat.
Is there a 4th Hades that we might get to see this game in Dakota's hand?
There's a 4th Hades.
Oh my goodness.
That is what I'm seeing. We're seeing the same thing, Zebex.
Okay. Well,
Ooh, another Hades. He's the Infernal Schemer.
Okay, which Hades are you playing here?
Amethyst
or Sapphire?
I'm probably playing the Amethyst Hades here because I
targeting
want
a
to
Hades?
draw.
Yeah, because we no longer have our Junior Woodchuck guidebook. We've already used it. We want to keep getting cards.
Dakota looks like he disagrees, though, and says that Hades, with its 3/4 stat line, is enough of a threat. Get that out of here. I want to keep questing my Demona down.
Well, and he does have 2 cards in hand still, so maybe he was calculating that he would have been stuck too high at 4, or wouldn't have been able to be ready.
could be. And I'm no Sapphire Amethyst expert or anything, so I'll trust Dakota here. If he believes that this Hades was the right play, I'm inclined to believe him. Either way, he's rushing here, and he's able to catch up on lore. Gerald in a little bit of trouble here because this board is starting to go really, really wide with the threat of the Cheshire Cat, so you kind of don't want to turn sideways either.
All of these characters with 6 willpower, we really need to see some big answers. Otherwise, we might be headed to a game 3. Lumiere, Fiery Friend will help give some of the additional strength. So now both Tinkerbell and Hades will be able to challenge for 4 strength, which would be enough to make Hades, the looking for a deal Amethyst one, be banished, which it can currently challenge, or just double challenge into Demona. Of course, I don't know that you'd want to lose 2 characters for Demona. Hypnotic strength, though. We don't even have to do these calculations when we have a great action like this.
Right, but it's only going to give that Tinkerbell 2. So, with the Lumiere, I forgot about the math of the Lumiere. So that's 6. You saw it before I did.
That's okay. I love Lumiere, Fiery Friend. As a player who likes to play cards fast and low to the ground, that one works very well with Tinkerbell. Even though she has only cost 1, she was able to have enough hypnotic strength. Oh.
You see this
I see Ursula Whisper of Vanessa is huge. Why are you so excited about this, Brent?
This card, well, he just boosted the Ursula Whisper as well, giving her not only 4/5 stats, but 3 lore, questing for 3, and evasive. So this is going to be an issue. I'm realizing also why it was Dakota. Oh, did he? We just got another Hades. We got a 5th Hades, I guess, technically this.
Yeah,
this
if we're counting both players' deck, this is a match for Hercules. Any fans out there, your boy Hades is representing in round 8 of this Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond. And we see Royal Guard, Octopus Soldier, another illusion from Reign of Jafar, as well as another item, the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We're really setting up a wide board over here.
The perfect board for a Demona. And I was about to say, I know why Dakota now played that Hades Infernal Schemer instead of looking for a deal. He didn't want Gerald to Demona him. Because if he has all of this wide stuff on board, has a lot of ink, can play down a Lumiere, now these Hades are striking for 4, right?
Yes.
That was the smart play that I did not see.
Having the extra willpower there, the stats of a 3/6, the Sapphire Hades just able to live a little bit longer when all of this extra strength and extra challenging ability is coming down.
Right, and it's never a bad idea to start getting some characters off the board of your opponent who's trying to aggro you, right?
Wow, and another Cheshire Cat. We have several targets that would be great to boost here. We're going to move some of the damage from Hades over to Royal Guard?
Hades Infernal Schemer.
Hades Infernal Schemer, that's
Took
right.
the 4 from the Hades
His
plus
own
the 1
Hades.
Lumiere, exactly.
I love that.
Moved it from there.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat doesn't restrict where you're moving the damage from. It can be your characters or your opponents, which is great too because then it makes his Hades able to survive potentially more challenges if there were only smaller characters on board.
And this is the swingy nature of these cards like Cheshire Cat, like Bell, Accomplished Mystic, is that now he's eliminated one of the toughest will-powered characters on the side of Dakota's board. And
folks, up at the top of the screen here too, we did see Gerald play a Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, and if anybody wants to draw cards with characters, Dumbo is going to let you do that, and could be really a great card here this late in the game, don't you
absolutely,
think?
because you get to gain lore and draw a card just for one measly
I think
ink.
Hades has something to say about Dumbo, though. Please go into the inkwell.
We're going to also sing Into the Unknown onto the Vanessa, which is a bit of a double-edged sword here because there was a card boosted underneath the Whisper of Vanessa. But Dakota says, who cares?
At this point, we've both built up enough ink on our inkwell that we'd rather see more characters off the board, and we're both going to be able to play anything that we draw, potentially.
And we are in full-on race mode here because we have to get to 20. We are almost halfway there on both sides of the board. Who is it going to be? Gerald, with seemingly infinite ink because of all of these Hades Infernal Schemers coming down.
Both players tied at 9 right now, and another Lumiere Fire friend. So now the Cheshire Cat will get +2 strength. Each Lumiere will be able to buff the other. They don't buff themselves, but that's okay. That makes Cheshire Cat able to take on some deities.
Right, but when you have close to, I want to say 10 to 12 ink, Lumiere is not the card that you want to see to get the full value.
We would have liked some of the higher top-end cards that are found in the deck list that Baker was showing off just before we started this match. Had no idea that we were coming over to a Ruby Amethyst match, but we would have liked to see some other cards.
Right, we would have loved, you know, we would have loved some Genie into Genie into Genie.
Oh,
that would have been some nice play.
Yeah, that would
Lumiere looks
really
pretty bad
be
in
like
comparison.
getting his freedom from the lamp, right?
Exactly. But now Dakota is ahead on board, ahead in the race, and says, if you want to go ahead and challenge into me, you're going to have to make some trades. These Lumieres are going to give each other +1, but that only makes them 3 2s here. Ooh!
Vanellope Von Schweetz. She is certainly a spunky speedster. She has evasive, and not a card you see all the time in every Ruby Amethyst deck. And again, a card we rather would have seen earlier than later.
Look at Gerald's face. I've made that face a ton when I know it's probably over. I'm still going to do the math. I'm still going to make the smart trades. We are here sitting at round 8, the final round of day 1. We got 4 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, but this round really matters because the winner of this round will have a little more wiggle room tomorrow.
Yeah, now both of these players are currently sitting at 18 points. So both of them have made it to day 2. They have earned their 10,000 prize ticks. But any advantage, any leg up that you can get into going into day 2, just being able to potentially draw into the top 32, is that something that you think we'll see tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, you'd have to go pretty much undefeated, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable unless someone really smart told me that. But you really, for this format, I mean, the basic math is you can probably drop 2 games out of 12 and make it to day 2, and that's a May. So if you have a little more wiggle room, right, or let's say, because both of these players only have 1 loss so far, if my math is mathing correctly here, that means that you have a little more wiggle room tomorrow. If you win out tomorrow, 3 rounds, then you can start talking about, okay, well, is 10-1-1 good enough?
100%. And we did see Cheshire Cat here making the move to challenge Hades Infernal Schemer with the additional 2 strength, getting damage on Hades, 5 total, and damage on the cat itself to be able to boost it. And I think you gotta go finish Hades off. I mean, you're losing 1 damage to the wind, but you're getting a big body that can quest for 2 off the board. Yeah, let's banish Hades.
The Hades has to be banished. These other Hades, I mean, don't have to necessarily be banished, but we're getting close to a game on board here for Dakota.
Yeah, and now, of course, the 1 damage left on Cheshire Cat will be able to potentially see even more damage put on Dakota's Cheshire Cat. Lots to play around with that we could move around here. Lots of little targets on Gerald's side that could potentially be banished as well. And Dakota's sitting at 13 lore, representing 5 on board. Really close to taking this game 2.
Right, because Gerald doesn't want Dakota to get to 18 here, but he also doesn't want to lose either of these Lumieres because that's his way back into this game with all of the strength that it's going to be giving to this Vanellope Von Schweetz. He would have to 2-for-1 into the Hades. That was the only target.
And talk about the advantage here of using Iago to challenge the large Cheshire Cat that was pumped with 2 Lumiere Fiery Friends. I like that. It puts extra damage on Iago so that potentially if you wanted to move more over if Gerald didn't do anything, and Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, coming in. At this point, yeah, our players are scooping up their cards. Dakota's going to take this game, and we're going to head to a Game 3. Hey, remember at the start of the match when I said we were going to round 3? I actually knew we were going to Game 3. I just have psychic abilities.
You just foresaw the future.
Am I Belle, accomplished mystic? I am wearing Amethyst today. That might be my princess power for the day.
Perhaps. Let's take a look. The players look like they are drawing their 7 fresh cards here. I wonder what they're going to alter for. Gerald will be on the play, and that is where you want to be when you are the Ruby Amethyst deck. You are playing the role of the beatdown. You have to go quicker than your opponent can start drawing into their more dangerous cards, which is exactly what we saw Dakota do. I mean, Gerald did a bang-up job last round and even put himself into a position where he has all this ink. He might be able to do something with it.
We have 2 Cheshire Cats in Dakota's opening hand. I like that. That only costs 3 to play. So now thinking about that, I hope he's keeping them both in his starting hand. It looks like he is. These are post-alter hands, and we're going to see Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork coming down first for Gerald. But
something to note about Dakota's hand, he does not have ramp. He does not have ramp on 2 here. I'm not seeing a Tipo. I'm not seeing a Sail the Azurite Sea. That is going to really put a damper on Dakota's playstyle here.
Basil, practice detective coming in, will be able to lend the support. Maybe we're going to go a little bit more aggressive for game 3. The first, in game 1, you were saying, I don't know what Amethyst Sapphire has to go against this. Maybe we need to shift our strategy, especially with having the Cheshire Cats in hand, play out some more characters, be able to challenge in, get some damage over, and move it to the characters like Tinkerbell that only have 1 willpower, where they will be able potentially, soon.
And cards like the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook and Cheshire Cat Inexplicable really are going to give Dakota a little more insurance if he does miss. Ooh.
Oh, but miss might not happen. We have the library back in, a gift for Belle, where we get all of that 1 lore at the start of our turn with all of that extra card draw if we move even 1 or 2 characters over. It made a big difference in that first game.
Now, here's an interesting line that could be taken here. There is a Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook. That Royal Guard gets +1 strength for every card that's drawn. Heavily Armed is the name of the effect. If he pops that, this turn draws 2 fresh new cards, gives Basil support to the Royal Guard. I believe that adds up to 7, and you're only 1 away. He does not see that line. He instead says,
no, I like
it simple.
But I like what you're thinking here. Even though he didn't take that line this turn, it does appear that he's shifting his strategy to be able to challenge whatever Gerald puts into play. Say, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to hold up my birds at the library and just draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, we don't want no birds at the library.
No.
As the Genie Wish Fulfilled comes down, drawing a fresh card for Gerald here, gaining a lore off the library.
And now we get to see exactly what you described, Brent. Dakota is going to use that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Of course, we don't have any challenges open except for the library, which we would love to knock down. That 8 willpower is just really hard to deal with.
The really tough part here, though, is that you would have to exert everything on your side of the board, because you'll draw 1 for turn. That'll put the Royal Guard to 2/2. Drawing with the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook, you get another 2 cards, which will get you to 4. Getting the Basil to challenge in, okay, cool, we're just going to do it. We're
doing it. We're doing
exerting
it.
everything.
We saw in game 1 how much of a problem that library was. We don't even want to chance it. We don't want any additional cards, any characters getting additional bonus, any additional lore. No extra anything. The location is not where Dakota wants to be.
Nope, not at all. A Lumiere would be a punishing card here. A nice Lumiere. I don't think that he has it in hand. Just
doesn't look like it.
Nope.
But I do see a Headless Horseman who can at least target, have 2 choices there on Dakota's side, Basil or Royal Guard, if choosing to play it.
That's right. And once you put that down, the Terror of Sleepy Hollow will also boost up 1 strength to all of your characters for every character that gets banished, including the character that gets banished when you play him. So
just
this
like
Tinkerbell,
Lumiere,
this Tinkerbell will be able to take out this Cheshire Cat. We're going to be able to make clean trades all around here. If Gerald sees the line, I don't know. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. That seems like, he drew the Lumiere, so he's probably
debating. Am I going to go Lumiere first, or am I going the Headless Horseman first? They both have a similar effect. It kind of depends on how much ink he's on right now.
I got to imagine that the Headless Horseman is a little bit of a better play, just because you're curving out. Yep.
I think he agrees. Yeah.
Inkwell.
You get to banish a character on your opponent's side, which is just a great 2-for-1. Let's have Basil be banished, and then also get our additional strength so that Tinkerbell will be able to take out the Cheshire Cat, as you predicted, Brent. That's so great.
And now this genie is going to go ahead and challenge into the Royal Guard. We're still going to quest 2 to boot. The score is 4-1. It's still anybody's game, but it's looking a little scary because Gerald has 6 lore on board, and still the Azurite Sea is something. Look at Gerald nodding. He knows. He's like, oh, yeah, that's what I want to see right now. I don't want to see any of the cards that are going to help you bring this back here. Now you only have 3 lore or 3 ink. Once you sail, you can put an additional card into the inkwell, so you'll have 4, but what do you play?
Another Cheshire Cat.
That's always the answer, isn't it?
We saw it in the opening hand, and I believe we've only seen 1 so far this game. So if we can get more damage on and move it around, I mean, we need something to take care of that evasive genie.
Right, but then why put this Iago into the inkwell? Probably Dakota realizing.
Okay, yeah.
That
Let's save our evasive characters, please, for when we need them.
But Dakota's being very smart here too, because he realizes that there was they never come back last game or 2 games ago. Guess what Gerald has in his hand?
Oh, it's hiding there, and they never come back. I see him flipping through his cards, and I certainly recognize that card.
Dakota has to decide here. Does he think that Gerald has it? And if he chooses wrong here, it could be the game.
And you really don't know at this point, but let's play Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the
Year,
which is huge. Way better than a Cheshire Cat. I mean, at this point, also has evasive stats on him, but does have the ability to draw a card and gain a lore and give that same ability to your other characters with evasive, which we know there's a ton of characters in this deck with evasive.
The fact that that genie has 1 damage on it is probably what influenced that decision for Dakota, and he made the right decision. Even though now he's probably feeling down in the dumps, it was actually the right decision because Gerald would have just zapped away the Iago anyway and drawn a card off of it.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, we did see that in the inkwell, and so Dumbo only taking 1 damage from Genie Wish Fulfilled on Gerald's side, and we are exerting 7 ink. We are seeing Hades Infernal Schemer. We want to choose Genie Wish Fulfilled to go into the inkwell. Please get it out of here. If you're going to get rid of my evasive characters, then I'm going to get rid of yours.
Yeah, and a little bit of even though we got the Hades down, Dakota notably had to ink one of the most powerful cards in his deck in the form of Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Oh, and another Hades in the hand, but it might be too little too late here because Gerald is really climbing up on lore. We're at 13. We've
got to take care of this Dumbo right now.
We've got 5 lore on board. We're going to get to 18. I mean, Dumbo or not, we just got to get lore off of the board here. Probably Diablo a little bit more of the threat here because if.
But what about the damage that you could move over from Cheshire Cat?
You're right. You're right.
But no, you also have a strong argument here because Gerald being at 13 lore.
Oh, and the Lumiere's down. Sorry to interrupt, but the Lumiere's down, so it would be a trade.
Ooh.
Oh no, it wouldn't be a trade.
Sorry, Hades.
It's the other Hades.
That's the Amethyst one. This Sapphire Hades with 6 willpower will make it. However, if Cheshire Cat is able to move any damage over, then he will be gone. But a second Hades, yes. I said take care of Dumbo, and Dakota knew exactly what to do. He took care of Dumbo.
And we ink the Hades looking for a deal also. That's an interesting play. I guess because you know that you're basically just going to draw 2 cards and have a 3/4 body on board. But now if you're Gerald, you kind of got to navigate a little carefully here.
Okay, they never come back. We do see that action here.
And Gerald drew into another Lumiere, which, yeah, okay.
So I think that's why the Hades looking for a deal was put into the inkwell, because as we saw in one of the earlier games with those Lumiere strengths, you need a character with bigger stats, bigger willpower to be able to survive at least one challenge.
Drawing into a Junior Woodchuck guidebook here, another fresh 2 cards in hand, probably not bad. But do you play Genie first? That's the question.
I would. Why not? Then
because maybe if you play the Junior Woodchuck guidebook and then you draw into something that
Genie is a character.
We
need the body down. We need to be able to. If right now Gerald doesn't have the win on board, need more characters down so that once their ink is dry, we're able to make the challenge here. I think that's why we went over that over the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Then if we didn't draw something good, but we did, Madam Mim Elephant. You want to tell us about this card, Brent?
Yes, a 3/7 body on board that reads, once per turn at the start of your turn, if this character has any damage counters on it, you may move up to 2 to another chosen character. So this is going to be a little bit annoying because if Gerald decides to turn anything sideways, 7 willpower is very, very tough.
And Dakota had exactly enough ink to play those 2 characters, so that was super timely. Tinkerbell, fancy footwork. I mean, she is getting buffed by Lumiere, getting a little bit of extra strength, but against that 7 willpower, Madam Mim, all of these characters on Dakota's side, he really has put some thought into making sure the strength is there.
The other part that I didn't mention about the Madam Mim Elephant, typically, when you have to bounce a character back to your own hand, one of your own, that's a drawback. Not when it's Hades' Infernal Schemer, when you're going to be able to put another card into the inkwell. So now Gerald in this very awkward position here. Do I start taking things out? It seems like that's the exact plan.
And this is where the experience of knowing your deck comes in. If you've play tested, you're going to know exactly which card is going to be exactly when to make those moves. And these players at these top tables, we're going to see top dollar Disney Lorcana games right here.
We're going to climb up to 16. This seems like the critical turn. If Dakota does not have an answer for the board and able to more or less wipe out the entirety of the board, I mean, we'll be able to get the Madam Mim Elephant to challenge into the Cheshire Cat. This Genie would be able to trade for Tinkerbell, which you don't want to see. We have a whole ton of ink here. This seems like the exact time that you're going to want to
play Hades' Infernal Schemer. And the key is here, we need removal. We don't have access to things like the Mean, Malicious, and Scary combo, so we need to be putting everything into the inkwell. We're either putting it there or challenging it. That's kind of the main way that both of these decks are working.
And you hate to challenge in with the Genie and make a trade, but when you're both kind of in top deck mode here, what else do you do? Clear the board, hope that Gerald doesn't draw into something really, really great. You know, last game he kept drawing into Lumieres, into oh my gosh, the 3/1 Spunky Speedster.
Yes, and we did see Tinkerbell Quest here taking Gerald up to 17. An interesting decision when you're then showing a 4-turn clock here. And Dakota just says, yeah, we're going to take that out, banish Tinkerbell, and start questing our own points on the board. And had there been any characters left, Bell Accomplished Mystic would have been able to move that last damage over from Madam Mim Elephant. But currently, Gerald has no characters in board.
Right, and having that 2 damage on that Madam Mim Elephant is going to be dangerous because you have to essentially... Ooh, that's not a bad card, though.
Yeah, Hades looking for a deal here is going to choose Madam Mim Elephant, and it looks like Dakota took the deal.
Oh, and Dakota might regret playing that Bell that turn. I mean, there's nothing you can really do. You need to race. You need to get the bodies on board to start challenging in. That Hades looking for a deal, being able to put the Madam Mim Elephant at the bottom.
Here we go. Dumbo closing it out here, securing the fact that we're going to have enough lore. If we weren't going to have enough time for Dakota to catch up there. It turns out Gerald had just gotten ahead there.
Wow. What a match and a sigh of relief from Gerald. I've played games like that with way less stakes and just gone, ooh, you know that sigh. You've seen that sigh.
Yes, congratulations to Gerald. We'll be going into day 2 with 21 points, and both of those players we saw will be in the tournament tomorrow, so don't count them out yet. Dakota still has a chance to be back in our top cut.
Dakota and Gerald, both a lot to be proud of today. You battled your way into the day 2.
What about us? A lot to be proud of. We just casted our first duo together, and that finishes our first day of being part of the Disney Lorcana broadcast team. How do you feel like you did, Brent?
I feel phenomenal. I feel like I could get a little caffeine in me and I could go all night. I'm full of adrenaline. I can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be so much fun. Zebex, how are you feeling?
I'm also feeling phenomenal. This has been a dream come true. Cinderella, step aside. A new princess is in town. Disney Lorcana, make a card for me. Zebex princess? Okay, fine. I'm not a Disney property.
Wonder Twin powers activate. Zebex, this was for sure so fun. I mean, just getting a chance to work with you, right? I've seen your content. I've seen what you do. I adore all of it. And this was so much fun.
This was a great time. Let's wrap up the day with our casters on the couch.
Hey, Zebex and Brent.
Hello, Rebecca and Baker. We're here.
Thanks for letting the kids close out the show, huh?
Did you have fun?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Now brush your teeth and go to bed.
Right away, Papa Baker.
So proud of those two.
Man.
They've had such a great day, haven't they?
It's been a wonderful time working with both of them. I have loved the energy. This whole team has been fantastic to work with. But what a match to end on. I know that must have been just the icing on the cake for the day.
A perfect offset to the day. A bad matchup as well. Red-purple with fantastic score. I'm telling you, mate, we are making at least top 8 this event. We're back,
man.
baby. We're back.
I hope so. I hope so. I want to see some Ruby Amethyst in the top for sure. But how are you feeling about your caster draft? We're going to take a very quick look at the standings of our fantasy draft.
I need to have words is basically the
Yeah.
way it is. After round 4 or 5, I was in second place, and I've gone all the way down to last place. My only day 2 player is Jeremy Bertaglioni, which, hey, fantastic. Proud of Jeremy. Thank you, buddy. But Bivens, Kendall, Melissa, Zenulus, we need to chat, guys. We need to have words.
Yeah, we have a Team Liam in the lead with 93 points. And let me tell you, he might be taking this home because all 5 of Team Liam's players are making it to day 2, which is super exciting. Team Katie right behind him. But yeah, this has been so fun. I hope that you all have been playing along with us in chat. Let us know which team that you're on. Who are you voting for? Who are you rooting for?
And who's going to go all the way and be invited to our next World Championship?
Oh, I can't wait to see. Are you still betting on Ruby Amethyst to take it all?
Let's, tomorrow, this event?
Yeah, this event.
Absolutely, we win it, baby. My man there that just got the dub, he's doing it for me. There we go. You are honorary villain club now.
I'm still betting on dogs.
Yeah, it's a safe bet. I get it.
Yeah. Amethyst Steel, though, I will be really interested to see how much of that we see tomorrow. I know that tomorrow everyone will be really excited to see the meta breakdown of the day, of how many, look at those conversion rates for what has made it to those 18 points.
Absolutely.
And a big, huge congrats to all the players who challenged and quested through 8 rounds to make it to day 2.
It's been a long, grueling day, right?
It really has. I mean, I talked with so many players out there on the floor that were very tired, but just having the time of their lives. And you said this earlier, I think. There were a lot of players that I spoke with that this was their very first Disney Lorcana event, and they are just in awe of the experience and soaking it all up. It's been really wonderful.
It's great to see, and again, I've said it already, but if you're watching at home and you've never been to a Disney Lorcana Challenge, if you are able, please come on down. We would love to have you. This community is beautiful, fun, entertaining, everything. Disney Lorcana, the trading card game, is the best TCG in the world.
Hey, there you go. It is. It's such a wonderful game, such a wonderful community, and I can't wait to do it more tomorrow, Baker.
We're going to do another 4 rounds of Swiss and then our cut to top 32, single elimination. Those 32 players will be qualified for national championships coming up later this year. And then, we're going to find out who's going to be our next world's qualified player.
Yeah, so tune in tomorrow. We will be back here on Twitch, twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to tune in, join Baker, myself, and the rest of the broadcast team for all the Disney Lorcana your heart could desire.
Don't be late.
Don't be late. We'll see you all tomorrow.